Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 3453 to Chapter 3539. Ah, why did it grow again? The little mouse was surprised to see that the space wall had been repaired. Didn't it bite a big hole? Why did it grow again? Xianxia rolled her eyes. Little rat's brain was full of sh*t, and sh*t was poisonous. Xianxia casually patted the space wall behind him and said directly, "Senior uncle, I know you're outside. I've reflected on my actions. Let me out." She was now in a hurry to find when to get the energy body so that her whip could evolve. Although she would get the energy body sooner or later, the sooner she got it, the sooner she could evolve the god-beating whip. If this dragged on, accidents might happen. Most importantly, Xianxia didn't know if the senior uncle had heard the little mouse's words. The little mouse had said something about the energy body. Xianxia believed that this time, even the little mouse wouldn't be able to bite open the space wall. If the little mouse bit open it again, wouldn't it be a slap to the senior uncle's face? He would definitely reinforce the space wall. The little mouse was probably the legendary Jinx. Whoever got in contact with it would be unlucky. The senior uncle's voice came in, and the whole space responded. It was like the cry of a whale, deep and ethereal. "You don't agree with me. Have you seriously reflected on your actions?" Xianxia sneered, "He's reflecting on himself. I still don't agree with you." Xianxia's face was indifferent. "Then please tell me, what did I do wrong? What should I reflect on?" She had done the same thing as the senior uncle. There was no difference. The only difference was that she was locked here in the wrong direction. Xianxia said, "I don't even know what's right and wrong. How can I reflect on myself?" It was just that she was weak and the senior uncle was strong. If the grand uncle was locked in here, then it could be said that the grand uncle was in the wrong. The senior uncle's actions really made Xianxia nauseous. "Grand uncle, based on the fact that I'm outside and you're inside, based on the fact that the damage to these things in the Lost City is related to you. Have I ever forced you to break something? Don't make yourself sound so aggrieved. Have I ever forced you to have a conflict with Ligua? This conflict was completely avoidable. You were the one who started it. Now you feel wronged, pretentious. Why don't you cry a little more and say that you're a woman so that others will take pity on you? You want equality when you're enjoying yourself, but when it's time to take responsibility, you use the fact that you're a woman as an excuse. You want equality, yet you want others to accommodate you. Who do you think you are? Being a whore and wanting a chastity." This answer was within Xianxia's expectations. It was a matter of strength in the first place, so there was nothing to be angry about. The Grand Elder's undisguised poisonous tongue really made people angry. Xianxia took a deep breath. She regarded Taishu as a temporary collaborator. At least the two of them would benefit together. However, the Grand Uncle was disdainful. He didn't even think that they were collaborators. The judge's attitude was very clear. Xianxia smiled. She clenched her fists so hard that they were sweating. Finally, she loosened her fists. She understood that a judge was a judge. There was no such thing as a collaborator. She blurred her identity. From now on, no matter what she did, Taishu would be the first to be a collaborator because he was a judge. Ligua thought too highly of herself, but so did she. She thought that it was a mutually beneficial thing. Hiss, her face hurt. Xianxia knocked on her head. Stupid. It was necessary to contribute to the organization. If one made a mistake, they would be judged. How could she forget this? As long as she was in the organization, she would be judged. There was no sound outside. She guessed that Taishu had left. Xianxia rolled her eyes. She leaned against the spatial wall and yawned. She was going to rest for a while and slowly study the spatial laws. She didn't believe that she couldn't get out. Seeing that Xianxia wanted to sleep, the little mouse said anxiously, "What are you doing?" "We still have to go out." Xianxia said indifferently, "How do we get out?" "Watch." The little mouse walked in front of the spatial wall and opened its mouth to bite the spatial wall. The sharp and unpleasant sound of the teeth scratching the spatial wall was like fingernails scratching a blackboard. It gave people goosebumps and chills. The little mouse tried its best to bite, but it couldn't open the wall at all. There wasn't even a trace. The little mouse was still biting tirelessly. Xianxia simply blocked the chilling sound and closed her eyes to rest. Some things were still very embarrassing and humiliating to be exposed in such a straightforward manner. One day, she would beat Taishu until he knelt on the ground and called her father. Even if she couldn't beat him, she would use endless years to torture Taishu to death. When he was about to die, she would spit on him. She would let him die with hatred. Of course, this was just one of her small wishes. When she was strong, she would also look at Taishu as if he was an ant. Hee. Xianxia didn't have the magnanimity to swallow her saliva. It was one thing to understand, and another to go smoothly. I understand the reason, but I still have to do it. The little mouse was finally tired and stopped biting. It lay on the ground and panted. It touched its teeth with its paws. Its teeth were shaking and looked like they were about to fall off. The little mouse teared up. What should we do? Li Wen is still waiting for us. Xianxia was speechless. The pigsty was empty, and you were in the human world. Was Li Wen so stupid that he didn't do anything and just waited? He must have something to do. Only the little mouse would think that Li Wen was really waiting for someone by squatting and doing nothing. When could he not give something to Li Wen? Why can't I bite? That person is the most annoying and disgusting. Of course, the little mouse knew that it was because of Taishu. Why should I be locked up? I didn't do anything wrong. Xianxia held his chin and rolled his eyes. Breaking out of prison wasn't a crime. Xianxia suddenly felt that it was better if the little mouse wasn't here. He had a sense of fear that was infected by the little mouse's IQ. It was said that birds of a feather flocked together. If she stayed with the little mouse for a long time, her IQ might degenerate. Xianxia said, if you have nothing to do, you can split yourself and play with it. The little mouse didn't seem to have any intention of splitting. It split its clansmen and subordinates and went to find its own food. It always wanted to rely on her to feed it. It was so annoying. The little mouse shook its head. No, I don't have enough energy now, and splitting is painful. I don't want to split. I think. The little mouse's voice was a little low, and its mood was low. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. How could the heartless little mouse be depressed? What do you think? Xianxia asked. The little mouse said, I think Li Wen doesn't like my clansmen. Why do you think so? Xianxia didn't think that Li Wen looked down on Li Wen's clansmen. They were strong, loyal, and executed orders very quickly. Li Wen was the emperor, so he probably liked them. Did he really think that the emperor liked to play mind games with his officials? Please. If he wanted to do something, his subordinates would carry it out meticulously, even at the expense of their own lives. Li Wen had probably never had such loyal subordinates in his life. However, the king of this race was quite good to Li Wen and was very satisfied with him. Little Mouse thought for a moment and said, I feel that he doesn't like it. Why do you feel that way? Xianxia was a little surprised. He always stands on the bow deck and stares at my people. Xianxia said. I guess he's thinking, don't say anything. My country is gone. Little Mouse asked. What do you mean? Xianxia shrugged. Nothing. Continue biting. Little Mouse's face was so sad that its furry face was distorted. Even its eyes could not be seen. My teeth hurt. I'm not biting anymore. That person is a pervert. He compressed the space wall like this. I can't bite it at all. An ordinary piece of paper was nothing, but 5 pieces of paper were a little hard. It was still relatively easy. However, 1,000 pieces of paper was definitely impossible to bite. Xianxia was speechless. The chances of her going out were even lower. Did she really have to pay the fine? She didn't want to. She hadn't even warmed the things in her hands yet. Why should she give them to others? She would slowly endure and comprehend. Little Mouse sniffed like a dog and crawled to Xianxia's side. It kept sniffing. What energy do you have? Why do you smell so good? Xianxia said directly, no. He was talking about the 2 energy given by Li Gua. Little Mouse sniffed hard. Impossible. I clearly smell that you're hiding something good. Ningxu said coldly, no. Little Mouse anxiously circled Ningxu and sniffed here and there. Ningxu was annoyed and directly used the space wall to separate Little Mouse. Little Mouse opened its mouth and bit a hole quickly. Ningxu compressed the spatial wall again. For a mouthful of food, the little mouse did not care about using its teeth directly. It bit with all its might. Ningxu used the little mouse as a test subject to verify the results of his comprehension. The little mouse finally stopped before its teeth broke. It looked at Ningxu with tears in its eyes. You are heartless, cold, and unreasonable. Ningxu, on the other hand, had learned the spatial wall compression, folding the spatial wall layer by layer. Yes, he understood the principle, but how was he going to break through the layers of space? It was like a normal person trying to pass through a wall. It was too difficult. He seemed to know how to repair the house, and now he wanted to tear it down. Therefore, violence was still needed. Could it be that he had to tear them down brick by brick? How long would that take? Ningxu had no choice but to use the most stupid method, which was to find the location of a spatial node and step on it bit by bit. He didn't know if the Grand Uncle had set up a barrier. Back then, when he threw Xingqing into the law of nothingness, he had used a barrier to lock him up. He hoped that she would not be treated like an official. Ningxu was like pulling out a string, trying to make a hole bit by bit. This was a rather boring process. When would she be able to directly break through with violence? However, her comprehension of the law of space had improved. As time passed, there would be different insights. Take your time. There was no rush. The little mouse saw that Ningxu was ignoring it and did not let it get close, so it started to sleep. It completely forgot that Li Wen was waiting for them. Ningxu pulled out the last diamond and finally saw the hole. She was finally going to see the light of day again. She had finally succeeded in breaking out of prison. Ningxu released his mental strength and carefully tested whether there was a barrier outside. If there was a barrier, the Grand Uncle would definitely feel it. He tested for a while. No, the Grand Uncle probably did not think that she could escape. Ningxu woke the little mouse up. The little mouse opened its eyes in confusion and saw a hole. It cried out, "How did you do it?" "Of course I used my brain. You won't understand." Ningxu climbed out of the dog hole, and the little mouse followed behind. Out of the space, Ningxu immediately returned to the system space and exhaled. The air of freedom. The system asked, "Is this okay? You can come out, but you're still a sinner." Ningxu spread his hands indifferently. He would wait until she got the energy body. Ningxu held the rope and said, "Let's go find Li Wen." The little mouse hated the collar on its neck. F***ck. He had tried many times to remove it, but he still couldn't remove it. Ningxu and the little mouse came in front of the black hole and entered it. The whole city felt a little different from this time. They couldn't tell what was different, but they felt that these machines seemed to be smoother and colder, as if they had been repaired. Did Li Wen already control this city? Seeing them come in, these machines did not attack. Li Wen probably really controlled the center of the city. Without the obstruction of these machines, Ningxu and the little mouse quickly arrived at the sword-shaped building in the center of the city. They went through the wall and went straight to the top floor. As soon as they walked in, they saw the energy body that looked like strange stones. The energy that was reflected was very sharp. However, the protective shield around the energy body was still there. Li Wen had not opened the protective shield yet. How could he call her over? Ningxu pinched the little mouse's ear. "You didn't want to see Li Wen, so you tricked me to come here." The little mouse squeaked and struggled with its limbs. "No, I want to see Li Wen. Why would I bring you here? Are you crazy?" Ningxu was speechless. He was speechless. It seemed to make sense. Therefore, he couldn't stay with the little mouse for too long. Otherwise, his IQ would become unstable. Li Wen came out. She was not wearing a white lab coat, but a thick protective suit. She was holding a strange weapon in her hand. Ningxu let go of the little mouse's ear and asked Li Wen, "Brother, do you have a way to open the protective shield now?" "Yes, I can temporarily control this city for 2 hours. Opening this protective shield is still possible." Li Wen opened the glass-like passport. A huge sharp force that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world gushed out from the gap in the passport. It was like a monstrous wave coming head-on. It scraped Ningxu's soul, causing him to feel a faint pain. Damn, this force is so strong. Ningxu was a little unstable. Li Wen, who was close to the energy body, was like a sailboat that could capsize at any time in a storm. Li Wen had probably underestimated this power. Ningxu moved toward Li Wen with difficulty. In this situation, he couldn't even stand steadily. How could he cut the energy body? Ningxu went over to help Li Wen stabilize her body so that Li Wen could cut it. However, the closer he got to the energy body, the stronger the repulsive force he felt. It was like the repulsion of the negative pull of a magnet. It felt like he couldn't get close. Li Wen was speechless. Through the helmet of the protective shield, he could see Li Wen's embarrassed expression. He called her over, and the result was this: BK Ningxu and Li Wen were now like travelers walking in a sandstorm. If they were not careful, they would be repelled by the energy body. Ningxu was also a little embarrassed and asked loudly, "You didn't expect this beforehand?" There was something that Li Wen did not expect. Li Wen's voice was a little soft through the helmet and could only be vaguely heard. "I can only temporarily control the pivot for 2 hours. This is after I spent a lot of effort to deceive the pivot." Well, it turned out that Li Wen had not controlled this city yet. Ningxu was good. How did those humans move the energy bodies here? What tools did they use? Therefore, the intelligence of humans was simply terrifying. Even Li Wen, an ancient person who had never come into contact with high tech, could now write code and create viruses. Ningxu was a little doubtful of his own intelligence. Now that Ningxu and Li Wen were in a stalemate, there was no way for them to get close to the energy body and cut it. Could it be that they had come for nothing again? Of course, there were people who could cut it, but if others found out, would they still have a share? As long as the thing was still there, it could be cut. Perhaps when he was strong enough, he could cut it open. Ningxu would not ask for external help. Besides, this city was not his. Li Wen would definitely not let others know about this place. Ningxu took out the holy whip. She extended the holy whip and swung it at the energy body, trying to wrap around a corner. The whip wrapped around the energy body. Ningxu pulled the whip and moved Li Wen's energy body. However, the repulsive force was too strong. There was no way to get close. Ningxu felt that the repulsive force was so strong that it was going to tear his arm off. Little Mouse roared, "Get out of the way, let me do it." Ningxu was focused on pulling the whip. When he suddenly heard the roar, his hand trembled and he let go of the whip. He was directly repelled by the energy body. Li Wen, who was being pulled by Ningxu, naturally had the same fate. The two of them slammed into the wall. The force was so strong that the wall caved in. Ningxu was a soul, so it didn't matter. However, Li Wen grunted. After all, he had a mortal body. He had cultivated and was unprepared, so it was very painful for him to be hit. Ningxu looked at the little mouse speechlessly. This brat was getting bolder and bolder. The little mouse stared intently at the energy body, and then its body began to change. The little mouse's body began to melt. That's right, like ice cream, it turned into a puddle of water. It turned into a pool of silver water. From a distance, it looked like mercury. Furthermore, the volume of the silver water was getting larger and larger, and the water was swimming towards the energy body. Moreover, the silver water was very viscous, like asphalt. The place where the little mouse swam was clean, without a trace of water. The silver water seemed to be unaffected by the energy body's repulsive force and flowed over without any hindrance. Then, the silver water slowly flowed towards the energy body. After a while, half of the energy body was wrapped in the silver water. It felt like the surface of the energy body was coated with a thick layer of cream. The silver water wriggled, constantly nibbling and wrapping the energy body. At the same time, the repulsive force of the energy body was much smaller. Soon, the silver water wrapped the entire energy body, and the energy body that enveloped the entire hall disappeared. There was no repulsive force anymore. Without the energy body providing energy, the machinery in the entire city instantly stopped and fell to the ground. The little mouse saw that the two of them were in a daze and shouted angrily, "Hurry up, I can't wrap it for long." Oh, Ningxu and Li Wen hurried over. Li Wen said to the little mouse, I'm going to cut your body now. It's okay, go ahead. The little mouse's voice was trembling. It seemed that it was really strenuous. It was very difficult for the little mouse to resist such a large amount of energy. Li Wen held a weapon, which was probably something like a laser. It directly penetrated the little mouse's body and began to cut the energy body. Li Wen cut a basketball-sized energy body for Ningxu. Of course, the surface was uneven. I can't hold on anymore. The energy body's power penetrated the little mouse's body and directly bounced Ningxu and Li Wen away. They slammed heavily into the wall. This time, the repulsive force was even stronger, and the dent in the wall was even deeper. Ningxu felt pain, let alone Li Wen. She didn't know what material the wall was made of, but it didn't collapse. According to this strength, she and Li Wen should have been directly knocked out of the building. Ningxu hugged the energy body. Although there was still a repulsive force, it was small and not that strong. The little mouse returned to its original appearance of a wretched mouse. It was also bounced out of the protective shield by the repulsive force of the energy body. With a bang, it slammed straight into the wall and was embedded in it. Ningxu reached out and quickly put away the whip. Otherwise, the whip would be left inside the protective shield. Pull me out. The little mouse kicked its limbs and desperately tried to pull its head out. Ningxu reached out and struggled to pull out the little mouse. It was inconvenient for Li Wen to wear a protective suit. Ningxu felt that he couldn't pull out the little mouse's fur even if he rubbed it until it was bald. The little mouse's fur was all over the ground. Ningxu wiped the fur on his palm and continued to pull out the carrot. Ningxu gave up and said directly, you should turn into water. Right, why didn't I think of that? The little mouse suddenly realized and turned into a small pool of silver water. It rolled down the wall and turned into a little mouse when it fell to the ground. It even bounced a few times. The two people and one mouse climbed out of the energy body's range along the wall and let out a long sigh. Li Wen took off her protective suit. She was sweating all over, and even her white coat was wet. Her hair looked as if it had been drenched in water. Her entire body was wet and seductive. Ningxu placed the energy body in the mess in space and touched the little mouse's head. Little mouse, you've finally grown up. The little mouse chuckled. Ningxu said again, when we go back, I'll reward you with a world's origin. Really? The little mouse couldn't believe it. It felt flattered that it was actually given a world's origin. The little mouse laughed. Okay. Then it realized that this was too embarrassing. How could a world's origin be like this? In the past, it wouldn't even look at a world's origin. What was a world's origin? In the past, the scraps it picked out from between its teeth were all energy bodies. Now, it was reduced to cheering for a world's origin. Its quality of life had deteriorated to this extent. The little mouse was dispirited. It couldn't be happy at all. Ningxu asked, is that your original body? A pool of silver asphalt. It could expand or shrink. It could be cut and reconnected. Even if its body was split, it might be able to get close to a little bit of silver water to revive. /BK now, Ningxu believed that the little mouse could split its own people. In a way, the little mouse could be considered immortal. The little mouse looked at Li Wen carefully. Seeing that Li Wen had no expression, it quickly denied, no, I'm not such a soft and disgusting thing. Ningxu was speechless. Why did it belittle itself like that? Ningxu looked at the little mouse and knew what to do. He asked Li Wen, brother, do you think the little mouse's body is disgusting? What's so disgusting about it? Li Wen was a little strange. He had already accepted all kinds of strange things in the void and all kinds of weird worldviews. He didn't know that the little mouse's body was like this. He thought that the little mouse could turn into a human. The little mouse covered its mouth with its paws, trying to stop itself from laughing out loud, and hammered the floor with all its might. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Was it necessary? Li Wen was too weak. If Li Wen's psychological quality was not good enough and was not strong enough, he could turn a mouse into a human and punch it. Not to mention standing on the deck of the ship and looking at all kinds of people with no intelligence, strange tentacles, and evolving in the direction of the little mouse. Even if the little mouse twisted its body into a fried dough twist, Li Wen would accept it very calmly without blinking. After getting what he wanted, Ningxu was in a very good mood. He smiled at Li Wen and said, "Thank you, brother. But is this protective shield okay? Wouldn't it affect the city if the energy raged like this? When the time comes, it will return to normal." Li Wen wiped his sweat. "I didn't feel it when this thing was in the protective shield, but I didn't expect the energy to be so strong after opening it. I miscalculated." Ningxu said, "Good things come with setbacks. Today, the little mouse has done a good deed." Ningxu was willing to give the little mouse such a large piece of energy and a world's origin. Li Wen just nodded. The little mouse was still in a daze as it fell into a blissful dizziness. Ningxu looked at the time and said to Li Wen, "Brother, I'll leave first. After all, I broke out of prison." He didn't know if the granduncle had found out. He should go back to jail as soon as possible. Li Wen raised his eyebrows, making them sharper. "You've been locked up?" Ningxu waved his hand casually. "Begging for food under other people's hands has to be controlled." Li Wen said, "You can still live if you don't eat that much." Ningxu. "You're right." Ningxu's little mouse asked, "Are you coming back with me or staying here?" Little mouse said reservedly, "I'll go back with you." "You said you wanted to give." Considering that Li Wen was here, little mouse tried not to act like a hungry ghost. "You can't control that energy body. You can't do it if I don't go back." Ningxu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Okay, come back with me." In the end, he didn't expose little mouse's intention to perform its best in front of Li Wen. As soon as they returned to the system space, little mouse eagerly asked Ningxu for the world's origin. Ningxu said, wait until I'm out of prison." Little mouse was stunned. "You still want to go back? What's wrong with you?" Ningxu flipped his hair. "Of course, I've always been a person who follows the rules. I won't let anyone have something on me." "Little mouse?" Little mouse was a little confused. It didn't understand what Ningxu was talking about, but it only knew one thing, and that was that it couldn't eat the world's origin for the time being. It might as well stay with Li Wen. It revealed its body in front of Li Wen, afraid that Li Wen would dislike it. Now it knew that Li Wen didn't dislike it. Smoke, even if it couldn't eat the world's origin, it didn't affect little mouse's happy mood at all. Its body was emitting pink bubbles, and Ningxu felt disgusted. Little mouse was probably thinking too much. Li Wen would be calm even if she saw something scary. Ningxu was about to put the god-beating whip into the mess in space, but the surface of the mess in space was full of cracks. It only needed a light push to break it. Ningxu hurriedly took out the things inside. If the mess in space broke, the things inside would disappear. He didn't know where they would end up in. Ningxu took out all the items from the mess in space. The mess in space also exploded. It exploded into specks of spatial fragments and disappeared. As soon as the energy body was taken out, a vacuum formed around it. The things flew in all directions. In any case, they couldn't get close to the energy body. Suddenly, the system space became a mess. Ningxu, the system space was still too small. Ningxu wanted to expand the system space. Should he expand it himself or let the system expand it? Ningxu originally wanted to put the god-beating whip and the energy body in the world of reincarnation. However, he thought about the energy body's power. If he put it in the world of reincarnation, it might affect the world of reincarnation. The energy body was something from the void. The world of reincarnation couldn't withstand it. Ningxu felt that it was safer to put it in the system space. If he put it in the mess in space, even the mess in space wouldn't be able to withstand the energy body's power. He didn't know what kind of material the residents of the city used to make the protective shield. It could actually resist the energy body's power and let the energy radiate out, allowing the city's machinery to gain energy. It was really a god. Humans were a god species. Unfortunately, their bodies were too fragile. If their bodies were as strong as the creatures of the void and they had intelligence, the void would probably be like Earth and be taken over by humans. Ningxu found a corner and put the energy body down. Then, he put the god-beating whip beside it. However, the energy body's repulsive force repelled the god-beating whip. Anyway, there was nothing around the energy body except for the energy body. The God-beating whip vibrated slightly and flew toward the energy body. Then, it wrapped around the energy body tightly. But after a while, it was repelled by the energy body. The God-beating whip flew over again and stubbornly disturbed the energy body. This cycle repeated. Ningxu looked at the God-beating whip that could automatically wrap around the energy body and showed a gratified smile. Maybe this battle of wits and courage could make the God-beating whip's consciousness and intelligence grow rapidly. Ningxu looked at the energy body and the God-beating whip that were inseparable. Suddenly, he realized one thing. Damn, I should go to jail. Ningxu asked the little mouse to clean up the messy system space and not to pile things around the energy body. But the little mouse didn't seem to hear it. It was immersed in some unknown fantasy and made vulgar sounds. It was spicy to the ears. Ningxu came to the time city full of hope. He hoped that the previous system space was still there. As for the dog hole she made, he would fix it after she went in. He had to turn over a new leaf. /BK In order to avoid being caught by the grand uncle like last time, Ningxu observed secretly when she arrived at the time city to see if the grand uncle was there. As for the space that Ningxu gnawed through, it was still there. The grand uncle didn't seem to be around. He was probably busy and wouldn't pay extra attention to her. Very good. Ningxu went in through the dog hole and patched it up layer by layer. Entering this place again, Ningxu's heart was as calm as still water. She didn't feel aggrieved at all. She could go out if she wanted to. She stayed here of her own volition. She wasn't forced to stay here. Her mentality was different. I can go out if I want to. I'm giving you face by staying here. Yes, her heart was very inflated. Ningxu then began to comprehend the space law and learned to compress space. She could easily set up a solid space to bind people. Ningxu wanted to crush a space with one hand. That would be really cool. Even if she couldn't crush it, the God-beating whip might have this function after absorbing the energy. Her own strength had to improve, but with the help of weapons, the effect might be 1 + 1 = 3. She was a human. A human's talent was to use tools. The cell was quiet. There was no sound at all. Ningxu felt that she could go into seclusion to comprehend without being disturbed. She had to thank the grand uncle for providing her with such a safe and clean place. Ningxu didn't feel like she was reflecting on her mistakes. Ningxu recorded everything she couldn't figure out during the comprehension process. When she had time, she would ask the elders. The space law was really difficult to comprehend. It felt like a bottomless pit. She couldn't comprehend the place, but it was very powerful. If the space law was like this, then the time law, which was also a high-level law, would definitely be very powerful. The Xianxia man's combat power was definitely not low. At least, he had survived 2 wars. To be able to survive the battlefield without losing anything was not an easy task. Many law incarnations had been defeated in the 2 wars. The Xianxia man was very low-key. Ningxu didn't know how much combat power he had. It was not like they were enemies. They had not fought before, and they did not know the strength of the Xianxia man. Space was a weapon of mass destruction, and time was even more so. Heroes and beauties couldn't hold on for long. Even the Sea of Law could not endure the time. After comprehending the laws of space, Ningxu felt that he could try comprehending the laws of time in depth. Since Ningxu had something to do, he didn't feel that time was hard to pass. The Grand Elder's voice echoed in the space. Get out. Ningxu was surprised. We can get out so soon? In such a short time, it was as good as not going to jail. Since he could leave, Ningxu wouldn't insist on staying here. The space disappeared, and Ningxu's toes landed on the floor. He bought some drinks and drank them while heading to the consultation room. No matter what, she had to ask the silver-haired man why he had told Ligua about her. Although Ligua might not come to organize it now, Ningxu was still unhappy. Ningxu arrived at the consultation room, sat on a chair, and gulped down the drink. The drink was sweet, and it made Ningxu's mood much better. She felt that she could prepare more candy and stuff it in her mouth. It was quite healing. She had worked so hard to become strong so that she could live a comfortable life. she could do whatever she wanted and not care about what others thought. As long as she didn't affect others, she could do whatever she wanted and be as willful as she wanted. The silver-haired man lifted the curtain and came out of the room. He sat down and asked calmly, "What do you want to ask?" Ningxu saw that the silver-haired man acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't feel guilty at all. He had such a good mentality. Ningxu put down the drink and looked at the silver-haired man. "Why did you tell Ligua about my situation?" The silver-haired man frowned. "What did you say?" "Well, he was still pretending." Ningxu said, "You know what you're doing." The silver-haired man said, "No, I don't remember." Ningxu was speechless. "What should people say about this?" Ningxu said, "You told Ligua that I have the will of death on me." The silver-haired man said calmly, "I'm not that free. Besides, she can say whatever she wants. Other people in the organization know. You might as well ask others instead of questioning me. I'm not that free." The silver-haired man asked, "Is there anything else?" Oh, the silver-haired man was so confident and didn't even care. He even had a hint of disdain and fuss. Ningxu was speechless. "Then who said it?" The silver-haired man said directly, "I don't know. There are so many mission enforcers. Why should I care what they do?" There were billions of mission enforcers. The number was more than the number of creatures in a plane. The silver-haired man said, "You might as well ask yourself. You don't even know who said it. Why would I know if you came to ask me?" The silver-haired man almost said, "What enemies do you have that you don't know?" He had come to question the silver-haired man, but now he was being mocked by the silver-haired man. For some reason, he felt that the silver-haired man didn't like him. This was to be expected. To ask such a question, plus the heart, Ningxu's face was cold and he didn't say anything. To be honest, he didn't know how many mission enforcers there were. However, the one who knew about the will of death was definitely a big shot. As for who had leaked it, Ningxu didn't think it was that important. If the news spread, it might make others wary. Don't mess with me for no reason. Since the silver-haired man was in a bad mood, Ningxu naturally wouldn't stay to be mocked by the silver-haired man. It couldn't be said that he was being sarcastic, but there was a faintly discernible impatience in it. The silver-haired man said, 500,000 merit points. Ningxu? He still had to pay, the silver-haired man said, "You're here to ask. Naturally, you have to pay." The silver-haired man's tone was cold. He still looked like an aristocrat in the middle world. Ningxu paid him 500,000 merit points and didn't bother to say anything else. Summoning the silver-haired man was like summoning a divine dragon. There was definitely a price to pay to summon him. Ningxu left the consultation room and went to buy a bag of candies with various flavors. He threw one into his mouth and then went to the auction house to buy the world's origin for the little mouse. Since he had promised to give it a world's origin, he had to give it. This time, he had obtained the energy body. Next time, he would walk the little mouse to find other treasures. He had to give the mouse a kind of awareness. That was, he could get delicious food if he contributed. If he wanted to eat delicious food, he had to work hard. Compared to a world's origin, the energy body was still more valuable. This time, Ningxu bought 5 world origins from Ctian. In Ctian's words, he took away all of Ctian's inventory. Ningxu took the 5 world origins and returned to the system space. He waved them in front of Little Mouse. Little Mouse saw the 5 world origins and immediately opened its eyes wide. It covered its chest and looked at Ningxu in disbelief. "You gave me 5? When did this woman become so nice? Did she find her conscience? That's impossible. She said she would give 1 and she gave 5. Little Mouse was very happy. It felt that a lot of good things had happened recently. It was very happy. Ningxu stretched out his index finger and waved it. "Not 5, but 1. 1. Little Mouse looked at Ningxu in disbelief. "Then why did you buy 5? Ningxu casually took out a wood attribute world origin and threw it to Little Mouse. "What does you eating 1 have to do with me buying 5? Little Mouse looked at the world origin and then looked at the world origin in Ningxu's hand. It instantly cried. If Ningxu only had 1 world origin and gave 1 to Little Mouse wouldn't be so upset. But it had 5 in its hand and gave one to Little Mouse. Little Mouse was very upset. Ningxu said, I said I will give you one, so I will give you one. Do you want to eat the others? Little Mouse hurriedly nodded. Yes. It's not impossible. I will give you one when I find a treasure, especially treasures like energy bodies. Little Mouse laughed coldly. If it found an energy body, it wouldn't care about the world origin. If it found an energy body, it would eat until it was full. This time, you found an energy body, so I will give you one. Ningxu flicked his hair and said, I always keep my words. If I say I will give you one, I will definitely not give you two. The little mouse was dumbfounded. He was so stingy. What was there to boast about? He even kept his word. Seeing that Ningxu had put away the world's origin, the little mouse felt as if a cat was scratching its heart. His eyes were filled with the world origins. Little Mouse coughed and said, If you don't want to give me the world origin, give me some leaves from the world tree. This was something it could reluctantly accept. Ningxu mercilessly rejected the little mouse. No. He also wanted the leaves of the world tree. Each leaf could become a world in the future, a vast world with many living creatures. It was eaten by the little mouse. Of course, Ningxu would not give it to him. Little Mouse was so angry that he stomped his feet. Why are you so stingy? Besides, since it's a tree's leaves, it's impossible for all of them to succeed. They'll fall eventually. Ningxu said matter-of-factly, just wait. When a leaf really falls, I'll give it to you. Ningxu would not pluck the leaves that grew on the world tree. But if a leaf fell, he would give it to the little mouse to deal with. Little Mouse looked at Ningxu. Why are you so stubborn? Even if a leaf falls, it'll grow back after you pluck it. What's wrong with giving me some leaves? Stubborn. There was something wrong with his IQ. Ningxu said, I'm happy to. Little Mouse was so angry. He bit the wood world's origin fiercely. His cheeks puffed up and his black bean-sized eyes were about to cry. He did not even want to eat one more world origin. He was not even willing to give him a leaf. What was the point of staying with such a person? Little Mouse snorted and stuffed the world origin into his mouth. He wanted to run away from home like a wrong child. Ningxu looked at Little Mouse. Where are you going? Why do you care where I'm going? Little Mouse ran away from home. Ningxu did not care where Little Mouse went at all. At most, he would go to find Li Wen. Did she really think that she would give in just because he made a fuss? She was thinking too much. He would not even spoil his own child, let alone other people. If she gave in this time, she would play the same trick again. Ningxu would not give her such a chance at all. Little Mouse's treasure hunting ability was not very important to Ningxu. When he was strong enough, he could go to the void to look for it. It could only be said that Little Mouse made things more convenient for him. Little Mouse. Little Mouse looked at the cold-hearted and unreasonable Ningxu. He stomped his feet, snorted, and turned to leave. I'm not coming back anymore. Ningxu waved his hand. Have a safe trip. This time, Little Mouse had to leave even if she did not want to. The chat system dinged. Ningxu opened it and saw that it was sent by the main system. It said that she was temporarily sent to Area D to deal with the Star Stone. Hoo. Ningxu now understood why she was released. It was because she was needed to take over. Sometimes, it felt good. There were many times when she was needed. Even if she was locked up, she had to be released. Although she was the one who was being squeezed, she was still very happy to make the Taishu feel uncomfortable. She was asked to face the wall and now she was released. Not bad, not bad. She was asked to take over again. She remembered that she took over last time. This time, the person in charge was making a fuss again. Maybe he was busy and temporarily asked someone to take over. So be it. It did not matter. After dealing with the Star Stone this time, Ningxu was going to do a mission. He had been wandering around for a long time. Ningxu did not go immediately. Who didn't have a temper, looking at the god-beating whip and the energy body? When the god-beating whip completely absorbed the energy, it might be able to develop consciousness. If it still didn't work, he would ask Li Wen for more. The energy body was very big. he would buy it from Li Wen. Ningxu was very much looking forward to the consciousness of the god-beating whip. Ningxu thought about it and said to Dan Qing, I want to tell you something. Dan Qing, go ahead. Don't tell the organization that I have this energy body. Ningxu did not know if the organization needed this kind of energy body. What the organization needed was the kind of gentle energy that could be born and nurtured. Ningxu did not know if this kind of energy organization needed it, but it was a big lump. It really made people jealous. Ningxu also knew that Dan Qing was a sandwich biscuit. It was not good to be sandwiched between both sides. She took out a kidney-strengthening fruit and said, Did you finish the kidney-strengthening fruit I gave you last time? Dan Qing. I finished it. This was a blatant bribe. She was speechless. Ningxu, then take it and eat it. When Zhu Jun collects extra soul fluid next time, he will give you some. Since she wanted to pull Dan Qing over, she had to give her some benefits. When she had a lot of meat, she would give Dan Qing some meat. When she had less meat, she would give Dan Qing some meat soup. Otherwise, no one would be able to eat this pot. Since she was in the organization, she had to be controlled. If there were no benefits, why should she follow you? People did not need to eat, drink, and poop. Even if they did not eat, drink, or poop, they had to be strong. Dan Qing said, I did not tell the organization about this. Ningxu smiled. Of course I know. Dan Qing accepted the kidney-strengthening fruit. She also knew that it was valuable. Previously, one was auctioned for 80 million merit points. Recently, she sold one for 50 million merit points. Dan Qing knew that he couldn't afford such an expensive thing, so he had no choice but to bow his head to the evil forces. What could he do? He was also helpless. In short, he was now tied to Ningxu. He didn't know what the organization wanted to do, but now that Ningxu was in trouble, he didn't know if the organization would let him go. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have a soul bond, and this mission enforcer of his seemed to be very resistant to this thing. She had mentioned it once before, but never mentioned it again. But it could also be that she had forgotten. The system hoped to be strong enough to get rid of its identity as a system and become a person that existed only. In fact, being a person of the system was more difficult than being a mission enforcer. He had to help a mission enforcer, but the reward was not as much as the mission enforcer. And he didn't even remember who he was in his previous life. Ningxu bribed Dan Qing, so he didn't have to worry about the safety of the energy body in the system space. And if there were any problems, Dan Qing would definitely inform her. Now, all the soul power she obtained from doing missions belonged to her. Originally, the system wanted to take 10% of it, but now Dan Qing couldn't take it. Since he could only take 10% from the organization, Ningxu planned to make up for it in other ways. When he had extra soul fluid in the future, he could give some. So far, Dan Qing hadn't done anything harmful to her. They didn't want to be friends, but they could become a community of interests. When she suffered losses, Dan Qing's interests would also suffer. Then Dan Qing would protect her for his own interests. It was impossible to make cows work and not eat grass. Dan Qing felt that he had fallen. Morning, Ningxu went to District D according to the address given by the system. It was just a simple matter to deal with the star stone. When they arrived, Ningxu saw a group of people gathered together, whispering to each other. She didn't know what they were talking about. Ningxu walked over and asked, What are you guys talking about? We're talking about when the organization will send people over. This place can't hold on any longer. Save the child. No one looked at Ningxu and said directly. With the addition of a beautiful little girl, everyone stared at Ningxu. Ningxu said, Where is the child? I'm here to save the child. Everyone, are you someone sent by the organization? Someone asked Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Great, they're finally here. These people didn't question Ningxu's ability. They all let out a sigh of relief and asked Ningxu to quickly deal with the star stones. Ningxu's expression was wooden. He suddenly felt that the people of District D were very simple. Ningxu didn't say much and began his work. The others also began to pick up the fragments. He immediately went into work mode. This situation was a little different from working in other places. Seeing Ningxu staring at everyone, a big shot asked, "Do you have any questions?" Ningxu shook his head. "No, where's the person in charge?" "We don't have a person in charge here. It's always been Master who sends people here." "Oh," Ningxu said. No wonder these people were so calm. They weren't even curious about her. If no one was in charge of handling the star rocks, it would be a bit of a loss. Since there was no one in charge of District D, why didn't they merge it with other districts to make it easier to manage? But what did this have to do with her? She just felt that there were a lot of people in this organization. One mission taker from each plane was also a lot of people. But every time it was time to do something, why did it feel like there was no one? To be precise, they needed people with power to do it. What they lacked was powerful people. Ningxu asked the question in his heart, "Why don't you merge?" If they merged, they wouldn't have to wait for the organization to send people over every day. It felt like this District D was a poor country waiting for international help. Merge. Merging means that there will be more planes to manage and more things to do. Even the person in charge isn't willing to merge. They also wanted to merge, but no one was willing to take over. They weren't willing to take over such a mess. Ningxu replied with an "oh" and didn't say anything else. Ningxu was afraid that the organization would go crazy and make her the person in charge of District D. After all, she had to go around blindly now and didn't have that much time to deal with these things. It was okay to help occasionally, but Ningxu didn't want to waste her time on it. She had nothing to do and wanted to go for a stroll in the void. Ningxu slowly dealt with the star stones and occasionally collected some scraps. It wouldn't affect the bonding of the planes. Although she didn't need star stones now, she needed the device to collect soul fluid in the world of reincarnation. Although that device didn't seem to collect any soul fluid, it would be a waste not to take it. These star stones would be wasted. These big bosses who picked up fragments were powerful people. They were also very active when picking up fragments and as fast as possible. This way, they could deal with more broken planes. Now someone came to deal with the star stones. Who knew when the next person would come? She felt stifled. This situation was different from what Ningxu saw in District A. The big bosses in District A were all lazy. The people here were very intuitive. It was probably because they had no leader, but if the plane collapsed too much, it would be their responsibility. They had no choice but to tremble and huddle together. The big boss closest to Ningxu asked, "Who among you has comprehended the rules? If you have, it will be easier to deal with the star stones." It was also a troublesome thing to be without a leader. "I don't know. Everyone is trying their best to comprehend." Ningxu also sighed. If the rules could be comprehended with effort, Ningxu felt that she had endless energy. She didn't seem to comprehend many rules. There were thousands of rules. It was not easy to comprehend one. "Why don't you be the person in charge of District D?" After this person finished speaking, his eyes lit up like light bulbs. He looked at Ningxu expectantly. The smile on Ningxu's face froze. The smile on Ningxu's face gradually disappeared. The smile on Ningxu's face disappeared. Ningxu lowered his head and dealt with the star stones like a quail. "Well, I'm not strong enough. Thank you for your kindness. It doesn't matter if you are strong or not. As long as you can deal with the star stones." "Ningxu, thank you for your kindness, but I still have to refuse." Ningxu sped up the process of dealing with the star stones, hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. Ningxu could already feel the malice from the organization. She bid farewell. She couldn't let District D fall into her hands. Otherwise, she wouldn't be free. Then, the group of people ignored Ningxu and gathered together again, whispering to each other and looking at Ningxu. As they talked, perverted smiles appeared on their faces. Even if Ningxu was a pig, she knew that these people were talking about her and that they had bad intentions. F***ck, Ningxu hurriedly thought of a way to decline. If the organization really wanted her to take over District D, how to refuse gracefully and firmly? Why did she feel like she had fallen into a wolf's den when she came to deal with the star rocks? Please. No matter how these people tried to get close to Ningxu and looked at Ningxu with loving and gentle eyes, Ningxu lowered her head and dealt with the star rocks. All of you bad people, go away. Ningxu kept a low profile and dealt with the star rocks quietly. The others saw that Ningxu did not speak and was fully focused on dealing with the star rocks, and were afraid of disturbing her. Thus, they did not speak to Ningxu. When the time came for the collective book organization, they would let this young lady be their person in charge. Ningxu felt a chill down her spine, and felt relieved. She would never come to Area D again, it was too dangerous, and she might lose her freedom. It was fine if she did not have this responsibility, but since she had taken on this responsibility, it was not right to not be responsible. The best way was to not take on this responsibility. Ningxu felt that she was just a small city lord of Water City, but she had to take on the responsibility of the entire Area D. Ningxu smiled, she felt that she would not be able to live for long. After dealing with the star rocks for who knew how long, she had been in Area D. It was much easier to destroy new life. She reckoned that the number of new planes could not keep up with the number of destroyed planes. Birth was smaller than death, and could not maintain balance, this was a huge problem. The problem of the Sea of Laws was becoming more and more obvious. Ningxu quickly sent a message to the main system, asking him to send someone over, she wanted to leave. It was so scary here. Ningxu had been in the organization for so long, and this was the first time she felt that there was such a warm and welcoming place. As expected, she was still too young. This time, it took a long time to deal with all the collapsed planes in the area, and the people sent by the main system had not arrived yet. Since it was done, Ningxu felt that she could leave. If she did not leave, these people would surround her again. Ningxu said to them, "It's done, I'll leave first. Don't you want to think about it, becoming the person in charge will give you resources, don't miss it, you can become stronger with the resources." It wasn't easy for these big shots either. In order to tempt Ningxu, they used all kinds of temptations. Ningxu waved her hand. She did not want to fight like a chicken over a few resources. Her goal was already the Void Land. Instead of fighting for resources with so many people in charge, he might as well go to the Void and look for good stuff. Ningxu hurriedly returned to the system space and began to clean up the messy system space. Previously, he had asked Little Mouse to clean up, but the little mouse had not done so and had even run away from home in the end. The chat system rang. Ningxu had a premonition that it was definitely sent by the main system. Definitely, Ningxu did not open the chat system immediately. Instead, he tidied up the system space before opening it. As expected, it was a message from the main system. The gist of the message was that the people of Area D had decided to elect Ningxu as the person in charge. Then, Ningxu became the person in charge. Ningxu only had one word for this, get lost. Ningxu was very touched. Then, he firmly rejected the position of person in charge and directly said that he would not be the person in charge. The main system said that this was the responsibility given to Ningxu by the people. Ningxu snorted. That person did not ask for her permission. So what if you have more people, so you can make people do things they don't want to do, it sounded good. It was the will of the people. Ningxu somehow felt that it was moral coercion. Ningxu directly said, even if you want me to be the person in charge, I won't do it. If you force me to do it, I won't care. I don't agree with this responsibility from the bottom of my heart. His sister was very busy. Perhaps Ningxu's attitude was too firm. The main system was silent for a while and said that there were a lot of resources. Ningxu still did not want to. With this responsibility, he might be bound to this responsibility forever. He would do what he usually did and work overtime. However, if he wanted to be the person in charge for a long time, Ningxu would do it. Especially Ningxu, who did not know how long he could live. If he did not seek death, he could live for a long time. Then wouldn't he have to do it until his law sea collapsed and completely collapsed? Only then would he be able to remove this responsibility. This was too scary. No way, no way. This was the opposite of her free life. No matter how many things there were, they could not tempt Ningxu. She could live for too long. She would do what she needed to do. She liked to do odd jobs and did not like to be tied to a position. The main system asked Ningxu to consider. Ningxu directly said that there was no need to consider. He would not do it. Even if he forced her to do it, she would not care about it. After closing the chat system, Ningxu felt that it was time to do missions. Before doing missions, he went to find Zhu Jun to see if there was any extra soul fluid. If there was enough soul fluid, Ningxu felt that he could do fewer missions in the future. He could go to the void to find treasures. When Ningxu came to the world of reincarnation, he suddenly thought of something. It had been a long time since he went to see the little girl who was thrown to the earthworm. According to the flow of time in the Nine Palace Mountain, he was afraid that she would have grown up by now. He should go and take a look. Zhu Jun saw that Ningxu was asking for soul fluid not long ago and was speechless. He said, "Didn't you just ask for it? Did I pass?" Ningxu was at a loss. Why couldn't she remember? Oh, he remembered. He wanted to fuse with the lightning law imprint and asked Zhu Jun for it. Ningxu stiffly changed the topic. Is the house fixed? It's fixed. Now we are preparing to build houses in every world of reincarnation with souls. Ningxu nodded and said, "Good job." Zhu Jun silently looked at Ningxu. Ningxu dryly coughed and asked, "Is there any more merit?" She felt that she was a scum who only gave money. No, she was not a scum. After all, she did not even have a scum who gave her money. She was the most pitiful. Okay, Zhu Jun said, "Yes." Ningxu said, "Oh." Then there was nothing he could do. This was very awkward. Zhu Jun said that he was busy. Ningxu immediately said, "Go ahead." Ningxu hurriedly entered the second level of the Nine Palace Mountain. When he arrived in front of the wooden house, he smelled a strong herbal smell. Who was injured? A pretty girl was fanning the stove with a fan. White smoke was coming out of a small medicine pot. Ningxu scanned with his spiritual energy and found a man lying in the house. His body was covered in wounds. His face was pale and his lips were bloodless. He looked like a dead person. He was quite good-looking. Among humans, he was considered good-looking. If he was ugly, the girl would probably hesitate for a while to save him. Damn, the world was so cruel. Ningxu felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Why was it a man? Why not a girl? Oh, probably a girl would not run deep into the mountains or forests. Ningxu did not care about the man. However, the earthworm was not in the house. Its breath was very weak. It probably had not been at home for a while. Ningxu was a bit speechless. When the earthworm came back, the girl might have run away with someone. Then he would have to search the whole world for her. /BK Where did the earthworm go? However, there was one thing that caught Ningxu's attention. There was a fluctuation of spiritual energy on the little girl's body, which meant that this child was cultivating. Was this taught by the earthworm? Then where did the secret cultivation book come from? Ningxu suspected that the earthworm had sneaked into a human sect and stolen it. Looking at the spiritual energy fluctuation on the little girl's body, it was not very strong. Ningxu appeared behind her, and the little girl fanned herself casually. There was a faint fragrance unique to a young girl on her body, especially when she was cultivating, which made people like her even more. Her whole body was refreshed. 16 years old was really a beautiful and young age. She was fresh and full of life. Ningxu said, "Where's the earthworm?" The little girl was startled and jumped up, almost kicking over the stove next to her, and looked at Ningxu vigilantly. She did not notice when someone came here. "Ah, it's you." The little girl seemed to have a little impression of Ningxu, but this impression was a little faint. It was something that happened when she was a child. For Ningxu, it was not a long time, but for the little girl, it was very long, so long that her memory was a little blurry. Who could accurately remember things that happened when they were 5 or 6 years old? Uncle went to the mountain to look for medicine. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief and said to Ningxu, and quickly went into the room to pour tea for Ningxu. Ningxu sat down, took the tea, and asked, "What's the matter with the person in the room?" The little girl took a small stool and sat down, and then began to fan herself. While fanning herself, she said, "He came to the mountain to look for spirit beasts, but there was an accident on the way, so I picked him up and brought him back. From his clothes, he looks a bit like a disciple of a sect." Ningxu took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. "Really? I don't know." The little girl shook her head and said honestly. Living in the mountain, she was not very clear about the outside world. She looked a little longing, but her uncle said that the two-legged monsters were vicious, ugly, despicable, and cunning, and she would be hurt by bad people if she went out. Even so, he couldn't resist his yearning for the outside world. The little girl had dragged the injured man back because she wanted him to tell her about the fun things outside after he recovered. When the earthworm came back, it was dragging a few stalks of grass with its tail. The earthworm was now as big as a snake, but its body was still fleshy, just like an earthworm. Turning into an earthworm that was several sizes bigger, this feeling was even more disgusting. Thinking about an earthworm as thick as an arm, that's really disgusting. When the earthworm saw Xianxia, he rolled his eyes. What are you doing here? You haven't been here for so many years. What are you doing here? Xianxia said indifferently, Miss seems to have grown up. Earthworm's muscles tightened as he looked at Xianxia. What do you mean? You didn't raise her when she was young, and now you want her to get married? In the earthworm's mind, it seemed that all women of the two-legged monsters had to get married and have children. In order to reproduce. Xianxia hadn't appeared for a long time. Now that he appeared, he said that the child had grown up. How could Earthworm not be angry? The little girl at the side looked at her uncle and auntie in confusion. What marriage? Xianxia felt that the earthworm was the real thick-skinned one. It was better to guard against the man lying on the bed than to guard against her. After all, he was of the opposite sex and they lived together day and night. Moreover, the little girl had never come into contact with other members of the opposite sex. As for the earthworm, could it be called the opposite sex? After living together day and night, Xianxia felt that it was impossible for them to not have feelings for each other. Moreover, Xianxia saw that the man lying on the bed had red luck on him. People with such luck usually had fortuitous encounters. With great luck, they would encounter all kinds of treasures and, of course, meet all kinds of beautiful women. Beautiful women with beautiful bones and beautiful skin were also treasures. Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to the earthworm and asked, "What's wrong with the man in the room? Are you blind?" Xianxia chuckled. The earthworm's skin was so tight now. He said, "I've seen Liren." The earthworm immediately stuck out its tongue like the pug and asked, "Is Liren all right?" Xianxia glanced at him and didn't speak. The earthworm ran around Xianxia's feet and asked, "Did something happen to Liren?" "He's fine. He's just looking for trouble for me." "Oh, that's good." The earthworm breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Liren was fine. As for what he was looking for, the earthworm didn't care. The earthworm gave the medicine to the little girl, saying that it was medicine with spiritual energy and was good for cultivators' injuries. The little girl nodded and washed the medicine and put the rice in the medicine pot. The earthworm looked at Xianxia sitting on the bamboo chair and drinking tea leisurely and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Xianxia said, "I'm on vacation recently. I'm going to stay here for a while and rest." The earthworm immediately said, "There are so many places. Why do you have to stay here?" "Because the scenery here is beautiful and the air is fresh. It's suitable for a vacation." Xianxia felt that it was necessary to take the little girl out to see the world. Otherwise, she would be bewitched by any man. When she saw more, she wouldn't be so short-sighted. The earthworm was very unhappy, but it couldn't say anything. "There's no place for you to live here." "It doesn't matter. I can sleep on the hanging rope like little dragon maiden." It didn't matter whether she slept or not. Xianxia asked, "Little girl, you've started cultivating, right? Where did you get the secret book?" As Xianxia had expected, it was really the earthworm who had sneaked into the human sect and stolen it. Moreover, it had secretly observed for a long time and knew which book was stolen by the disciples of the human sect who were annoyed by their cultivation. Then, it had secretly dug a hole and dragged it back. Xianxia stretched out his hand. "Let me see that secret book. Maybe the one you dragged out is the lowest level secret book. I see that the little girl's spiritual energy fluctuations are not strong. Maybe it's because of the secret book." The little girl walked into the room and took out a secret book from the box. Xianxia looked at the secret book and said to the little girl, "A new shocking world has begun. You don't need to cultivate this secret book." "Why?" The earthworm was unhappy. It took him a long time to get it. She said she shouldn't cultivate it. The most important thing was that she had cultivated it for many years. Now, she had to start from scratch. Ningxu looked at her from the corner of his eyes. It's such a clear secret book. If the little girl goes out in the future, she will be recognized. Do you think those sects will be easy to talk to? The secret book of her sect was leaked. This matter could be big or small. From today onwards, you will cultivate with me. Ningxu said to her. The little girl looked at the earthworm. The earthworm said dryly and reluctantly, cultivate with her. This person's character is not good, but her strength is still good. Character is not good? Okay. The little girl nodded to Ningxu. Also, call her sister. Ningxu said seriously. The earthworm rolled his eyes. What a shameless two-legged monster. By the way, what's the little girl's name? He couldn't call her little girl. The child had entered puberty and needed to be taught. After all, this girl crawled out from her stomach. Although she wasn't related to her by blood, this was fate. Moreover, she had accepted this girl's mother's gift, so she still had to do something. It was also a good time for her to relax. So many years had passed, so why was there a need to rush? If she finished everything now, wouldn't the rest of her life be too boring? Then, it didn't seem appropriate to call her sister. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, you should call me aunt. The little girl was stunned for a moment and nodded. The other party was an elder, so naturally, she would do whatever she said. Xianxia, her name is Xianxia. Ningxu felt like he had asked for her name before, so he said to the earthworm, I don't think it was this name last time. As for the name, Ningxu couldn't remember. The earthworm looked at Ningxu with disdain. The name from before wasn't nice, so I went out for a walk to give the child a nice name. Alright, as a scumbag mother who didn't do anything and didn't take responsibility, Ningxu had no right to question the earthworm. The earthworm threw out a sentence, at that time, where were you? Ningxu became a dud. Xianxia, don't boil the medicine anymore. I'll go treat him. After he leaves, we'll start cultivating in seclusion, Ningxu said to Xianxia. When you're successful in your cultivation, I'll take you to the pugilistic world. Okay. Xianxia revealed a pure and happy smile. Ningxu walked into the room and glanced at the man on the bed. He took out a few spirit stones and set up a spirit-gathering formation to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Since he was a cultivator, his body would naturally absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Xianxia watched curiously from the side. The secret manual that this man cultivated was a little special. Even when he was unconscious, his body was absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and his complexion was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia's expression was very surprised. Ningxu said, Uncle said that the people who cultivate outside can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They're very powerful. Your uncle is right. If you don't have absolute strength to back you up, you mustn't wander about recklessly, understand? Ningxu hurriedly instilled in Xianxia that the world was a dangerous place. When Hanchen woke up, he found that there were two women beside the bed. One of them had fair skin and was wearing makeup between her eyebrows. She was wearing clothes that revealed her shoulders and waist. He had never seen a woman wearing clothes like this. He looked down at her with an indifferent gaze. As for the girl beside him, she exuded a youthful aura. She was wearing a long dress, and her eyes were incomparably pure and filled with curiosity. Two beautiful women. His lips were dry and cracked, and he couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick them. With a hoarse and deep voice, he said, Can you give me some water? He could feel the rich spirit chi in the surroundings and was a little shocked. What a rich spirit chi, in this sect, only the inner disciples could cultivate in a place with such dense spirit chi. As he absorbed the spiritual energy, wisps of spiritual energy entered his body, nourishing his dry body. All right. Xianxia immediately went to pour some water for Hanchen. Hanchen struggled to sit up. With this cold woman beside him looking at him, he couldn't really let this little girl feed him. Are you the ones who saved me? Thank you for saving my life. Ningxu said indifferently, It's okay. You'll taste better after you recover. Hanchen was stunned. What did this mean? She wanted to eat him. The wounds on Hanchen's body gradually healed, revealing his original appearance. He was very handsome, and there was a strand of hair hanging down from his forehead, making him look even more unrestrained. Even Xianxia couldn't help but look at Ningxu in surprise. Could it be that auntie was a divine beast like uncle? In any case, uncle was a divine beast. However, uncle always looked down on humans as two-legged monsters, but he had never said that he would eat humans. This auntie actually wanted to eat humans. Ningxu revealed a warm smile. I'm just joking. Why would I eat humans? Xianxia, it's time for lunch. What do you want to eat? The earthworm crawled in and spoke in human language. Han Chen, who was lying on the bed, bulged his eyes. A blood-red snake that looked like a big earthworm spoke. It was said that spirit beasts that gained intelligence were similar to humans. Yo, two-legged monster, you're awake? The earthworm wriggled its body and crawled to the side of the bed. To be honest, Han Chen had never seen such a disgusting spirit beast. However, seeing that the other two women were calm, he naturally couldn't show any disgust. I'm awake. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Han Chen felt that these three were all spirit beasts. Two spirit beasts in human form. Although one of them hadn't taken human form yet, it spoke very smoothly. It was obvious that it had already gained intelligence. It's nothing. Xianxia brought you back. Although I hate two-legged monsters, but, you talk too much. Go and cook. Ningxu interrupted the earthworm. Han Chen saw the wriggling earthworm leave angrily. It seemed that the strongest one here was this woman. To be honest, the way she was dressed, her shoulders were exposed, and her two thin arms were exposed. Her thin shoulders and lines made people not dare to look at her too much. Even the women in brothels didn't dare to dress like this. However, she didn't have the gaudy taste of brothels at all. Instead, it made people not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. When did this forest have such a powerful spirit beast? Han Chen felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Han Chen groaned and lay down, pretending to be uncomfortable to avoid the two women's gazes. Oh my God, don't look at me like that. She had great charm and innocence. In the sect, there were very few beauties like her. In the sect, the girls who had a little bit of talent all had eyes on their heads. Moreover, she was a spirit beast. She was full of mystery. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, what kind of eyes are you looking at them with? Are you imagining the scene of a mother and daughter pair flying together? Ningxu had met many stallions. Sisters of Huang and Envying, he took in both mother and daughter. Ningxu wanted to gouge out this B***tch's eyeballs. Han Chen blinked and met her gaze. He felt pain in his eyes, as if he was going to go blind. Thus, Han Chen didn't dare to look anymore and quickly closed his eyes. Heh, how wretched. He didn't feel anything when he looked at her openly, but when he looked at her like this, his eyes immediately drifted away. It was really indescribable wretchedness. Do you think you're a shy little girl? Xianxia, follow me. Ningxu prepared to teach Xianxia a peerless martial art. This peerless martial art didn't care about one's foundation, and the upper limit was very high. Although the name was a little lame, it was useful. When would he give this peerless martial art a resounding name? Moreover, it would be a world-shaking name that would resound through the void. He had to think about this name carefully. Ningxu made Xianxia sit cross-legged and then told her the cultivation method of the peerless martial art. Then, he set up a spirit-gathering formation around her and embedded spirit stones around her. Sorry, with so many spirit stones, one could be willful. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation at all. She looked like an ordinary person, but from her behavior, she didn't seem like an ordinary person. Please. An ordinary person wouldn't be so relaxed in the depths of the mountains. Without absolute strength, they wouldn't be so calm. Ever since he entered the mountains, he had been trembling with fear. His nerves were tense, afraid that an accident would happen, or that he would encounter an undefeatable spirit beast. The most frightening thing was her eyes. When she looked at him, he felt as if he had been seen through, and all the secrets in his heart had been cut open. He didn't dare to look at her directly. Ningxu only drank a little soup and didn't eat anything else. The food made by earthworms was only edible. As for the taste, it was secondary. It wasn't as delicious as the heart. On the path of adulthood, earthworms were inferior to the heart. You should learn more about cooking, Ningshu said. Without waiting for the earthworms to explode, he returned to the system space and opened the exchange mall. He saw that there was a marrow cleansing pill. There was no need for it to be so complicated, with pill formulas and various ingredients. It could be done with some merit points. There was no need to look for medicinal herbs all over the world. After exchanging for a fasting pill, Ningshu returned. Xianxia was washing the dishes, and Han Chen was also helping. Xianxia, come here. Ningshu leaned against the door and waved at Xianxia. Han Chen felt that this woman was really dressed like this and leaned against the wall or the door as if she didn't have any bones. It made his heart itch. Little girls had their own charms, but old people had their own charms. Damn. Xianxia dried her hands and followed Ningshu into the room. Ningshu set up a barrier and took out the fasting pill. Eat it. It will hurt a little. You have to be mentally prepared. Xianxia took the fasting pill and put it in her mouth. The fasting pill turned into a warm current that flowed down her throat and into her lungs. Then, a huge pain spread throughout her body. Xianxia wailed in pain and curled up her body. It was as if there were countless small steel knives in every corner of her body, constantly scraping and drilling. It was so painful that she was in a daze. Auntie, I'm in so much pain. Xianxia looked at Ningshu with a ferocious expression. Auntie, save me. Ningshu comforted her, bear with it, bear with it. At the same time, he lit some agarwood, which could calm the mind. Holy shit, Ningshu, what did you do to Xianxia in there? The earthworms outside the barrier heard the inhuman screams inside and rammed into the barrier. If you dare to hurt Xianxia, I won't let you off the hook. You're such a bad person. You usually don't care about others, but now you're here with a child. You're a pervert. Han Chen had no idea what was going on, so he frowned and tried to calm the earthworm down. It's fine. Elder won't harm Xianxia. Brat, get lost. Don't talk to me. He was anxious to death, but this brat was making sarcastic remarks. Han Chen, Ningshu shouted towards the outside, get lost. Don't yell outside. Xianxia took the marrow cleansing pill, so it's normal for her to feel some pain. Fasting pill? Han Chen was stunned. Why would there be a fasting pill all of a sudden? A sense of disappointment welled up in his heart. If Xianxia had a fasting pill, she wouldn't need him anymore. She wouldn't need him to search for pill formulas and medicinal herbs. Hearing that it was a fasting pill, the earthworm didn't dare to yell anymore. It could only mumble and pace around the door. Why did you lock me outside too? Xianxia hugged her arms and curled up, trembling in fear. Her clothes were stained brown by her sweat. These were the impurities in her meridians. The impurities were discharged from her pores, and gradually, the stains turned black. Her clothes were wet, and at the same time, there was a disgusting stench. The torturous marrow cleansing finally came to an end. Xianxia's body was weak, and she collapsed on the bed. It took her a long time to regain her strength. As soon as she raised her hand, she smelled the disgusting stench. It stinks. I'm going to take a bath. Xianxia leaped up from the bed and rushed to the door, but she was bounced back by the barrier. Ningshu removed the barrier, and Xianxia ran out. Covering her face, she ran to the kitchen and poured water on her body without caring about anything else. As soon as Xianxia appeared, the stench on her body dissipated with the wind. Han Chen couldn't help but cover his nose. It stinks. At the same time, he felt a little envious. Although it stinks, it's a normal reaction after marrow cleansing. Looking at the woman leaning against the door, Han Chen couldn't help but want to ask where the marrow cleansing pill came from. The earthworm found clothes for Xianxia to change into. When Xianxia came out again, she exuded an ethereal aura. Her skin was glowing, as if it was plated with a layer of gentle light. This was the effect of the marrow cleansing pill. It could expel the impurities in one's body. Ningshu said to Xianxia, start cultivating now. Nourishing her meridians with spiritual energy and slowly cultivating, Xianxia's strength could steadily increase. Auntie, can we go out? Of course. He spent some time teaching Xianxia so that she wouldn't make a big mistake or hurt her lungs. There were some things that Xianxia should understand, and there were some principles that Xianxia should understand. Only when one knew the darkness of the world and still chose to be kind was true kindness. The current Xianxia could only be said to be pure, not kind. Xianxia started cultivating. Her progress was much faster than before, but compared to people with smooth meridians, Xianxia's speed couldn't be considered fast. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Many people didn't have a foundation and couldn't even enter the door of cultivation. Xianxia could at least enter the door. Xianxia felt that Xianxia's foundation was definitely not good. She might not even have the aptitude to cultivate. Now that she could cultivate, she should be satisfied. After obtaining Xianxia's permission, Xianxia ran to Han Chen and said that she wanted to go out with him to play in a crowded place. Han Chen asked, "Is your auntie coming with us?" "Yes, it's rare for my auntie to come here." "Of course she wants to bring me around to play," Xianxia said. Han Chen was excited and nervous. He nodded and said, "Okay, you don't know much about the outside world. I'll be your guide." To be able to recognize a powerful spirit beast in human form, it had to be a divine beast. It was beyond the realm of spirit beasts. It was a powerful existence. "Okay." Xianxia bounced back to her room and began to pack her things. Xianxia handed her a spatial meson. With this thing, she didn't have to carry big and small bags. Xianxia taught Xianxia how to use this thing and told her not to show it around. Meson spaces were treasures. They could store many things. It was an independent space. Han Chen quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. When he went out, he wouldn't encounter such a place. Han Chen spent the night in a nervous mood. When he thought about going out with two women tomorrow, he was indescribably nervous. And they were both spirit beasts. /BK the next day, Han Chen wasn't in good spirits. Xianxia even asked him what was wrong. On the phone, Han Chen only said that the cultivation problem had been solved. After breakfast, the family, including the earthworm, left together. Xianxia didn't want to bring the earthworm along, but the earthworm shamelessly insisted on following them. It didn't trust Xianxia at all, afraid that Xianxia would lead Xianxia astray. In the earthworm's heart, Xianxia was a bad person. She squeezed it dry and even threatened it for no reason. In short, she was a bad woman. One is marked by the company one keeps. A cute and innocent two-legged monster like Xianxia would also become sophisticated and annoying when she was by Xianxia's side. The earthworm wanted Xianxia to maintain this pure heart and not be tainted by the filthy world. Xianxia glanced at the earthworm. Of course, he knew what the earthworm was thinking. She was filthy. If Xianxia didn't teach her what should be taught, she would have to rely on herself to figure out her life. When the time came, it would be better to understand the truth from the beginning. Han Chen felt a lot of pressure. Suddenly, with three spirit beasts with him, he was filled with a sense of security. Although he didn't gain much here, he got to know three spirit beasts, and they seemed to be very powerful. It was worth it to be on good terms with strong cultivators. Xianxia took out a black umbrella and held it. Xianxia asked, "It's not raining, why are you holding an umbrella?" Xianxia, "It can protect against the sun. We have to be exquisite piggy girls." The earthworm rolled its eyes. Poor people are particular. When they kill people, their hands are covered in blood. I don't see anything wrong with you. The three of them didn't fly. Instead, they walked on two legs. Xianxia didn't mind. Everything was new to her. Han Chen muttered in his heart. Why didn't they directly fly? Could it be that they were spirit beasts that couldn't fly? Along the way, Xianxia collected a lot of herbs. She said that she could sell them for money and buy food. When she was young, she went out with her aunt, ate candied haws, and bought beautiful clothes. Xianxia suddenly asked, "Auntie, where's that little brother?" "Little demon. He was locked up at home to cultivate." It was obvious that he was detained by the prefect. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen the little demon for a long time. She didn't know if the little demon had grown up. Probably not. Creatures like this had a very long growth cycle. Xianxia was a little regretful that he didn't bring the little devil with him. He looked at the little girl who was the same size as him when they were young. Now, she had become slim and elegant, but he was still a little radish head. He would definitely stomp his feet in anger. Unfortunately, he didn't bring it with him. Even the abyssal prefect wouldn't allow her to see the little devil. Ningxu was a little confused as to why the abyssal prefect was so wary of her. What else could she do to the little devil? Besides, the little devil was born in her world of reincarnation and would return to her world of reincarnation in the future. He didn't understand. What was she going to do to the little devil? How petty. Oh, is that so? That's a pity, Xianxia said before throwing the matter to the back of her mind. However, Han Chen, who was standing to the side, heard these words in his heart and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Could it be that there were other transformed spirit beasts? He couldn't help but feel a little lost. Was it because he was too weak, and had come into contact with too few things? Otherwise, why would he feel like there were spirit beasts in human form everywhere? The three of them came to the nearest town. There were often cultivators flying over the town on their swords, and there seemed to be quite a number of them. Han Chen's expression was a little serious. When he came this time, there weren't so many cultivators. Did something happen? Why did these cultivators gather here? As soon as they came out, Xianxia was very excited, like a bird that was released from a cage. The earthworm turned into a small earthworm and burrowed into the small bag on Xianxia's shoulder. With so many people around, she didn't want to be surrounded. You can buy whatever you like, Han Chen said to Xianxia. Xianxia turned to look at him and asked, do you have money? I have money. He still had this kind of money that ordinary people had, but he didn't have much money for things like spirit stones. For things like food and clothes, he could still afford food, shelter, and transportation. Xianxia shook her head. Forget it. What's yours is yours, not mine. I can't use your money. The earthworm poked its head out of the small bag. And it was very disgusting. See, I taught you well, didn't I? The earthworm proudly showed Ningxu the results of its child-rearing. Ningxu snorted and didn't say anything. Han Chen said, this is just a little money. Besides, you saved my life. Xianxia tilted her head and asked in confusion, I saved you. Can I ask you to do anything? Han Chen successfully choked. That wasn't the way to put it. It wasn't that he could do anything. Sometimes, the words of naive people were irresistible. You don't have to take it to heart. I saved you like I saved a bird that fell into a bird's nest. I didn't expect you to repay me at all. Xianxia didn't care about repayment at all. Han Chen was touched and a little resentful. In the end, he was too weak to give her what she wanted. With two beauties around, the number of people who turned to look was very high. Ningxu's service was different from that of the Gidge of this world. It could even be said that he was a traitor. Men and women were all looking at him. Ningxu was extremely calm as if he didn't feel these gazes. There were also some men who were looking at Ningxu and Xianxia with strange eyes. Han Chen frowned. This group of people was really too high profile. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Ningxu's cold face, the words were stuck in his throat. Xianxia asked, why are they looking at us? That kind of gaze was very uncomfortable. Ningxu said calmly, because we are beautiful. If they don't look at beautiful things, do they look at ugly things? Like earthworms, no one looks at them. Earthworm, *ck your mother, Han Chen wanted to cover his face. Was there a need to be so proud? He previously thought that Xianxia was a little naive, but now it seemed that spirit beasts were generally naive. It wasn't just admiring beautiful things. It was a gaze that was filled with color. There were so many cultivators in the town. If someone recognized them and insisted on robbing them, Han Chen didn't know if he could protect the two women. To protect the two naive women, Han Chen felt that the responsibility on his shoulders was heavy. After walking around for a while, Xianxia found an inn to stay in. As soon as he walked into the inn, he discovered that there were many cultivators staying in the inn. This made Han Chen's expression even more serious. There were so many cultivators flying around outside. There were actually so many people in the inn. These people were sitting together and discussing in low voices. When they saw that someone had come, their gazes all gathered on Ningxu and Xianxia. As for Han Chen, he was directly ignored. Han Chen puffed out his chest and stood in front of the two women, blocking these gazes. They were all men, so they knew what they were thinking. BKTSK, a stinky man stood in front of them, successfully making these cultivators look away. What was so good about a stinky man? Please. The shopkeeper hurriedly came over to greet the three of them and asked if they wanted to eat or stay. 3 rooms, Han Chen said. The shopkeeper was a little troubled. I'm sorry, sir. There are no more 3 rooms. There are no empty rooms, but there is a lower room. The conditions and facilities of the lower room were definitely not as good as the upper room. Han Chen looked at Ning Shu. As a man, he didn't care much about it, but he didn't know if she would be used to it. This kind of person was obviously spoiled. Her aura didn't seem like someone who lived a poor life. For example, when he saw the senior uncle and the silver-haired man, he didn't feel that they lived a poor life. At most, they had heavy responsibilities and were fortunate. A person's temperament contained the path he had walked, the books he had read, and the things he had done. There was also strong confidence. It was hard to imagine that a person who had achieved nothing would have strong confidence. The confidence brought by strength was incomparable. In front of Ning Shu, Han Chen reflexively felt inferior and weak. There was nothing to support his strong confidence. What do you think? Do you want to stay in another place? Han Chen discussed with Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at him. No need. Stay here. But there's only 1 room. A place to shelter from the rain is enough. Sleeping didn't necessarily mean sleeping on a bed. Besides, she didn't need to sleep at all. All right. Han Chen asked the shopkeeper for the only lower room and asked, Shopkeeper, why are there so many cultivators suddenly gathered here? Don't you know? A treasure light flashed in the Xianxia mountain in the west. It was bright for 2 days. Many cultivators were attracted here. A treasure had appeared. Usually, treasures were hidden. For such a high-profile appearance, it was either a peerless treasure or deliberately attracting people to die. And then it evolved. I see. Xianxia asked, what treasure is it? I don't know. Everyone is still searching. Maybe it's something powerful? The shopkeeper said with a smile. The inn's business was good, and he was in a good mood. Although it was a lower room, it was still considered clean. It was much simpler. The quilt was navy blue and looked dark. Xianxia found a vase and placed the bouquet inside, adding some color to the room. The earthworm came out of the pocket and said to Ning Shu, do you want to see that treasure? Ning Shu, we'll see. What kind of treasure could there be? With the restrictions of the plane, it was impossible for something to be born that exceeded the capacity of the plane. The plane would not go so far as to create an uncontrollable thing. Therefore, Ning Shu would be the first to not believe that it was powerful and precious. Han Chen looked at the cramped room. It was too small. With the 3 of them squeezed together, Han Chen seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of a woman's body. It made him feel a little embarrassed. Han Chen said, do you want to live in a commoner's house? The room is too small. There were so many houses in the town that there were bound to be people with empty houses. Ning Shu sat down, waved his hand and said, no need. Isn't this harming people? Harm people? Han Chen was stunned for a moment, and then his expression turned a little ugly. Will someone come to make trouble for us? Ning Shu touched his face and said narcissistically, of course. Otherwise, it would be a waste of my face. Han Chen was speechless. Since he knew that his appearance was impactful and would make people have evil thoughts, why didn't he keep a low profile and cover it up? Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. Keep a low profile? No way. It wasn't easy for me to become beautiful, but you actually want me to hide it? What's the point of being beautiful? It's not for others to see. It's for my own happiness. There was no such thing as beauty being the original sin in her body. Not having the strength to protect beauty was the original sin. Xianxia asked in confusion, who's coming to make trouble for us? We didn't offend anyone. Ning Shu reached out and touched Xianxia's smooth skin. His hand slid to her chin and his index finger slightly lifted Xianxia's chin. With such a beautiful face, it would be wrong if no one coveted it. Gulp. When Han Chen saw this scene, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Oh my god, she must be a vixen. A woman with a charming face lifted the chin of another girl. Mature charm collided with naivety. It was too impactful. Han Chen felt his nose itch. He was afraid that his nose was going to bleed. The earthworm immediately jumped up and shouted at Ning Shu, "Damned woman, don't teach the child bad things. Such an innocent child shouldn't listen to such dirty things." Ning Shu let go of Yang Yang's chin. "Just wait. Someone will definitely come later." Staying in the room of an ordinary person was the same as dragging ordinary people in. Just a little of the aftermath of a battle was enough to kill ordinary people. Why? Yang Yang insisted. Some men's cultivation is more evil. They like to harvest in to nourish yang. When they see a beautiful woman, the first thing they think of is sex and strength. Aha! The earthworm screamed and said to Yang Yang, "Quickly cover your ears. Don't listen, don't listen." Ningxu was speechless. What was going on? She was spreading the knowledge of puberty here. The earthworm's exaggerated behavior seemed to be too dirty to talk about. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, but the earthworm was so noisy. She shouldn't have brought the earthworm here. Han Chen also felt a little embarrassed and couldn't sit still. At night, the cold stars dotted the sky. It was quiet. There were some faint sounds, as well as the sound of footsteps. The low-class room was suddenly filled with a smell. It seemed to be sleeping incense. Ningxu lay on the bed. The corners of her mouth curled up. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. The people outside the room heard the breathing of the person in the room. Obviously, he had lost consciousness. Using spiritual energy, they directly opened the door and chuckled. Beauties. The invader rubbed his hands excitedly. If he offered these two women, he would definitely get a lot of money. He walked toward the bed with a rope in his hand, ready to tie the two women up. However, before he could touch the beauties on the bed, his hands were tied. In an instant, his body was entangled. He wanted to speak, but even his mouth was violently blocked. The invader was very frightened because he felt that there was something like a tree root in his mouth. It was rooted in his mouth and seemed to be reaching into his throat. Was she going to stab him in the stomach? Wasn't he unconscious? In the darkness, a clear female voice sounded. Light the lamp. Thanks to the cultivation of calligraphy, he could see things even at night. He saw the man who was sleeping on the floor get up and take out a torch to light the lamp. There were two beautiful girls sitting on the bed, causing people to be lost in fanciful thoughts. However, the man's mind was torn apart. He was scared to death. How could he have other thoughts? Woo-woo. The man couldn't speak with his mouth stuffed. He could only make some sounds from his throat. /BK he was looking for a virgin for his master, and a beautiful one at that. It would be even better if she was a cultivator. A cultivator's body was better than an ordinary woman's body, and it gave them more strength. Two top-notch women appeared today, and they came after receiving his master's orders. They just didn't expect the sailboat to come. There was only one man, and he didn't look very strong. There was almost no spiritual energy fluctuation on the two women. They didn't look very strong, and they could be dealt with a bit of knockout incense. This kind of knockout incense was specially made. Even women with cultivation would unconsciously inhale this kind of knockout incense. Because it carried spiritual energy, the body of a cultivator thirsted for spiritual energy. It would be absorbed by the body without anyone noticing. Ordinary women wouldn't be able to detect it. He couldn't figure out why these people didn't fall for it. This was too cruel. She controlled everyone in the inn. Otherwise, why would she say no? Han Chen was also very surprised. He looked at Ningxu. Could it be that she had set up a barrier? It wasn't a barrier, but she had sealed the space of this room. No one outside could hear any movement inside, and no one could enter. A barrier might not have such an effect. The barrier could be broken. But the space wall wasn't so easy to break. Did she think that she was in prison for nothing? I was wrong, please spare me. This guy's knees were very soft. He directly knelt down and begged for mercy. I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again. A grown man cried. Snot and tears flowed down. He was incomparably pitiful. He was too spineless. He cried while observing the expressions of these people. He found that these people all had indifferent expressions, but the young girl revealed a look of pity. The man grabbed the hope of survival and made a move on Xianxia. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was possessed. I won't do such a thing again. I can chop off my own hand. Give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. It was quite appropriate to say that a strong man would cut off his wrist. Xianxia was a little uneasy. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Xianxia, who had never encountered such a thing, was very confused. She didn't know how to deal with this matter. The man continued to work hard. He gritted his teeth and said, I can chop off a hand and a leg. Give me a chance, please. Ningxu just watched the man's performance. Han Chen felt that he had no right to speak, so he kept his mouth shut. Earthworm looked on mockingly. That was the nature of two-legged monsters. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. When he did evil, it was simply terrifying. Regardless of whether it was killing other living beings, even if it was their own kind, they would not show any mercy. Earthworm felt that he shouldn't have brought Xianxia out. What was wrong with letting her live in the mountains? If he came out to live with these filthy humans, sooner or later, he would also become filthy. That damned woman was simply too hateful. She even purposely brought her out to taint Xianxia's body with human filth. For a moment, the man was the only one in the room acting out a one-man show. He cried and wailed by himself. Auntie, is there no chance for you to correct your mistakes? Ningxu asked. Yes, it depends on what kind of mistake you made. Some mistakes are not qualified to be corrected. Ningxu said, Miss, I'll take you to see something. Ningxu grabbed Xianxia and prepared to teleport to a room. He wanted to take her to see something exciting. What are you going to do? If you want to go, let's go together. What are you going to do? Earthworm looked at Ningxu warily. He was like an old hen protecting its chicks. Alright, let's go together. Bring him along. Let's see if he has the right to correct his mistakes. Ningxu directly set up a spatial tunnel. After all, there were too many people, and the spatial treaty couldn't be used. At the same time, he made these people invisible to prevent them from being discovered. Too lazy to listen to the man begging for mercy, the vine reached into the man's mouth again. Come in. Ningxu walked in front and dragged the man away. Xianxia hurriedly followed. Earthworm crawled onto Xianxia's shoulder. Han Chen hesitated for a moment before following. He was shocked. What kind of method was this? He had heard of flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground, but building a tunnel out of thin air was really unheard of. Soon, they appeared in a room. Before they saw anything, they smelled a sticky and sweet smell. Amidst the sweetness, there was a fishy smell. There was also the sound of panting. It was the sound of a woman in pain. Xianxia covered her mouth as she looked at the man on the bed. A young man was torturing a woman, doing indescribable things. The woman's expression was incomparably painful. Her entire face was contorted. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain this woman was enduring. Earthworm hurriedly used his tail to cover Xianxia's eyes. This was too king disgusting. Woo-woo. The man let out a sound from his throat, trying to remind his master that someone was watching his live porn. Han Chen felt that he had experienced countless embarrassing moments in a single day. As a man, it was inevitable for him to have some reaction when he saw such a scene. He silently stood back. What made Han Chen even more shocked was Ningxu's method. With just a raise of his hand, he came to this room without anyone noticing. Han Chen's reverence grew even stronger. He could kill with just a raise of his hand. Why did he have to do this? It was obvious that he wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson. What should he do? He really wanted to hug his thigh. The man on the bed became more and more diligent. He changed all kinds of positions, torturing the woman until she was on the verge of death. At the last moment, she let out a cry of pain. Then, her breathing became weaker and weaker. She died. The man slowly put on his clothes, not even looking at the dead woman on the bed. Earthworm sighed and let go of his tail. Xianxia saw the woman on the bed and screamed. She instantly alerted young Master Song. Who is it? Come out. He had already set up a barrier. How could anyone barge in? Come out. Xianxia covered her mouth. The miserable state of the woman on the bed exceeded Xianxia's image. She was a young and beautiful woman just a moment ago. Now, she was shriveled. Her smooth skin was wrinkled and filled with wrinkles. She opened her mouth. She was like a dried corpse. Her skin had lost all its moisture. It was like tree bark. This was too challenging. Ningxu said, "Do you think this little thief has the right to correct his mistake? If he has the right, then the woman on the bed is innocent. Is this fair to the woman on the bed?" Xianxia covered her mouth and shook her head with tears flowing down. This was too challenging. Xianxia didn't even have the slightest bit of pity left in her heart. Who is it? Come out. Young Master Song only heard someone speak. It wasn't a single person, but he couldn't see anyone. Although young Master Song was called young master, he was actually very old. Now, he looked like a young man. That was because he took the vitality of women all year round, especially virgins. Humans were really an amazing race. Cultivation was like fighting against the heavens, and they had to fight for all sorts of resources to replenish themselves. All sorts of cultivation techniques were born. There were also those who walked the crooked path and created evil techniques. Since they couldn't win against the heavens, they would fight from their own kind. Women seemed to have an inexplicable power. There were emperors who used women's menstrual blood to refine pills in order to obtain immortality. Some even used imperial concubines to obtain immortality. Some cultivators used women's yin to replenish their yang to obtain power. Women could give birth to children and life. It was indeed a magical thing. Ningxu deactivated his invisibility and appeared in the room. Who are you people? Young Master Song's eyes lit up. He was still thinking about these two women in his heart when they appeared. But they suddenly appeared in his room and didn't even touch the barrier. At this moment, his mind was still clear. Especially when he saw the person wrapped in vines, he squinted his eyes and sat on the bed. There was also a woman's corpse lying on the bed. Xianxia felt that he was extremely evil and his body gave off an uncomfortable aura. Yo, beauties, why are you looking for me? Are you lonely in the middle of the night? Ningxu said calmly, yes, I'm bored, empty, and lonely, so I came to find you to play. Okay, tell me how you want to play. Young Master Song was quite strong and was very calm when facing people who came to find him. Ningxu was like an innocent little girl. He smiled and said, I'll listen to you. I can play with you how you want to play. Damn, what kind of conversation was this? Obscene and shameless. Earthworm looked down in disdain. He was teaching a kid bad things. Xianxia felt really uncomfortable and couldn't sit still. Young Master Song smiled. He leaned his body and placed his arm on the pillow. He tilted his head and looked at Ningxu. Of course, it's a game that can allow you to reach the heavens. You will fall in love with such a game. Ningxu said to Xianxia, how do you want to play? Xianxia's face was ashen white. She said softly, Auntie, I want to leave first. This person's gaze was really evil. She felt like her clothes were being ripped off by him. He just sat beside the corpse as if nothing had happened. How could there be such an evil person in this world? Han Chen whispered to Ningxu, forget it, this person has a very strong background, and he himself is also very strong. Ningxu only said, bear with it for now, the more you think about it, the angrier you get. Take a step back, and the more you think about it, the more you'll lose. What was there to endure? It didn't exist. So what if her background was strong? In terms of background, she had the entire organization behind her. Was she strong or not, she could drag Skeleton along and fight her way to their door. Fearless, Han Chen, he didn't really understand the violent tempers of these spirit beasts. Ningxu turned to Xianxia and asked, how do you think we should deal with these two? Can I say kill him? Xianxia was very upset. She had come out to play, but she didn't expect to encounter such a terrible thing. Xianxia almost vomited at the sight of the dead woman lying on the bed. Imagining herself in that woman's shoes, Xianxia shuddered. Ningxu smiled. Of course. Wu, the tied-up man, begged young Lord Song for help. Young Lord Song didn't care about this person at all. Whether he lived or died, it didn't matter to him. He was just a servant who helped him find women. Even if he didn't, there were others who would do it for him. One less wouldn't make a difference. But what he cared more about was what these people relied on to dare to kill his people in front of him. The vines on the man's body began to tighten. The vines in his mouth directly went down his throat and into his stomach. Blood gushed out of the man's mouth. His eyes were wide open, and he soon breathed his last. Ningxu retracted the vines. The man fell to the ground with a plop. His body was covered in blood, and he died with his eyes open. The thick smell of blood filled the entire room. Young Lord Song's smile was a bit stiff, and he was secretly on guard. Vines, he had some impression of this attack, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of it. Young Lord Song didn't plan to fight these people head-on. He wanted to leave, but he was stopped by an invisible thing. Set up a barrier, young Lord Song took out a white bone. This was his weapon. This white bone was lustrous like jade. It didn't look like a bone, but more like a piece of jade. The white bone gradually grew bigger and spun in the air to attack the three of them. But it was stopped by the invisible thing. The white bone crashed into the spatial wall again and again, but it couldn't break through. Ningxu felt that after comprehending the spatial laws, fighting was much more convenient. He didn't need to use much strength. He could use the spatial laws to lock people up. Catching a turtle in a jar, fighting could be very elegant. Young Lord Song's expression was very ugly. He couldn't hit them, and he couldn't run. This time, he had really attracted trouble. How stupid, attacking without investigating clearly, what the hell, Ningxu stretched out his vines. Instantly, the room was filled with vines. These vines quickly extended towards young Lord Song. Damn, red-clothed demoness? Young Lord Song was dumbfounded. He hurriedly dodged the vines. When was the red-clothed demoness? She hadn't appeared in so many years. Wasn't the red-clothed demoness a red-clothed woman? This woman was now dressed in black. Could she be the descendant of the red-clothed demoness? Otherwise, she wouldn't have the same attacking method. Young Lord Song didn't have the heart to fight anymore. He only wanted to escape. The main thing was that the red-clothed demoness had destroyed several cities with her endless vines. She destroyed the cities, but the cities kept humans captive. That was how the current situation was formed. There were various sects, countries, and royal families. Although it was not judged by later generations that the red-clothed demoness did the right thing, but the red-clothed demoness' ferocity could not be erased. Young Lord Song only wanted to protect his life. The most important thing was to spread the news that the red-clothed demoness or her descendant had appeared. He was afraid that the red-clothed demoness had appeared with a mission. Who knew, it might be another change in the world. Ningxu exclaimed, "How do you know me? How many years had it been?" According to the flow of time in this world, it was at least a few hundred years. Young Lord Song, what the hell, how do you know me? Is it the red-clothed demoness herself? No, wasn't she a red-clothed demoness? Why is she dressed in black? Han Chen was also shocked. He looked at Ningxu in shock. Damn, red-clothed demoness, is this for real? The red-clothed demoness was a spirit beast, it had been a few hundred years. She had disappeared, so why did she suddenly appear? Even if Han Chen didn't plan to go against Ningxu, he felt his legs go soft. He was afraid of JGP, young Lord Song continued to dodge the vines. But the vines that covered the sky were unable to dodge at all. His hands and legs were wrapped by the vines. He hung in midair and swayed. Young Master Song kept struggling, but the vines were like iron chains and he couldn't break free at all. Young Master Song felt like he was a fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board. Young Master Song hated the man lying on the ground. He could offend anyone but the red-clothed woman. Who knew that the red-clothed woman would appear again after so many years? There was no news at all. The various sects and commoners all thought that the red-clothed woman was dead. Otherwise, why wasn't there any news at all? Young Master Song didn't know how many lifetimes of luck he had accumulated to be able to meet the red-clothed woman. This was undoubtedly the world's red rain. Ningshu took out a dagger and used the tip of the dagger to lift up young Master Song's clothes, revealing the dirty thing below. Young Master Song instantly felt a chill down there and he broke out in a cold sweat. His entire body started to tremble. A man's meat looks small, but it's much more useful than his brain. For the sake of 2 taels of meat, many people would do crazy things. Why don't we castrate him first? Ningshu said. Hanshan subconsciously clamped his legs together. Too scary, too scary. He wanted to go home. Earthworm jumped out. She's being tortured. Hurry up and kill him. It's too bloody. The child can't take it. Xianxia was speechless. Did it matter if it was bloody or not? It was all about killing. For some reason, Xianxia wanted to retort. Ningshu wanted to cut it off, but he considered the little girl's endurance. Young Master Song wanted to say something, but the vines blocked his mouth. The vines dug into his stomach, causing young Master Song's face to twist in pain. More and more vines pierced young Lord Song's body, leaving bloody holes in his body. Young Master Song was stronger than the previous one. Even if his body was injured, his body would recover through spiritual energy. The spiritual energy stored in his body would also heal his body. He wouldn't die immediately, but at the same time, he would have to endure more pain for a longer time. He couldn't scream and his face was twisted in pain. Young Master Song finally breathed his last when dawn arrived. His face was filled with relief. Ningshu snapped his fingers and retracted the vines. Done. Young Master Song's corpse fell to the ground. Xianxia's face was numb as she cursed inwardly. Hanshan was speechless. He said weakly, should we deal with these 2 corpses? Ningshu, why do we have to deal with it? Someone will deal with it tomorrow. It's too bloody, I'm too lazy to do it. Xianxia, why don't you find it bloody when you're killing people? In order to prevent herself from being agitated, Xianxia learned how to ridicule others to ease her emotions. Let's go back to sleep. There will be an empty room tomorrow, Ningshu said. That seemed to make sense. If the person who lived in this room died, the room would naturally be empty. Xianxia, the problem is, who would want to stay in a room where someone died? When Xianxia returned to her room, she had nightmares for the entire night. Just as she fell asleep, a commotion broke out in the inn, saying that someone had died. It was so noisy that she couldn't sleep at all. When she opened her eyes, she saw that her aunt was eating melon seeds. Her head was heavy as she said, "Aunt, now that it's out, will people find out that we did it?" Why are you panicking? We did it, so what if we didn't? Ningshu said calmly. Cultivate for a while. Look at how pale your complexion is. Xianxia sat cross-legged and started to cultivate. She calmed down and cultivated, but the effects were minimal. The 3 of them went downstairs to eat breakfast. There were already many cultivators gathered in the main hall. They looked at the 3 of them and started to discuss young Master Song's death. They were all discussing who they offended. There were so many holes in his body, and they couldn't even tell what kind of weapon it was. The main reason was that the wounds were too irregular. Brother, did you hear anything yesterday? No, there was no movement at all. It's weird, doesn't young Master Song feel pain? There are so many holes in his body. Who did it? Old Ancestor Wuyu is going to suffer. Old Ancestor Wuyu only had 1 grandson. If he was targeted by that old monster, he would rather die. Very few people dared to touch young Master Song because they were afraid of old Ancestor Wuyu. Young Master Song had killed so many women. Finally, someone made a move. When Han Shen heard these discussions, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Who would have thought that the murderer would be sitting right next to him? Moreover, it was a red-clothed demoness. Only he knew, and he couldn't say it out loud. Looking at Ningshu who was eating a steamed bun, Han Shen felt terrible. Ningshu glanced at him. Why are you looking at me? What's the matter? Han Shen hurriedly shook his head. Nothing, nothing. After discussing young Master Song, these people started to talk about the treasure of Xianxia Mountain. Ningshu said, let's go to Xianxia Mountain to join in the fun and see what kind of treasure it is. Let Xianxia see the world. Xianxia, I don't want to see the world. Who knew what would happen next? Han Shen didn't say anything. A woman who could destroy a city was definitely strong. There was no need to worry at all. Those vines that covered the sky were a headache. Han Chen's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of security. After breakfast, Ning Shu brought the two of them to Xianxia Mountain with other cultivators to try their luck. Xianxia Mountain was actually a wasteland. There were a few plants growing here and there, but they were sparse. The entire mountain didn't seem to have any vitality. Ning Shu nodded and said, "It seems that there really is a treasure in Xianxia Mountain." Yang asked, "Auntie, how did you determine that there is a treasure?" Earthworm jumped out and said, "Isn't it simple? The vitality of this mountain has been absorbed. Do you think that a treasure is born casually? It needs vitality and energy." Ning Shu said, "You're smart." Yang temporarily forgot about the murder and asked curiously, "Where is the treasure hidden?" There were people flying around the mountain looking for this treasure, but they couldn't find it after such a long time. Ning Shu spread his hands. "I don't know. Who knows if it's hidden?" "You don't know either?" Han Chen asked. Logically speaking, with her strength, she was the most likely person to obtain the treasure here. But looking at her, she didn't seem to be very interested in the treasure. Han Chen felt that he couldn't be so indifferent. Ning Shu released his spiritual power and searched the entire mountain, looking for the place with the strongest vitality. Since it had absorbed so much vitality, it was natural that the treasure would have a strong vitality. Surprisingly, Ning Shu didn't sense anything exuding vitality from this mountain. This was a little strange. Could it be that the treasure had run away, or did it restrain all the vitality on its body? Interesting. Or could it be that this treasure had already gained sentience? A treasure with sentience was no longer an ordinary treasure. The treasure had probably already disappeared. It suddenly exploded and ran away as if its butt was on fire. These cultivators were going to flip the land of the Purple Summer Mountain. They had probably been flipping it for a long time. It seemed that it would be difficult to find this treasure. Han Chen asked, "Can you find the treasure?" Ning Shu rolled his eyes. "How would I know? Do you think I'm a god?" Han Chen, "Isn't that a god, a red-clothed demoness, a demoness? Ah, a demoness is still very godly." Yang didn't care about the treasure at all. She said, "Why don't we go back?" She thought that she came out to have fun and buy gifts. She didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Ning Shu said, "Since we're already out, why should we go back so quickly? I don't know when I'll be able to come again, so we have to cherish this opportunity." Moreover, he didn't know what kind of treasure it was. He was a little curious and just wanted to see this treasure. As for whether he could obtain it or not, Ning Shu was very relaxed and didn't care at all. Yang, it was so uncomfortable. She wanted to go home. Ning Shu used his spiritual energy to scan the Purple Summer Mountain over and over again. Other than the Purple Summer Mountain, Ning Shu expanded his spiritual energy and expanded the area around the Purple Summer Mountain. All kinds of spiritual energy interweaved in the entire Purple Summer Mountain. The cultivators were looking for the treasure. The treasure lit up and disappeared without a trace. They were all wondering if there was a treasure in the Purple Summer Mountain. They couldn't find anything even after a carpet search. The news that there was a treasure in the Purple Summer Mountain was almost fake. Some cultivators didn't look too good. They wasted time and didn't get anything. If they didn't find any treasure, it would be fine if they found other natural treasures. But the problem was that they didn't find anything. There wasn't even a slightly better medicinal herb. What a waste of time. Ning Shu continued to expand his spiritual energy. In any case, his spiritual energy condensed into stars in his sea of consciousness and scattered down like a net. The distance was getting further and further. He found a small green dot in a place. This green dot represented vitality. And it was already very far away from the Purple Summer Mountain. If this little green dot was a treasure, then it would be able to run very fast and its movement speed would also be very fast. No wonder there was nothing on Xianxia Mountain. Sigh, this is simply IQ suppression. Others know to run away when they have treasures, but these cultivators are actually still wandering around in search of treasures. His IQ was worrying. The cultivator probably felt that the treasure did not have any spiritual intelligence and was at most a slightly more powerful treasure of heaven and earth. Therefore, they would Definitely stay where they were and wait for others to collect them. Natural treasures were not easy to obtain, and they needed a lot of time to grow. Xianxia said, "We're going to do a space jump now. Hold on tight." The earthworm asked, "Have you found the little thing?" "There's something that looks like it. I can go look for it." Xianxia immediately jumped through space. Before Hanshen could react, he felt that his current state was very strange. It was as if he had fallen from a high altitude. His surroundings were blurry. He wanted to throw up. Stop the car quickly. He wanted to get out. After a few more spatial jumps, Xianxia and Hanshen began vomiting as they leaned against a tree. The earthworm felt sorry for Xianxia. "You must be feeling terrible. Come and drink some water." Xianxia took the water bag and rinsed her mouth. Hanshen looked at the earthworm and also wanted to drink some water. The earthworm glanced at him. "It's too embarrassing for a man to vomit like this." Such double standards, Hanshen was speechless. Weren't men human? Hanshen did not expect to get water from the grumpy spirit beast. He scooped some water from the nearby stream and rinsed his mouth. He looked up and saw a jumping radish on the other side of the stream. It was a white and fat radish with forked legs. There was even a green color on its head. Hanshen rubbed his eyes. Radish? He was afraid that he was hallucinating. When Radish discovered Hanshen, it quickly ran away with its two forked radish legs. It bounced around and ran very fast. Before Hanshen could even react, the radish had already disappeared. Hanshen had never seen such a huge ginseng. It was so white and tender. No matter how he looked at it, it was a radish. "What's that?" Hanshen asked Xianxia. Xianxia had already stretched out many vines to track the radish. At the same time, he used the spatial laws to lock the radish up. Xianxia said calmly, "A radish that has become a spirit." Hanshen, the radish looked plump, but it ran very fast in the mountains. It jumped from one tree to another. An agile fatty dodged the vines. Xianxia stretched out his hand. His hand seemed to have crossed a long distance and directly grabbed the radish. The radish was soft and squeaked as it bit Xianxia's hand. When Hanshen saw the radish in Xianxia's hand, he suddenly wanted to kneel down. F***ck, how did he do it? This thief was terrifying. What kind of method was this? Could it be earth shrinking? Damn, the red-clothed demoness was even more terrifying and mysterious than the rumors. "I caught it. What treasure is this?" The earthworm looked at the radish. "It's quite ugly." The crow said that the pig was black. Xianxia was a little flustered after being bitten by the radish. He felt irritated, as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Xianxia silently chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart to suppress this irritated feeling. He turned the radish in his hand over and over again. Meanwhile, Hanshen's face was already flushed red. He stayed away from Xianxia and Xianxia. Now, evil thoughts appeared in his heart. He wanted to do bad things to the two girls. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Aphrodisiac essence?" "Earthworm, Xianxia, Hanshen. There was actually such an otherworldly treasure in the world?" She was a spirit and didn't have a physical body. Yet, she was still affected. Or perhaps this thing could seduce the evil thoughts, and greed in one's heart, causing one to show their ugly side. "I'm not an aphrodisiac. I can only strengthen the body." "A man can't fall down after eating a mouthful of gold," the radish suddenly said. Then, it immediately regretted saying that. "Xianxia, Hanshen, Xianxia, I really want to go home right now." What the hell was this? Was the outside world so incomprehensible? Xianxia nodded. "Oh, so it's for nourishing the kidneys." If he could use the radish to refine pills, it would be a blessing for all men in the world. He didn't quite understand why such a strange thing was born in this world. Could it be that there were too many impotent men in this world, so this thing was born to save all men in the world? Probably not. This thing could seduce the negative thoughts in one's heart. Its attack method was quite interesting. The air became hotter and hotter. As a man, Hanshen was the most affected. His face flushed red, and with a pft, blood spurted out of his nose. He hurriedly covered his nose. Hanshen covered his nose as blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. he couldn't stop it and clamped his legs together. He looked extremely pathetic. What happened to you? Yang asked Han Chen. Han Chen raised his head, afraid that his nose would bleed. He hurriedly said, nothing, the weather is dry, my nose is bleeding. Yang made an O sound and didn't ask any more. The earthworm gave Han Chen a warning look and squeaked at him, humph, be careful. Han Chen smiled bitterly. He didn't want to, but his blood was boiling. What could he do? He didn't want to. Ningxu held a kidney-nourishing thing in his hand. He directly threw the white radish out, and then gathered some water to absorb. What an evil thing. The radish probably didn't expect to be despised and thrown out. It was dumbfounded when it was thrown out. It fell to the ground with a thud. The earthworm asked, why did you throw it out? You want it? Ningxu asked back. The earthworm directly said, I can do it, no need to nourish it. Ningxu chuckled. What was the use of the earthworm being able to do it? As the only earthworm in this world, could it find its own kind, and it just happened to be a female. So what did it matter if the earthworm could do it or not? You want it? Ningxu asked Yang. No. Yang's expression was very disgusted. You want it? Ningxu asked Han Chen again. Han Chen smiled bitterly. Getting close to this thing made his blood boil. It was very uncomfortable. Actually, this thing's value was very high. It was a divine item for men. Sometimes, a man's dignity and confidence were built on these two pieces of meat. Han Chen could see that the red-clothed demoness despised this thing, but she didn't want to kill it, she probably wanted to let it go. In the end, it was a spirit beast, to treat its own kind more kindly. Until now, Han Chen still firmly believed that the red-clothed demoness was a spirit beast, or even a plant that became a spirit. Otherwise, why would the vines cover the sky and earth? The red-clothed demoness must have treated the radish as her own kind. In order to avoid offending the red-clothed demoness, although Han Chen felt that it was a pity, he still said, I don't want it either. I can do it too. Alright then, scram. Ningxu waved his hand at Radish. What a vile hobby, to actually give birth to such a thing. Right now, the radish still had a child's voice, and it was hard to tell if it was a boy or a girl. In the future, when it transformed, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl, it would be a monster. It was as if she had taken an aphrodisiac as soon as she got close. The world of the Nine Palace Mountain was truly mischievous. Radish felt wronged. Previously, when so many people were looking for it, it quickly ran away and disappeared. In its immature mind, it was noble and rare. Being despised like this, Radish felt that its dignity was being challenged. He stood up like a carp and put his hands on his hips. Do you know who I am? Ningxu said directly, I don't care who you are. If you don't get out, I'll stew you to nourish my kidney. It was just something that nourished the kidneys, but it gave him a sense of superiority. Han Chen agreed to stew it to nourish the kidneys, but when he thought of the effects of this, he reckoned that his liver and kidneys would burst. The little radish snorted, patted its butt and turned around too. Leave. You're really letting it go? The earthworm asked. According to Ningxu's personality as a blood-sucking bug, how could he let it go? Although its function was a bit hard to describe, it was useful. It was like that whatever divine oil. One could become rich by selling this kind of medicine. Ningxu only said, since this world gave birth to this thing, it must be useful. Let it complete its mission. Han Chen asked, what mission does it have? Mission, could it be that its mission was to destroy those cities and change the structure of this continent? Han Chen seemed to have understood something, and felt that his realm had suddenly become higher. I'm born with a talent, and I must have a use. If I'm useless, why did the heavens give birth to me? Ningxu, I'm not her, how would I know what mission it has? Han Chen was already used to being rebuked, and his heart didn't waver at all. As expected, he got used to being rebuked. Ningxu said to Yang, I've already seen it, baby. Let's go to a more lively city to play. Yang, Auntie, I don't want to play anymore. I want to return to the deep mountains and forests to cultivate. If I love to cultivate, no one can stop me from cultivating. My desire to cultivate is incomparably strong, and my thirst for cultivation is unbearable. Ningxu, cultivation can be done slowly. You have to cultivate your entire life, so it's fine if you cultivate less. No, I love to cultivate. Xianxia said firmly and righteously. The earthworm directly said, look at you, other children aren't even willing to go out to play with you. Do you know why? It's because you're too cruel. Xianxia used his fingernails to pinch the fleshy earthworm, and gnashed his teeth. Shut up, I'm not, you're wrongly accusing me again. The earthworm felt that its waist was about to be broken. Xianxia's face was malevolent. He turned around and looked at Xianxia with a gentle and kind expression. This is a special situation. Scum like young Master Song are still in the minority. This world is still beautiful, believe in Auntie. Xianxia, she was speechless. According to her auntie's high-profile conduct and beautiful appearance, this kind of trouble would be endless. Goodbye, bye-bye. Xianxia finally understood now. Sometimes, it wasn't you who went looking for trouble, but trouble that came looking for you. Xianxia touched her face. In just a day or two, she felt that she had changed a lot. She felt that she didn't need to be taught anymore. She wanted to go home. There weren't so many tricks in the deep mountains and forests. The roads in the outside world were too slippery. Xianxia asked Xianxia, do you really not want me to bring you around to play? Let's travel thousands of rivers and mountains and see the vast world. Xianxia hesitated and was tempted. She was afraid that she would be stimulated again. Han Chen's nosebleed finally stopped, and he felt much weaker. He said to the two women, recently, the various sects and clans are recruiting disciples. You can go and take a look. The sect also needed an endless stream of new blood. If one wanted to see the world, it was best to go to such a place. The more people there were, the merrier. The more people there were, the more trouble there would be. It couldn't be better to watch the show. Han Chen felt that he had been wandering outside for so long, and it was time to return to the sect. It was a pity that the aphrodisiac essence had already given birth to intelligence and would transform in the future. It could strengthen one's body with just a bite. It was indeed a good thing. But in front of the red-clothed demoness, Han Chen didn't dare to show his desire. Firstly, he was afraid that he would be criticized, and secondly, the red-clothed demoness would be angry. Facing Xianxia, Han Chen didn't have the slightest bit of charm in his heart. Even if a thought popped up in his mind, that cold face would appear in his mind. He was so scared that he shuddered. His entire body was refreshed, and his heart was incomparably pure. Xianxia asked, do you want to enter the sect and experience the life of the sect? Xianxia still couldn't resist the temptation of the world. As for whether she could live in a sect or not, that didn't matter to her. However, she was still a little curious about the life in a sect, so she asked Han Chen about it along the way. Han Chen told Xianxia honestly that there was competition, intrigue, and oppression in a sect. Unfair things could be found everywhere. Everything depended on one's strength. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. After hearing this, Xianxia immediately lost her yearning for the life in a sect. It didn't sound as comfortable as living in the mountains and forests. Xianxia asked, if that's the case, why do you still want to join a sect? Han Chen, this question was a little infuriating. It felt like she was asking him why he didn't eat meat. If there was no food, why didn't he eat meat? Han Chen glanced at Xianxia and said, only by joining a sect can you obtain cultivation techniques, cultivation manuals, and resources. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Not everyone had the opportunity to become powerful. Even if one had talent, without guidance and resources, it would be a waste of talent and they would become an ordinary person. After 100 years, they would become a skeleton. Someone like Xianxia, who had a powerful protector, wouldn't understand the bitterness of being alone. Xianxia was a flower in a greenhouse, loved and protected by others. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. Xianxia nodded and didn't feel anything else. This made Han Chen want to vomit blood. Sigh, it's good to have someone to dote on you. Han Chen said to Xianxia, shall we walk back? Of course. Since they were going to walk for thousands of miles, they had to walk one step at a time. Han Chen. But if we really walk, we won't be able to make it in time for the recruitment ceremony. The world was very vast, and cultivators could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. How could they walk like ordinary people? Ordinary people had to use horses instead of walking. Ningshu, then let's hurry up and stop at a lively place. Ningshu directly teleported with the two of them. With just a few jumps, they were able to reach a small town or a city. With Han Chen's strength, he still couldn't get used to the discomfort brought about by teleporting. Every time he stopped, he would feel dizzy, and he wouldn't know where he was. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Patriarch Warriorless, who was searching for Ningshu's group, only wanted to curse out loud. The markings were like crazy. One moment they appeared here, the next moment they appeared there. The speed was extremely fast. What the hell was going on? Sun Tzu's life jade had already shattered into several pieces, and he couldn't be any more dead. First, he went to Xianxia mountain and collected his grandson's body. Seeing the holes all over his grandson's body, he could imagine how much pain he had suffered when he was alive. The mark jumped around very quickly. One moment, it was here, and the next moment, it ran to another city. It happened in the blink of an eye. What could be so fast? Patriarch Warriorless felt like he was being led around by a dog. He chased after the mark for a long time. The last imprint finally stopped. All the sects and clans gathered in Yin City to recruit disciples. Every time Yin City was bustling with activity, it would be at this time. People from all over the world, including the royal family, would come to participate in the sect's recruitment. Wow, there are so many people here. That person's clothes are so weird. Xianxia couldn't even keep her eyes open. She looked around and chattered away like a sparrow. She bought a big bag of all kinds of new things. As a man, Han Chen naturally became a person who carried things. His hands were full of things. Xianxia bought food, but she didn't eat any of it. She stuffed the rest to Han Chen. Han Chen felt really miserable. After all, it was a big city. Ningshu and Xianxia's faces weren't very conspicuous here. People who saw them would at most take a few glances. Probably because the recruitment was imminent, they didn't want to cause trouble. The inns were naturally full. There was no room at all. They could only sleep on the streets. However, Han Chen found a small courtyard for Ningshu and the others. Although it was very small, it was at least a place to rest. In a crowded city, it wasn't easy to find such a small courtyard. Ningshu gave Han Chen more than 10 top-grade spirit stones. It was considered Han Chen's care during this period of time. He was just short of being Xianxia's servant. Han Chen received the spirit stones, somewhat flattered. When he saw that they were top-grade spirit stones, and there was pure and rich spiritual energy inside, he was even more surprised. Most importantly, these things were given to him by the red-robed demoness. The red-robed demoness. He didn't die in the hands of the red-robed demoness. The red-robed demoness even gave him something. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Top-grade spirit stones were very rare. She even gave him more than 10. Ningshu coldly grunted. You should be familiar with this place. Bring Xianxia out to play more. Okay. Han Chen didn't dare to have any thoughts about these two beautiful women. He wanted to live. Who killed this old man's grandson? Get out here. A thunderous roar resounded through the entire Yin City. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black dot appear in the sky. The black dot was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, it appeared above Yin City and floated above the city. It's old ancestor Wu Yu. Didn't old ancestor Wu Yu go into seclusion for a long time? Why did he come out? Son of a bitch, young Lord Song was killed. Who dares to be so audacious? Old ancestor Wu Yu was vicious and merciless. He was a person who played with poisons. He even poisoned himself and tested all kinds of poisons on himself. Some people said that if old ancestor Wu Yu died, the place where his corpse was would be barren. One could see how poisonous old ancestor Wu Yu was. Poisons hurt people and oneself. Old ancestor Wu Yu used poisons to harm his own body. Therefore, he didn't have many descendants. His son was a human who couldn't cultivate. The only thing that made him proud was that he gave birth to a talented grandson. Old ancestor Wu Yu treated his grandson as his successor. Now that his grandson was gone, one could imagine how angry he was. No one was willing to provoke old ancestor Wu Yu. After all, being targeted by a person who played with poisons and his methods were unpredictable was like being stabbed by a knife. Did no one know about young Lord Song's actions? Of course, they knew. Moreover, he was like a fish in water. He wasn't killed because of old ancestor Wu Yu. Young Lord Song, that pervert, was dead. This was a great thing. At least they didn't have to worry about their sisters or their senior and junior sisters in the sect. Everyone was curious as to who had the guts to kill young Lord Song. The various sects stationed in Yin City entered a state of alert. They were afraid that old ancestor Wu Yu would go berserk and cause a calamity to befall the entire Yin City. If the person who killed young Lord Song was in Yin City, they would hand him over to prevent him from harming the entire Yin City and hindering the recruitment of disciples. Ning Shu exclaimed and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He actually chased him all the way here. Did young Lord Song do something before he died? He clearly knew she was the red-clothed demoness, yet he still sent his family to avenge him. After beating up the young, the old would come. This was a very normal thing in the world of cultivation. There were two types of people in the cultivation world that couldn't be provoked. The first type was children. Who knew what kind of big shot was behind these arrogant children? The second type was old men. Although they didn't look very impressive, they might be some kind of expert. Ning Shu scanned his own soul. It was clean and didn't have any imprint. He then scanned Yang, but didn't find any. That meant it could be Hanchen. Hanchen's face was as pale as a ghost, and his expression was one of terror. Patriarch Wu Yu is here. He was present when young Lord Song was killed. Patriarch Wu Yu couldn't do anything to the red-clothed demoness, but killing him was as easy as squashing an ant. It's over, it's over. A hand descended from the sky, piercing through the roof and grabbing Hanchen. Hanchen was dumbfounded as he was pulled out of the roof. Ning Shu snorted coldly. He wrapped vines around the giant hand and flew out of the hole in the roof. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the sections. All the sects and clans were heading this way. Hanchen was scared silly. He felt like a little kid suffering a calamity in a fight between immortals. Because Patriarch Wu Yu played with poisons, he had an extremely sinister temperament. His figure was stooped, and he wore a cloak on his head. His face was faintly discernible under the hood, making him appear even more sinister and terrifying. Patriarch Wu Yu's voice was hoarse. "Brat, you dare kill my grandson? You must be tired of living." "Hanchen, my life is over?" He didn't kill him. Of course, Hanchen didn't point out that Ning Shu was the one who killed him. Even if he did, Ancestor Wu Yu wouldn't let him off given his gloomy personality. If he acted cowardly and betrayed Ning Shu, he would only die faster. If he resisted, perhaps the red-clothed demoness would save him. In short, he was walking on the edge of a knife. If he wasn't careful, he would be finished. Huh? Isn't that person wearing the uniform of an outer disciple of the Tai Bai sect? Is he from the Tai Bai sect? Everyone looked in the direction of the Tai Bai sect. The face of the elder of the Tai Bai sect suddenly darkened. As an elder of the sect, it was impossible for him to know an outer sect disciple. Outer sect disciples were not as talented as inner sect disciples. Even the inner sect disciples might not be able to recognize all of them, let alone the outer sect disciples with poor talent. You're a disciple of the Tai Bai sect just because you're wearing the uniform of the Tai Bai sect? Are you kidding me? The elder denied it directly. The main reason was that Patriarch Warriolus was truly too venomous. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would wander around the Tai Bai sect and sprinkle a bit of poison, which could change the environment around the Tai Bai sect. It was related to the interests of the entire sect. Even if this person was from the Tai Bai sect, he was not. Moreover, he was just an outer sect disciple. Hanchen's heart turned cold. He understood that he was just an outer sect disciple who didn't have much talent. This was a very realistic world. There was nothing of value on him that was worth the sect saving him. He was destined to be abandoned. Patriarch Warriolus laughed coldly. His laughter was unpleasant to the ears. Tai Bai sect. The elder's face was extremely ugly. Patriarch Warriolus, he's not from the Tai Bai sect at all. If this person is wearing the uniform of the Zilua sect, then he's from the Zilua sect. What nonsense are you talking about? People of the Taibai sect shouldn't slander others. The Ziluo sect immediately jumped up and scolded the elder of the Taibai sect. The elder of the Taibai sect said without any sincerity, "I'm just giving an example. Maybe someone is slandering the Taibai sect by wearing the uniform of an outer sect disciple of the Taibai sect. Besides, how could an outer sect disciple of the Taibai sect kill young Master Song?" The people present clamored and pushed the blame to each other. It was indescribably ugly. Hanchen felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. He couldn't feel a trace of warmth. The elder of the Taibai sect questioned Hanchen, "Who are you? How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Taibai sect? Who ordered you to do this?" Hanchen's lips moved. His face was a little sad, but he didn't say a word. No matter what he said now, it would be useless. If he admitted that he was a disciple of the Taibai sect, he would be accused of having bad intentions. If he didn't say anything, it would be a tacit agreement. What was the difference between saying and not saying anything? Ningxu picked his ears. "Shut up, all of you. It's so noisy." Ningxu pointed at the elder of the Taibai sect. "Old man, shut up. You're already so old, yet you're still so noisy. You don't even let your own disciple go. Are you afraid of being retaliated against? A sect like yours can still recruit disciples? Don't push your own disciples out to block trouble. The disciples of the Taibai sect are really unlucky." The elder was so angry that he staggered. "What nonsense are you talking about? Which sect are you from? You're slandering the Taibai sect." Now, all the sects and clans were stationed in places that attracted talented people in Yin City. If something bad happened at this time, it would directly affect the disciples' selection of sections. If a sect wanted to survive, it needed a steady stream of fresh blood. Otherwise, the sect would weaken. What enmity did he have with the Taibai sect that he had to slander them like this? The elder still wanted to say something, but Ningxu shut his mouth, causing the people of the Taibai sect to lose face. Hanchen was a little moved. Although the red-clothed demoness was a cruel spirit beast, she still dared to take responsibility for her actions. But as a human sect, it made one's heart turn cold. One person in exchange for the safety of the entire sect. No matter how one looked at it, it was worth it. But who would have thought about how sad the person who was abandoned would be? "This person is mine. Who wants to snatch her from my hands? Try it." Ningxu looked at old ancestor Wu Yao and directly admitted, "I killed that bastard grandson of yours. With that lecherous appearance, if I didn't kill him, who else would I kill?" Everyone present sucked in a breath of air. Which clan's junior was this? How could he be so arrogant? "Lowly slave, it's your honor that my grandson likes you." Old ancestor Wu Yao was so angry that he was trembling. Ningxu casually blew on his fingers. "Let me tell you. Not only did I kill him, but I also scattered his soul. Even if you let him possess you first, you won't have a chance." Young Lord Song probably recognized her identity and didn't dare to leave an imprint on her body. He probably recognized that Hanchen was a disciple of the Taibai sect. It was too much of a loss for him to die like this. No matter what, he had to drag someone down with him. Therefore, he attacked the weakest Hanchen. It was best to make the Taibai sect pay the price. This also explained why Patriarch Wu Yu had captured Hanchen and not anyone else. It was because Hanchen had an imprint on his body. Speaking of which, Hanchen was quite innocent. But he was also at the scene of the murder. In short, it was an unexpected disaster. Lowly slave, lowly slave. Old ancestor Wu Yao only knew how to call her lowly slave over and over again. Probably because he had always been revered and feared by others, no one had ever treated him like this. Old ancestor Wu Yao was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Lowly slave, I'm going to kill you." No, killing her would be too easy. He had to torture her until she was better off dead. Han Chen was very touched. Although the red-clothed demonic woman didn't seem to care about him, it seemed like she wanted to save him. However, the sect he belonged to wanted to give up on him and even denied his identity as a disciple of the sect. In an instant, his sense of belonging to the sect became zero. If he could survive this time, he would no longer be a disciple of the white sect. Since the sect didn't recognize him, why would he go back? Patriarch Wu was angered to death by Ningxu. This was different from what he had imagined. At least, she should be trembling in fear and not so arrogant after knowing who he was. Kill her, kill her. Every cell in his body was screaming for him to kill her. Ningxu released vines and tied Han Chen up, pulling him towards the giant hand in the air. Han Chen felt that his body was about to be torn in half by these two forces. Ningxu floated and said to Patriarch Wu, "Let go. This is my man. You killed my grandson and still want me to let him go? Do you think I'm a pushover? I don't care if you're a pushover or not. What Patriarch Wu? You're just an old fart. You're so ugly. Do you think you're invincible after playing with some poison? Is your brain flooded with water?" Han Chen was speechless. "Ancestor, can you not provoke people like this? What if you provoke them and they kill me? At least wait until I'm free from the enemy." The people Patriarch Wu met were either afraid or hid far away. He had never met such a bitch with such a venomous mouth. The onlookers saw how Ningxu provoked Patriarch Wu. After losing his grandson, Patriarch Wu was already in a rage. Now that the murderer was provoking him, was he afraid that he wouldn't die quickly enough? The people around silently retreated far away, forming a vacuum between Ningxu and Patriarch Wu. They were afraid that Patriarch Wu would suddenly spread poison and cause the people around to suffer. Patriarch Wu was really vicious. If he spread poison here, the entire Yun City would suffer. It happened to be the most lively time in Yun City. People with lofty ideals from all over the world came here to participate in the sect's general election. Patriarch Wu was simply a terrorist, an uncontrollable atomic bomb. There was no need to mention the effect. The city lord of Yun City cursed in his heart. At this time, he had to stand up. At the very least, he had to calm down Patriarch Warriolus, who was about to go berserk. Although it was a bit biased to say that those who played with poison had dirty hearts, Patriarch Warriolus did not care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Otherwise, why didn't Patriarch Wu come out to advise him when his grandson ruined so many women? He wasn't afraid of bad people, but he was afraid of bad people having power. That was the most terrifying thing. Its lethality was even more terrifying, and it was a disaster for ordinary people. The city lord of Yun City was an elegant man in his 40s. Cultivators were usually able to maintain a youthful appearance. The more talented they were, the more they could maintain their youthful appearance. The strength of a city lord was naturally not weak, and he had lived for a very long time. Patriarch Wu, there must be a misunderstanding. For the sake of the citizens of the city, as well as the people from the various sects and clans who were stationed here, the city lord said. If anything were to happen, he would have to face the wrath of all the sections. It was too terrifying. Even though the city lord was not weak, he could not help but shudder at this moment. Why would he run here after killing someone? Why would he run to a crowded area? Sigh, wasn't it better to hide? When Patriarch Wu saw the city lord, he was probably afraid of the city lord's strength. He said in a rough voice, "You also heard it. She has already admitted to killing my grandson. Today, I will tear these people into pieces. In the future, everyone will think that I, Patriarch Wu, am easy to bully." Ningxu was a little impatient. "I told you to let go. I already said that I killed your grandson. It has nothing to do with him. Do you believe that I will throw you into the void and let you spread the poison?" Patriarch Wu was so angry that more wrinkles appeared on his face. This was too damn arrogant. Patriarch Wu decided to kill this man first, and then capture the two women and torture them to death. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the city lord said to Ningxu, "Miss, please don't provoke Patriarch Wu for the sake of ordinary people." Ningxu glanced at the city lord and said, "I won't implicate ordinary people." The city lord of Yun City sighed and didn't know what to say. Ningxu said to Patriarch Wu with a cold face, "This is the last time. I told you to let go." Ningxu stretched out his hand and directly froze the space around Patriarch Wu, trapping him inside. Even if Patriarch Wu wanted to spread the poison, it wouldn't implicate the city. Ningxu used his soul power to condense a sword and directly cut off the giant hand that was holding Han Chen. In fact, it was just a force, not a real hand. He used vines to wrap Han Chen over. Han Shen thanked Ningxu with a pale face. Yan Yang asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." His life was saved. Patriarch Wu Yu didn't feel the change in the space he was in. He was incomparably angry that Ningxu had taken away the person he was in. Without saying a word, he began to spread the poison. The city lord of Yun City suddenly exclaimed, "Patriarch Wu Yu, wait. Don't be rash." If Patriarch Wu Yu was the kind of person who would listen to others, there wouldn't be so many people afraid of him. A turbid gas erupted from Patriarch Wu Yu's body. The gas was brightly colored and looked extremely poisonous at first glance. "It's over." The city lord of Yun City quickly arranged a barrier to protect the city. However, there were too many people in the city. Moreover, Patriarch Wu Yu's poison had reached perfection. It could even corrode the barrier. The most poisonous poison in the world was Patriarch Wu Yu's own body. The surrounding people fled one after another. If they were touched by the poison, they would be like maggots attached to bones. They would have to endure the pain brought by the poison for the rest of their lives. Someone discovered that Patriarch Wu Yu's poison seemed to be blocked by something. There seemed to be a transparent barrier around Patriarch Warriolus, which directly separated the poisonous fog from him. Even Patriarch Warriolus himself was trapped inside. The people who had fled hurriedly turned back, wanting to find out what was going on. Humans were just that curious. When there was no threat to their lives, they naturally wanted to see what was going on. This? The city lord of Yun City looked at this scene and was a little confused. He then looked at Ningxu. Ningxu spread his hands and said, "Didn't I say that I won't implicate ordinary people? People who have nothing to do with this matter." Ningxu patted his chest and said, "I'm a very principled person." The city lord of Yun City glanced at Ningxu patting his chest and looked away. He was also very principled and elegant. What's going on? Patriarch Wu Yu seems to be locked up? Trapped in the barrier? The surrounding people discussed. At least they understood one thing. Patriarch Wu Yu's poison didn't pose any threat for the time being. Old ancestor Wu Yu was proud of his poison. Even the spiritual qi he absorbed was contaminated and turned into poison. Staying around old ancestor Wu Yu and absorbing the poisonous spiritual qi would cause trouble. Now that he saw old ancestor Wu Yu suffer, he was in a good mood. However, he didn't dare to show any obvious schadenfreude. Otherwise, if old ancestor Wu Yu hated him, it would be terrible if he came looking for trouble in the future. Old ancestor Wu Yu also realized that the situation was not good for him. He thought that the barrier had bound him, so he kept releasing poisonous fog. As a result, the poisonous fog almost drowned old ancestor Wu Yu. However, not a trace of poisonous gas leaked out. Seeing that the poisonous fog was useless, old ancestor Wu Yu absorbed the released poisonous fog back into his body. He then took out a fang-like weapon to break the barrier. However, this space was thickened by Ningxu. This move was learned from that bastard grand-uncle. Even if old ancestor Wu Yu knew the law of space, he would have to break it down bit by bit like Ningxu did. However, old ancestor Wu Yu didn't understand the power of space at all. He seemed to have placed all his reliance on his own poisons, and had refined them to the acme of perfection. However, the upper limit of poison cultivation was a little low. For example, a little space seal could control old ancestor Wu Yu. This made old ancestor Wu Yu's poison useless. His poison seemed to only target the body and not the soul. This poison was not as advanced as earthworms. Old ancestor Wu Yu took out a fang-like weapon and knocked it, but it couldn't break the barrier at all. Old ancestor Wu Yu fell into a passive situation. Ningxu waved his hand. In the eyes of outsiders, the barrier where old ancestor Wu Yu was in flew over. Moreover, the barrier was getting smaller and smaller. Even old ancestor Wu Yu, who was inside, had become much smaller. Space could be big or small. A flower could be a world, a leaf could be a bodhi, and even a grain of sand could be a world. Ningxu played with the space and said to Yun City's city lord, "Sorry, I caused a commotion." Yun City's city lord also knew that this person was an expert who could play with old ancestor Wu Yu in the palm of his hand. He didn't see old ancestor Wu Yu going crazy inside the barrier and shouting. The city lord of Yun City said, "It's okay, it's okay." Then, he saw a big hole in the roof. This place is uninhabitable. I'll arrange a place for you. Ningxu yawned. No need. Send someone to fix the house for me. The matter was settled just like that. The onlookers were all looking at Ningxu. Obviously, they wanted to remember Ningxu's appearance and search their memories to see if they knew this person. Han Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He was really lucky to have survived. Han Chen looked in the direction of the Taibai sect and retracted his gaze. He would not return to the Taibai sect. Going to the Taibai sect to be an unimportant outer sect disciple would be better than following the red-clothed demoness. He might be able to live a little longer if he followed the red-clothed demoness. Taibai Zone was a little embarrassed now. Previously, he had blabbered for so long, but in the end, the other party was very strong. Taibai Zong's behavior of hurriedly passing the blame to others was really very low. How awkward, they were all wondering who this person was. Since he was so powerful, why didn't he have any reputation at all? Some people wanted to come up and get closer, but when they saw Ningxu's cold face, they did not dare to come up. Her hand was still tossing the ball-like barrier. She tossed it up and down like a toy. Old Ancestor Wuyo, who was inside, was really miserable. Yun City's city lord quickly sent someone to fix the roof. He said to Ningxu, if you need anything, just come to the city lord mansion and tell me. Ningxu casually grunted. His attitude was cold. Yun City's city lord felt that it was natural. Powerful people always had some strange habits. Weak people did not know what was good for them. When the same thing happened to different people, the result would be different. Disperse. There are too many people. The air is not good. Ningxu said. The surrounding people immediately dispersed. From time to time, they would turn back to look at Ningxu's group. Ningxu entered the room. Han Chen immediately followed. The Taibai sect's elder sighed and stopped Han Chen. Han Chen turned his head and asked coldly, may I ask who you are? Taibai sect's elder. So awkward. It wasn't that the Taibai sect's elder didn't know that this person was a disciple of the Taibai sect. He was wearing the Taibai sect's uniform and had his name embroidered on it. That, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Han Chen entered the room and closed the door with a bang. He directly gave the Taibai sect's elder the cold shoulder. F***ck, it felt so good, giving face to the usually high and mighty elder of the sect. This feeling was so good. This was the power of power. He was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. If he had great power, then being respected, having dignity, and confidence would be a matter of minutes. Power, he really longed for power. Ningxu casually threw the space on the table. Old Ancestor Wuyo, who was inside, suddenly felt the space vibrate, making him feel very uncomfortable. Impudent, let go of this old man. Lowly slave, oh my, he still hasn't figured out his situation yet. It seemed that this old Ancestor Wuyo had been high and mighty for a long time. Even after falling into such a situation, he was still so awesome. It was a little intoxicating. Ningxu couldn't be bothered to listen to old Ancestor Wuyo's voice. It was so unpleasant to the ears. The earthworm crawled onto the table. Looking at old Ancestor Wuyo, he said to Ningxu, this person is so poisonous. I want to eat him. Old Ancestor Wuyo, eat him. This was the first time he heard of someone wanting to eat him. Eh? Ningxu looked at him with disdain. Old and dirty. Don't you think it's firewood? Be a little more ambitious as a human. I'm not a human, the earthworm replied. No matter how slow old Ancestor Wuyo was, he knew that he was in trouble. He had met an even more powerful person with unfathomable means. His poison was useless. Moreover, there was a disgusting, fleshy thing coveting him. In the past, no one dared to approach him, but now they wanted to eat him. F***ck? What the hell did his grandson provoke? This lowly slave didn't look very old, so why were her means so unfathomable? Ningxu knelt down. Ningxu cupped his hands. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Ningxu said, Yang needs someone to carry her things. You're not bad. Thank you, Senior. He was her lackey. Yang waved her hand in the air and asked, Auntie, how should we deal with this person? Deal with? It was hard to imagine a girl with such an innocent face talking about dealing with him. This was really, the earthworm was heartbroken. Xianxia, you've changed. Ah? Xianxia was a little confused. Isn't he a bad guy? What's the point of keeping him around? Earthworm, that seemed to make sense, but don't you think it's very frightening to say something like that, especially with that innocent and matter-of-fact look on her face? The earthworm felt despair. The earthworm was a blatant double standard. He even allowed himself to say that he was going to eat Patriarch Warriolus, and that was in front of Xianxia. However, she didn't allow Xianxia to say that she wanted to kill a bad guy. Earthworms were not human beings, but they had the male chauvinism of humans. Ningxu wanted to roll his eyes. Using the standards of a saint to ask of others, and using the standards of a bitch to ask of herself. Ningxu asked, how do you want to deal with him? Xianxia shook her head. I don't know. All I know is that he won't survive. As for how one would die, Xianxia's knowledge was simply too lacking. Inside the space, Ancestor Wu heard everything clearly. He felt that he was about to be arranged. Right now, Patriarch Warriolus was filled with regret. It wasn't that he had come looking for trouble, but that he had been too impulsive. He had come looking for trouble without making any preparations beforehand. If he knew that there was such a woman, he would definitely not provoke her and would only kill the disciples of the Tai school. Moreover, only he had a mark on his body, which meant that Sun Tzu only wanted to kill him. Clearly, Sun Tzu also knew that it was hopeless to take revenge, so he picked a soft persimmon. In fact, he was not a pushover. At least, he was a disciple of the Tai sect, and he could drag the Tai sect down with him. If the Tai sect wanted to settle this matter, they would have to pay something. He spilled a lot of blood to send them away. He shouldn't have been so impulsive. Patriarch Warriolus was filled with regret. It was also because Patriarch Wu had gotten used to living a peaceful life these past few years that no one dared to provoke his poison. Thus, he had developed the mentality of being the #1 expert in the world. Now that he had encountered such a situation, he had no choice but to endure it and directly attack. After killing my grandson, you still want to live well? Why don't you get over here and let me kill you? Therefore, Patriarch Wu was the epitome of being born in hardship and death and peace. Patriarch Wu tried everything he could, but he still couldn't break the barrier. He couldn't help but feel dispirited. When he heard the discussions of the people outside the barrier, he felt terrible. Ningxu said, don't worry about her. Let's watch the show first. Auntie, I'm afraid that others will be looking at us when the time comes. Now that something like this had happened, everyone in the city probably knew about them. They would be watched wherever they went. It was others who were watching them, not the other way around. She always felt that Auntie was a worrisome person. In the future, I refuse to go out with Auntie. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, that's right. That's good too. No one will be blind enough to come and find trouble with us. Do you want to join a sect? Ningxu asked Xianxia. Forget it. I prefer to stay in the mountains. The outside world was simply too chaotic. Xianxia didn't like it. The more people there were, the more problems there would be. Ningxu said, it's good that you don't join. Otherwise, you'll be controlled. It's good to be free. Let's eat some of the delicious food in this city and then go to other places. Still spinning? Xianxia frowned. Ningxu nodded. Of course. Reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles is nothing. In the future, Auntie will bring you to the endless void. That place is even bigger and more boundless. Xianxia stomped her feet. No, I won't. I won't. Hanshin was envious as he listened from the side. Xianxia was someone else's child. She had someone to dote on her, love her, and teach her. All the good things were sent to her. She lived a pure and beautiful life that was otherworldly. If one could live like this, who would be willing to make themselves suffer? Everyone would be willing to live a good and relaxing life. It was important to have someone to rely on. If he had a golden thigh like the red-clothed demonic woman, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. Ningxu patted Xianxia's shoulder. You're still too inexperienced. Do you know what the world outside this world is? Xianxia's face was numb. I don't know. Ningxu said, the world of reincarnation is a world of souls. After a person dies, their soul will return to that world. Hell? Xianxia asked in surprise. Ningxu nodded. You can say that. There are still many things you haven't seen. You mustn't stop. The world outside was even more dazzling and colorful. It was a sea of stars. The world of reincarnation, billions of planes, the void, and the sea of laws. Just thinking about it made one feel how mysterious the world was. How fascinating and beautiful it was. Those beautiful things that one pursued tirelessly. Xianxia's face was filled with longing. Wow, that's really amazing. The dinner was sent over by the city lord of Yun City. It was very sumptuous. Since the city lord had sent the food over, he naturally had to keep them here to eat. The city lord of Yun City also brought a small gift for Xianxia. It was a pet, snow white all over. It looked like a rabbit but wasn't a rabbit. It was quite suitable for a girl to raise. He probably treated Xianxia as an obedient girl. Xianxia was speechless. In the deep mountains and wild forests, one didn't see many things, but all kinds of animals and wild beasts were seen. Even fluffy and cute rabbits were seen a lot. They were cute, but one would become immune to them after seeing so many of them. However, he still had to thank the city lord for the gift. The city lord of Yun City gave Hanshan a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons needed a spiritual weapon master to forge them. Hanshan didn't have a spiritual weapon on him. As an outer disciple of a sect, he didn't have any fate with spiritual weapons. Suddenly receiving such a precious thing, Hanshan didn't know whether to accept it or not. Obviously, the city lord of Yun City felt that he had a close relationship with Ningxu, so he gave him a gift. However, he knew that they didn't have any relationship. Was the spiritual weapon in his hand really good? Han Chen was very tempted, but he was worried about Ningxu. He could only look at Ningxu. Ningxu said casually, since it's given to you, you should accept it. You can't refuse an elder's gift. Yes. The city lord of Yun City nodded. Thank you, city lord. Han Chen received the spiritual weapon with both hands. His hands were trembling. This was the first spiritual weapon in his life, and it was given by the city lord of Yun City. In the past, he couldn't see such a person even if he was far away. Now, he could get close to him and even receive a gift. He really wanted to hug his thigh. He was willing to carry things for Xianxia. The city lord of Yun City didn't really stay for dinner. After giving the gift, he wanted to leave. Before leaving, he asked Ningxu how to deal with Old Man Wuyu. Old Man Wuyu was really too vicious. Even if he died, his corpse could pollute a large area. The city lord of Yun City meant that even if he wanted to kill him, he shouldn't kill him here. Otherwise, the entire Yun City would be polluted. Ningxu just said, I won't let him die so quickly. The city lord of Yun City felt a chill on his back. He probably wanted to torture him. Previously, Old Man Wuyu made a fuss and said that he wanted to torture people until they were better off dead. Now, it was his turn to suffer. The city lord of Yun City naturally wouldn't plead for mercy for Old Man Wuyu. They didn't have any friendship. Moreover, he would offend an expert. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. Now, it was obvious that he didn't know what was good for him. Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing. Ningxu said goodbye and didn't get up to send the city lord out. The city lord of Yun City didn't care at all. He even invited Ningxu to attend the ceremony, where various sects and clans would select disciples. Ningxu nodded and said that he would go when he was free. As soon as the city lord of Yun City left, Xianxia let go of the rabbit in her hand and patted the rabbit fur on her body. She was a little puzzled. Why did you give me a rabbit? She probably thinks that all girls like these cute little animals. But I don't like it. Then I'm not a girl? Ningxu said, no, everyone is qualified to like different things and hate something. It has nothing to do with gender. Xianxia nodded and began to eat. These dishes are better than those at home. Han Chen was speechless. Of course, it was delicious. The spiritual rice was full of spiritual energy, the meat was from spiritual beasts, and the fruits were full of spiritual energy. How could it not be delicious? Ningshu said, if you like it, you can plant some seeds when you go back. Anyway, he had set up a spirit gathering array to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. The things he planted were also full of spiritual energy and tasted good. Okay. Xianxia smiled with the corners of her eyes curved, pure and beautiful. After resting for a night, Ningshu was about to leave Yin City with Xianxia. There were so many people here, and they all knew her. Wherever she went, people would look and whisper to each other. Although she didn't care, she felt less comfortable. Now that Ningshu was about to leave, Han Chen was more embarrassed. It was reasonable to say that it was time to say goodbye. Han Chen had no reason to follow Ningshu anymore. Han Chen was very anxious. He wanted to say something, but he was afraid that the other party would think that he had ulterior motives. He wanted to hug his thigh, but he couldn't bear to call him dad. In short, he was very conflicted. Han Chen had nowhere to go now. He couldn't go back to the Tai sect. If he went home, would he have to be an ordinary person in the future, without anyone to guide him or teach him? It was a very difficult thing to become strong on one's own. The birth of a strong person required a lot of resources. Ningshu raised his eyebrows and asked, are you going to leave or follow us? The earthworm said, humph, otherwise, if he follows us, he might have some unspeakable intentions towards my Xianxia. Han Chen, there was no reason for him to be obsessed with his daughter. How could he possibly dare to harbor any ill intentions towards Xianxia? He was probably going to follow in young Lord Song's footsteps. Even Patriarch Wu Yu was still trapped in the barrier. No matter how courageous he was, he didn't dare to harbor any ill intentions toward Xianxia. He would definitely keep his distance and not dare to offend him. Earthworm looked at Han Chen warningly. You don't want to follow us, do you? Han Chen said, I have nowhere else to go. I can't go back to the Tai sect. I'll follow you. Ningshu didn't have any objections. It wouldn't make much of a difference if he brought an extra person along. Besides, he would have someone to carry Xianxia's things as well. She couldn't possibly ask her to carry things for Xianxia, could she? If she were to be carried by the earthworms and turned into a meaty lump, it would surely cause a huge commotion. Therefore, Han Chen was very suitable for this position. Xianxia said, then Big Brother Han Chen should come with us. It's quite pitiful to have nowhere else to go. Thank you. Han Chen, who was pitted, shamelessly admitted that he was very pitiful. Earthworm exploded in anger. Brat, you better be careful. When the group left, they didn't cause any commotion. Before anyone noticed, the group had already left and randomly chose a direction. Traveling on a budget, they could go anywhere. After acting cool, they would run away. Along the way, Han Chen took care of the group's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. When they were in the wilderness, Han Chen did all the work. Ningshu didn't eat, so he naturally didn't do anything. Xianxia was a delicate girl, so Han Chen wouldn't let her do anything. As for Earthworm, of course, he would do it, but he just didn't do it and let Han Chen do it. It could be said that he was constantly squeezing Han Chen, but Han Chen didn't seem to be unhappy. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. There was no resentment on his face. Occasionally, Xianxia would help with some things, but most of the time, it was Han Chen who took care of the group's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Ningshu brought Xianxia to many places. On the way, they met all kinds of people. If they met someone who needed help, they would also lend a hand. If they met bad people, as Xianxia said, they would directly deal with them. Along the way, they didn't even know what day it was until it started to snow. The snowy weather was very cold. Earthworm yawned all day long as if he was hibernating. Ningshu brought the two of them and jumped through space, directly jumping back into the forest. Previously, they had already made a spatial mark. When they came back, they directly jumped through space. No matter how far the distance was, they would be back in an instant. It was very satisfying. Since they were back, they had to deal with old ancestor Wu Yu who had been locked in the space. After not paying attention to old ancestor Wu Yu for a period of time, he didn't have any vitality left. His back was hunched, and he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Ningshu threw the space to Earthworm and said, since you like to eat, eat him. Seeing old ancestor Wu Yu's appearance, Earthworm lost all appetite. I'm not eating. It looks like a dark cuisine. You handle it. Ningxu thought that if he directly handled it in the surrounding area, it would probably pollute the area. So, why did he have to use such poison? If he wanted to play, he would use a higher level poison. This kind of poison would only harm the flowers and grass. It would affect the environment. It was not environmentally friendly at all. Ningxu said to Yang, Auntie is leaving. Cultivate well. I gave you some defensive items. If anything happens to you, I will be able to sense it. Yang nodded obediently. I understand. Ningxu looked at Han Chen. Since you want to follow us, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yang and Earthworm. Both of them are innocent fellows. Han Chen nodded. Okay. Although he didn't know where the red-clothed demoness was going or when she would appear, he didn't dare to have any thoughts. Since you're following us, we naturally have to reward you for taking care of Yang and Earthworm. From today onwards, you will cultivate the same secret technique as Yang. I will teach you how to cultivate. Ningxu originally wanted Yang to teach him, but after interacting with a woman for so long, he would eventually develop feelings for her. In any case, he had plenty of secret techniques. He didn't mind spending some time teaching Han Chen. Han Chen was pleasantly surprised. His secret technique wasn't very good. After all, he was an outer disciple of the sect. How good could his secret technique be? But then, he had doubts. Could humans cultivate secret techniques of spirit beasts as well? Would they really not suffer from chi deviation? Even now, Han Chen still felt that Ningxu was a spirit beast in human form. Ningxu taught the ultimate martial arts to Han Chen. The more people who cultivated it, the more faith there would be in the ultimate martial arts. Although he didn't know what the ultimate martial arts were like now, it was a world of faith after all. Having faith was not a bad thing. Ningxu told Han Chen to take care of Yang and her father. Earthworm is just noisy. He won't do anything to you, Ningxu said to Han Chen. If Earthworm really wanted to kill Han Chen, he would have killed Han Chen long ago. Han Chen asked boldly, where are you going? Oh, I have other things to do. I might be back after a while. I don't know the exact time. Han Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. Ningxu set up a relatively large spirit gathering formation around the house. There was a lot of spirit energy around the house. After doing that, Ningxu took the ball-like space and left 9 Palace Mountain. When he came out, he gave the skeleton some merit points. She had a lot of merit points now anyway. When he returned to the system space, the little mouse, who ran away from home, came back. Ningxu said, oh, you're willing to come back. Little mouse snorted and ignored Ningxu. Ningxu took the system space to the void. After thinking for a while, he took the fire pearl. The fire pearl was very hot. If he really killed Patriarch Wu Yu, the poison would spread everywhere. It was better to burn it with high temperature. Little Mouse saw that Ningxu was about to leave again and asked faintly, where are you going? Take care of yourself. Little Mouse, you really don't want to give me another world's origin? Ningxu, scram. Little Mouse burrowed into the pillow, raised its butt, and cried pitifully. You don't love me anymore. Ningxu, I never King loved you. Love you, why didn't I know? Little Mouse was very disappointed and desperate. After confirming that Ningxu really wouldn't give it another world's origin, it couldn't be bothered to make a fuss. In any case, he wouldn't give it to her even if she made a scene. It was tiring. Ningxu took the fire pearl and the space to the void. Then, he stared at old ancestor Wu Yu inside the space. As cultivators, their senses were extremely sensitive. Old ancestor Worryless was trembling with fear as he sensed the killing intent. It was probably time to deal with him. Senior, I have something to say. Patriarch Worryless sensed that he didn't have long to live and wanted to save his own life. Ningxu asked, what are you trying to say? Ancestor Wu Yu was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before. He wept bitterly as he begged for mercy, saying that he had a lot of wealth and that he had used other methods to obtain treasures that he couldn't obtain. They could all be offered to Ningxu. Ningxiu asked casually, what kind of treasures are there? Forefather Worryless blabbered on and on like he was very familiar with his family's treasures. He reported all the treasures to Ningxiu in an attempt to move her. When Ningxiu heard that it wasn't some heavenly treasure or spirit tool, he really couldn't arouse any interest. He didn't need any of these things. If it was an energy body, he might be interested. No, he would definitely be tempted. But these things were useless to Ningxiu. They even took up space. When he cleaned them up, he would have to throw them away. How troublesome. I don't really like this kind of thing, Ningxiu said lightly. Then, he directly squeezed the space. In that instant, Patriarch Worryless screamed as he was squeezed into a bloody mist. It was as if there was a strong pressure that directly crushed him into powder. At the same time, the poison contained in his body also floated out. The stench was unbearable. Ningxiu threw the fire bead into the furnace, and it disappeared under the high temperature. It didn't really pollute the environment. It was settled. There was no need to use weapons, no need to use fists. He easily solved the problem with a sword and a saber. Sure enough, the power of nature was stronger. One had to be good at using other forces. Individual strength was weak. No matter how strong an individual was, it wasn't worth mentioning in front of the power of nature. For example, in front of the power of the spatial laws, Patriarch Carefree's poison was useless. Ningxiu put away the fire pearl and casually patted the dust off his hands. He turned and saw Taishu and Ligua. Behind Ligua was a group of women. Ligua and her clansmen, the two of them are together again. Seeing Ligua's determined look, she thought that she would never see Taishu again in this life. She didn't understand the world of these people. She didn't know how long these people had been silently watching for. The place where she dealt with the corpse wasn't far from the organization. She probably took a few glances when she passed by. Taishu frowned. Now that you have power, you want to kill the weak to gain happiness? Ningxiu said directly, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand what happened. She had eaten too much. Why would she kill the weak for no reason? What benefits could it give her? Was it because the void was too small, or was it because there were too many energy bodies and she didn't look for them? Oh, right, there were souls, but they had been burned. She wouldn't even eat such souls. Ningxiu looked at Ligua. He hadn't seen her for a while and felt that she had grown a lot. It wasn't her height, but her temperament had become much more stable. She no longer acted like a little girl when facing Taishu. Her face was as cold as ice. However, this was too deliberate. She deliberately pretended to be as cold as ice. It felt like she had used too much strength. Why did she have to endure it? She could jump up and point at Taishu's nose and scold him. I just don't like you. When you fall into my hands, I'll rape you. However, she had to pretend that she didn't care. She was at a disadvantage. Moreover, she wasn't resolute. They were still in contact. Could it be that they had some business dealings? She didn't know how long this group of people had been watching from the side. What were they thinking? Ningxiu wanted to ask these people if she looked cool when she dealt with the corpse. Taishu, can't you talk nicely? Girls were always talking nonsense and vulgar. Ningxiu, my words made you unhappy. The angle of looking for trouble was strange. Ningxiu greeted Ligua. Long time no see. You've become much prettier. Ligua, thank you. You've also become much more brutal. Ningxiu, it's okay. You flatter me. The female elder behind Ligua said, Patriarch, this matter is important. Now that Ligua was the patriarch, her status had improved a lot. With responsibility came pressure. No wonder Ligua had to put on airs now. It was because of her status. The patriarch of the clan was no longer a willful little girl. Ligua, let's go. Taishu looked down at Ningxiu and said, it's not easy for you to get power. You should broaden your horizons when you're strong. The brave are angry and draw their blades at the stronger. The cowardly are angry and draw their blades at the weaker. Ningxiu nodded and said, I understand. In the future, when I'm angry, I'll definitely vent on you. I won't vent on the weak. The grand uncle laughed. Stupid as a pig. Ningxiu laughed. Of course, she understood what the granduncle meant, but she couldn't stand him looking at people with his chin up. Mama, someone is staring at me with his nostrils. Ligua said coldly, can we go now? The granduncle turned and left. Ligua followed him with her clansmen. She looked back at Xianxia. Are you curious about what we are going to talk about? Let's go together. Xianxia shook her head. I'm not curious at all. It was obviously a big deal to bring so many clansmen to discuss something. This was a high-level matter. Xianxia just wanted to be a drunk employee. Even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Besides, she wouldn't die. She hoped that the granduncle would worry until his hair fell off and become a bald judge. She was just that evil. Ligua didn't say anything. She turned and left. The two clans living next to each other couldn't be separated. What did the granduncle ask for when he sent Ligua back last time? Energy body. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and asked Ligua from afar, who told you that I have a death consciousness? Ligua turned back. She was as cold as ice, but she suddenly smiled like a spring breeze. Guess. Guess my ass, naughty, would it kill him to tell her? They were all so mysterious. Xianxia looked at the granduncle's back. He suspected that the granduncle was directing and acting. That was too much. Wasn't he tired? Scheming boy. She seemed to know who was behind it. He asked a few people, but they were all like annoying little demons. They just refused to say. Xianxia returned to the system space and asked the little mouse, is Liwen still in that city? The little mouse snorted and ignored Xianxia. Xianxia said to the little mouse, let's go to the void to find treasures. The little mouse sneered. No, it's boring. The human world isn't worth it. Xianxia, I don't want to eat the world's origin anymore. Find something good and I'll give you the world's origin. The little mouse rolled its eyes. I don't care about the world origin. I'm just too lazy to go out and look for food. If I go out to look for food, I'll definitely find something delicious. More importantly, he was unwilling to move. Xianxia, oh, you just want to freeload, right? Scram, I don't want a useless freeloader. Since you've found Liwen, follow him. Little mouse, so ruthless, so powerful. Hee hee, you're lazy, yet you blame others for being heartless. You were born to only know how to eat. Little mouse, yes, I was born to eat. Xianxia felt that little mouse was challenging his patience. He silently looked at her, thinking that he should shut little mouse out in the future. Little mouse said angrily, okay, just a little thing and you're like a fighting cock. Vulgar, not noble. Xianxia, you're very noble when you're asking for food. You're very elegant and refined. Little mouse was speechless. It's a bit dangerous for just the two of us to go to the void. Let's just wander around. We don't need to find energy bodies. It's not bad to find something to eat. The fruits in the void tasted pretty good and had a lot of energy. Let's go and find some snacks for ourselves. Little mouse, okay. If he didn't agree with her, he would keep talking and despising it, as if it was the most useless piece of trash in the world. He wouldn't spare any effort to attack it. Xianxia held the rope and curled the corner of his mouth. Ding dong, the chat system rang. Xianxia opened it and saw that it was a message from the Xianxia man. He had a pitiful expression and asked if he wanted to go to the void to look for treasures. Xianxia, no, I want to go to the void. The Xianxia man. Bring me along. Xianxia, the void is more dangerous. Are you sure you want to go with me? Little mouse said directly, why do you want to bring me along? We'll have to share the food with more people. What's your relationship with this guy? Why do you have to help him? Little mouse was very unhappy. It was fine to bring Xianxia along. After all, little mouse was living under someone else's roof. But to others, little mouse wouldn't be so polite. Xianxia, a friend. I'm bringing a friend out to see the world. As for sharing the food, he knows what he's doing. Little mouse snorted arrogantly. Xianxia walked little mouse to the time city. The Xianxia man was waiting for Xianxia. He was a little speechless when he saw her walking a fist-sized silver mouse. What are you looking at? Little mouse stared at him. The Xianxia man, how do you know I'm looking at you if you don't look at me? Little mouse, King retard, this person is retarded. Ningshu jumped into the void with the Xianxia man. Facing the endless and vast void, one would feel small and humble from the bottom of one's heart. The Xianxia man exclaimed in admiration. Every time I feel that the sea of law giving birth to hundreds of millions of planes is already very spectacular. It's already shocking and suffocating. And the sea of law is just a creature born in the void. How magical is it? It was indeed magical. The sea of law even gave birth to Taishu and Jingqing. Ningshu held the rope and asked Little Mouse, where are we going? Little Mouse, choose any direction and let fate decide. Little Mouse was very Buddhist. In the past, when there was a large group, it was also like this, going with the flow. Moreover, finding things really depended on fate. Little Mouse closed its eyes and turned its body casually. When it stopped, it walked in the direction its paw pointed in. Being so careless made the Xianxia man feel very unsure. Even if it was a random direction, it should have some metaphysical explanation. For example, it would be better if it sensed this direction. Ningshu didn't feel anything. He led Little Mouse in that direction. The Xianxia man asked, what are you looking for? Ningshu, I don't know. I'll look for whatever there is. The Xianxia man, when he went to the void world, at least he knew what there might be in that world. He needed something purposefully, but now he was wandering around aimlessly. He really wasn't used to it. Although Little Mouse randomly chose a direction, it still had a basic sense of danger. It would take Ningshu to avoid the residences of the more powerful races. As it walked, it would sniff and be very vigilant. The Xianxia man felt that this mouse was a bit like a dog, but he wouldn't say it out loud. This mouse had a bad temper. He didn't know why it was willing to wear the collar and was even walked by Ningshu like a dog. Ningshu stopped and asked Little Mouse, is this area very dangerous? He had always been merciful. Little Mouse, it's okay, but it's not good to invade other people's territory. No one cared about the little ant crawling on the road, but if it ran into someone's house, it would definitely be trampled to death. Ningshu said, oh, it's been hard on you. Continue sniffing. Little Mouse, CK, I thought I felt sorry for it. What a ruthless, cold, and exploitative woman. Little Mouse scolded Ningshu in its heart and felt a little better. One had to learn how to deal with such a selfish woman. Otherwise, one would be angered to death by her. It was said that women were as gentle as water and were made of water. However, Little Mouse did not feel gentle at all. She was made of reinforced concrete. The more they walked, the more nervous the man and the Xianxia became. Where were they going? Finally, he could not help but say, why don't we go back? Looking at the vast void from afar, there was nothing but a black curtain. It was truly frightening. It was like facing the deep sea. Ignorant things were the most terrifying. Who knew what would suddenly appear? Ningshu said, why should we go back? If there's a problem, we can run back. Don't worry. The man in the Xianxia, I'm afraid we won't be able to run away at all. Little Mouse stopped walking and quickly covered its nose with its paw. Damn, it stinks. Ningshu and the man in the Xianxia sniffed. It doesn't smell. Little Mouse looked at the two of them as if they were crazy. It's so ugly and you can't even smell it. Is your nose an ornament? Ningshu looked at Little Mouse indifferently. Little Mouse immediately shut up. Ningshu asked, what's that smell? Is it the smell of Senior Uncle? Probably, but it's too strong. Little Mouse refused to go and wanted to turn in another direction. Ningshu suddenly asked, is Senior Uncle dying? Little Mouse said casually, maybe. Anyway, he's not in a good condition. There's a rotten smell on his body. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. There was a smell of bad luck and death on his body. Little Mouse, the cleaner in the void, ate everything. Of course, it could distinguish between good and bad ingredients. Ningshu said, oh. It seems that the sea of law is really going to collapse. Turn in another direction. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Little Mouse was about to cry from the smell. Why are we leaving? Let's go and watch the show. The Grand Elder was definitely here. He didn't know what he was discussing with the pear fruit race. I'm not going. It stinks. Little Mouse was very resistant. Ning Shu dragged the little mouse. The little mouse sat back and observed the expression of the little mouse. Little Mouse's expression was relaxed when he faced one direction, but when Ning Shu changed directions, Little Mouse's expression was one of relief. The little mouse's face was scrunched up into a ball. He quickly covered his face, making him look extremely ugly. Very good, this is the direction. Ning Shu dragged the little mouse in this direction. The little mouse was very resistant. Why did he have to go to such a smelly place? The Cheongsam man asked. Where are we going? And, to see the place where the plane was born, the land of miracles. The smell was so strong that the Sea of Law was probably not far away. After all this time, the little mouse was leading them in circles. They went around and around until they reached the vicinity of the Sea of Law. To be honest, Ning Shu didn't have a full look at what the Sea of Law looked like. He only glanced at it before, and it was in this mountain. He didn't know what the Sea of Law looked like. The Cheongsam man asked, is this okay? He always felt that the Sea of Law was like a forbidden area. Could they really go there as they pleased? The little mouse was so smelly that his tears fell. His face was filled with despair. Ning Shu moved his nose, but he didn't smell anything. Yes, it smells like a corpse that has been fermented for 49 days. Don't even mention how overwhelming it is. Alright, the little mouse's sense of smell was really sharp. Only the little mouse could smell the special smell. Ning Shu carried the little mouse inhumanely towards the Sea of Law. The little mouse cried out and directly vomited. He vomited right into Ning Shu's arms. Ning Shu didn't even think about it. He picked up the little mouse and threw him away. What a useless thing. The little mouse ran and returned to the system space. The Cheongsam man saw how exaggerated the little mouse was and suspected that he couldn't smell anything. Although Ning Shu knew beforehand that the situation of the Sea of Law wasn't good, when he really saw it, he was so shocked that his soul almost flew away. This was the Sea of Law. It was like a dead sea. It was pitch black without any signs of life. There was only endless silence. It was like dry mud. The Black Sea of Law's water was very viscous. At first glance, it made people feel uncomfortable and sad. The Sea of Law became like this, and the Sea of Law became smaller and was drying up. Beside the Sea of Law, Taishu and Li Guo were indeed here. Ning Shu carefully went over. The Cheongsam man whispered, let's go. The Cheongsam man didn't know why, but his heart was extremely depressed. He was so depressed that he wanted to cry. He just wanted to escape from this strange and uncomfortable atmosphere. I can't take it anymore. It's too uncomfortable. The Cheongsam man lowered his heart. It's very uncomfortable. Ning Shu roughly understood that it was probably empathy. The Sea of Law gave birth to a plane, and the plane gave birth to life. The Sea of Law was the source of life. Seeing the source of life become like this, it was impossible to be indifferent. Especially since the Cheongsam man's strength wasn't that strong, he was more easily affected. Ning Shu shushed him. Wait for me here. I'll go over and listen. Since he was already here, if he left just like that, his heart would be scratching his lungs. The Cheongsam man's tears were about to fall. He no longer had a heart, but his heart was still throbbing with pain. He wiped his tears. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Ning Shu hummed in agreement and lifted the hem of her dress to move over. Those people might have already noticed her, but they ignored her. Ning Shu couldn't get too close. She raised her ears to listen to them from a distance. But she could only see their lips moving. She couldn't hear what they were saying. They probably blocked the sound. Ning Shu sighed. The laws had already become like this. Logically speaking, Jingqing was already dead. The situation in the Sea of Law should have improved a little. But from the looks of it, the situation in the Sea of Law would only worsen and not improve. Based on his deductions, it was possible that Jingqing was still alive. Did Granduncle's heart soften? Ning Shu couldn't help but scan her body. She felt that Jingqing was in some corner of her body. She was incubating Jingqing. She felt a chill just thinking about it. It was really annoying, Why was Xianxia so tirelessly entangling with her? Ningxu knew what was going on. After thinking about it, she felt that Xianxia was in her body. As for where she was, she didn't know. Where was she hiding? Even if she wasn't in her body, Xianxia should still be alive. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. A scourge lasts for 1,000 years. Ningxu observed Granduncle and Ligua's people. It was obvious that they were discussing the Sea of Law. Granduncle's expression was cold. When he spoke, he would occasionally frown. Hearing Ligua's words, Granduncle nodded slightly. Then, Ligua spoke to her own people. Then, Ligua's people walked in the air above the Sea of Law. They walked to the center of the Sea of Law and sat cross-legged in the air. They closed their eyes and meditated. Not long after, Ligua and her people emitted a faint fluorescent light. This light flew out from their bodies and condensed together. This light was gentle and cold, with a fresh aura, as if it could blow away the rotten smell of the Sea of Law. Waves of fluorescent light gathered together and then slowly gathered in the Sea of Law. Although he did not know what it was doing, it seemed to be beneficial to the Sea of Law. He suddenly felt that Ligua was quite generous. Although she was cheated by Granduncle, she was still willing to save the Sea of Law. But it was also possible that Granduncle was blackmailing her. And, the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Granduncle looked in the direction of Ningxu. Ningxu knew that she had been discovered, so she walked out confidently and walked to Ningxu's side. She looked at Ligua and asked, "What are they doing?" "Granduncle, purifying the Sea of Law." Ningxu was surprised, "They have such an ability?" In her impression, Ligua was a raging loli. Once she lost her mind, she would be a fighting machine. She did not expect that when she was still rational, she would have such an ability. Purification, it was as if the light of Mother Mary enveloped Ligua. Granduncle said indifferently, "When rational, there is no fighting strength, but it does not mean that there is no other ability." Ningxu asked, "Is the situation in the Sea of Law very serious?" Granduncle did not speak. Was he blind, couldn't see? Ningxu changed the topic, "Didn't Xianxia die? Why is the Sea of Law still like this?" She wanted to get a little bit of information from Granduncle's mouth. Then, she would be able to get the answer she wanted. Granduncle still did not speak, looking at Ligua in the center of the Sea of Law. Ningxu asked again, "You offered yourself to Ligua for help?" Granduncle glared at her, "Shut up." Ningxu continued, "There is a rotten smell on your body. You are going to die." Granduncle's expression did not change, he was very indifferent. Ningxu's nose twitched, but he still couldn't smell the scent of the Granduncle. It seemed that she couldn't smell it. "Don't put your dog nose on me." The Grand Elder looked at her coldly. Ningxu asked, "How long will they need to purify it? After purifying it, will the situation in the Sea of Law become much better?" Aging was aging, and it was irreversible. The purification could only delay the time of death. Why did the Sea of Law become so black? Who's the one who's responsible for the pollution? Is it because of the worm's corpse? Why did you throw the insect's body in here? Don't you have energy bodies? Putting energy bodies in here is better than putting corpses. I can't feel any life force, the Sea of Law should already be dead. Sigh, I feel so bad. I feel like my mother is about to die. Will the purification be like an enema, getting rid of the filthy things in the Sea of Law? The Sea of Laws is just constipation, right? The color is too dark, right? Does the Sea of Law not have the ability to purify itself? It's probably beyond the range of self-purification and requires the intervention of external forces. The Grand Elder turned his head to look at Ningxu, "Shut up." Ningxu sighed, "Even if I shut up, these problems will still exist. I can't deceive myself. Even if you don't listen, these problems won't disappear." The Grand Elder said, "Get lost if you keep arguing." Ningxu said, "I am actively looking for a solution." "What method do you have to solve the problem of the Sea of Law?" The Grand Elder said, "Give birth to a new Sea of Law. But two won't be born at the same time." Ningxu's eyes turned, "You mean, when this Sea of Law dries up, a new one will be born?" It was like a fruit. When it matured and rotted, the tree would bear new fruit. And the Sea of Law was like this ripe fruit that was about to rot. It was actually against nature to leave him hanging like this. If the old didn't go, the new wouldn't come. And the Grand Elder thought that creating a sea of law was very unrealistic. It was probably like humans wanting to create a kiwi. How could they do it? Maybe they could synthesize the nutrients of the peach, but it would probably make the taste of the fruit flesh. Once the fruit fell, everything would vanish into thin air. Billions upon billions of planes. Also, Ningxu glanced at the Grand Elder. Would he die? Anyway, the Grand Elder gave Ningxu the feeling that he was unfathomable. This kind of person seemed to be unable to die. Ningxu still wanted to say something, but the Grand Elder said directly, "Shut up." Ningxu said, "How long will it take to purify it?" Compared to the huge sea of law, Li Gua and her clansmen were like the bright moon and fireflies. It was estimated that the purification could only purify a part of it. It would take a lot of time. Ningxu sat down and looked at Li Gua and the others purifying the sea of law. He asked, "Why is Li Gua willing to help you purify the sea of law?" According to the normal situation, Li Gua had been treated coldly by the Grand Elder, threatened and extorted. When the Grand Elder asked Li Gua to help, Li Gua should have pointed at the door and said, "Get lost." The relationship had become like this, but the Grand Elder could still find Li Gua's clansmen to purify the sea of law. He was capable. The Grand Elder said, "If you are very free, go deal with the Starstones, do missions, or be the person in charge of Area D." The black-hearted boss couldn't bear to see his employees take a break. Ningxu patted the seat next to him and said to the Grand Elder, "Sit down and rest. Aren't you tired of being tense every day?" "I'm very strong all day." "Aren't I tired of being high and mighty?" The Grand Elder stepped on Ningxu's skirt and used her skirt to wipe the stone. He kicked her skirt away and then sat down with his windbreaker. Ningxu said, F***ck. Ningxu dragged the hem of her dress back and brushed the dust off it. Her skirt had turned into a feather duster. This was the first time she realized that a long skirt was not good. Some cheese used her skirt as a rag. She felt that it was good that the Grand Elder played with the sea of law. He was too annoying. Ningxu held her chin and asked tirelessly with excitement, "Will you die?" The Grand Elder snorted with a thick nasal sound as if he was vibrating from his chest. "I won't die even if you die. I've disappointed you." Ningxu sighed. "I'm really disappointed." Ningxu stared at the Grand Elder. "Can you honestly tell me one thing? Is the Xianxia on me?" The Grand Elder said, "You're thinking too much. Are you paranoid?" Ningxu hoped that she was thinking too much, but she believed in her feelings. Thinking about it, even if Xianxia was really with her, Grand Uncle wouldn't tell her. Ningxu felt that if the Grand Elder left the Xianxia on her, it was actually to let the Xianxia go and give the Xianxia a chance to survive. Ningxu didn't expect to get any information from the Grand Uncle. Even if it was true, the Grand Uncle would say no. Who would care about the feelings of an incubator? She was the incubator of the official, but she didn't know when the official would break out of the shell. Maybe even she, the incubator, would become the nutrition of the official. These two brothers are really annoying. What do I owe them? Ningxu's heart was filled with curses. Since he couldn't ask, Ningxu was too lazy to ask. He changed the topic and asked, "Do Li Gua and the others know that you're going to die? I think you should leave a descendant before you die." Since he was going to die anyway, he shouldn't waste it. At least he could pass on his genes and abilities. It could also increase the strength of Li Gua and the others. However, according to the Grand Uncle's character, he probably wouldn't do that. "I'm noble and cold. I'm the best in the world." The Grand Uncle frowned. "Can you only store such superficial things in your head?" Ningxu nodded. "Of course, I can only store superficial things. I can't store anything too profound." The Xianxia man waited for Ningxu in the distance, but he couldn't wait. When he got closer and saw the two of them sitting side by side, he couldn't go over. He could only wander in the distance. He didn't want to get close to the judge for no reason. Besides, he would feel a little awkward if he went over. The two of them were sitting together. He would ruin the scene if he went over. Ningxu turned around and saw the Xianxia man. He said, "You go first. We won't look for anything this time. We'll look for treasures next time." The Xianxia man glanced at the judge and nodded. "I'll go then." Call me next time. The Xianxia man left in a flash and returned to the system space. Although the judge didn't look at him from beginning to end, the Xianxia man still felt a lot of pressure. Ningxu was still sitting next to him. He was really not afraid of death. Although he didn't do anything wrong, he still felt guilty. As soon as he saw the judge, the bad memories in the Xianxia man's memory surfaced. The blurry face slowly became clear again. The pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea looked at him quietly. It was filled with ease and relief, as well as unwavering affection. The Xianxia man was in a bad mood. He went to a restaurant and ordered a pot of wine to drink slowly. Ningxu looked at the purified pear fruit in the middle of the sea of law. The fluorescence from her entire body made her look extremely holy. Grand Uncle was truly courageous, daring to allow the Ligua race to come to the Sea of Law. If anything happened to the Sea of Laws, then the trillions of planes would directly collapse. Ningxu felt that the Sea of Laws was already incapable of giving birth to a new plane. In fact, it was also a slow death. No new planes were born, and existing planes would be destroyed for various reasons. Just like that, it dragged on. A terminally ill old man was being kept alive by all kinds of methods. He was going to die sooner or later. Death wasn't scary, but he was afraid of living a life worse than death. If the Sea of Law was a person, it would definitely be in incomparable pain right now. Ningxu asked, "Why don't you let the Sea of Laws die naturally?" Could it be that if the Sea of Laws collapsed, Grand Uncle and Jingqing would die? Based on Jingqing's words, that seemed to be the case. If the mother died, then the living planes that were attached to the mother would collapse as well, wouldn't they? Was the Grand Uncle trying to keep him alive? Grand Uncle, shut up. Ningxu rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. He knew that he wanted him to shut up, but he still poked his sore spot, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Ayaya, I just won't die. Aren't you envious and jealous? La la la. Ningxu's little man in his heart laughed complacently with his hands on his hips, his face showing compassion for the state of the universe. In any case, we know each other. I will help you find a good place with good feng shui. Grand Uncle looked at Ningxu indifferently. Don't treat your own imagination as the truth. Ningxu nodded, I understand. For someone who was about to die, he had to be more humane. Grand Uncle, what the hell do you know? The Ligua race purified for quite some time, and the fluorescence on their bodies gradually disappeared. Then, they stood up and ended the purification. Ningxu looked at the Sea of Laws. It was already purified. Why did she see that the Sea of Laws didn't change at all? There wasn't even a single ripple. The Sea of Laws was still the same. It was probably because the problem was too serious. Ligua's face was tired, and it was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy. She said coldly to Grand Uncle, I need to rest for a while. It's too serious. It can't be purified in a short time. Grand Uncle stood up, okay. If you feel that it's too much, I can call your race over to help. It will be faster. No need. Ligua's voice was sharp as she refused. Ningxu, she wanted to pull her race over to purify. Grand Uncle was really pushing his luck. Ligua was so angry that her face was distorted. Her noble and cold demeanor immediately collapsed. Ligua sat down to rest, and Ningxu asked her, why are you willing to help? Ligua's face was cold, you think I want to come? Didn't you see that he threatened me? Ningxu asked curiously, how did he threaten you? Ligua lifted her eyelids and looked at Ningxu, why should I tell you? If you join my race, I will tell you. Ningxu straightened her back, no need, I'm not very curious. Seeing how angry Ligua was, she must have been threatened. Being weak was so sullen. She was extorted of her energy body, and she was pulled over to be purified. It made one's hair stand on end. However, she had cheated Ligua before, and Ligua was still able to invite her half-truthfully. She was quite magnanimous. Ligua cherished her so much, oh my. Why did she feel that Ligua was scheming against her? For her own race, Ligua was quite willing to go all out. From Ligua and Grand Uncle, Ningxu had a preliminary impression of the living beings in the void. Actually, there was no difference. They were all struggling for survival. Ningxu asked, can the Sea of Law be purified? The problem with the Sea of Law was really not ordinary. If purification could solve the problem, the Sea of Law would not have become like this. Decline was inevitable. Ligua said, it can delay for a while. Ligua said unhappily, I'm so tired and annoyed. Granduncle is really annoying. Ningxu felt the same and asked, did you succeed? Ligua nodded, I succeeded. Really? Ningxu was surprised and looked at Ligua's stomach, are you pregnant? It seemed that Granduncle was really going to die and decided to leave a child for himself. Ligua was speechless. Ligua could not be bothered with Ningxu. Ningxu gave Granduncle a thumbs up, congratulations, congratulations. Granduncle frowned. What was wrong with him? His brain was not fully developed. He was simply retarded. Ligua also wanted to cover her face and covered Ningxu's mouth, stop talking. Ningxu turned to look at her, fake? Ligua was speechless. Ningxu was speechless. Ligua still had feelings for Granduncle. She did not succeed, but she said that she succeeded. What kind of mentality was this, scamming? She insisted on doing that with the Granduncle, Ningxu said, really useless. Ligua said, stay away from me. Ningxu changed the topic. How long do you need to purify it? Ligua was also afraid that Ningxu would talk about borrowing seeds, so she answered Ningxu's question, it will take some time. It won't be short. I don't know how long it will take. I see. Then she had to leave. She couldn't stay here and watch Ligua purify the Sea of Law. It was better to look for treasures, do missions, or deal with the star stones. She couldn't make the situation in the Sea of Law better even if she stayed here. Ningxu said, then you can do it. I'm leaving. Ningxu looked at the Granduncle with pity, as well as the superiority of an immortal to someone who was about to die. The veins on the Granduncle's forehead jumped. King retard. Ningxu left and returned to the system space. The little mouse lay on the sofa, feeling very uncomfortable. Ningxu said, okay, let's go look for treasures. The little mouse looked at Ningxu in horror. Are you the devil? It was already like this, but he still wanted it to go look for the void. The void was so dangerous, it had to go all out. How could it go to the void in its current state? Did he have to squeeze it like this? It was very uncomfortable now. The little mouse's mouth was bulging, and the whiskers on both sides of its cheeks were trembling. Its eyes were crystal clear, and tears were about to come out. It felt very wronged. Ningxu said, why are you crying? Is it that smelly? You're crying? Ningxu was very surprised. He grabbed the little mouse's neck, lifted it in front of him, and wiped the little mouse's face with his hand. Why are you so delicate? Delicate your sister. After being coaxed, little mouse felt even more wronged. Previously, he couldn't hold back his tears, but now, he was really crying drop by drop. Her tears dripped onto Ningxu's hand. Ningxu threw it onto the sofa in disgust. Alright, stop crying. Even girls don't cry as much as you do. Hee, only girls can cry? Ningxu looked at the little mouse. Alright, I won't look for treasures. If you want to vomit, don't vomit on the ground. You're still the king of a tribe. It was a little embarrassing. Little mouse, you don't allow people to be weak? Sure. He couldn't afford to offend him. Since the little mouse's condition was not good, Ningxu would not force it to go. Now that the little mouse was in such a bad mood and the void was so dangerous, it would be too easy for the little mouse to cause trouble. Since the little mouse was in such a state, Ningxu felt that he was still a gentle person and should show some concern. Sigh, people with immortality were so gentle. Little mouse lay on the sofa, sprawled out on all fours. Seeing that Ningxu was indifferent, it couldn't help but say, I'm already in such a state. Why aren't you comforting me? Ningxu. How do you want me to comfort you? Little mouse felt that Ningxu was really unreasonable. Comfort me with some material things. Ningxu made an O sound and had a look of realization. Then, he asked, what material things? Little mouse gave him a look of disdain. Like the origin of the world. Ningxu, I can give you spiritual comfort. Using material things is too vulgar and insulting. I know you're not such a little mouse. Little mouse. Please insult me as much as you want. No, I understand. Little Mouse instantly rolled its eyes. Stingy, she didn't want to give him the origin of the world. Why was it so difficult to get something from her, stingy? Ningshu clicked on the system's exchange store, intending to exchange for fasting pills and go to do tasks. Doing tasks was the right path in the world. When she had more souls in the world of reincarnation, and Zhu Jun collected more soul fluid, she might not need to do tasks anymore. Her current soul wasn't very good at doing things. Ningshu said to Dan Qing, "Go and do tasks." Dan Qing agreed, then hesitated to speak. Clearly, there was something that was hard for him to say. That, Ningshu, just say it, Ningshu said. I can't say. Dan Qing sighed. Ningshu, then don't say it. Dan Qing, I want to say it. Ningshu, then say it. Dan Qing, then I'll say it. Ningshu took a deep breath. Say it. Couldn't she be more straightforward? Dan Qing said, don't you have a lot of titles and blessings given by the people who entrusted you? Ningshu nodded. Well, yes. It seemed that there were a lot. She had never cared so much about these things, and they seemed to be useless. Dan Qing hesitated and said, can you give these titles to me? Ningshu asked calmly, what's in it for you? Dan Qing said, these titles will bring a certain amount of luck and faith to the task taker, but it's not suitable for the task taker to enter the world with luck. But it's better for the system. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Dan Qing said, yes, you can ask other task takers. Usually, these titles are given to the system by default, but you can also choose not to give them. There was such an unspoken rule, why didn't the previous Xianxia ask her for it? It was probably because he didn't care about such little things. He looked down on a little bit of luck given by an ant, even invisible luck. In the previous years, Ningshu felt that his life and work were abnormal. It was mainly because he encountered an abnormal system. Dan Qing said, the system has been deprived of its memory and can't remember the past. Compared to the task taker, the system sacrifices more and gains less. It will make up for the system in other aspects. I can't say for sure before. Ningshu said, I see. Since these things weren't very helpful to him, Ningshu wouldn't be stingy if they were helpful to the system. She opened the status panel. From doing missions until now, she had accumulated a lot of auras. Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass's Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhusu's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty-in-Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Cross-Race Communication, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Braveheart, Wang Ying's Blessing, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, and I Bingyan's Blessing, Heart of Peace and Joy, Luck Aura, Faith Aura. Longevity. She had 15 auras. But after careful calculation, it wasn't that much. After all, she had done a lot of missions. Ningshu suddenly felt that she wasn't a very qualified task taker. She thought too much. She thought she had a lot of auras. How embarrassing. Ningshu asked Dan Qing, what aura do you want? For the immortal Ningshu, these auras were of little help to her. It was useless to leave them here. She might as well give them to the system. BK Ningshu wanted to ask the man in the Cheongsam if that was the case, but after some thought, it did not matter. On the phone, these things were nothing to her. If Dan Qing really played tricks and deceived her, she would not be able to do anything. He would be the one suffering, but it would not be him. Moreover, Dan Qing did not need to lie. This thing could help him, but it was probably not that much. Dan Qing was the one who lied against his heart for such a small thing and ended up being tortured. Ningshu asked Dan Qing, what halo do you want? Dan Qing said, pardon me for asking, but can I only choose one, Ningshu? How many do you want? Dan Qing said, then give me the Mother of the World halo. After all, it's the Empress halo, so my luck is slightly better. Ningshu said, actually, the Founding Female General halo is not bad. After all, it was sculpted into a statue. It would probably leave a few words in the history books. That would be quite good. And because of the statue, it would continue to be passed down. Among these halos, the Founding Female General's luck was probably the strongest. Although he did not know if that plane existed now, the luck contained in this halo was the strongest. Danqing said, "Okay then, I want the founding female general halo." Ningxu said, "Take it yourself." Ningxu asked, "What does your system need luck for?" "Oh, actually, the system needs to be strong too. When it reaches a certain level, it can break away from the system's identity." Ningxu touched his chin and thought, "That's not right. It's a bit contradictory. Normal mission enforcers and the system are bound to their souls, so how can the system break away from the system's identity?" "They were bound together, so how could they be separated?" The system said, "They can be partners, but it didn't say that they have to be bound together. If you want to break away, it's actually possible. Go through another soul cleansing." Danqing said. Ningxu asked, "What's soul cleansing?" "Cleansing the soul," that was so simple and violent. Danqing said, "It's to cleanse the soul again and wipe away the memories." Ningxu was speechless. It was true. He felt that this organization was much stricter with the system than the mission enforcers. He did not know why. Ningxu said, "Then do you want to leave?" "If you want to leave, I can help you." Ningxu smiled. To be honest, she was still willing to use an AI system. If Danqing wanted to leave her, Ningxu could help. Danqing refused and said, "There's no need. I'm not strong enough to break free. If I really break free, I won't be able to do anything. Escaping is a goal, but we have to take it one step at a time." If he really couldn't even make a system, then he would have no place to use his skills, and he might really have to go to the Law City to serve as a waiter. That way, he wouldn't even have the chance to become strong. Ningxu didn't stand in front of him and let him take one of the halos. He didn't give him all the halos. Although these halos were useless to her, Ningxu didn't want to give them all to Danqing. He didn't want Danqing to think that these things were easy to obtain. There were a lot of cases where one would be grateful for one's gain but hated for another's gain. It would be a terrible thing if one's appetite was not satisfied. Danqing took one of the halos and thanked Ningxu. There was no resentment in his tone. In principle, these things should be given to the system, but it wasn't mandatory. Giving them was a favor, not giving them was a duty. Danqing was well aware of this point in his heart. Ningxu was about to do the mission when the chat system rang. The person who sent the message was someone Ningxu didn't know. Ningxu didn't intend to pay attention. Seeing that Ningxu didn't reply, the person immediately revealed his identity. He was from District D and said that there was no one there to deal with the Star Stone, so he asked Ningxu to help deal with it. His tone was pitiful. "Ningxu, what was this? Could she pretend not to be here and pretend not to see it?" Ningxu thought about it and contacted Awan, asking if she had time. Ningxu felt that he should find a person to be in charge of District D. It would be best if this person had a good relationship with him, although his relationship with Awan was as light as water. But in order to prevent the people in District D from relying on him, Ningxu felt that it was necessary to let Awan learn how to deal with the Star Stone. And as the person in charge, there would be a certain amount of resources. He just didn't know if Awan wanted these resources. Ningxu didn't want to be the person in charge, but he also needed to develop some connections. "Awan, I'm fine. I have time." Ningxu told Awan the ins and outs of the matter, including the situation in District D. Awan was very surprised. "Why me?" "Ningxu, because your current conditions are suitable." The Xianxia man didn't understand the rules. He had told him a few times, but it seemed that the Xianxia boy was still entangled with the space law. Well, she wasn't entangled with the time law because she didn't understand it at all. "Alright, thank you very much." "Very good," Awan agreed. Ningxu met with Awan first before heading to District D. Ningxu saw that Awan's soul was still very weak. Although it wasn't as strong as the transparent layer's ghost, it wasn't strong. When they arrived at District D, the group of people were really teary-eyed. They looked like they were waiting to be saved. Ningxu was speechless. Awan had always been active in District A. Those big shots were all cold. It was the first time he saw such enthusiastic people. Ningxu started to deal with the Star Stone and said to Awan, "Your soul isn't strong now. And dealing with the Star Stone is harmful to your soul, so I'll do it this time." You can watch from the side. Ningxu dealt with it while telling Awan the trick. Ningxu felt that he was really a gentle teacher. When he was taught by Taishu back then, he was very rough. Awan listened carefully and looked around. Why do I feel that District D is so poor, right? Ningxu continued, this district lacks a person in charge. Without a person in charge, even the slightest bit of resources are divided by the other people in charge. As a result, this district is getting poorer and poorer. It's a vicious cycle. There's competition between the districts. In short, District D is miserable. I see. Awan nodded. I'm from District A. Can I take over District D? Why not? They urgently need a person in charge now. If someone comes to take over, these people will definitely celebrate. Awan let go of her worries. If this was the case, there wouldn't be any internal conflicts when she took over District D in the future. Less trouble was better. Awan asked, has there been no one in District D who can deal with the Star Stone for such a long time? Probably, but it's always people sent by the organization. There's no one to teach, so there's always a shortage of young people. Awan took the tools and slowly processed it. Just like how Ningxu learned to deal with the Star Stone, the speed was very slow. She couldn't process one piece for a long time. It was very strenuous/BK Ningxu didn't urge her. Processing Star Stones was a job that hurt the soul, and if she was anxious, the damage to the soul would be even greater. In the future, when you are free, let's go together when I process Star Stones, Ningxu said to Awan. When Awan learned it, she would be completely free and could be a hands-off shopkeeper. Thinking about it, it was really beautiful. Awan asked Ningxu, they obviously want you to be in charge, why are you unwilling? Ningxu, because of freedom. She had lived for too long, and carrying a responsibility forever was a very scary thing. For example, that bastard granduncle. Such a huge void was waiting for her to explore, the treasures of the void were waiting for her to obtain. Awan, very impressive, you won't be tempted by temporary benefits. Being in charge, whether it was benefits or status, was a temptation. Ningxu, that's not it, it was that she could live for too long. So long that she didn't need to care about temporary benefits. Ningxu was processing Star Stones while looking at Awan. The other big shots were processing Star Stones, occasionally looking at Ningxu and Awan. Two beauties working together was really pleasing to the eye. Humans had to care and be more tolerant of beautiful things. Ningxu finished processing all the Star Stones, but Awan didn't process a single one. Instead, she was so tired that she was panting, and her soul had also dimmed. Ningxu said, don't be anxious, take it slow. To be honest, Ningxu didn't know how long the Sea of Law could last. Maybe not long after, these planes would no longer exist. But according to His Excellency and the others, a few million years was a simple matter. But Ningxu really couldn't feel the vitality of the Sea of Law. Could it really last for a few million years? Ningxu was suspicious of this time. But for the day that the planes existed, they had people who had to do the things at hand well. If the Sea of Law no longer existed, their group, even if they didn't die and didn't need to rely on the planes to live, they would become useless existences. They weren't strong, but compared to the living beings of the void, they were too weak. They felt a little homeless. Awan looked at Ningxu in a daze and asked, what are you thinking about? Ningxu said, the Sea of Stars. She was thinking that she had to go to the void lands to look for energy bodies that could allow her Sea of Laws to persevere for a period of time, at least until she became stronger. How annoying, the Sea of Law had now become her responsibility. Ningxu had to admit that if he wanted to live freely, the Sea of Laws had to exist, at least it could not collapse so quickly. Ningxu's expression became heavy all of a sudden, making Awan somewhat speechless. After dealing with the star rocks in one place, they went to the next. Ningxu then remembered and asked Awan, do you know how to build a spatial passage? Awan nodded. Sure. That's right, it seems like I can pick up the fragments after building a spatial tunnel. This was a necessary condition. She could pick up the fragments first before slowly comprehending the spatial laws. Alright then, don't teach Awan about the laws of space, teach her how to construct a spatial tunnel. Ningxu dealt with the star rocks and still had to teach Awan. Awan's soul was not strong and was easily tired, so she did not deal with it and kept taking notes. After dealing with all the broken planes, Ningxu and Awan were about to leave, but they were warmly urged to stay by the others. If not for the fact that they were girls, they would have shaken hands and hugged them. Awan was speechless. Suddenly, she did not really want to be the person in charge of this group of people. Ningxu walked away with Awan very coldly and said to Awan, "It's a bit difficult for your soul to deal with the star rocks." They were truly in the same boat. Awan said, "I'm currently doing missions, I hope to quickly replenish my soul." Awan felt that she was going to die from being busy. She had to do missions, pick up fragments, learn how to deal with the star rocks, and become the person in charge in the future. She felt that there was not enough time. Ningxu returned to the system space, picked up the little mouse and said, "Let's go to the Voidlands for a stroll." Previously, he said that he wanted to go, but in the end, he was attracted by the Sea of Laws and came back, planning to do missions. After thinking about it, he still felt that he should go to the Voidlands to look for the energy body. Ningxu thought about it carefully. It seemed that the energy body was useless to her, but because it was precious, she wanted to have it. Right, it seemed that peerless martial arts also needed energy bodies. Now that the Sea of Laws was in such a dead state, whether it was for public or private reasons, she had to go look for it. The little mouse could be considered a good thing, at least the probability of finding the energy body was higher. After all, it was looking for food, so it definitely had talent in this area. The little mouse tilted its head, "I'm not going." Ningxu took out a world's origin and tempted it, "I'll give you a world's origin." This time, the mouse touched its stomach, "I don't want to eat right now, I don't want anything at all." Yo, it's even twisted now. Ningxu tossed the world's origin, and the little mouse's eyes moved along with the energy body. Its eyeballs were about to fall onto the world's origin, but it was still holding on. Ningxu asked, "Are you going or not?" Every time she said she would go to the Voidlands, she actually didn't gain anything. The little mouse only brought her to find Li Wen. She waited for a piece of energy body, but this kind of energy body was very sharp. It wasn't an energy body full of vitality. Ningxu looked at the deity beating whip and the energy body. The two were fighting a battle of wits and courage. The energy body bounced the deity beating whip away again and again, but the deity beating whip kept wrapping around it tirelessly. Not sure if it was Ningxu's misconception, but she felt that the energy body was a little smaller. It was probably absorbed. Ningxu felt that when the deity beating whip absorbed this energy body, there would definitely be a qualitative change. Maybe a little lowly would be born. Ningxu said, "If you're not willing, then forget it, I'm going to do the mission." As she spoke, she put away the world's origin. The little mouse jumped up, "Since you're begging me, then I'll reluctantly agree to you. Look at your pitiful appearance, if I don't agree, I'll be heartless." Ningxu, "As long as you're happy." The little mouse stretched out its hand, "Give me the world's origin." Ningxu rolled her eyes and threw the world's origin to the little mouse. The little mouse immediately caught it and began to eat it. After eating it, it wiped its mouth and said, "I'm a little sleepy now, let's talk after I sleep." Ningxu chuckled, revealing a sinister smile, and grabbed it by the neck. "After eating my food, you still want to go back on your words, you'll die a horrible death." The little mouse, a woman who haggles over every ounce. Ningxu led the little mouse into the void and said, "Let's pass by the Sea of Law and take a look." The little mouses for all stood up. "Why are we going to such a disgusting place?" Ningxu gently stroked the little mouse. "There's no other way. Seeing such a disgusting place will motivate me to look for the energy body." /BK The little mouse adjusted the collar on its neck. Damn, this is so annoying. At first, the man and mouse held their heads high, but after walking for a short distance, they hunched their backs and carefully lowered their presence like thieves. The void was too dangerous. There were black holes in the void. If they were not careful and got sucked into a black hole, they would be crushed and never be able to get out. Furthermore, they might be sucked into an unknown space crack. There were all kinds of dangers that were unimaginable. Ningxu felt that it was understandable for him to be scared, but why was the little mouse so scared? Ningxu asked softly, "Hey, don't you often wander around the void? Why are you like this?" The little mouse said, "I'm alone now. No one is leading the way for me. If there's any danger, it's always my subordinates. All right. Ningxu sensed the sensors that he had released earlier and frowned. In just a short while, 3 of them had been damaged and could not be sensed anymore. All right, these man-made things were a little fragile in the void. At this moment, Ningxu did not have much hope for these sensors. It was normal that they did not find anything, but it would be a pleasant surprise if they did. It seemed that fate was really following the little mouse. Ningxu asked, "You've been drifting in the void for so long. Where do you think is the most likely place to have energy bodies?" The little mouse said without thinking, "I don't know. These things were discovered completely by luck. Can you people find gold mines buried deep underground without any tools? If I knew where energy bodies were born, I wouldn't be hungry." The little mouse moved its nose as it walked. It would avoid dangerous places. Ningxu asked the little mouse, "You've been drifting in the void for so many years. Do you know any races or places that can produce energy bodies easily? Places like gold and diamond mines require geographical conditions." The little mouse straightened its body, touched its chin, and said, "I quite like looking for Phoenix Spirit. Phoenix Spirit's place can produce energy bodies easily. To be honest, your place is really poor." "Phoenix Spirit, person's name, place name," Ningxu said, "then let's go find Feng Xian." Little mouse looked at Ningxu bitterly. "I can't go to that place. It's all a trap for me." Ningxu was speechless. He had forgotten that the little mouse was a locust-like existence. When faced with locusts, of course, he had to destroy them. Ningxu took a deep breath and smiled at the little mouse. "What about other places?" Little mouse blinked and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu punched little mouse's head. "Get out of here," the little mouse Ningxu asked, "why are you looking for energy bodies? I'd rather starve than look for them. This kind of thing is very hard to come by. Once it is discovered, there will definitely be a lot of people fighting over it. I don't have any subordinates right now, so I don't want to make a big fuss over a piece of energy." Ningxu was speechless. Hearing his tone, she really wanted to hammer him to death. "I don't want it because I'm too lazy to move." Little mouse said, "I'll take you to find some delicious food." "Forget about energy bodies." Ningxu said, "I'm not a glutton. Of course, I'll accept good food, but I still want energy bodies." Little mouse said, "With our bodies, it's a little too easy to find energy bodies. So you know where energy bodies are?" Ningxu looked at little mouse. Little mouse quickly shook its head. "I didn't say that. I don't even know where they are." Ningxu said, "You did." Little mouse said, "I didn't." "You did." "I didn't." Ningxu said, "I didn't." Little mouse said, "You did." Ningxu asked, "Where?" Little mouse was speechless. "F***ck your mother." Little mouse rolled its eyes. Okay. I know a place that has them, but it's very dangerous. Even if I have subordinates, I won't go. Also, let me tell you." Little mouse shook its leg proudly. "I'm the only one who knows about this place." Ningxu was speechless. What was it so proud of? "Take me there. I need this thing." Little mouse was a little hesitant. "No, that place is really too dangerous. If you get swept up by the wind, you'll be turned into ashes. I accidentally went to that place before and lost half of my troops. You fought with my subordinates before. You should know how hard their bodies are. Even with such a strong body, they'll be turned into ashes in an instant." Ningxu was speechless. It did sound a little scary. Ningxu said, "Then I'll go take a look. I won't let myself die." Little mouse rolled its eyes at Ningxu. "You're saying the same thing as a man saying, 'If I don't go in, I'll just take advantage of you.'" Ningxu looked disgusted. "When did you become so vulgar?" Little mouse said, "Your words are vulgar, but you're right." Ningxu said, "I won't let myself take the risk." Little mouse smiled maliciously. "Okay, you can't blame me if you insist on looking for death. It's very far away. You have to be prepared." Ningxu nodded. She had plenty of time anyway. Little mouse walked in front and Ningxu followed behind. They marked the location of the space node. After marking it, little mouse didn't need to lead the way next time. It was very convenient to perform space jumps. As they walked, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. It was getting colder and colder. It was a coldness that penetrated deep into her soul. She was in soul form now, so normal coldness didn't affect her at all. However, this coldness made Xianxia shiver. Little Mouse didn't seem to feel anything. It walked in front with its head held high. Xianxia stopped in her tracks. Her lips were already turning black. I'm very cold. Little Mouse turned around. That's right. This energy body is in an extremely cold place. Normal people wouldn't be able to withstand it, especially with your weak soul. Xianxia frowned. She couldn't help but rub her hands together to warm them up. If you continue walking, your soul will be completely frozen. Then, with a bang, it will explode into powder and be annihilated. This coldness is no joke. Even the creatures in the void won't be able to withstand this coldness. Do you still want to go? Little Mouse asked. Xianxia took out the fire pearl and held it in her hand. Of course I want to go. Since I'm already here, I won't be satisfied if I don't experience it. The fire pearl was so hot. Holding it in her hand was like holding a heating pad. It dispelled the coldness on her body. She just didn't know how long she could last. Little Rat shrugged his shoulders. Okay, you can follow me. Little Mouse looked at the thin layer of fur on the surface of her body. She was actually able to withstand the cold. It really made people jealous. Fortunately, her brain wasn't good enough. If her brain was any smarter, she would really be in heaven. If she had a body, Xianxia would probably be so cold that her snot would have flowed out. Her snot would have frozen into hard lumps. How much longer? Xianxia asked. It was really too cold. Her soul couldn't take it anymore. Little Mouse didn't seem to care. It's still early. I already said it's very far. Xianxia held the fire pearl and relied on it for warmth, but she still felt colder and colder. She didn't have a body, but she felt as if her body was frozen, and her movements were especially slow. There was a layer of frost on her soul. It was really cold. Xianxia didn't know if she could make it to the destination. The little mouse walked in front, and Xianxia quickly caught up with it. He picked up the little mouse and held it in his arms. Give me some warmth. His soul was covered in frost, but the little mouse wasn't. He held the little mouse in his arms, and he suddenly felt warmth from his hands. Yes, the little mouse was warmer than the fire pearl. The fire pearl was now dim, and the heat on it was almost exhausted. Usually, the little mouse wouldn't burn his hands, but now it was exceptionally warm. It was probably at a constant temperature. The little mouse said, "Damn, you're really cold. Let go." It struggled with all four limbs, but Xianxia held it tightly. The more they walked, the colder Xianxia felt. She couldn't help but hug the little mouse tighter. If she had known, she would have worn more clothes, or at least brought something to keep her warm. The little mouse didn't say anything in advance, so it probably didn't want to go to this place. Xianxia's body stiffened, and she shivered as she asked, "How much longer?" "It's still early," the little mouse said nonchalantly. "This is just the beginning." Xianxia was speechless. It was too cold. It was so cold that her brain was starting to become muddled. The little mouse looked at Xianxia shivering, and asked, "Do you want to go back? Is there really an energy body in that place?" Xianxia asked with a lisp. The little mouse nodded. "There is, but there's no way to get it. When I get there, I'm freezing. It's basically a land of death. Even the creatures in the void can't withstand it." Xianxia wiped her nose, and she felt snot flowing out. "I want to take a look." Xianxia said she wanted to confirm if there was really an energy body in that place. Little Rat turned around and looked at Xianxia, who was hunched over. All right. Xianxia felt cold, but at least he wouldn't die. With the will of death, he could hold on for a while. He took out another fire pearl and held it in his hand. With the addition of the little mouse, he didn't feel so cold anymore, and his footsteps became much faster. As they walked, a blizzard appeared in front of them. Xianxia looked at the snowstorm and was speechless. He had never seen such a big snowstorm. The snowflakes were the size of a palm, and they were dense and white. The wind was howling. Looking from afar, it was truly shocking. Ningxu didn't want to go anymore. He asked the little mouse, "How far is it?" Little mouse was annoyed by the questions. "It's very far. We were at the edge just now. We still have to pass through the snowstorm to reach the glacier. It's an unimaginably vast glacier." Ningxu hammered his trembling legs and looked at the howling cold wind. He took a deep breath. They had walked for so long, and they were still at the edge of the glacier. Ningxu asked the little mouse, "How did you get in before?" Little mouse said, "Of course we relied on our race. We relied on a large amount of energy bodies to warm ourselves up. I was just curious about what was inside, so I went in for fun." Ningxu was speechless. Some people could be willful when they were rich. Ningxu took a deep breath and took out the fire pearl again. He said to the little mouse, "Let's go in." Little mouse shook its head. "Let's not. You'll die." "No, we'll just teleport back." Little rat sneered and looked at Ningxu. "Do you think the wind is howling and the blizzard is so fierce that even the space nodes are disordered?" Ningxu was already hesitant. Hearing the little mouse's words, he hesitated even more. "Let's go." Ningxu stretched out his leg and tested it at the edge of the snowstorm. He immediately felt his leg go numb and quickly retracted it. "It's really cold," Ningxu said. Little mouse's eyes lit up. "Then shall we go back?" Ningxu said, "Let's go. I can still bear it." Ningxu held the little mouse and leaned forward into the snowstorm. The howling snowstorm penetrated his soul. Ningxu shivered. It was so cold. Stepping on the thick snow, he left a trail of footprints that disappeared in an instant. Ningxu hugged the little mouse tightly and absorbed the heat from little mouse's body. The little mouse's eyes rolled back. "Oh my god, yeah." Ningxu was swept away by the snowstorm and left a trail of Ningxu's cries in the air. In order to avoid being separated from the little mouse, Ningxu hugged the little mouse tightly. This was her source of heat. Little Halsey turned into a pool of water and wrapped Ningxu up to escape from the hurricane. Ningxu fell down and felt that his body was covered in a sticky liquid. This should be the little mouse's main body. After wrapping him up, he felt much warmer. It was airtight and he felt like the cold outside couldn't blow in. "Well done," Ningxu praised. "Little mouse, go away. If you really want to thank me, give me 10 world sources." Who doesn't know how to say nice things? Ningxu, "Okay, if you don't like nice things, I won't say them." Little mouse, with the protection of the little mouse's membrane, Ningxu didn't feel so cold anymore. He also felt much faster. Whenever they encountered a hurricane, they would avoid it. However, they would often be swept away by the hurricane. The more he walked, the colder it got. Even with the protection of the little mouse, the coldness still seeped in. Once again, he was swept away by the hurricane. After getting rid of the hurricane, little mouse turned back into a mouse. He lay in Ningxu's arms and sniffled. So cold. Ningxu didn't have time to react and was instantly frozen. Ningxu instantly turned into an ice sculpture. He was so lifelike that even his expression froze. Ningxu, damn, you should have told me before you transformed. He was now an ice sculpture. He couldn't imagine how ugly his expression was now. Little mouse had no choice but to put his hand on Ningxu. The endless heat gradually melted Ningxu's ice sculpture. The contact between the cold and the heat formed a majestic white smoke. Little mouse was indeed a creature from the void. She had always said that he was useless, but in the environment of the void, he had a natural advantage. She became an existence that was dragging him down. She only had the will of death to support her. She didn't die even after being frozen into an ice sculpture. Little mouse's body had 1 less HP than before. Damn, the energy I stored in my body is gone. It's gone. It's gone. Ningxu stroked little mouse. It's okay, I'll give you a world source later. 100 world sources can't make up for the energy I lost. Do you know how long I've stored this heat? No, you don't know at all. Little mouse was very sad. He hated himself for bringing her to this place. For a little bit of food, he lost more. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he was. He wanted to eat it back. Ningxu said, "Okay, I'll give you another one when we get back. You have no idea how much energy I've lost." Ningxu said, "Don't worry, don't worry." Are we in a glacier?" Ningxu finally noticed his surroundings. It was an endless stretch of icebergs. The icebergs were so tall that he didn't know where they went. There was no end to it. Tall and numerous glaciers, it was like a god with uncanny workmanship. Fortunately, they were swept away by the hurricane for quite a bit of distance, so they arrived earlier than expected. Ningxu raised his hand and looked around. "Where are the energy bodies? Do you see the green dots embedded in the icebergs?" Little Mouse said dispiritedly. Ningxu looked carefully. "Green dots, not just that. There are even rainbow-colored ones." Ningxu discovered that there were faint starry things in the glacier. Compared to the dry glacier, these things looked only the size of mung beans and were not eye-catching at all. "I only care about what I can eat." Little Mouse didn't care about other energy bodies at all. He only cared about the gentle energy bodies that contained life energy. Little Mouse couldn't help but drool. When he saw the energy bodies, he was very hungry. Especially after consuming so much energy, it was like consuming a lot of fat. If he continued to consume energy, Little Mouse would probably freeze to death. Ningxu threw the fire bead that didn't have much heat toward the glacier. Before it even touched the glacier, the fire bead instantly turned into a lump of ice. Then, the lump of ice was quickly covered with cracks. Then, with a bang, it directly exploded. The broken ice shards reflected bits of starry light. It was quite beautiful. Ningxu took a step back. Damn, this was probably the coldest energy in the legends. It was extremely cold. Ningxu glanced at the energy bodies in the glacier and said to Little Mouse, "Let's go back." They were going back so quickly. Little Mouse was still a little unused to it. "Ningxu. Didn't I say before that I'm just going to take a look?" With her current strength, there was no way she could extract these energy bodies. Before she could even get close, she would be annihilated, just like the fire pearl. Heat was energy, and so was cold. She couldn't bear this kind of energy. "Alright, let's go back," the Little Mouse said listlessly. Ningxu carried the Little Mouse and jumped through space. Because of the previous mark, the way back was much smoother. However, it was also destroyed by the power of the hurricane, so it would take a lot of time. The Little Mouse was also freezing. It kept sneezing and had a runny nose. When it returned to the system space, it stuck out its butt and lay on the sofa crying, mourning its loss of energy. Ningxu touched its butt and comforted it. "If you can open this, I'll give you an energy body." Little Mouse looked at Ningxu suspiciously. "You're so generous. Next time, I'll have to rely on you." Little Mouse, F***CKU, Ningxu glanced at his soul. It had dimmed a lot, destroyed by the power of ice and snow. Opening the chat system, Ningxu contacted Senior Uncle and went straight to the point about the energy bodies. Then, they met to talk. Senior Uncle said to talk in the interrogation room. Ningxu said, "No, we'll talk in my restaurant." He could still get a meal in the restaurant. Ningxu picked up the Little Mouse and said, "Let's find someone who can mine." With so many colored energy bodies, Ningxu felt that the god-beating whip could eat its fill. Little Mouse said weakly, "Whatever, I just want to sleep. I want to hibernate now. I've lost too much energy. Activities will cause more energy loss." Ningxu gave it a world's origin. "Eat it. I'm very generous." Little Mouse sneered in disdain. It had never seen such a shameless thing. Little Mouse gnawed on the world's origin. When Ningxu arrived at the restaurant, Senior Uncle was already waiting for her. He was drinking tea casually. Sure enough, he cared a lot and came earlier than her. "Why did you come to see him?" F***CK, I can't eat anymore. Little Mouse smelled the smell on Senior Uncle and suddenly withered a lot. It jumped off Ningxu's shoulder and disappeared. Ningxu's nose twitched. It was really smelly. Why didn't she smell it? Ningxu sat down, called the waiter, and ordered a table of expensive dishes. He said to Senior Uncle, "Talk while eating." "It's a long story. Then make it short. Senior uncle put down the teacup. Ningxu said, I can't make it short. At least the time of a meal. Oh, by the way, you can pay the bill. Senior uncle said, I'll pay the bill? Ningxu said, can't I pay the bill? I risked my life to get the information. Can't I eat a meal? Senior uncle narrowed his eyes. A meal is enough. Ningxu said, of course not. You wish. Call me Dad and I'll tell you. Senior uncle looked at Ningxu expressionlessly. Are you itching for a beating? The dishes came one after another. Senior uncle gave his identity card to the waiter. After a while, the waiter took the card and returned it to senior uncle. Senior uncle put away the identity card and didn't eat. Ningxu said, You're not eating? Senior uncle said, Not interested. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. According to this guy's stingy character, how could he not eat? Ningxu's nose twitched. She didn't know if it was an illusion or if she had heard too much from the little mouse, but she also faintly smelled a rotten smell from senior uncle. Ningxu stood up and walked around senior uncle. She sniffed from his back, neck, armpits, and neck. She could directly smell the smell of people. As she approached, she seemed to smell a faint smell. Ningxu wanted to get closer, but a cold finger pressed her forehead. Go away. Ningxu sighed and returned to her seat. She continued eating. Your body probably can't handle it anymore. You won't be able to digest it. Ningxu looked at senior uncle. You're not a walking corpse now, are you? The grand elder smirked. If I were a walking corpse, I would tear you apart immediately. Where's the specific location of the energy body? Senior uncle was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Ningxu said, I can't even take a bite of my food. Let me eat something first. You should eat too. I don't eat from the same plate as others. Ningxu thought, damn, you're so particular. There are shared chopsticks, okay? Ningxu told senior uncle about the glacier while eating. Senior uncle was expressionless, but he asked, why did you go there? Ningxu said, to play. Senior uncle pondered and didn't speak. His eyes were a little unfocused, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ningxu ate and said to senior uncle, I brought such a big piece of information. You have to give me soul fluid. My soul is weak now, so I can't take you to the glacier. And I want some of the extracted energy bodies. Her original intention was to find energy bodies for the Sea of Law. Even if they were scraps, she still wanted to get some energy bodies. Ningxu observed him while eating. She took a sip of tea to clear the taste in her mouth and said, looking closely, your skin is gray. You're actually dead. The grand uncle glanced at Ningxu. You don't look at the skin to see if someone is dead or not. You look at the eyes. Ningxu shook her head. No, you look at the skin. When the blood stops flowing, the skin immediately reacts. The grand uncle sneered. My cells are worlds. There's no such thing as blood. Ningxu was speechless. Well, she really couldn't use an ordinary human body to identify the grand uncle. She really wanted to stab the grand uncle with a knife to see if there was no blood. But if she pierced his skin, how many worlds would collapse? There were about 37,200,000,000,000 cells in a person's body. Oh my, was there really so many worlds in the grand uncle's body? She didn't quite believe it. But what made Ningxu unhappy was that the grand uncle was too calm when she told him the location of the energy body. He wasn't happy or disappointed. He felt that the information she got was worthless. Ningxu asked, do you know this place? The grand uncle said casually, even you can find it. Do you think the other races in the void can't find it? Ningxu asked, then why hasn't the glacier been developed yet? Since they knew there were energy bodies inside, why didn't they develop it? The grand uncle said, everyone tacitly agreed not to develop it. It's considered a sustainable development route. Ningxu said, Tisk, isn't it because it's too cold and can't be developed? To be frozen into dregs by something thrown at him, even a void spirit would find it difficult to withstand such energy. And looking at the iceberg, who knew how long it had been there and how to dig it out, she felt that the void creatures were too lazy to care about things that took time. The grand uncle nodded. That's one thing. Ning-Shu asked, then can you dig it out? Probably not. If he could, why didn't he dig it out? Why did he look for energy bodies everywhere? The Grand Elder didn't deny it. Firstly, mining is indeed difficult. Secondly, once someone does, those guys who are too lazy to count will swarm in. Ning-Shu. What fur? Grand Uncle. Any fur is fine. Ning-Shu exclaimed. How dirty. Ning-Shu poured a cup of tea for the Grand Uncle and said, mining is difficult, but it can still be done. Look at you, you are now a walking corpse. You need energy. Like the Sea of Law, it also needs energy. Actually, no matter how much energy there was in the Sea of Law, it was probably just like that. However, it could be delayed for a while. The Grand Uncle glanced at Ning-Shu, picked up the teacup with his slender fingers, and took a sip. You've always been lazy, but now you're worried about these things? Ning-Shu was speechless. When had she ever been lazy? She had really risked her life for the sake of living, yet she was still being called lazy. What a great injustice, she was a very serious person. Ning-Shu said, where there is an organization, there is home. I sincerely hope that the organization will last for thousands of years and last forever. Sect Master, your divine power is unparalleled. Sect Master Dongfeng's divine power is unparalleled. The Grand Uncle said indifferently, you want energy bodies and use the organization as a raft. Are you planning to take a part of it? Ning-Shu was really wronged. Her original intention was really pure. Even if she wanted to, she would give some scraps to the God-striking whip to let it evolve. However, Ning-Shu quickly reacted and asked the Grand Uncle, have you entered the center? Have you seen the glacier? The Grand Uncle, of course. Ning-Shu, nonsense, you definitely haven't entered. You don't know that there are many energy bodies embedded in the glacier. There are energy bodies of all colors. The Grand Uncle's hand that was shaking the teacup slightly paused, but he was still expressionless. It's difficult to excavate the glacier. I don't want to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to do such a thing. Ning-Shu rolled his eyes. It was obviously difficult to mine, and ordinary souls would be frozen and annihilated after entering. Therefore, ordinary mission enforcers couldn't go in and mine. Ning-Shu felt that even ordinary big shots wouldn't be able to resist this kind of cold energy. Could it be that the organization relied on non-humans to mine? However, even the creatures in the void might not be able to withstand this kind of temperature. They might freeze to death like ordinary humans. In the end, it was just that the price-performance ratio of mining wasn't good. Ning-Shu, if we don't mine, do we have to rely on cheating to get energy bodies? The Grand Uncle. Cheating? Ning-Shu nodded. Cheating. The Grand Uncle was a godlike person. The Grand Uncle put down the teacup. Okay, you don't have to worry about these things. It's useless for you to worry. The Grand Uncle stood up and was about to leave. Ning-Shu stood in front of the Grand Uncle like the wind. Don't tell me you want to secretly mine behind my back. The Grand Uncle, I'm not as wretched as you. F***ck, how was she wretched? How was she lazy? Ning-Shu asked, then where are you going next? I'll follow you. You'll definitely go to the glacier. You're crazy. If I knew there was such a place, I would have done it long ago. Ning-Shu shook his head. No, you'll definitely go to the glacier deep in the snow to confirm if what I said is true. Are there energy bodies mixed in the glacier? The Grand Uncle. I don't know how long I've lived. When I'm bored, I wander around. I've been to all the places you've been to, and I've also been to places you haven't been to. Ning-Shu frowned. Are you showing off that you're very old? Was this something to be proud of? Old fart. Ning-Shu laughed. Explaining is covering up, and covering up is telling a story. Look at you talking so much. You're obviously guilty. Ning-Shu wanted to pat the Grand Uncle's shoulder. Anla, it's okay if you want to see it. I'll take you. I'll mark the space. The Grand Uncle's shoulder tilted, avoiding Ning-Shu's hand. Ning-Shu didn't care at all. But it's really cold. I'm frozen stiff. If you want to go, you should ask Uncle Chong for some warm tools. Ning-Shu shuddered as she spoke. By the way, my soul isn't good now. Give me some soul fluid to replenish it. The granduncle looked at Xianxia with a sneer. You really dare to ask? Do you think you've made a great contribution? Do you want to do this or that? Xianxia flipped his hair. Of course. Otherwise, the information I brought while risking being frozen a few times wouldn't be worth anything. Don't bring ordinary mission enforcers in. They'll be frozen directly. Take them away quickly. The veins on the granduncle's forehead jumped. When did I say I wanted to mine the glacier? Xianxia sighed and felt it was a pity. I'm not going to mine it. There are so many energy bodies. He couldn't rely on his own strength. Xianxia hoped to mine the iceberg, but most of his feelings were for the Sea of Law. Reading a book a gauge. El Granduncle frowned and pinched his eyebrows. Okay, that's it. If you want soul fluid, go find Xianxia. Don't talk anymore. Xianxia, okay, Granduncle left. Xianxia sat down again and finished a table of dishes before returning to the system space. Little Mouse was lying on the sofa in a drunken stupor. Xianxia sat beside it and poked its soft belly. He said to Little Mouse, call your Li Wen. Let's find a way to mine the energy bodies ourselves. Little Mouse opened its eyes and sat up. It shook its head like an old man. No, we can't do it alone. Mining this kind of thing requires a lot of manpower and resources. I don't have any subordinates now. But even if I do, I can resist the cold. Little Mouse was very greedy, but it was still very rational. It's too cold. Even if we bring those machines, I don't think we can work properly. We'll be frozen into sculptures in an instant. Little Mouse saw its subordinates freeze into spectacular ice sculptures. With a touch, they would explode and explode into powder. They couldn't be any more dead. It had enough energy stored in its body and could barely resist it. But if it went again, Little Mouse felt that it would die. Xianxia touched Little Mouse's head and sighed. It could only look and not eat. Thinking about it, she shouldn't be so worried. Granduncle wasn't worried, so why should she be? Even if she couldn't get the energy bodies of the iceberg, there were other energy bodies. She believed that the Sea of Law could still hold on for a while. If something really happened to the Sea of Law, she could slowly find a way out. She felt like the Emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch was worried. It was as if she had some bad intentions. It seemed that the conditions of the iceberg were really difficult. The creatures in the void were also very lazy and lived for a long time. If humans saw the resources of the iceberg, they would probably think of ways to mine it. Little Mouse touched its chin and sighed. Let's give up. Xianxia felt his heart ache. It's a little hard to give up. If it wasn't difficult, you wouldn't have had the chance to see so many energy bodies. To be able to see so many energy bodies in this lifetime, you can consider it worth it. Oh, that's right, if I want soul fluid from Xianxia, I should at least get something out of it. Xianxia opened up the chat system and told Xianxia about the soul fluid. Xianxia didn't say much and gave him a small bottle of soul fluid. It was about the size of a Yakult bottle, but it was better than nothing. Xianxia gulped down the Yakult and then removed all the impurities in it. The feeling of having a full soul was as comfortable as having a full meal. Xianxia looked at the little mouse and took out another world origin for it. Eat it. The little mouse took the world's origin and looked at Xianxia suspiciously. It didn't eat it. What are you trying to do now? Why are you suddenly acting like this? Xianxia punched the little mouse's head. I didn't see that your energy consumption was high, so I gave you some fat. *CK, how was she not a good person? The little mouse was even more suspicious. Why did you give me some fat for no reason? You still want to go to the glacier? Xianxia. Are you a masochist? I'm just being nice to you and you're doubting the world. Even if you don't go to the glacier, you still need a good body to go to other places. The little mouse made an O sound and then hugged the world origin and gnawed. Xianxia was speechless. Usually, if he didn't give it to it, it would cry out every day. Now that he gave it to it, it was suspicious as if it wanted to do something to it. Could she kill the little mouse? It was the king of a race. Xianxia thought about it and decided to go do the mission. She was worried about the Sea of Law and seemed to be meddling in other people's business. The chat system dinged. Ningxu opened it and saw that it was sent by the Grand Elder. He asked her to gather in the void and said that they were going to the glacier. Ningxu suddenly laughed. Didn't he say that he wasn't going to mine? What was he doing now? Nothing in the world could escape the law of true fragrance. She definitely had to go. Maybe she could really get something. She could pick up the scraps on the side. Ningxu picked up the little mouse and said, "Let's take the energy body." The little mouse was a little confused. "We're going to the glacier again? Let's go." This time, it was a lie. Ningxu opened his hand to suck the god-beating whip over, but the god-beating whip was obviously reluctant to part with the energy body and didn't want to fly into Ningxu's hand. "Ningxu, be good, continue to suck when we come back." Only then did the god-beating whip reluctantly fly into Ningxu's hand. Putting away the god-beating whip, he held the little mouse and jumped to the space node that the Grand Elder had given him. When he arrived, Ningxu saw a group of people. Although it was a group of people, there weren't many. There was the Grand Elder, Xianxia, and His Excellency in a tuxedo. He hadn't seen His Excellency for a long time. He felt that His Excellency had a soft light of fatherly love. As for the other two people, Ningxu didn't know them. Ningxu greeted them and then asked the Grand Elder, "How do you plan to mine?" The Grand Elder didn't speak. Ningxu looked at Xianxia, who pointed at his book. "Ningxu?" He didn't quite understand. Ningxu looked at His Excellency. His Excellency looked at Ningxu and didn't speak. *CK, they hadn't even reached the glacier yet. Why were they so cold? Ningxu looked at Xianxia's book and suddenly had an idea. He said in disbelief, "You're going to move the glacier directly?" Thinking about it carefully, this plan was the most likely. After all, the glacier was so cold. They couldn't dig the glacier bit by bit while enduring the cold. And even if you opened a hole in the front foot, your back foot might be frozen again. He directly used Xianxia's book to throw the cut glacier into the space. The temperature outside was high. Without caring about the glacier, the ice would melt directly, and the energy body inside would be exposed. How much confidence did he have in himself to do such a thing? Of course, it would be better if he succeeded. She would have leftovers to take. Ningxu thought about it and decided to bring the peerless martial arts with him. After all, the peerless martial arts were also in a space. If your space can't hold it, I can sacrifice my peerless martial arts to help you store the iceberg. Ningxu returned to the system space, picked up the peerless martial arts, and returned to the space node. It only took a few seconds. The little mouse was also excited. Its saliva dripped onto Ningxu's hand. "Energy body, energy body." Xianxia handed a bottle of potion to Ningxu and said, "Apply it on your body." Ningxu asked, "What's the use of this?" "Would it disfigure him if he applied it on his body?" Xianxia said, "Cover your smell. There are races in the void with sharp noses that will track you down." Ningxu immediately thought of what the Grand Elder said about those races that were too lazy to count their hairs. They probably wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the void, even the Grand Elder and Xianxia had to be careful. Of course, it didn't exclude the possibility that they were too lazy to care about those races. Ningxu smeared the unknown liquid on his body and smelled it. There was no smell. He guessed that this thing also covered their smell. No, it probably didn't cover their smell, but the smell of Senior Uncle. If Little Rat could smell the smell of the Grand Elder's body, and it was very smelly, then other races could also smell it. Senior Uncle was the one who should apply this kind of thing, and he should apply a lot of it. Ningxu asked Senior Uncle, "Did you apply it?" Senior Uncle. Everyone did. Ningxu, who is everyone? I'm just asking you if you applied it. Senior Uncle. I did. Ningxu rolled her eyes. If you want to wipe it off, then so be it. Why do you have to drag others into it? The team started to set off. Ningxu whispered to Little Mouse, "Did you cover his smell?" Senior Uncle, who was walking in front, paused slightly and sped up. Little Mouse touched its nose with its paw. "It's okay." Ningxu responded with a meaningful "oh." Some guesses in his heart were even more confirmed. After a few space jumps, they arrived at the periphery of the snowstorm. There was a dense snowstorm, and occasionally a hurricane whistled by. Ningshu's body trembled. He thought of the suffocating cold again. It really made him shiver. Little Mouse turned into its mercury-like substance. Then, it stretched out and wrapped around Xianxia's arm to prevent him from getting lost. Little Mouse thought about it and decided that it was the best choice to wrap around this person. The senior uncle in front was too smelly. His Excellency was really ugly. He didn't know the rest. Without a choice, this person was the only suitable candidate. However, when he saw him, he thought of how this guy ambushed him halfway and wiped out his race and subordinates. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Xianxia looked at the thing on his arm and didn't say anything. The space coordinates in the snowstorm were unstable. The ones that Ningshu had marked before couldn't be sensed anymore. Ningshu didn't dare to jump over one or two occasionally. He didn't know if the location had changed, but he didn't know where he would end up. The group of people turned to look at Ningshu. Ningshu blinked his eyes and remained as quiet as a chicken. He could only explain, the space here isn't very stable. The position of my space node might have shifted. Xianxia said, if that's the case, let's walk. We have plenty of time anyway. The others had no objections and stepped into the snowstorm. Ningshu immediately shivered. It was really F***ing cold. It was 10,000 times more painful than waking up in the dead of winter. However, a warm current then spread through his soul, making Ningshu feel alive again. The little mouse said, this time I used up a lot of energy. You must give me the energy body. Stop talking. They hadn't even gotten their hands on the energy bodies and they were already thinking about it. At the very least, when these people got their hands on the energy bodies, they would think of a way to get some. The snowstorm was very heavy. The group of people bent over to resist the wind. The whistling cold wind blew, and their clothes fluttered. The windbreaker of the senior uncle in front was blown up by the wind. With the little mouse blocking him, Ningshu didn't feel the cold wind, but he still felt cold. However, it was within the range that he could bear and wouldn't freeze to death. This was also the little mouse's way of saving energy. The deeper they went, the colder it became. At this time, Ningshu, who was relatively weak, was in a bit of a difficult situation. Although the little mouse had helped Ningshu resist a lot of the cold, he was still shivering. Ningshu took out a fire bead and held it, feeling more comfortable. Because there were many people this time, and they were all powerful existences, they avoided the snowstorm before it came over, unlike Ningshu who was easily swept away. Ningshu was sandwiched in the middle and felt really at ease. Sure enough, winning without doing anything was the best. He felt that he was useless. Seeing that there was no danger and that the people in front could avoid the hurricane, the little mouse withdrew its limbs that were wrapped around Xianxia. After all, wrapping also required energy. And it was also very cold after the energy was dispersed. The group of people was silent. They only reminded each other when they encountered danger. At other times, they buried their heads and walked forward, leaving a string of footprints. Ningshu looked at the people around him. They didn't seem to be cold, and the palm-sized snowflakes that floated to their bodies quickly melted. There wasn't even water vapor left behind, and there was no trace on their bodies. Well, they were indeed men. They were so vigorous and weren't afraid of the cold at all. The atmosphere was too quiet. Ningshu moved to the side of His Excellency and asked in a low voice, "How's the child recently?" His Excellency, not bad. Ningshu, how about cultivation? His Excellency, not bad. Ningshu, has he grown up a little? His Excellency, not bad. Ningshu, damn, this topic couldn't be continued. Obviously, he didn't want to talk to her. Ningshu also moved away. He couldn't be bothered to talk to His Excellency. The few of them were fine. They directly sent her away without any news. Ningshu shivered. It was getting colder and colder. They were probably close to the glacier. The little mouse was a little strained. It was probably giving up its capital. The endless iceberg stretched as far as the eye could see. How much energy was used to freeze so many glaciers? The problem was how to get the glaciers into the space one after another. The tip of the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. The icebergs that emerged were only part of it. Hidden under the thick ice were probably even more terrifying icebergs. If they wanted to uproot them, it was probably impossible, and it would affect the glaciers next to them. What was even more terrifying was that these emerging glaciers might be a piece of ice under the ice layer. Then, only the exposed glaciers could be cut in half. Xianxia took a deep breath. It was too cold. Senior uncle took out a black long sword, jumped up, and slashed at the glacier. With a clang, the thick iceberg remained motionless. The iceberg directly reflected the power of the sword. Senior uncle slashed many times in a row, but they were all reflected. Moreover, his sword was covered with a thick layer of frost. It was quite beautiful. Senior uncle clenched his fist and put it in front of his mouth. He coughed slightly. His face was getting paler. There were only shallow sword marks on the glacier. Xianxia frowned and touched his eyebrows. This glacier is really thick. It's not easy to deal with. A trident appeared in His Excellency's hand. It turned into a huge Xianxia. It was especially ugly. It jumped up, raised the huge and heavy trident, and stabbed at the iceberg. The trident was deeply inserted into the iceberg. It was quickly covered with frost. It directly froze His Excellency's trident, and he couldn't pull it out. Xianxia was speechless. What a powerful ice. If she touched the iceberg, she would probably be crippled. His Excellency took a deep breath and pulled the trident out with all his strength. He put away the trident and turned into a human wearing a tuxedo. There's a reason why this thing exists until now. His Excellency frowned. Little Rat was dumbfounded. His whole body was not in a good state. If these people couldn't do it, how much energy would it have wasted? It couldn't live anymore. The little mouse reduced its energy output. Xianxia was the first to feel very cold. She took out a fire bead to resist the cold. Obviously, the little mouse had no confidence in these people. Seeing that the senior uncle and His Excellency couldn't do it, the others didn't go alone. Xianxia had no desire to do it. Xianxia said in a trembling voice, "Let's just leave if we can't." It was too cold. These men could withstand it, but she couldn't. She was the prettiest girl in the village. She couldn't freeze to death here. Xianxia said, "Since we're here, we have to get something." The problem was that they had to deal with the iceberg. The marks left behind by the Grand Elder and His Excellency had already recovered. If they couldn't break the iceberg in one go, it would freeze again in an instant. It was tiring to do it over and over again. Anyway, Xianxia felt that she couldn't deal with these icebergs with her current strength. Xianxia wanted to stretch out her vines and pull up the iceberg, but she gave up the idea when she thought of the horrible ice power. In an instant, the ice power froze the vines and froze her along with the vines. The senior uncle frowned. The black sword in his hand gradually grew bigger. Black lines appeared on his face, like black blood vessels spreading from his neck to his face. His eyes were blood red. Berserk state, he raised the huge sword and sped up. He held the sword horizontally and slashed at the iceberg. The huge impact made the iceberg tremble. There was a loud clanging sound. The sound was very sharp and harsh. Countless ice shards sprayed out from the place where the sword and the iceberg came into contact. The senior uncle's windbreaker blew. In an instant, the sword pierced through the iceberg. Then, the iceberg was cut in half. The others who were watching from the side immediately leaped up. A few of them lifted the iceberg up to prevent it from freezing again. The book in Xianxia's hand floated up. He flipped open the book, and one of the pages floated up. It grew bigger and bigger until it covered the iceberg. The few of them worked together to throw the iceberg into the page. Book page immediately collected the iceberg, and the iceberg was left undealt with. Just this iceberg alone contained a lot of energy bodies. If he owned an iceberg, it would be like owning an entire world. Xianxia looked at the brick-like peerless martial art in his hand and then looked at the thick cowhide book with countless pages. Sigh, the peerless martial arts were so disappointing. He thought that he would return empty-handed this time. He didn't expect that these people were still hiding their strength. The Grand Elder was a little out of breath. After a short rest, his face was covered with more wrinkles, almost covering his entire face. It was as if the black meridians were protruding. The Grand Elder continuously swung his sword at several icebergs, and they were all moved into the pages of the book. Ningxu saw a slightly smaller iceberg and immediately shouted, "Put it down and let me do it." Xianxia glanced at Ningxu and didn't say anything. He put the page away, and the others took the opportunity to throw the iceberg to Ningxu. To be honest, these people were holding a huge iceberg. It was as if ants were holding something countless times bigger than themselves. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Ningxu didn't know if his peerless martial art could bring the iceberg in. He could only use his mind to communicate with the peerless martial art. After all, it was a world of faith. Keep. Ningxu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If she was hit by the iceberg, she would be finished. After all, there were so many energy bodies inside. The little mouse stretched out its tentacles and was ready to catch the iceberg. With so many energy bodies, it was willing to die under the iceberg. Fortunately, the peerless martial art lived up to its expectations. It actually swallowed the iceberg at the last moment. However, the peerless martial art was affected by the iceberg. Its surface was covered with frost and was especially cold. It was frozen into a cold brick. There was no need to mention how happy Ningxu was. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so generous and really give him an iceberg. Although it was the smallest one, and there didn't seem to be many energy bodies inside. However, Ningxu originally came with the intention of picking up scraps. There was no expectation, but there was an unexpected surprise. Xianxia said to the Grand Elder, "Don't do it. It's a bit noisy. Someone might have noticed." The sword in the Grand Elder's hand gradually shrank and finally disappeared. The black lines on his face also faded. Ningxu was a bit confused. Was it a basic configuration for the creatures in the void? Would they all go berserk? Ningxu put away the ice block. When she was free, he would ask Alwan to help him bake it. Alwan had the law of fire imprint on her body. Her peerless martial art wasn't as strong as Xianxia's. Why didn't Xianxia's book freeze into an ice block? The mission was completed. The group went back the way they came. They walked to the edge of the snowstorm and found that the edge was particularly lively. Many races were actually waiting for rabbits. It seemed that the movement of the glacier had already been noticed by the creatures in the void. Ningxu looked at the others. There was no special expression on their faces. They were especially calm. Obviously, they had already thought of this possibility. It was the first time Ningxu saw so many void races gathered together. There was a beautiful bird with a body full of colorful lights. It used its beak to comb its hair. But the moment it opened its mouth, it cursed. "X, are you an idiot? F***CKU. Ningxu was speechless. There was also a huge one with 2 legs that were as long as pillars supporting the sky. It was a veritable long leg, but it didn't feel beautiful at all. No matter what it was, if it was enlarged, it wouldn't feel beautiful. In short, there were many races that looked like humans and animals gathered here. Didn't they say that these races were so lazy that they counted hairs when they had nothing to do? Why were they so diligent, killing people and letting go of the golden belt? They wanted to take advantage of it. A very beautiful bird spread its wings and asked the Grand Elder, "Yo, did you mine the iceberg? How was it? Did you get it?" The Grand Elder said coldly, "Go inside and take a look. $%, I'm not going. It will dim the color of my feathers." The bird first cursed a series of vulgarities, then raised its chin and said proudly. The other races looked at the Grand Elder and his group. The Grand Elder said in a low voice, "I'm in a bad mood now. Don't provoke me. Hey, don't bluff. You can't beat so many of us." The bird began to be arrogant again. The Grand Elder glanced at it. "If you talk again, I'll twist your neck." The bird immediately shrank its neck. The races next to it all sneered, unceremoniously watching a joke. The bird wasn't convinced, but it was pushed to the back by the birds of the same race. A giant said to Taishu in a low voice, "You borrowed the energy body this time. It's time to return it." Taishu lifted his eyelids expressionlessly. "When? I don't remember." The giant's expression trembled. He angrily said when and where. Taishu nodded. That was a newly born energy body. You didn't get it, so you said I borrowed it. Find another excuse. The giant was so angry that he cursed like a bird. You motherf*** cur. You said it yourself. You told us not to snatch it. You borrowed it from us. Taishu didn't feel guilty at all. I told you not to snatch it. You didn't snatch it. Are you fools? Ningxu felt that it was impossible for Taishu to take out the thing in his pocket. He suddenly felt that the creatures of the void were so naive. They still believed that Taishu would return it. They were thinking too much. However, the giant had a fierce look. When he was angry, his aura was so strong that it was hard to breathe. Coupled with his huge body, it gave people a considerable sense of oppression. However, although the giant looked a little silly, he didn't actually attack. He didn't want to let others take advantage of him. Moreover, it could be seen that the giant was still very afraid of Taishu. They wouldn't attack if they could. Ningxu felt that he was an AFK teammate, watching these people fight and kill. Facing so many void creatures at once, Ningxu measured his own strength. He couldn't beat them. However, he still took out the god-beating whip. If they really fought, it would be a good opportunity to test his strength and the gap between him and the void creatures. These races all had innate skills and were definitely blessed by the heavens. For example, the little mouse. In its original state, it wouldn't die even if it was cut in half. The water-like little mouse could split into many small water droplets. It wouldn't die even if it had one droplet. It was simply a bug-like existence. It was born with great strength. It was really enviable. These races tacitly surrounded them. Obviously, they wanted to attack. Taishu glanced at these people and condensed a black sword in his hand. Are you sure you want to fight? I don't have an energy body. These races weren't sure if Taishu had an energy body. The giant said, we sense the changes in the glacier. We don't believe you if you say you don't have an energy body. Grand Uncle, it's none of my business whether you believe it or not. The Grand Uncle's face was covered with black veins. Even his hands were covered with black veins. The black sword emitted a faint black smoke, giving off an ominous and oppressive feeling. The people from the other races frowned and looked hesitant. The abyssal prefect transformed into a giant Xianxia with a trident in his hand. His body was so huge that it was almost as big as the giant's. Everyone else had reverted to their original forms. Xianxia remained unmoved, holding his book, still looking like a noble. Sandwiched between a group of tall men, Ningxu felt a sense of security. In this confrontation, no one made the first move. Ningxu held the god-beating whip and waited, but these people didn't make the first move. It seemed that these races wanted to attack, but they were afraid that Taishu's body didn't have an energy body. Then, they would fight for nothing. But if they didn't make the first move, it would be too embarrassing to surround them aggressively and then retreat. The beautiful bird suddenly patted its head with its wings. $%. I think it's time to pick the fruits in my house. I'm leaving. With that, it spread its wings and flew away in a whirlwind. The birds of the same race also flew away. Seeing this, the other races also left one after another. Obviously, they felt that it wasn't worth fighting if they didn't get anything. Obviously, they were lazy. Maybe they liked energy bodies, but it didn't seem to be the time to fight. Taishu snorted and left with his sword, completely ignoring these people. Ningxu was speechless. That's it? Were the creatures of the void land so interesting? They obviously had fewer people on their side. Why not? How lazy. When they were far away, Taishu put away his sword, and the lines on his face and hands faded away. Ningxu said, then I'll go back. After leaving the wind and snow, they could directly return to the space system. She wanted to go back and cook the ultimate martial art so that the iceberg could melt as soon as possible. Xianxia nodded. The energy bodies in the iceberg are average. You can keep the other half. Ningxu nodded. Got it. Within the acceptable range, even if it was half, there were still a lot of energy bodies. There were all kinds of energy bodies. Ningxu carried the thinner little mouse back to the system space. The little mouse jumped high on the sofa. Quick, let the iceberg melt. I'm really starving. Ningxu took out the ultimate martial art. The temperature of the entire system space dropped a lot, and frost quickly spread out. The spirit pool was directly frozen, and the spirit fish swimming in it couldn't move. They wouldn't freeze to death, right? It was really cold. Ningxu rubbed his arms, took out the remaining 2 fire pearls, and put them in front of the ultimate martial art. But in an instant, the surface of the fire pearls was covered with frost, and then the frost slowly melted, forming water pearls. Alas, even the fire pearls didn't work. It seemed that he really needed to find Awan to incubate it. If he relied on the iceberg to melt naturally, he really didn't know how long he would have to wait. The little mouse jumped on the sofa. Energy body, energy body. Think of a way to melt the ice quickly. Ningxu said, or you can hold it and use your body temperature to melt it. The little mouse waved its hand. No, my energy consumption is too serious. I can't bear it. Ningxu took the ultimate martial art to the City of Fire. The City of Fire had residual power of the law of fire, which could accelerate the melting of the iceberg. After entering the City of Fire, he felt a heat. When the heat and cold came into contact, the ultimate martial art began to roll its eyes, but its surface was still covered with a thick layer of ice. Ningxu was worried that this icy cold energy would freeze the peerless martial art. But if she didn't pretend, she might not be able to get anything. If she didn't fight for it, Sang Liang wouldn't give it to her. What she needed was a thick skin. Thick skin to eat enough. Ningxu contacted Awan and asked her for help. Awan received the news and came to the City of Fire. When he saw Awan, Ningxu wanted to stick to Awan's body because Awan's body was really warm. Ningxu held Awan's hand. It was so warm, he liked it. Awan. Why is it so cold? Ningxu, I came back from a world of ice and snow, so it's cold. If it was a body, she would be a corpse now. Awan asked, why are you looking for me? /BK The little mouse now treated the brick-like peerless martial art as its own private property. When it saw Ningxu leave with the peerless martial art, it also followed. Usually, it would either lie on the sofa and sleep soundly or go find Li Wen. Now that Ningxu came to find Awan, it also followed. The power of the ice probably remained in its body, making it feel a little uncomfortable. Feeling that Awan's body was very warm, it condescendingly jumped onto Awan's shoulder. Ningxu also sat close to Awan and asked her to help melt this piece of ice. Awan thought it was not a big deal. Melting a piece of ice was a simple matter. Awan agreed without thinking. After all, she owed Ningxu a favor and had to learn how to deal with star stones by Ningxu's side. In the future, she might be the person in charge of District D. Becoming the person in charge meant that she would have resources. This was not a small favor. Awan felt ashamed to accept it. Now that there was a chance to repay it, of course, she had to do it. She did not like to owe people things and favors. But it was a little difficult for Awan to learn how to deal with star stones. No one taught her. Awan had just started picking up fragments not long ago and was not very familiar with these big shots. It was not good for her to ask to learn how to deal with star stones. If there was nothing, she would not go in front of the judges and the higher-ups. Ningxu proposed to let Awan learn how to deal with star stones. It could be said that it was exactly what she wanted. Awan could not refuse. Although Ningxu had the intention of being a hands-off shopkeeper, to Awan, a favor was a favor. This was something that could not be erased. Awan took the ice brick and immediately felt that her soul was frozen. Especially since Awan's soul was weaker now, she felt even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, there was the law of fire imprint, which dispelled the cold. But Awan still felt that her soul was cold. The ice brick in her hand was emitting a bone-piercing power. This made Awan very surprised. Ningxu looked at Awan's expression and asked, "Is it very difficult?" "If it is, then forget it." Ningxu originally wanted to throw the ice bricks into the water, but Ningxu thought that the water might freeze in an instant. When that happened, he would have to melt even bigger ice lumps. If Awan was in a difficult position, Ningxu could only let the ice bricks melt naturally. There was no other way. It's not that difficult. Let's go to the city lord's mansion. This ice is really powerful. Ningxu said and followed Awan to the Fire City Lord Mansion. The little mouse was curled up on Awan's shoulder. When the wind blew, the fur on its body formed a whirlpool, revealing its bony skin. Ningxu took a look. This time, the little mouse had really lost a lot of blood. It was chubby and had really lost weight. If water was used to wet its fur, its entire body would probably only be the size of a thumb. Ningxu's conscience hurt a little. He reached out and touched Little Mouse. Little Mouse turned around and glanced at Ningxu. "What are you doing?" That infuriating gaze. Ningxu didn't even have a conscience this time. Anyway, Little Mouse was here for a mouthful of food. If it wanted to eat, it had to work hard. There was nothing wrong with that. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, it was very hot. It seemed that the remnant power of the law was still stronger than the city lord's mansion. If an ordinary person came in, they would have fainted from the heat. But to Ningxu, this temperature was very comfortable. He was severely frozen previously. He didn't even know if it would affect his soul. He still had to eat more kidney-strengthening fruits. Otherwise, his soul wouldn't be able to withstand the destruction. He felt that there was still a lot of power in the void. It was very cold today, but it might be very hot tomorrow. It could directly vaporize people and their souls. When the temperature was high, even the steel bars would directly melt. Human bones couldn't withstand such a temperature. The temperature of the city lord's mansion was at least 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. But when the brick was inside, it still didn't move. 3 feet of ice wasn't formed in a day. It looked like a small ice brick, but there was an entire world inside this ice brick. It was an entire world that was frozen. It wanted to melt the ice layer of a world. If it was naturally thawed, Ningxu didn't know how long it would take. He glanced at Little Mouse. If it didn't eat anything else and insisted on eating the energy body, it would probably starve to death. Awan formed a seal with both hands and set up a pond. The pond wasn't filled with water, but fiery red magma that was bubbling. The scorching temperature caused the surrounding air to distort due to the evaporation. It was the incarnation of the fire law after all. It could create such a large pond of magma with a raise of its hand. The temperature was very high. He believed that it would melt a little faster. Awan looked at Ningxu and asked, "You can put this in here. If you put it in here, there will be an array formation to gather the fire law in the surroundings." Awan was worried that this was something precious. If it was thrown into the magma, it would be wasted. Little Mouse said directly, "Throw it in and quickly thaw it." It didn't care what it was. To Little Mouse, no matter how precious it wasn't as important as the energy body. If it hadn't tried hard to restrain itself, Little Mouse would have hugged the ice brick and gnawed on it. Ningxu thought about it. The ultimate martial art was a world of faith. It had survived the devouring of the law of nothingness. A mere fire shouldn't be a problem. Ningxu nodded. "It's okay. Throw it in." Thawing the ice brick as soon as possible was the most important. Little Mouse was already going crazy. With such conduct, it didn't look like a king of a race. It was really a disgrace. Although he had gained something this time, the detector that Ningxu had thrown out previously couldn't sense anything now. The void was really too big. It was so big that even if it wasn't damaged, Ningxu's soul couldn't sense it anymore. Ningxu didn't have much hope. After receiving Ningxu's reply, Awan didn't have any psychological burden. She threw the ice brick into the magma. Awan thought that the ice brick would slowly melt after she threw it in. After all, this kind of magma could even melt steel. However, the ultimate martial art floated in the magma. The layer of ice on it didn't melt. Instead, the color of the magma dimmed. It started to turn gray, as if a layer of grass and wood ash had been sprinkled on it. It wasn't as red and hot as before. This was a sign that the temperature of the magma had dropped. Awan was a little stunned. What kind of ice was this? Was it so powerful that even magma couldn't melt it? Awan gathered the power of the law of fire. The magma started to bubble again. It was scarlet red, but not long after, the color started to dim again. Awan was speechless. This was a little awkward. She thought it would melt quickly. Awan's expression became much more serious. She no longer treated this ice brick as an ordinary ice brick. Ningxu said, "Take it slow. I still have to trouble you." She didn't expect it to melt immediately. If the power of the ice mountain was so simple, it would have been eaten up by the creatures in the void long ago. She wouldn't have a chance to get it. Good things were never too late. It was just that little mouse had to wait. The little mouse was no longer squatting on Wan's shoulder, but on Ningxu's head. Looking at the stubborn ice brick, its expression was extremely desperate. The high temperature curled its hair, and the top of its head was roasted bald. The little mouse was so angry that it spat a mouthful of saliva on the magma, but it evaporated with a sizzle. It could be seen that the temperature was very high. The little mouse mourned and was completely exhausted. It lay on the top of Ningxu's head like a lump, lifeless and useless mouse. Ningxu felt that thawing was still a relatively distant matter, so it was inevitable that one would pay attention to the situation of this ice brick all the time. If she didn't take a look for a long time, the magma in this pool would directly become a thick layer of ice. That was a whole world of ice. Wan nodded, "I know. I will gather the surrounding fire rules so that the magma will not be extinguished." Ningxu said that he was in trouble and wanted to remind Wan twice. Then he felt a numbness in his chest. There was a slight electric tingling feeling, followed by the crackling sound of electric current. Ningxu looked down and saw that the necklace pendant was making crackling sounds. Damn, the seal was broken. It must have been frozen by the strong power of ice when they went to the ice mountain. Ningxu quickly took off the necklace and held it in his hand. His fingers hurt from the electric current, as if they were pricked by needles. Ningxu sighed, "Damn, what should I do?" The mark of the law of thunder was already very powerful before, and that was the power after it was sealed. If the seal was broken, the power in the mark of the law of thunder would swarm out, and the whole fire city would become a sea of thunder, directly destroying the space. Ningxu said to Wan, "I'll go first. This thing is troublesome." Wan nodded. Ningxu returned to the system space as if his boat was on fire. He clicked on Tai Shu, hesitating whether to ask Tai Shu to reseal this thing. If he left it alone, where should he put this thing? What a large thunder sea, whether in the world of samsara or in the system space, it was a burden. What's more, with such a large sea of thunder, the souls in the world of samsara would probably be wiped out by the thunder and lightning. But if he were to look for senior uncle, he wouldn't work for free. Ningxu placed the necklace on the coffee table and prepared to seal it with his own power. Ningxu didn't want to deal with the Grand Elder unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would bleed. As long as it didn't involve his own interests, Ningxu could just watch from the sidelines and make some idle remarks. Ningxu formed a seal with both of his hands and tapped the pendant with his finger. The pendant crackled with electricity. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. Ningxu's seal actually allowed the thunder laws to counterattack, erupting with even stronger lightning. With crackling sounds, Ningxu was electrocuted. Even the coffee table exploded into pieces. Ningxu spat out smoke and trembled as he looked for the Grand Elder. It was nothing more than being extorted. When asking for help, one had to be aware of this. She wanted to use her own power to seal it, but when she became stronger, she didn't know what would happen to this thing. Ningxu asked where the Grand Elder was and said that he had something to talk to him about. The Grand Elder only said the word Sea of Laws and ignored Ningxu. When Ningxu arrived at the Sea of Laws, the Ligua clan was still doing their best to purify the Sea of Laws. Looking at the dirty Sea of Laws, it didn't look like it had been purified at all. The Grand Elder stood beside the Sea of Laws, motionless. The corners of his windbreaker fluttered slightly. This was probably the feeling of a hero past his prime. It was the kind of sad feeling of his country dying. Ningxu walked over and didn't mention the Thunder Law's imprint. He asked, "How long more do you need to purify it?" He didn't believe that the Ligua clan would keep guarding the Sea of Laws. He couldn't figure out how the Grand Elder threatened the Ligua clan to make them do their best to purify the Sea of Laws. Although it didn't seem to be of any use. The Grand Elder glanced at Ningxu, who was crackling with lightning, and didn't say anything. Ningxu's body was numb from the electricity. Originally, things like lightning were the natural enemy of souls. Ningxu didn't want to waste his soul for nothing. Ningxu raised his hand in front of the Grand Elder and opened his hand, revealing the crackling lightning. He said, "Judge, please help me. I've given you the seal of the Thunder Law's imprint." If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have walked around with this thing. Speaking of which, she didn't use this thing much. After this seal, Ningxu planned to put this thing in the system space and not run around with it. It was too dangerous in the void. What if the power of the seal was consumed again? Ningxu revealed a standard eight-tooth smile and looked at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder raised his eyelids and chuckled. "If you like people to call you Daddy, you can call me Daddy too. Every dog has its day. Let's see who the heavens will spare." "How long has it been?" Ningxu opened his mouth and asked, "Will you help me seal it if I call you Daddy?" The Grand Elder said, "Your daddy is so valuable. Are you living in a dream?" Ningxu was expressionless. "Then what the hell do you want to do?" The Grand Elder did the same. He used Ningxu to wipe the stone and sat down. Ningxu held back her anger and dragged her skirt back. Damn it. Next time, she would never drag such a long skirt and be used as a rag for no reason. Ningxu suddenly had a strong urge to transform and make her skirt shorter. She was embarrassed to use her skirt as a rag. Ningxu sat down and propped up his chin as he sighed, "Seeing the sea of laws like this, it truly hurts." The Grand Elder glanced at her. Ningxu thought that it wasn't fun to be stabbed in the heart when she had a request. At least, she had to wait until the matter was resolved before stabbing. Ningxu said, "I'll process the star stone 100 times for free." The Grand Elder said, "Heh." Ningxu frowned. "Then 1,000. The Grand Elder said, "Heh heh." Ningxu made up her mind. 5,000. The Grand Elder said, "Heh heh heh." Ningxu said, "Hey, your sister." Ningxu gritted her teeth and rubbed her cheeks. "Then how many times do you want to say it?" The Grand Elder said, "I'm not active in Area D recently." Ningxu immediately crossed her arms and made an X with a face full of rejection. "I won't do it." The Grand Elder said, "I won't do it either." Ningxu could only say, "Wait for a while more." Naturally, someone will be willing to take over Area D. When Awan had the ability to process the Star Stone, she would naturally take care of Area D's affairs. Ningxu didn't doubt Awan's strength at all. Awan looked steady and reliable. At least she was more reliable than the greasy Xianxia man. "Do you think it's better for me to guard Area D or look for treasures in the void?" Area D was comparable to the Sea of Laws. This time, she had risked being frozen to death to find the iceberg. Speaking of the iceberg, Ningxu thought of the lines on the Grand Elder's face and couldn't help but look at his face carefully. He couldn't help but say, "You're already like this. Can't you be kinder?" Of course, he would make a clear offer and then bargain. However, there was no such thing as bargaining for the Grand Uncle. She was unwilling to become the person in charge of Area D. Logically speaking, this was a promotion and wealth. However, she had to be in charge of Area D and listen to the people below her when she had nothing to do. If something happened to someone, she could not ignore it. It was quite uncomfortable to have to deal with the cross-eyed man for some resources. With the little mouse around, Ningxu wanted to make the best use of everything and then stroll in the void when she had nothing to do. Maybe she could even make friends in the void, although it was very likely that the races in the void would not care about her at all. However, who could say for sure what would happen in the future? No matter what she did, it was happier and more meaningful than being the person in charge of Area D. In short, if she wanted to become the person in charge of Area D, Ningxu looked at Ligua in the middle of the Sea of Law. If she could not solve this thing, then she would exchange it with Ligua. It was not a big deal. It was nothing more than one less law power. It was not a big deal. She would treat it as if she had never owned this thing and would not feel anything. Once she thought it through, Ningxu really felt comfortable all over. Breaking apart. If this thing was rarely used, or if she did not need it, or if the cost was greater than the gain, she could throw it away or not. As for whether the Grand Uncle was willing to help her seal it, it was not so important. At this point, she would not be tired by ordinary things. If she wanted to pursue something, she would pursue something more advanced. Although it hurt a little when she broke apart, Xianxia felt inexplicably relaxed after the pain. Without the need for the Grand Uncle, Ningxu was much more confident in facing him. She put away the necklace and called out to Li Guo when she was resting. Her relationship with Li Guo could be said to be tense, but it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death. She was not willing to deal with the Starstone for free 10,000 times. 10,000 times, that meant that she had to deal with 10,000 collapsed planes. This was not something that could be done in a short time. If she was not satisfied with this, then forget it. After all, she did not say anything when she used the Thunder Law. Strictly speaking, she had not used it at all. If the seal had not loosened this time, she would have probably forgotten that she had such a thing hanging around her neck. This thing was good, but it wasn't something he could use. It didn't matter even if he exchanged it. The mission enforcer probably wouldn't be able to accept it, so he might as well give it to Li Guo. Ningxu propped up his chin as he waited for Li Guo. Lightning flashed all over his body as he said, "Has the iceberg melted? If it has, put some energy inside." The Sea of Laws was dead silent. Since there were energy bodies, they should be used on the Sea of Laws, as their original intention was to find energy bodies for the Sea of Laws. Big Head would definitely be used on the Sea of Laws. Senior Grand Uncle, yes, I've used it. Ningxu was speechless. It had already melted. How did it melt? Her peerless martial art was still a piece of ice spinning, but the other party's iceberg had already melted. Ningxu said expressionlessly, "Even the little mouse eats energy. You don't seem to have much time left. Why don't you take a bite or two?" The Grand Elder could probably eat an energy body full of vitality. The silver-haired man did not eat ordinary food. Could it be that he also ate energy bodies? Each one of them was like the little mouse. Senior Grand Uncle's expression was inexplicable. What gave you the illusion that I don't have much time left? Ningxu, intuition. Your body stinks. Can't you smell it? It was the smell of decay and death. Come, return to the embrace of the will of death. Senior Grand Uncle's eyes became a little pitiful. It was pity for Ningxu. Idiot. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat him, Ningxu would have wanted to kill him. When the god-beating whip evolved a little, he would definitely test it on him and whip him to death. Ningxu snorted. Good intentions are treated as bad fertilizer. Senior Grand Uncle frowned. Do you think you can get someone to solve the seal for you just by saying a few words? Ningxu raised his chin and glared at Senior Grand Uncle. No need. I've decided to exchange something with Li Guo. Anyway, this thing is useless on me. Senior Grand Uncle, a wise decision. As long as you're a soul, you won't be able to control it and will be devoured. If it's sealed, its power will be reduced again. It's useless. Ningxu, I think so too. She wanted to cultivate the god-beating whip now. With such a connate cardinal treasure, she was too lazy to make other fancy things. A high-quality item was equivalent to 10 or 100 others. Li Guo and her clansmen stopped purifying and floated to the shore. They looked tired and sat down to rest. Ningxu took out a few fruits for Li Guo and sat beside her. These fruits were from the void. Although the creatures in the void were powerful, they also needed energy and food. She believed that Li Guo would also eat these things. Li Guo took the fruits and casually took 2 bites. Why are you looking for me? Ningxu's expression was very surprised and exaggerated. You can't tell? Li Guo laughed and was a little impatient. Just say it. I remember that our relationship wasn't very good. Ningxu took out the necklace. This is for you. Li Guo looked at the necklace and asked, You weren't willing before. Why are you willing now? Seeing you purify the Sea of Law so painstakingly, I'm very touched. I shouldn't have quarreled with you over a nomological imprint. Let's forget about our enmity with a smile. Li Guo looked at Ningxu suspiciously and said, Why should we forget about our enmity with a smile? Do you know how many things I've lost? Her identity was almost taken away, and she didn't borrow the seed. Now, she was painstakingly purifying the sea. Ningxu sighed. Of course I know. I just want to compensate you. Haven't you always wanted this? I'll give it to you. You can decide the price. Li Guo looked at Ningxu faintly. Since it's an apology, why are you asking me for something? Is this a deal? Ningxu whispered in Li Guo's ear, that guy in the windbreaker is watching. If I don't take something from you, with his character of only taking in and not taking out, will he let the two of us have a good time? Ligua had probably been cheated by the grand uncle many times. She actually agreed with Ningxu's words. She nodded and asked, "What do you want?" "Then we'll do as you said." "Give me an energy body," Ningxu said. Ligua said, "It's not an energy body. This energy is not an energy body." Ningxu nodded. "I know. It's the energy that your race brought from the womb." Ligua smiled slyly. "I can only give you one piece now." Ningxu said, "I said 5 pieces before. Forget it if you don't want it." Ligua frowned. 5 pieces? I don't remember. I said 2 pieces before. Ningxu said, 4 pieces. I'll exchange with you for 4 pieces. Ligua thought for a while and looked at the sparkling necklace. She suddenly understood. Could it be that you can't control this thing, so you want to give it to me? So, I'm the one who saved you, and you still have the nerve to accept my gift? Ningxu laughed. How can that be? Even if I can't control it, someone else can. For example, the kid in the trench coat next to me can control it. In terms of relationship, my relationship with him is better than with you. Of course, what kind of relationship is this? Ligua looked at Ningxu, then glanced at the Grand Elder. Finally, she nodded and said, "Okay, 4 pieces." Ningxu was speechless. Actually, she would sell it for 3 pieces. This thing was useless and troublesome in her hands. She might as well give it to Ligua. Ligua gave Ningxu 4 energy bodies the size of oranges. They were yellow and white in color. They exchanged the money and the goods. At the moment of the exchange, 2 words appeared in their minds. Ningxu, idiot, Ligua, idiot. Ningxu held the slightly cold energy stone and couldn't help but ask, "Do people of your race have such a big stone in their bodies when they're born?" "Wouldn't it hurt to have such a big stone?" Ligua said, "It's slightly bigger than this. As they grow, these energy stones will be used up and eventually run out." Ningxu said, Then these energy stones were dug out from your people's bodies?" Ligua rolled her eyes at Ningxu. "What are you thinking about? Our race borrows seeds to reproduce and strengthen the population. Why would we destroy living people for a small piece of energy stone? In life, there will be all kinds of misfortunes and blessings. Some people die in accidents when they're born, so the size of the energy stones varies according to the age of the person who died." Ningxu said, "When your people die, will they cut open their bodies to take this thing out?" It seemed that the thing in her hand was cut out from the body. Ningxu didn't want to play with it in her hand, so she put it in the mess in space. "Of course we have to take them out. Some children are born without energy, which means that they don't have a stable source of energy. These things are energy reserves." Ningxu nodded. "How much longer do you need to purify?" When Ligua heard this, she looked at the Grand Elder with some resentment. "Let's see how long he wants us to purify for." Ningxu was extremely surprised. Could it be that Grand Elder really wanted Ligua and the others to purify this lifeless, dirty, and messy sea of law into a clear and limpid one? How was that possible? Even the Grand Elder himself couldn't do it. This was simply forcing him to do it. Of course, Ningxu wouldn't plead for Ligua. In terms of right and wrong, Ningxu and the Grand Elder were on the same page. If the purification was good for his sea of laws, he would let Ligua and the others do their best to purify it. After all, she wasn't the one purifying it. Ligua put away the necklace. As for the flashing lightning on it, it did not seem to do any harm to Ligua. Ligua's expression was normal. They were creatures of the void after all. Their skin was rough and their flesh was thick. After resting for a while, Ligua led her clansmen to purify again. Although it seemed like they were forced, they were still doing their best to purify. Of course, there was no way to slack off with the Grand Elder beside them. After settling the matter of the Thunder Law imprint, Ningxu should leave. The Grand Elder could guard the Sea of Laws, but she couldn't stay here. She couldn't save the Sea of Laws if she stayed here. It was purely a waste of time. She was prepared to do missions or go for a stroll in the void. Ningxu planned to bring these 4 stones back for the little mouse to eat. If the little mouse didn't eat them, then he would let the God-striking whip eat them. Anyway, Xianxia wouldn't be able to use these things. He couldn't give the Thunder Law imprint to Ligua for free. Xianxia was a little curious. Why didn't the Grand Elder stop her from trading? The Thunder Law imprint was still an item of the organization, even though it was hers now. Logically speaking, she could do whatever she wanted with it. However, if she gave it to an outsider, it would strengthen the outsider's power. Although it seemed like there was no conflict between the two races now. But who could say for sure? Xianxia asked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was cold and disdainful. Why should I organize it? It doesn't affect me anyway. Xianxia almost wanted to roll his eyes. Yes, the Thunder Law imprint was like a tickle to him. Xianxia suspected that the Grand Elder was too lazy to waste his power to seal it, so he didn't organize it. He looked down on the Thunder Law imprint. He guessed that the original seal was to let a mission enforcer have this thing so that he could manage the Law City. However, this thing was too powerful. It could directly blast the soul into dregs, so a large part of its power was sealed. Even so, the power of thunder and lightning was still unbearable for the soul. After all, it was the bane of the soul. Xianxia felt that he might have found the truth. Do you think they want this thing to purify themselves and have power when they're calm? Xianxia hated it when the Grand Elder looked down on people. He really wanted to poke two pig nostrils with his fingers. Xianxia asked, isn't that the case? The Pear Fruit clan only had power when they went berserk. When they were calm, they didn't have much combat power. You couldn't have your cake and eat it too. If you wanted rationality, you wouldn't have power. If you wanted power, you wouldn't have rationality. The Grand Elder said, take it back and put it in their house. Are they afraid that others will break into their house and do something to them? Xianxia said, oh. So it's used to strengthen the sex power. Xianxia said faintly, a group of women and children. In this void full of beasts, they must be armed. The Grand Elder glanced at Xianxia. Don't use the standards of ordinary women to look at them. They can't wait for others to do something to them. Xianxia was speechless. What can you do if you don't insult people? Xianxia looked at him with pity. You're going to die. I won't argue with you. You don't have many days left to flaunt your tongue. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. You won't have a good death. Xianxia turned and left. When he returned to the system space, he threw the energy stone to the little mouse. Eat it. He didn't know how long it would take for the ice to melt. First, he gave the little mouse something to fill its stomach. The little mouse sat up as if it was going to die in the next second. It sniffed the energy stone and quickly covered its nose. Damn, why do you always make smelly things? Smelly? Xianxia picked one up and sniffed it. It was probably dug out from the stomach of a dead person. There was a little smell. The little mouse's nose was a bit painful. A little smell was magnified in its nose. Its mouth was also picky. It deserved to be hungry. Xianxia asked, do you want to eat this thing? The little mouse shook its head. I don't want to eat it. It stinks. I'm waiting to eat the energy. Xianxia said, sure. If you don't want it, I'll throw it to the holy whip. The little mouse waved its paw indifferently. Whatever. I don't want to eat it anyway. It didn't want to force or compromise at all. Little mouse didn't eat it, so Xianxia gave the 4 energy stones to the god-beating whip. This kind of energy stone was easier to absorb. He placed it beside the god-beating whip, and the god-beating whip absorbed all 4 energy stones. The energy stones shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disappeared. The god-beating whip was easier to take care of. It ate whatever was given. It wasn't picky, and it wouldn't say that it was taken from a dead person's stomach. Only Little Mouse had a lot of problems all day long. The god-beating whip burped, and it sounded like a burp. Then, it wrapped around the energy body. The energy that was the size of a soccer ball was now the size of a fist. The energy in its body couldn't control the god-beating whip anymore. It was tightly wrapped around by the god-beating whip, but it couldn't repel the god-beating whip. Moreover, the god-beating whip's eyes became more serious. The deep black color flickered with a faint luster, and it looked very dangerous. The scales on its body didn't open, but closed. When the scales opened, one could imagine how painful it would be to hit a person. If it hit the body, it would definitely bring out a large piece of flesh, and it would definitely be so deep that one could see the bones. If it hit the soul, it would absorb the energy for its own use. Ningxu told Dan Qing that he was going to do a mission and hoped to strengthen his soul quickly. Moreover, there seemed to be no upper limit to the soul. Of course, the stronger the better. If he kept compressing his soul, the strength of his soul would continue to increase, and his ability to withstand suppression would be much stronger. Therefore, there were only too many souls. Ningxu was talking to Dan Qing when suddenly, two hands hugged Ningxu from behind, hugging Ningxu's neck. These hands were delicate and white, like a child's arms. They were cute like lotus roots, and they wrapped around his neck. However, it wasn't warm, but a cold metallic feeling. Other than that, there was a tingling pain where their bodies touched, and there was a metallic feeling. Ningxu was shocked. This was the system space, and there was actually someone else. Little Mouse was sleeping soundly beside him, and its ball-like body was sometimes big and sometimes small. Ningxu turned around and saw a young face full of collagen. Its eyes were clear and blinking. With a bun on her head, she was grinning at Ningxu, revealing her snow-white teeth. Ningxu pried her arm away. "Who are you?" The little girl still smiled at Ningxu and didn't say anything. Ningxu asked, "Can't you speak?" Ningxu was enlightened, and he looked at the god-striking whip. He realized that the god-striking whip was gone, and so was the energy body. "You are the deity-striking whip." The little girl bit her finger and nodded. She blinked and looked at Ningxu. Oh, he transformed into a human just like that. It seemed that the god-striking whip had absorbed a lot of energy before. When the energy body was born, it had absorbed the remaining energy. In addition to the energy he had absorbed this time, it was normal for him to become an adult. Ningxu was very happy. He pulled her over to sit on his lap. Okay. The little girl was so adorable. The little girl still smiled at Ningxu. Her smile melted Ningxu's heart. Ningxu decided to teach the little girl how to speak and also to give her a name. An ugly name like Deity Striking Whip was not suitable for a little girl. Ningxu put his hand on the little girl's leg and thought about her name. His hand accidentally brushed over the child's indescribable place. Feeling that the feeling was a little strange, he slid his hand back and pressed on that spot. The little girl bit her finger and tilted her head to look at Ningxu with a confused expression. "Ningxu, I have a bad feeling." Ningxu suddenly lifted her skirt and screamed, "I. Fuck. This child was probably the youngest crossdresser. Ningxu clamped his hands under the boy's arms and lifted him off his legs to stand in front of him. The child didn't know what was going on and wanted to squeeze into Ningxu's arms, but Ningxu pressed down on his shoulder. Ningxu asked, "Why are you wearing such clothes?" His hair was combed into two buns. Just by looking at his appearance, it was really hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The crossdresser looked at Ningxu in confusion and thought for a moment before pointing at Ningxu's clothes. Clearly, he had copied Ningxu's appearance. "Ningxu, then why didn't you grow up like a girl?" Ningxu felt that living creatures generally grew up in the direction of men. For example, the heart. Although it seemed to be a little like a chick before, it didn't grow up according to her appearance and gender. Even Liren, who looked like her, was still AF** king man. Perhaps a man's body was a body full of strength. Even on the path of humanization, one would choose to develop in the direction of strength. The ups and downs of emotions were just so F***ed up. Ningxu was a little confused and said, "You're a boy, don't wear a skirt." The child didn't understand and looked at Ningxu in confusion. He probably didn't understand why Ningxu's attitude changed so quickly. Ningxu patted his head. Forget it, whether it was a boy or a girl, he would still be able to transform into a human form. That was another step forward. It was better than a cold metal lump. Wear whatever you like. Who said that men can't wear skirts? We can wear whatever we want. Those secular labels had nothing to do with them. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Ningxu or what he was saying, he felt that Ningxu's mood had improved again. He opened his arms and threw himself into Ningxu's arms. His 2 arms wrapped around Ningxu's neck. Ningxu patted his back gently. This child would follow him to the ends of the earth in the future. The little mouse was awakened by Ningxu's scream. He turned around and saw the child. He couldn't help but ask, "Whose child did you steal?" Seeing the child hugging Ningxu tightly, he said disdainfully, "What an eyesore." Ningxu slapped Little Rat's body, and the little girl copied Ningxu's action and slapped Little Rat's body as well. The little mouse was very unhappy after being slapped twice in a row. "What are you doing? You don't even let me speak." Ningxu said, "Don't talk so much. He is the Holy Whip. That's why he transformed into a human. He doesn't know anything. Don't use your dirty thoughts to judge others." The little mouse looked at the position of the Holy Whip and was a little doubtful. "Really? He's so ugly." Ningxu was unhappy. "No matter how ugly he is, he's not as ugly as you. Don't say nonsense in front of the child. Besides, this child is very good-looking and cute." The little mouse suddenly felt that he was very pitiful. No one cared about him, no one loved him, and he was always bullied. Previously, he was bullied by Ningxu, a petty woman. Now, there was one more person. He completely lost his status. The little mouse found the child particularly unpleasant to the eye. He couldn't help but say, "Do we have to take this child everywhere we go in the future? He's not a child. At most, his thoughts are a little chaotic. His fighting instincts are still there. Don't look at this child with the standard of an ordinary child." Because he transformed into a human, his strength increased greatly. The little mouse snorted coldly. It was particularly unhappy that one of them was trying to curry favor with another in front of others every day. It was especially disgusting. It couldn't stay in this place any longer. It wanted to find Li Wen. Ningxu was a little tired of being hugged by the child. She couldn't stand it and said to him, "Sit properly." The 3 or 4-year-old child looked at her in confusion. Ningxu hugged him and put him on the side. The child reached out to hug Ningxu's neck again. Ningxu shook her head. No. He didn't understand and insisted on hugging Ningxu. Ningxu said it a few times, but he didn't understand and still opened his arms to hug. Ningxu was helpless and could only let him hug her neck. As soon as he hugged Ningxu, he smiled and laughed silently. He didn't make any sound. Ningxu couldn't help but pinch his mouth open. Did he have a tongue? Why couldn't he make any sound? She pinched his lips open and saw that he had a tongue. Ningxu said, "Ah, learn from me." The child followed Ningxu and said, "Ah." Take it slow. First, he had to give the child a name. After much consideration, Ningxu decided that she must give the child a resounding name that would resound like thunder. Fatian, this name was good. Ningxu admired his talent. Ningxu said to him, "From now on, you'll be called Fatian, Fatian." The little mouse rolled its eyes. "That's terrible. It hurts my ears." "What does it have to do with you?" Ningxu glanced at it. The little mouse felt hurt. It snorted and asked, "Has the ice brick melted? I want to eat the energy body." Ningxu couldn't help but say, "Why are you arguing with a child? You're still an elder. Why are you bickering with a junior? Adults have to be magnanimous." Little mouse, he. Ningxu felt that his neck was very tired. Being hugged by Fatian like this was really tiring. Moreover, there was an additional little thing, which really made people speechless. Ningxu pushed Fatian's hand away, stood up, took his hand and said, "Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk." If he continued to hug her like this, his neck would break. Looking at his hand being held by Ningxu, Gaishan broke into a wide grin. His eyes were filled with admiration. The little mouse looked at the two of them and asked, "Where are you going?" Ningxu said, "I'm going to see if the ice bricks have melted." The little mouse immediately said, "I'll go too." Ningxu took the 2 little tails to Fire City. The temperature in Fire City was very hot. Even if it was residual power of law, it was still very hot. Fatian didn't feel anything unusual at all. He looked at Ningxu and smiled brightly at Ningxu. Ningxu also smiled and muttered in his heart, It would be great if she was really a cute little loli. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, a wave of heat hit them in the face. Looking at the magma in the middle of the city lord's mansion, the ice brick was still the same ice brick. The magma was bubbling, but it still couldn't melt the ice brick. Alwan had been guarding this ice brick, which made Ningxu feel a little uneasy. Ningxu said to Alwan, "You don't have to keep guarding it. In fact, this thing isn't easy to melt. Don't look at it as just a small ice brick. In fact, there's a very vast world inside, an entire world of glaciers." Alwan was stunned for a moment. It's so big. No wonder it hasn't melted. The thick layer of ice covering the outside hadn't melted yet, and the inside was even more glaciers. Only when the outside melted would the inside slowly melt. Such a large ice mountain, after it melted, the world would definitely be filled with water. If he let Alwan keep guarding it, he didn't know how long she would have to guard it. This would delay Alwan's time. Alwan said, "Then I'll come back to take a look after completing the mission." Ningxu nodded. "Okay, you're just wasting time here." Alwan looked at the child Ningxu was holding and couldn't help but ask, "Where did this child come from?" "A very cute little girl." "Ningxu." "It's a long story." Little Mouse said directly, "It's not a little girl, it's a boy." Alwan's expression was also a little complicated. She looked at Ningxu with some condemnation. "Since it's a boy, you shouldn't dress like this. This will make the child's gender confused." "Ningxu. You might not believe it, but he's a newborn baby now. He doesn't have any thoughts. He didn't have any concept of a boy or a girl at all. Who the hell knew why this child was wearing a dress? Maybe he was copying her, but he had grown up." Alwan wanted to pinch Fation's face, but Fation hid behind Ningxu. Alwan didn't care about Fation's attitude. She smiled and said, "So cute. Let the child wear suitable clothes. I'll give them to you next time." Ningxu didn't refuse. Of course, it was good for someone to give him something. Although it was just clothes. Alwan left to complete the mission. After all, her soul was very weak now. She had to complete the mission. Ningxu looked at Little Mouse anxiously looking at the ice brick. He felt very depressed. Sangliang's ice mountain had already melted, but theirs was still an ice brick. The difference was a little big. If they looked for Sangliang and the others, they would probably be exploited again. Originally, they had to hand over half of it, and they didn't know how much would be left. If they looked for them again, there probably wouldn't be much left. Especially if they gave some to Little Mouse. At least, it wasn't something that could be sent away with one piece. To be honest, it was Little Mouse who made a great contribution to be able to get these. With her strength, there was no way she could withstand the cold. So even if it took a little longer, they couldn't look for Sangliang and the others. They had plenty of time to wait. They believed that Little Mouse would also wait. Wait with an empty stomach. Now, Little Mouse didn't even eat the world's origin and fragments. It just waited with an empty stomach to eat energy bodies. Ningxu brought Fation to the shop to get his clothes measured. Seeing him wearing a dress, Ningxu couldn't forget the little thing he saw. He let him wear boys' clothes. That way, he wouldn't think of his little bird when he saw him. Fation was very shy. Just by looking at him, who would think that he was a fierce god-beating whip that could absorb other people's energy for his own use? Sure enough, a human's appearance was the most deceptive. When the clothes were done, Ningxu helped him put on the clothes and said, "Fation, your name is Fation." Fation. Fation learned with difficulty. It wasn't standard. Ningxu was a little tired. She had to raise a child, shape his 3 views, and teach him how to understand the world. So, she didn't like children very much, the pressure was very great. Ningxu wanted to give the child to the earthworm, but Fation was her weapon. He needed to be with her at all times. It wouldn't be right to give him to someone else. She accepted her fate. If it was a little girl, a considerate little cotton-padded jacket, she might be happier. Fation looked at the clothes on his body and then looked at Ningxu's clothes. He obviously didn't understand why he had to wear this. Ningxu felt that it was rather troublesome to explain, so he simply said, "You look good in this." After changing the child's clothes, she thought for a moment and picked up his long hair. He looked like a cute boy. Fatian touched his hair and looked at Ningxu's hair. Obviously, he was mourning for his hair. Ningxu praised, very handsome, very good-looking. Little Mouse felt that his teeth were about to fall out and he had goosebumps all over his body. Can you not be so disgusting? I vomit every time I see it. Ningxu said, it's none of your business. If you don't like it, don't look. Little Mouse rolled his eyes. Ningxu touched the child's head and had a flash of inspiration. Today is the day you are born. I'll take you to meet those old men. Since he was an elder, he should give the younger generation some gifts. What a good day. She had been thinking about what name to use to hold another banquet. Now, this child was the name. She had a child now. She had to prepare some belongings for the child. Where would she get these belongings? Of course, she would take the child to eat with the family. And it was a Khanate ultimate treasure. This was something worth celebrating. No matter what this old man gave, it was to save some belongings for the child. Ningxu was all smiles, looking very pleased. Little Mouse said, I'll go too. I'll ask them to give me something too. Little Mouse didn't expect such a good thing and immediately volunteered himself. Ningxu. Sorry, you'll be too ugly when you grow up. Impossible. Little Mouse still wanted things. How could it be? He didn't kill this guy because he was valuable. Shamelessly asking for things, he wanted to be chopped up. He used to attack planes for no reason, but now he was asking for things. He was tired of living. Little Mouse, F*ck, isn't this guy also an item from the void? Why can he ask for things but I can't? Ningxu couldn't be bothered with Little Mouse. He had no self-awareness at all. He probably didn't think there was anything wrong with attacking planes and getting some food. There was nothing wrong with people eating plants and animals. It was the one standing at the top of the food chain, so what? Ningxu looked at Little Mouse's proud expression and said, yes, you're awesome. If they don't give you anything, what can you do? Little Mouse pursed his lips. Do you think they'll give it to you just because you go? Are you that shameless? Ningxu stretched out his hand. As an elder, shouldn't you give something to the younger generation? Little Mouse was all alone and had nothing. He was still hungry. When Ningxu asked for food, he was so embarrassed that his fur turned red. Do you think I'm your elder just because you say so? There's no such thing in the void. How shameless are you to ask for things like that? The Little Mouse had nothing on him. He had no money and no one. He was just a pauper. Little Mouse snorted and ignored Ningxu as it returned to the system space. You want face, but you don't want to give me anything. You want to block the name of an elder? Dream on, childish, superficial, and laughable. He lowered his head and saw Fatian looking up at him. His big eyes blinked. His eyelashes were very long, making his eyes look watery and pure. He had to admit that this child was really beautiful. He just didn't know if he would grow up badly. If he grew up according to this child would be very beautiful in the future. He had delicate features and was very cute. He just didn't know if he would be like Liren. When he thought of Liren, Ningxu felt a headache coming on. Ningxu brought Fatian to the Xianxia man's restaurant and said to Fatian, later, when I point at someone, you will call them uncle. Learn from me, uncle. One name could address many people. Uncle, 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 uncle. Fatian kept repeating these two words. He didn't know what they meant. Ningxu walked into the restaurant and ordered more expensive and exquisite dishes. He gave the spoon to Fatian. Fatian definitely didn't know how to use chopsticks. He wanted Fatian to learn how to eat these things. Ningxu didn't know if Fatian could eat these ordinary things, but he saw him clumsily use the spoon to put the food into his mouth. He even used his hands to grab it. Ningxu wiped Fatian's mouth with a handkerchief and said, you have to be hygienic. After eating, you have to wipe your mouth with a piece of paper. Fatian looked at Ningxu in confusion. Ningxu sighed. No matter how much he said, he wouldn't understand. If he did, he would understand. The waiter went upstairs to call the Xianxia man down. The Xianxia man came downstairs with a folding fan. When he saw his face full of sauce, he asked, "Where did this child come from?" "My child. My weapon transformed. I brought him here to help you find the way, in case you don't know and bully my child," Ningxu said. The Xianxia man was speechless. Child, weapon transformed, this was a bit too much information. What kind of weapon could transform? Was it very powerful? Why hadn't he heard of it before? The Xianxia man squeezed the folding fan in his hand. Could it be that the fan in his hand could also transform into a human? The Xianxia man looked at Fatian. It was hard to imagine that a cold weapon could transform into a human. Why would I bully a child? The Xianxia man said. He thought for a moment and took out a jade-like item from his space. This thing is good for spiritual power. It can increase spiritual power. Give it to the child to play with. The Xianxia man gave the item to Fatian. Fatian was very confused. He looked at Ningxu. Obviously, he didn't understand why this person gave him something. He also didn't understand what they were talking about. Ningxu made a shaking gesture with his hand. Take it and call me uncle. Fatian was very sensitive to the word uncle. He called him uncle. The Xianxia man smiled and gave him a free meal. The Xianxia man asked Ningxu, what is his original form? The Xianxia man looked at him from head to toe. He was very surprised. Ningxu said, it's the whip that I used to hold in my hand. A lot of things happened because of this whip. The faction on the Giant Gate planet had caused a lot of trouble because of the Holy Whip. Later, the consciousness of the Holy Whip was erased. Only then did the Holy Whip belong to him. For a long time, these factions didn't cause trouble for him. It's a whip. The Xianxia man sighed. Ningxu told Fatian to stop eating. Eating too much was not good for his health. Could it be that Ningxu wanted to move to another place now that she had something? She wiped off Fatian's greasy mouth and led him away. Ningxu came to the consultation room and touched his head. You can call me uncle later. Calling him uncle made old men like Sang Liang and Taishu look too young. After a while, Sang Liang came out of the room. When he saw Fatian, he narrowed his eyes and sat down. He asked, what do you want to ask? Ningxu said to Sang Liang, can you call Taishu over? I have something important to say. He called both of them over at once. He was too lazy to look for them one by one. Besides, there were two people present. If there was competition, there would be good things. Sang Liang said, it's the same if you tell me. Ningxu shook his head. It's not the same. Sang Liang glanced at Ningxu and informed Taishu. While waiting, Sang Liang looked at Fatian. Fatian shyly hid in Ningxu's arms and buried his head in Ningxu's arms. Do you want to give me this child too? Sang Liang asked. Ningxu said, of course not. Sang Liang could see that this child wasn't human. This old man wanted to kidnap the child. Wishful thinking. Sang Liang didn't say anything. Taishu appeared in the consultation room and asked with a frown, what's the matter? Taishu sat down. When he saw Fatian, he waved at him. Come here. Fatian didn't go to Taishu. His little face was full of vigilance, probably because he sensed Taishu's danger. He wasn't like this when he faced the Xianxia man. He probably felt that the Xianxia man was no match for him and couldn't threaten his life. Now, he was especially vigilant in front of Taishu. Ningxu said, the child was just born and is a little shy. I brought him here to show you. This is my child. Don't treat him as ownerless. Taishu didn't care about Fatian and asked, what's the matter? Ningxu said, nothing. I just want to show you the child. Is it a connate cardinal treasure? Or is it still weak? It needs to be taken good care of. It's a part of our organization. Taishu glanced at Ningxu. Pay attention to his purification. Give him more metal energy bodies. He thought for a moment and took out his black gun. The gun melted in his hand and condensed into a black oval object. He handed it to Fatian. Let him integrate this into his body. It can increase his toughness. Ningxu was happy and pushed Fatian. Fa Tian saw the object in Taishu's hand and walked over to take it. Uncle. With the precedent set by the Cheongsam man, Fa Tian shouted at the senior uncle. The grand elder looked at him and glanced at Ning Shu unhappily. Don't teach these simple beings the same as you. He had just been born and had just taken human form. He didn't even know how to speak, and his thoughts were still in a mess. Yet, he only knew how to call him uncle. Everyone knew what Sima Zhao was thinking. Ningxu was speechless. The silver-haired man flipped open the cowhide book and tore out a page for Fa Tian. Fa Tian took the book and called out, "Uncle." This time even the silver-haired man frowned. "What do you take him for?" Ningxu said, "I'm teaching the child manners. He doesn't know how to speak, but it's the most basic form of address. Anyway, it's not wrong to call him uncle." Ningxu asked, "What kind of treasure is this page of yours?" The silver-haired man said, "It's nothing good. It's just a shelter." Ningxu said, "Thank you." The silver-haired man said, "It's not for you. It's for him. Don't take it for yourself." Ningxu nodded. She had never thought of taking it for herself. She had originally prepared it for Fa Tian. However, these people were much nicer to Fa Tian than to her. When the restaurant opened, they only gave some law imprints. Now that the grand elder had melted her spear, the silver-haired man actually gave her a page of a book. If she had been weaker, she probably wouldn't have been able to protect Fa Tian. He would have been snatched away directly. The silver-haired man asked, "What's his name?" Ningxu said proudly, "Fa Tian." The grand elder and the silver-haired man frowned at the same time. The grand elder was very unhappy to be called over and directly left. The silver-haired man said, 100,000 merit points. You entered the consultation room. It's calculated by time. Ningxu didn't say anything and deducted 100,000 merit points. Compared to these things, 100,000 merit points were insignificant. Ningxu handed over the money without hesitation. Then, she led Geishan out of the consultation room. She muttered, "Where are we going next?" Fa Tian looked up at Ningxu and smiled softly and sweetly. Ningxu put Fa Tian's things in the messen space, strung them up with a small red string, and hung them around his neck. "These are all your treasures. Don't let others take them away, understand?" Ningxu was very worried that Fa Tian would be taken advantage of. Fa Tian smiled at Ningxu. He put the necklace inside his clothes and patted his chest with his small hand. Ningxu pinched his smiling face. "You're so smart." Ningxu felt that all his patience had been spent on Fa Tian. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be together for the rest of their lives. It was the most intimate relationship, a relationship of trust, and a comrade in arms. They relied on each other and grew up together. Since they were in such a relationship, they had to live in harmony and harmony. It was not that kinship was better than kinship. Ningxu snapped his fingers and said to Fa Tian, "Take her to see a world with only souls. By the way, I'll take you to see a little brother." The little devil had always been very arrogant. He didn't want to pay attention to a human like Yang. He was like a human looking at a little white rabbit. If he found it interesting, he would tease it. But Fa Tian was the incarnation of a primordial treasure. In terms of identity, the little devil had no advantage and could treat him as an equal. They might be able to play together. Ningxu took Fa Tian to the world of samsara through space jump and came to the gate of a huge black palace. The palace was empty. Occasionally, skeletons came out from the black palace. Fa Tian looked at the skeletons in surprise, his eyes full of curiosity. Ningxu led Fa Tian into the palace. The pillars of the palace were very high. The black jade floor tiles reflected people's shadows. There was a huge chair made of skeletons in the palace. The stairs were full of white bones. The empty palace echoed with people's voices. Ningxu walked around the palace with Fa Tian. He believed that His Excellency must know they were here. After a long time, His Excellency came out and sat on the high chair made of white bones. He looked down at Ningxu and asked, "What are you doing here?" The deep voice of an abyssal prefect reverberated throughout the palace, as if there were abyssal prefects speaking from all directions. Ningxu said, "I'm here to see the child." His Excellency's attitude to her was worse than before since she had the little devil. His Excellency said directly, "The child is in closed-door cultivation. You can leave now." Ningxu rolled his eyes. "I told you that I'll leave the child to you. I won't interfere, and I won't take the child back. Besides, I already have a child. I don't have the energy to teach another child." Ningxu felt it was a terrible thing to have two children in front of him. Why did His Excellency think she would take the little devil back? How could it be possible? Why was His Excellency so unconfident? "Let's let the two children meet. This is not an ordinary item. If they have nothing to do, they can exchange their cultivation experiences." She had a child. His Excellency shouldn't be on guard against her. The Abyssal Prefect glanced at the Heaven Punisher and sent a telepathic message to summon the little devil. When the little demon came, his face was full of unhappiness. "Who is it that wants to see this young master?" "Young master?" Ningxu looked at the little demon. He was a lot taller than before. Previously, he was 5 or 6 years old. Now, he was 8 or 9 years old. His body was starting to shrink. Previously, he still had some baby fat, but now his face was thin. He gave off the feeling of an elegant youth. His Excellency pointed at Ningxu and Fu Tian. "They want to see you. Let's talk." The little demon looked at Ningxu and then looked at Fa Tian. He didn't call himself young master anymore. Instead, he said, "Why are you looking for me?" Ningxu said with a smile, "This is your brother. I brought him to see you. In the future, when we are familiar with each other, you two brothers can get to know each other." The little demon raised his eyebrows. What the hell? Another one was born in the world of reincarnation? In such a remote and small world of reincarnation, it was a waste to have him alone. Unexpectedly, there were two of them. It was unreasonable. Ningxu said. "No, he is a weapon. He just transformed." The little demon let out a sigh of relief. He raised his chin and said to Fa Tian, "In the future, you are my little brother. I will protect you." Fa Tian hid behind Ningxu and looked at the little demon timidly. Ningxu said, "He still doesn't understand what you are saying. He can't speak and is shy with strangers. As his older brother, you should be more lenient to him." The little demon said directly, "I am not so stingy as to bicker with a child." The little demon was also a child now. It was a bit funny to hear him say such words. His Excellency took out a bone from the box. It was the bone of a human hand. It was lustrous like jade. It didn't look like a human bone, but something made of jade. "What is your name? Come here." His Excellency asked Fa Tian. When Fa Tian saw the item in His Excellency's hand, he immediately understood what was going on. He stepped on the stairs that were covered in white bones and walked in front of His Excellency. The Abyssal Prefect placed his cold, pale hand on the child's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. He shook his head and said, "Such a good child shouldn't be with such a person." "Ningxu, what are you talking about?" His Excellency handed the finger to Fa Tian, and Fa Tian took it and smiled sweetly at His Excellency. "Uncle." The Abyssal Prefect narrowed his eyes and reached out to touch Fa Tian's face. Fa Tian received the item and stepped on white bones to return to Ningxu's side. He placed the item into the meson space in front of his chest. Ningxu saw that the Abyssal Prefect had given the child something, and she also saw the little demon. As a return gift, she should also give something to the little demon. She didn't seem to care much about the little demon's cultivation, and it was always the Abyssal Prefect who looked after them. The little devil was the product of his world of samsara. His conscience suddenly hurt. Ningxu asked the little demon, "How's your cultivation going? What kind of resources do you need? Do you want energy bodies?" When the iceberg melted, he would give 1 or 2 pieces to the little demon. The little demon said directly, "I don't want them. You can keep them for him." The little demon didn't like Ningxu's things and told Ningxu not to worry. Ningxu, well, in the little demon's heart, she was a poor ghost. Ningxu Qiao asked, "Does this child need an energy body for his cultivation?" The Abyssal Prefect nodded. "Yes, absorbing high-level energy is good for cultivation." Ningxu said, "Oh. Then I'll send some over after the iceberg melts. She didn't know if the abyssal prefect would get a share of the harvest this time. Logically speaking, he was here to help, so he should get a few energy bodies. Even she was able to get an iceberg. Although it was the smallest one and had the least amount of things inside, she still managed to get some. The abyssal prefect should also get some and would probably give it to the little demon. But the abyssal prefect was the abyssal prefect, and what she gave was what she gave. There was a difference. Ningxu felt that it was inappropriate to just leave it alone. In the future, the little demon would take care of the world of samsara for her. She could be considered one of them. The abyssal prefect said to the little demon, "Take him to the backyard to see the flowers. I have something to say to him." Ningxu, see the flowers planted by the abyssal prefect. The abyssal prefect was now a stay-at-home dad, raising and teaching children. Ningxu forgot that he used to be a gardener, planting all kinds of flowers, watering them with souls and raising them with the corpses of all kinds of creatures. As for what the flowers would look like, there was no need to mention it. The little demon said to Fatian, "Let's go, I'll take you to see the flowers." Fatian hid behind Ningxu. The little demon didn't force him. Ningxu said. Fatian grabbed Ningxu's skirt and swayed left and right. He pouted, obviously not wanting to let Ningxu leave. Tears were in his eyes. His tears flowed down. Ningxu wiped his tears and felt helpless. It seemed that this child couldn't leave her for a while. Ningxu said, "That's okay, I'll teach you." If he didn't do missions, then he would do other things, such as dealing with star stones or going for a stroll in the void. And even if he went personally, it would take some time. He would go find Li Wen. Li Wen was now a technology fanatic and couldn't extricate himself from science. Then he would slow down on missions. Right now, Heaven Punisher needed to be looked after and taught. Little Rat returned to the system space with a bunch of grape-like fruits in his hand. He threw them to Locken and said, "These are the fruits I found for you. I picked them secretly, and I almost got my head blown off. Don't say that I'm not good to you." Little Mouse stood up straight and put his paws on his waist. He really looked like an elder. Now, whenever Fatian received something, he would call him uncle. Little Mouse was very happy when he heard this, but he tried to hide it. "It's just a little thing. If you like it, I'll pick it for you next time." Was it a legend? "I stole grapes to raise you." He probably stole them from other races. Ningxu said, "Don't sneak around and provoke other races." Little Mouse snorted and picked a crystal clear grape for Fatian. "Try it." Fatian opened his mouth and ate one. It was probably very sweet. Fatian's eyes narrowed and he ate happily. Ningxu also wanted to try and was about to pick one, but Little Mouse patted the back of his hand. "You're so greedy. It's not like I picked it for you." Fatian immediately plucked a grape and brought it to Ningxu's mouth. Ningxu opened his mouth and took a bite. The grape had a rich and sweet juice, and with one bite, the juice burst. It was very satisfying. The most important thing was that it was rich in energy, and it was similar to the power of an energy body, a very gentle power. However, the power was very weak. If one tried to sense it carefully, they would not be able to sense it. After being eaten by Ningxu, the little mouse was very unhappy. He carried the bunch of grapes and went to the other side with Fatian. Fatian still wanted to help Ningxu, but he was stopped by Little Mouse. Ningxu said, "You guys eat." "I'm not eating." Although he was tempted, he could still hold it in. One of the mice finished a bunch of grapes by himself. Ningxu stood at the side and watched them finish the grapes. She didn't get to eat another one. Fatian burped, reached out and patted Little Mouse, and smiled at him. The main system notified Ningxu to deal with the star stones and change shifts with the people in Area A. Fatian was very sensitive. He sensed that Ningxu was about to leave. He immediately tugged at Ningxu's skirt like an abandoned puppy. Ningxu thought about it and brought Fatian with him. When Fatian's mind matured, he could find something to do on his own. Ningxu held Fatian's hand and appeared in the broken plane. He handed over the work to the people who dealt with the star stones. Ningxu said to Fatian, "Stay by my side and don't walk around." She felt like a bitter mother who had to work and take care of her child. Fatian obediently stayed by her side. Ningxu thought about it and gave Fatian some toys to play with. While Fatian was fiddling with the toys, Ningxu had to keep talking to him while dealing with the star stones. Ningxu was probably the only one who brought his family to deal with the star stones. Ningxu was probably the only one. All the big shots present looked over, and those who had some connections came over to ask what was going on with this child. Ningxu didn't hide the child's identity. Hearing that he was a weapon, some people looked envious. Some people looked like they wanted to eat shit. Just like the giant gate star now. Seeing this ignorant child, he felt pity. This child could have been the power of the faction, but now he had fallen into the hands of someone else. Their faction had nurtured this treasure for a long time and spent a lot of effort. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to transform so easily. The giant gate star didn't look at the child. He turned around to pick up the pieces, but his cheeks were grinding. What a pity. His heart was bleeding. Some big shots casually gave some things to Fatian. These big shots had lived for a long time and collected many good treasures. Even if they were given casually, they were things that some low-level mission takers couldn't get. Fatian received the things and kept calling Fatian uncle. A big shot reached out and patted Fatian's head. It was not easy for an innate cardinal treasure like this to transform into a human. Mo Ming patted Fatian's head and said to Ningxu, "You have to take care of yourself." Ningxu was stunned and asked, "Why do you say that? Is someone trying to harm me?" Mo Ming shook his head. "That's not it. You know why these people are so nice to Fatian. Some of them are not even related to you, but they will still give Fatian some small things. The difference is whether it's more expensive or more ordinary." Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why is that?" These big shots treated Fatian rather well. Even the giant gate planet, who was so aggrieved, still gave Fatian a small thing. This child is a weapon after all. Even if he turns into a human, he's still a weapon. Since he's a weapon, he needs to be used. If a person uses a weapon, the weapon will be used. In the organization, there are actually weapons that can transform. If something happens to the owner, the transformed weapon will choose a new owner. At this time, making your presence known in front of the weapon is also to form good karma. After all, who knows what will happen in the future? After all, transformed weapons are considered the organization's strength. No matter who has them, they are the organization's strength. Ningxu snorted. These old men were very bad. They could not openly take her god-beating whip, so they took a roundabout route. Of course, this also meant that these people did not want to be enemies with him. It didn't matter. No matter what the reason was, all he had to do was to accept the gifts that the heavens had given him. No matter what, these people had given him a gift, so he should be grateful. As for waiting for her to die, he would continue to wait. He would probably have to wait until the end of time. Ningxu said to Mo Ming, "Thank you for the reminder. I know what to do." It seemed that Fatian's position in the organization would not be low in the future. Compared to an annoying mission enforcer like her, Fatian was obviously much more popular. She was really inferior to her son. If someone tried to secretly attack him, Ningxu would break their claws. If she had done something before she died, it wouldn't have been so easy to get Fatian. He didn't expect Fatian to avenge him, but he wanted to make sure that Fatian wouldn't choose such a person. And even if she died, a new will of death would be born, although it would be a new Ningxu. Therefore, Ningxu was not flustered at all. Ningxu looked around and saw that Zhu Menxing was looking at Fatian with a complicated expression. His eyes were filled with grief, as if his own child had acknowledged a thief as his father. He was heartbroken. Seeing Ningxu's eyes, Zhu Menxing looked away and sighed. Ningxu snorted at the Great Gate Star. He was clearly threatening the Great Gate Star. Zhu Menxing's face darkened. He walked away, not looking at Ningxu and Fatian. If the Great Gate Star was not honest, she could test the power of the god-beating whip after it transformed. It was probably a qualitative leap. He wanted to test it and hoped that the Great Gate Star would cause trouble. If the Great Gate Star didn't cause trouble, Ningxu wouldn't cause trouble either. Sigh, disappointing. He couldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. Ningxu looked at Mo Ming. Mo Ming was wearing a military green uniform and looked very dignified. When he squatted and talked to Fa Tian, he looked like a man of steel. Mo Ming, who used to be sick and couldn't even walk, was now holding his head high and looking powerful and dignified. For people like Mo Ming, reincarnation was a complete waste and burden. If his body couldn't bear such a heavy fate, Mo Ming would always be sick. He didn't have a normal body at all. Now, Mo Ming didn't have the shackles of a body, which was better. Ningxu said to Mo Ming, "You've been promoted so quickly. Now you're buying," he sighed. Mo Ming just shook his head. "It's okay. I asked the general to let me follow you. I heard that you have a child, so I came to see you." That's humble. She didn't know how many lifetimes Mo Ming had accumulated such good fortune in his previous life and the life before that to have such good fate. He was probably some savior of the world. The speed of his promotion was really like a rocket. She thought about how she had to painstakingly complete missions from world to world. She climbed up step by step. She was a snail, and he was an eagle. There were differences between people. But if she didn't work hard, she might not even be as good as Mo Ming now. She was working hard, but it didn't mean that Mo Ming wasn't working hard. Mo Ming probably worked hard to get to where he was now. There was nothing to be unsatisfied about. Mo Ming said a few words to Ningxu and left. Ningxu continued to deal with the star stones. Fa Tian played with his toys obediently at the side. Ningxu wanted to teach him how to speak. He couldn't just keep calling him uncle. Calling these old men uncle was a loss. Who knew how old these people were? Calling them uncle was too young. Fa Tian spoke with Ningxu with difficulty. The speed and pronunciation of his speech were not very correct, but Ningxu encouraged him and didn't scold him. Even if he was angry, he couldn't show it. Teaching children to do homework was probably the most painful thing in life. He was so angry that he was about to have a heart attack. Fa Tian was also a child. After learning from Ningxu for a while, he couldn't concentrate. He played with the toys in his hands and stopped learning to speak with Ningxu. Ningxu was melancholic. My child can't be a fool. He's definitely not a retard. Ningxu suppressed his anger. It wasn't easy to learn to be an uncle. Who knew, he might call his name tomorrow. Ningxu gritted his teeth as he dealt with the star stones. He held Fa Tian's hand for a long time. Fa Tian yawned. He was probably tired. He directly turned into a whip and wrapped around Ningxu's waist. He began to snore. Ningxu dealt with the star stones for a long time. Every time the plane was damaged, several planes would collapse in succession. From these situations, it was clear that the situation of the Sea of Law was very bad. The Sea of Law could no longer provide power for these planes. And because of the problem of energy or aging, the planes collapsed just like that. More and more collapsed. If even the old planes couldn't provide power, then there was definitely no power to give birth to new planes. The old planes kept collapsing. Even if these planes had more cells than a human, they couldn't withstand this kind of loss. Ningxu started to have groundless fears. If the Sea of Law collapsed, these billions of mission enforcers, as well as this huge army, these souls probably wouldn't have a place to stay. If the planes were gone, the organization would be gone. They could only survive in the void. The creatures in the void could probably eat a lot of mission enforcers in one bite. Then there was a way to survive, and that was for everyone to unite. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. But Ningxu shook his head. From the results of the battle between the organization and the locust-like little mouse, the mission enforcer army couldn't even deal with the locust-like little mouse. It was very difficult to deal with them, and the little mouse race didn't have any intelligence. In the void, the little mouse was a small reptile. There were even more powerful creatures. The Taishu silver-haired man was the one who wiped out the little mouse's entire race. Therefore, humans were still very weak. Even if they were united, it was not easy to unite such a huge organization. Humans were a race that was prone to infighting. And mission enforcers were all souls. If their souls were destroyed, they would have no follow-up power and no descendants. They were like a small boat in the sea that could be swallowed up at any time. Ningxu was worried about the country and the people. Was the Taishu really going to die, or was he faking it? It had to be said that the presence of the Grand Elder was like a pillar holding up the sky. However, when the little mouse smelled the rotten smell on his body, the Taishu denied that he was going to die. Ningxu touched the holy whip at his waist. It was useless to think about this now. It was better to become stronger quickly. As long as he was strong, all the problems would be solved. Any anxiety and worry was because he was weak and had no money. Ningxu processed the star rocks and placed some star rocks around the god-striking whip. She wondered if the god-striking whip would absorb the star rocks. The holy whip was sleeping and did not care about the star stones. It seemed that the holy whip did not absorb the star stones at all. Although the star stones were tough, they did not have much power. The holy whip did not absorb them. A picky mouth. Another picky mouth. Ningxu felt a little bitter. He could not cultivate the holy whip. The holy whip was now a 3 or 4-year-old child, which meant that his power could only be transformed into a 3 or 4-year-old child. Then he would grow. To grow, he would need energy. To become strong quickly, he would need a lot of energy. The next generation would be vampires. Therefore, he had to go to the void to find treasures. Even if he could not find the energy body, he had to find other substitutes. He had to find some fruits for Fation. Raising a child was tough and tiring. When Fation woke up, Ningxu was still processing the star stones. Fation rubbed his eyes and looked at Ningxu with worry. Ningxu said, "I'm not tired. I'm fine." The more star stones he dealt with, the more worried Ningxu became. It was as if the hair on his head was falling off strand by strand, but it didn't grow back. It was as if he was about to become bald. Fation took out a grape and brought it to Ningxu's mouth. Ningxu was a little surprised. Fation actually placed the grapes in the mess in space. This guy was pretty smart. He shared a bunch of grapes with the little mouse and even secretly hid them. Good boy, not bad at all. Ningxu ate the grapes without hesitation. The grapes were juicy, sweet, and contained a trace of energy. After dealing with the star stones for so long, Ningxu also felt a little tired. After eating the grapes, he felt refreshed. Even his tiredness had been greatly reduced. These grapes were good stuff. They were delicious and had a lot of energy. He told the little mouse to go earlier. As for whether he would get his head blown off, who cared? After Ningxu finished eating, Fation stuffed another grape into Ningxu's mouth. Ningxu ate it and shook his head. He said to Fation, "Keep it for yourself. I won't eat it." Ningxu taught Fation how to call him by his name. Fation babbled and called Ningxu. His tone was a little strange. This was a problem with people who had just spoken. Listening to Fation's childish words, Ningxu's heart was very calm and peaceful. Dealing with the star stones became a lot easier. When the next person came, Ningxu held Fation's hand and left. Of course, the person who came to take over also gave Fation a small gift. It seemed like there were many people who wanted to form a good relationship with Fation. All of them were hoping that after she died, Fation would choose them to be his master. Back in the system space, the little mouse was lying on the sofa and sleeping soundly. Its nose was foaming. Ningxu poked the little mouse's stomach, making its snot bubble bigger and burst. The little mouse opened its eyes and looked at Ningxu unhappily. "What are you doing?" Ningxu said, "Fation is very clingy to me now. I can't do missions anymore. We can't just wait like this. Let's go look for treasures in the void." "Bastard, I haven't even eaten that energy body yet. Now you want to go look for things. You're crazy and shameless." The little mouse glared at Ningxu and shouted angrily. He was really exploiting it non-stop. The energy it lost had not been replenished yet. It was about to starve to death. How could this guy have the face to say that? He had no face at all. Ningxu said, "We don't have to look for energy bodies. It's good to find something sweet." It was too boring to do nothing and just sit there. The little mouse turned its head. I'm not going. Ningxu said directly, fine, we'll go by ourselves. The little mouse snorted. Just the two of you going to the void? Are you looking for death? The turbulence in the void could directly roll people into powder. Even if the creatures in the void were touched by the turbulence, they would either die or be injured. With the strength of these two idiots, they would definitely die. The turbulence was random and could move. Ningxu sighed. I see. Fatian likes to eat grapes. I'm going to get some for him. The little mouse rolled its eyes. How can you get something like that? Only I can. Ningxu immediately said, then I'll have to trouble you. Go and find some grapes for Fatian to eat. The little mouse's eyes widened. Damn, you're too shameless. Fine, we won't look for grapes. We'll go for a stroll in the void. It's fine if we find something, but it's fine if we don't. Comparing the two, the little mouse felt that it was more inclined to go for a stroll in the void. No, damn, why did it have to choose between the two? It could totally choose not to go. Ningxu said, choose one. As she spoke, she took out a book and began to teach Fatian how to read. She did not rush the little mouse. The little mouse snorted. It crossed its arms and shook its legs. It was not going. Even if it wanted to go, it would have to wait until it ate the energy body. The emperor did not lack hungry soldiers. Ningxu pointed at the words in the book and taught Fatian. The little mouse beside them heard the sound of the book being read. It buried itself under the pillow, but it could not completely block out the sound. Can you be quieter? Do you have any civility? The little mouse said irritably as it crawled out from under the pillow. Ningxu held the book. If you think it's noisy, you can go find Li Wen. I have to teach the child now. I won't. You want to send me away so that you can take the energy body for yourself. The little mouse was not fooled. Ningxu did not think that way. When the little mouse said that, she deliberately said, hey, you reminded me. The little mouse gritted its teeth. Vicious woman, I hit the nail on the head. Ningxu put down the book and took the fairy tale book to tell Fatian a story. The little mouse could not help but say, then let's go for a stroll in the void? Of course, Ningxu had to satisfy little mouse's request. Ningxu held Heaven's Punisher's hand and flew into the sky. Ningxu looked in a certain direction and felt a faint soul fluctuation. However, this fluctuation was very weak, probably because it was too far away. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the detector that was released before? Ningxu carefully sensed but couldn't sense the specific direction, only the approximate location. Since it was a detector, Li Wen should be able to receive the signal. Let's go to Li Wen's place. Ningxu said to Little Mouse, let's go to Li Wen first. Little Mouse looked at Ningxu warily. You really like to take advantage of others. Now you want to take the child to Li Wen. Didn't Li Wen give Fatian energy before and it was all absorbed by him? Now you want to go to Li Wen for something? Little Mouse felt that its inference was correct. Otherwise, why would they go to Li Wen? Ningxu said, hey, I almost forgot. I'm not going to Li Wen for a gift. There's a problem with the detector. Little Mouse was speechless. So annoying. Little Mouse felt like it was being played by her. Ningxu glanced at Little Mouse. She deserved to be scolded for being so smart. If she knew the specific location, she wouldn't need to go to Li Wen. As for the gift, if someone brought the child to her now, they would also give her something. Things like gifts were passed around in the hands of everyone. In fact, she and others didn't lose anything and didn't gain anything. Along the way, Ningxu had been talking to Fatian. Fatian was now jumping out word by word, and his words were not very clear. Ningxu had to be patient and listen to him word by word. She would be able to understand what he meant. After entering the city through the black hole, Fatian was very curious about the machinery in the city. Ningxu didn't care if he understood or not. He explained that it was made of metal and could walk through energy to complete instructions. They arrived at the top floor of the central building. Li Wen, dressed in a white coat, was waiting for them. Li Wen said, even if you didn't come to me, I would have gone to find you. Li Wen pointed at a huge screen. There was a small green dot flashing on the screen. Ning Shu asked, "That's the signal from the detector." Li Wen nodded. "It's a green signal. It's probably a mineral deposit." Ning Shu, "Probably some kind of mineral deposit?" Li Wen said, "Metal, I'll go with you later." Ning Shu wasn't that interested in metals, but he still felt that he should go with Li Wen. Perhaps Fa Tian also needed to absorb metals to strengthen himself. For the sake of Fa Tian's growth, Ning Shu had risked his life. "Okay, let's go together." Little Mouse was quite happy. Li Wen took off his white robe and hung it on the hanger, revealing the shirt and casual pants inside. Li Wen was an ancient person, but he was wearing a shirt now. He looked quite handsome. He glanced at Fa Tian. "This child?" Little Rat immediately told Li Wen about the origin of the child, and told Li Wen to be careful. He said that Ning Shu took the child everywhere to cheat for food and drink, which was extremely shameless. Li Wen just listened and smiled. He took out a Rubik's Cube and handed it to Fa Tian. "I made this little thing. Play with it." Ning Shu looked at the Rubik's Cube. It looked familiar. He remembered that he also had a Rubik's Cube. That Rubik's Cube was actually a brain. Could it be that this Rubik's Cube was also a brain? Fa Tian said thank you with difficulty. He didn't call him uncle. Li Wen touched his head and then led Ning Shu and the others to the first floor. He pressed a switch from the wall. A part of the wall opened, and a warship slowly appeared from inside. The surface of the warship was covered with a silver coating. Everyone walked up the steps to the warship. It was filled with high-tech things. Other than Ning Shu and the others, Li Wen also got a lot of machinery to follow them onto the flying ship. There were also some mining tools. Ning Shu saw that everything was in order. When the machinery entered the flying ship, it was arranged neatly. He sighed again. Li Wen seemed to have become an uncrowned king again. The warship started and drove out of the black hole like an arrow. There were no bumps at all as it headed in the direction of the green dot. Sitting comfortably in the warship, they could reach their destination. High-tech was good. It wasn't like when she was holding Little Mouse's hand and stopping. Moreover, there would be a reminder when they encountered turbulence. If the warship was too fast, it would heat up and the brain would take the initiative to reduce its speed. People in the warship didn't need to control it. The brain would do everything. Laziness promoted the development of technology. During the flight, they would occasionally encounter turbulence and bump. Other than that, there were no other accidents. Ning Shu looked at the screen and saw that they were getting closer and closer to the flashing green dot. He didn't know if this place had an owner. If it did, they wouldn't be able to mine it. Ning Shu didn't want to fight with the creatures in the void yet. The green dot got closer and closer and suddenly dimmed. Ning Shu frowned. What was going on? Could it be that someone had broken it? Ning Shu tried to sense her soul power, but she couldn't sense it anymore. She looked at Li Wen. Li Wen said calmly, "Anyway, we're already close. We should be able to find it after scanning. Since it's a mineral deposit, it's not a small place." The huge screen immediately had a fan-shaped scanning shape, spinning in circles. He didn't know if he could scan the mineral deposits under the ground. He didn't know what was so powerful about the metal in the void. Li Wen needed metal for his research. "Special metal found underground," the brain said coldly. Then, the flying ship slowly sank into the mountain range. The Black Mountain Range was barren. There was no soil, only crystal-like mountain rocks. They were very hard and filled with a strong baleful aura. This baleful aura was naturally formed, and people would feel very uncomfortable when they got close. Ning Shu felt as if his soul was being pricked by needles. Although it wasn't fatal, it was very uncomfortable. What metal is this? Ning Shu kicked the hard crystal with his foot. The entire canyon was made of such black crystals. Li Wen touched the stones and said, "Fiend condensing stone. It's this kind of thing that can condense the baleful aura of heaven and earth. It's the best material for making weapons." The entire area is made of fiend condensing stone? Li Wen shook his head. "No, the things outside aren't valuable. We should dig them inside." Ning Shu walked around the canyon and found a broken detector. No wonder she couldn't sense her soul power. In this canyon with dense baleful aura, her weak soul power directly washed away her soul power. Li Wen ordered the machines in the flying ship to take the tools to mine the stones. Fa Tian's face turned red in the thick baleful aura. Ningxu immediately said, Fa Tian, follow me into the flying ship. Take the phone. Fa Tian was a weapon, but he was still young. Things like baleful aura could affect a person's mind. If a weapon had baleful aura, its power would be greatly increased. However, Ningxu was afraid that Fa Tian would become a weapon without any intelligence. Especially now that he had transformed. If a weapon could not control its own mind, then it would also implicate the person using the weapon. Some evil weapons had powerful bewitchment and baleful aura, which could enchant a person's mind. Ningxu carried Fa Tian and walked up the stairs to the flying ship. Fa Tian lay on Ningxu's shoulder and opened his mouth to absorb a lot of baleful aura. At this moment, his whole body turned red and directly turned into the shape of the god-beating whip. The entire god-beating whip seemed to be burning red and did not move at all. Ningxu touched it and found that his soul was actually smoking. How should he deal with this? Ningxu wanted to splash water to cool Fa Tian down, but he was worried that suddenly splashing water would not be good for Fa Tian. Cold, hot, and agitated, it might harm Fa Tian. Ningxu guarded Fa Tian and did not care about the situation outside. Ningxu did not care much about the metal. Ningxu sighed as she looked at Futian, whose body was completely red. The place where he was lying had been scorched black by his body temperature. Fa Tian in his whip form could not speak. He did not move and did not seem to feel pain. Outside, there were clanking sounds as they dug out the crystals in the valley. These things were excellent materials for making weapons. How could Li Wen let them go? Ningxu was wholeheartedly focused on Fa Tian. When he saw Li Wen and the little mouse rush into the cabin, he asked the artificial intelligence to leave quickly. Ningxu asked, "What's wrong?" "It's alive, alive," the little mouse said. "What's alive?" Just as Ningxu asked, the entire flying ship shook. Then, a huge eye appeared outside the window. This eye was very big. Ningxu was speechless. F*ck, could it be that this canyon was a living thing? Ningxu released his mental power and saw that the entire flying ship was being pinched between the fingers of a huge creature. It was like a locust being pinched. As for the creature that was holding the flying ship, it treated the flying ship very well. It turned the flying ship over and over again, and it didn't break the flying ship. That was why he was knocking on this creature's body, causing the sleeping creature to worry. Ningxu, goodbye, live on with a smile. The creature's body was covered in layers upon layers of thick black crystals, making one feel trypophobia just by looking at it. Even though it was in the canyon, no one could tell that it was a creature sleeping here. Furthermore, it was filled with baleful aura. He was definitely ferocious. Ningxu said to the little mouse, "You're the only one here who's from the Void Land. Go and negotiate with him." The little mouse's fur stood on end. "Why should I talk to that big fool?" Ningxu said, "You can't beat him." The little mouse jumped up. "Nonsense. I really can't beat him." Li Wen was prepared to abandon the flying ship and let Ningxu and the little mouse prepare to escape. He wanted to self-destruct the flying ship. Ningxu said, "Wait, this creature isn't hostile. Wait a little longer." Although it was filled with baleful aura, it looked at the flying ship over and over again. Obviously, it was very good to this thing. They were simply turning the world upside down on the flying ship. Now that the god-striking whip came into contact with the baleful aura, something abnormal happened. Ningxu flew out of the flying ship. When he saw this creature, he gasped. It was really ugly, covered in black crystals. Only two huge eyes were exposed. Even the mouth couldn't be seen clearly. The two huge eyes looked at Ningxu. He spat out an unknown voice from his mouth, and Ningxu couldn't understand what he was saying. Ningxu and the little mouse asked, "What is he saying?" The little mouse spread its hands speechlessly. "I don't understand. Not every creature in the void is as smart as me." Ningxu thought that he could communicate with intelligent creatures. He used this skill to try to communicate with this creature. Ningxu sent out his consciousness to communicate with this big guy. This big guy suddenly approached Ning Shu. He looked at Ning Shu with his huge eyes. His eyelashes were even longer than Ning Shu's height. He spoke in a hurry. Ning Shu understood his words through his consciousness. Who are you? What is this? Why are you so small? No armor. What kind of creature are you? Ning Shu apologized to this big guy for what happened earlier. He said that he didn't know that they were alive and disturbed their sleep. Lying down and sleeping so casually. Did the creatures in the void use the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed? The big guy didn't care. He was quite gentle. When he heard that Ning Shu needed the crystals on his body, he even gave some to Ning Shu. He clenched his hand, and a large number of crystals fell out. Ning Shu, thank you. Ning Shu pretended to be very happy and kept the crystals. These things were probably the cuticle of this big guy. It was the dust on his body. Did he remove the dirt on his body? Ning Shu was really shocked by this idea. Ning Shu gave these crystals to Li Wen. He should leave the cuticle for Li Wen to use. Li Wen accepted the things. Ning Shu pointed at the big guy's flying ship and asked him to return it to them. The big guy handed the flying ship to Ning Shu. Ning Shu, I can't catch it. The tall man's voice was muffled as he spoke intermittently. Ning Shu understood with his consciousness that the big guy was asking which cub they were from. It was very dangerous for a cub to walk in the void. Ning Shu. They are cubs. Ning Shu said that he ran away from home and came out for a walk. Then, he found a valley. Ning Shu roughly understood that this big guy thought that they were cubs and didn't kill them. He probably had a gentle temperament. Thus, Ning Shu admitted that he was still a baby. Seeing that there seemed to be no danger, the little mouse jumped out and talked to the big guy. The big guy bent down and stared at the little mouse. He talked to the little mouse. Ning Shu. Who was the one who said that he didn't understand? After a while, the little mouse said to Ning Shu, they are from the mountain stone lineage and have a gentle temperament. They are not very dangerous. Yes, they are about the same as some dolphins in the void. Although they are tall and sturdy, they don't attack people. The little mouse patted its chest and heaved a sigh of relief. If they are not dangerous, then what's with the murderous aura all over their bodies? Ning Shu asked. Murderous aura, that should be their body odor, the little mouse said. Ning Shu, so, Fation was damaged by the big guy's body odor. Why was it so nonsensical? It was clearly murderous aura. Fation's murderous aura had entered his body. Ning Shu was very worried that Fation would become a mindless killing machine. That would be too painful. BK Ning Shu didn't want to stay with this tall guy for too long because he had a strong murderous aura. However, Little Mouse was talking about body odor. What the F***ck body odor, the creatures in the void were really interesting. Even their body odor was murderous. The god-beating whip was in a very bad situation now. It had finally transformed and encountered murderous aura. Such a strong murderous aura was enough to destroy his newly born intelligence. Ning Shu said goodbye to Big Tall Guy, but Big Tall Guy let them go very gently. Before leaving, he saw that Ning Shu and Li Wen seemed to like the crystals on them, so he took a large piece of dead skin and gave it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu still had to forcefully accept a large piece of dead skin with a smile, and then gave the dead skin to Li Wen. Since Li Wen liked it, he would give it to Li Wen. The tall guy took a large piece of dead skin for Li Wen and handed it to Li Wen. Li Wen, okay, take it. The creatures in the void always gave people a feeling of laziness. Once they were lazy, they would seem silly. Especially when the other party seemed to be very strong. If they couldn't beat him, they would accept his kindness. The two of them entered the flying ship, which flew far away in an instant. They had to stay away from this guy. Ning Shu saw that the tall guy slowly lay down again, as if he was going to sleep again. It was such a good time, but he was going to sleep again. Life was too long, and there was nothing to do except sleep. Ning Shu was very worried about the red god-beating whip. He asked Little Mouse, is it okay now? Little Mouse was a creature in the void, so it should have some understanding of this situation. Little Mouse pondered for a while and said uncertainly, it should be okay. Ning Shu. Should be? Little Mouse said, it's probably like you humans catching a cold. The murderous aura entered your body, and you'll be fine after you get through it. Ning-shu, even a cold could sometimes be fatal. Something like a cold could be described as a genetic modification. The virus carried a fragment of the gene into the human body. The symptoms in the human body were all caused by the rejection of gene fusion. Ning-shu felt bitter in his heart. Although they didn't encounter any danger, Fatian, who was out for the first time, fell into a trap. Ning-shu felt that encountering this kind of situation was inevitable. Once Fatian developed an immunity against evil aura, yin qi, and the like, he probably wouldn't fall for it so easily in the future. Little Mouse looked at the red holy whip and suggested, "Why don't we let Fatian absorb some of those stones?" Ning-shu, nonsense. This was no different from a person who caught a cold and had a fever all over his body being thrown into a world of ice and snow to freeze. It was a complete fool's idea. Right now, Heaven Punisher was sick. Little Mouse was rebuked by Ning-shu and said unhappily, "Then what do you think we should do?" Ning-shu said, "Wait." At this time, they could only see if Fatian could endure it. After absorbing the evil aura, Fatian would definitely grow. But they didn't know if it was a weapon full of evil aura without intelligence or if he could control the evil aura himself and grow. The flying ship flew into the black hole and returned to the city in the black hole. Fatian's body was too hot, so Ning-shu stayed in the flying ship. Liwen returned to the top floor with a considerable amount of crystals. Little Mouse glanced at Ning-shu and the holy whip and followed Liwen upstairs. After a while, Little Mouse came down with a plate of fruit and said, "Don't say that I didn't take care of you. Eat." Ning-shu picked up a fruit and took a bite. He didn't taste it and it felt bitter in his mouth. After eating one, he lost the mood. This was how people were when they had weak ribs and soft spots. It was true that when the sun was hit, the mother's heart would hurt. Little Mouse ate the whole plate of fruit and finally sighed and said, "This kind of thing can't fill my stomach." When Little Rat was chatting with Ning-shu, they were all talking about irrelevant things. One moment, he was talking about the melting of the iceberg, and the next moment, he was talking about how the big guy from the mountain rock branch was not smart enough. Ning-shu listened to Little Mouse's chatter and couldn't help but say, "Can you be quiet?" Little Mouse's whiskers stood up. "You really don't know what's good for you. If Liwen didn't ask me to comfort you, I wouldn't have come." Ning-shu suspected that Liwen disliked Little Mouse and sent Little Mouse to her side. While the two were talking, the deity beating whip turned into Fatian's appearance. Fatian closed his eyes and his little face was red. His whole body was tense and he clenched his little fists. His mouth let out a whimper. Ning-shu hugged Fatian and comforted him. After transforming, Fatian's temperature was lower than the deity beating whip, but it was still hot. If he was a real child, he would probably be a corpse now. Little Mouse didn't talk back to Ning-shu. It stretched out its paw and touched Fatian's forehead and said, "Lower the temperature, it'll be fine." Ning-shu nodded. Ning-shu didn't know how long she hugged Fatian. His face gradually returned to normal and his body temperature also went down. Ning-shu was even more nervous now and stared at Fatian. She didn't know if Fatian was still rational. She stared at Fatian's eyes. His long eyelashes trembled and he opened his eyes. The color was clear, as if there were thousands of stars in them. They were very beautiful. Ning-shu let out a sigh of relief. Looking at this pair of eyes, it didn't look like the eyes of an irrational person. In other words, Fatian's vaccine was successful. Ning-shu smiled and said, "You're awake." Fatian sat up from Ning-shu's arms. Ning-shu smiled softly. Ning-shu held him in her arms with her back facing Fatian. Ning-shu's face was full of malevolence and she took a deep breath. Little Mouse was frightened by Ning-shu's face. "Damn, this woman is crazy. She's so scary." When she faced Fatian again, Ning-shu's expression had returned to normal. She didn't know how much Fatian had grown, but his body didn't seem to have changed much. Holding Fatian's hand, Ning-shu came to say goodbye to Liwen. Liwen looked at Fatian and said, "It seems that you've recovered." Fatian saw the crystals on the ground and picked one up. The crystal in his hand shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally disappeared. Ning-shu was shocked. Fatian didn't seem to have any adverse reactions. However, Ningxu still didn't dare to let Fation absorb too much. He couldn't absorb as much as he wanted just because he had antibodies. Li Wen said, since he likes it, let him absorb it. Take some away later. Ningxu nodded. The evil spirit could sharpen a weapon, like a whetstone. But if it was sharpened too hard, the knife would be worn out. He couldn't let Fation absorb it so recklessly. It exceeded his tolerance and would affect his mind. Ningxu didn't take many crystals. He said goodbye to Li Wen and prepared to leave. Seeing Little Mouse standing still, he said, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go." Li Wen said to Little Mouse, "Follow her. I'm busy and don't have time to accompany you. It's lonely and lifeless here." Little Mouse said unhappily, "You're chasing me away again because it's too lonely here. That's why I want to accompany you." Li Wen shook her head and stopped talking. Little Mouse could only follow Ningxu. After leaving the central building, Ningxu said to Little Mouse, "Li Wen is researching technology and needs to be fully focused. Stay by her side and influence her." Little Mouse sighed and looked rather worried. "I feel that Li Wen dislikes me." Ningxu comforted it, "You're thinking too much." Little Mouse immediately said, "I think so too." Ningxu was speechless. "As long as you're happy." Little Mouse asked Fation, "Do you like to eat grapes? I'll bring you to pick grapes." Fation nodded. Thus, the group sneaked to a place like thieves. This place was very big. It was an orchard with all kinds of fruits emitting a luster that made people drool. This kind of garden didn't grow naturally at first glance. The lazy void creature actually opened an orchard. This was a bit strange. Seeing that Little Mouse was familiar with the place, it probably came here often to pick things. Whoosh! A big bird flew across the sky and stopped on a towering ancient tree. It pecked at the fruits with its beak and ate them comfortably. This bird had gorgeous feathers and was very beautiful. Ningxu was familiar with this kind of bird because it cursed the moment it opened its mouth. Little Mouse didn't say anything and waited for the bird to leave before picking the fruits. After the bird was full, it actually rested on the tree and started to nap. Ningxu said in a low voice, "Let's go. Taking without asking is stealing. Let's go." Little Mouse looked at Ningxu with disdain. "Didn't you eat it with relish before? Now you're complaining that it's stolen." "I'm not stealing, I'm borrowing," Little Mouse said shamelessly. "I'll pay you back when I have the money." Ningxu was speechless. "Forget it. Let's exchange something with the bird. If I find out that you stole it, I won't just smash your head, I'll scold you until you vomit blood." The beak of this kind of bird was extremely dirty. It was inconceivable that a bird that ate fruits and drank dew could have such a dirty beak. "You poor bastard, how could these void creatures be interested in your things? $#% who's talking?" The bird was awakened by the rustling sound and began to curse as soon as it opened its mouth. Ningxu dragged Little Mouse and brought Fation away. He said to Fation, "We can take things that don't have an owner, but things that have an owner belong to someone else. We won't take other people's things, but other people can't take our things without our permission, understand?" Fation didn't understand, but he still nodded. Little Mouse rolled its eyes. "Hypocrite, hypocrite." Ningxu didn't care about Little Mouse's sarcasm. A little fruit wouldn't kill him if he didn't eat it. Back in the system space, Ningxu went to Fire City to take a look at the ice bricks. The ice layer on the surface was thinner, but it would take a long time before it melted. Little Mouse saw that Ningxu was back and quickly asked, "Is it melted?" Ningxu shook his head, and Little Mouse immediately lay down on the sofa, lifeless. Ningxu patted Fation's head and said, "Child, I have something to do and have to leave, so be good and wait at home for me to come back." Fation grabbed Ningxu's skirt and shook his head unhappily. Ningxu said, "Be good, you can play with Hausi, and there's an uncle who can talk to you." Ningxu's mouth was dry from talking, but he finally got Fation to nod. Ningxu said to Dan Qing, "Do the mission. I'll be back soon." Ningxu didn't hesitate at all and let Dan Qing teleport him away. She didn't want to waste time and Fation would drag her away again. Fation saw that Ningxu had disappeared and sat on Little Mouse's body unhappily. Little Rat screamed and squeezed out of the crowd. "Both of you are not good people. they both bullied him. Ungrateful, they didn't even remember the food that he ate. Ningxu merged into a body and opened his eyes. His eyes hurt a little, and he felt that they were covered up. In a daze, he saw a modern home. It was a modern plane. Ningxu sat up with a splitting headache, and his breath smelled of alcohol. It seemed that he was drunk and had a headache. Ningxu rubbed her head and felt a stubble of short hair. He touched his lower body, and it was indeed so. Ningxu was already very calm. So what if it was a man's body? Ningxu got up, poured a glass of water, and gulped it down. Ningxu began to receive information from this plane. The sender was called Fei Wen. As for the reason for drinking, his fiancée was about to reconcile with her first love and abandon him, her fiancé. Anyway, it was a grudge between the three of them. After figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, Ningxu took some hangover medicine and lay on the bed to sleep comfortably. As for the mission, he had to be clear-headed. While he was in a daze, someone came into the bedroom and covered him with a blanket. Ningxu opened his eyes and met a pair of conflicted and guilty eyes. Jianluo smiled at Ningxu and said, "Why did you drink so much? Your head should be hurting, I made porridge for you." Ningxu sat up and asked, "When did you come?" "A while ago. I saw that you were asleep, so I didn't disturb you." Jianluo's gentleness was tinged with pain. She was very melancholic and seemed to have a lot on her mind. Jianluo was also a girl with a hard life. When she was young, because her father was a cruel murderer, the people around her ostracized her and avoided her. The murderer's daughter was also a murderer. Because she was ostracized and ridiculed by the people around her, she became more and more melancholic. The more melancholic she was, the more people felt that she would also become a murderer in the future. She was a bad person to the bone, not a good person at first glance. Her only ray of hope was when she was 15 or 16 years old, when she met a boy. This boy didn't care about other people's gazes, nor her melancholic personality, and became her friend. When the boy and girl walked together, different feelings naturally grew in their hearts, becoming the most precious and pure feelings in each other's hearts. And this boy was the young master of a rich family. This kind of person could become pneumonia in the eyes of some people. The young master was kidnapped, and in order to save him, Jianluo was also kidnapped by the criminals. What would happen if a girl as delicate as a flower fell into the hands of the criminals? The result was that she was raped, and in front of the young master. On the other hand, the young master was stunned as he watched his girlfriend being treated like this by the evildoers. Even if the rope was loosened, he didn't dare to rush up to save his girlfriend. After the two were rescued, the young master's family was dealt with by the elders, causing the two to be separated. A young boy and girl lost contact with each other due to the intervention of their elders. The client met Jianluo abroad, and because they were from the same country, they got closer and closer to each other. As for the client, his identity was a bit melodramatic. He was the uncle of the young master, but he was an illegitimate child. Naturally, he did not lack money, and at the same time, he started his own business. After meeting Jianluo, he took charge of her life and used his own resources to train her into a designer. After so many years of feelings, they naturally came together and became engaged. Because of the company's problems, the two decided to return to China. After returning to China, Jianluo met the boy who was her only hope when she was young. Even with Fei Wen's company for so many years, she survived the painful days of being raped. Perhaps it was because she forgot the pain after the scar healed, or perhaps it was because first love was always unforgettable. Jianluo still had feelings for her first love. However, she was now Fei Wen's fiancé, so she did not reunite with her first love. That boy back then, even if he did not recognize his first love, he still slowly developed feelings for her. Although she had grown up, the shadow and temperament on her body were indelible. In her, the man saw the shadow of his first love, as well as the torment of his heart. What happened back then was a pain in the man's heart that he could not get rid of. All these years, he had been searching for his first love. Because of this, he was estranged from his family. Jianluo had all the characteristics of a sadomasochistic female protagonist. Patience, kindness. She did not seem to want to hurt anyone, but she hurt everyone. She was in pain, and others were in pain. Her entire body exuded an energy field that was the most bitter in the world. Coupled with what she had experienced, all the bitter things in the world had happened to her. She was extremely depressed. Ningxu rolled her eyes. If she was the client, she wouldn't have stayed with such a bitter and vengeful person. They were sensitive and fragile, but it was as if they couldn't die. Nothing could make them die. Life was short. Why did she have to be with such a person who exuded negative energy and was in a bad mood? In just a few decades, what was the point of not being with interesting and happy people? The end result of the client was to stay in the sanatorium all alone. Their first love, who was riddled with scars and had so many sad stories, could actually be together again. Are you happy together? The male lead had been in pain all these years. Firstly, it was because of regret. He hated himself for not being able to save the girl he liked. Secondly, it was because of his family. The girl had clearly come to save him, but she was treated like this by his family. Whether it was in terms of family background or family, the two of them were not suitable for each other. Especially when Jianluo's father was a vicious murderer. The client was an illegitimate son, so he did not have the right to anger a wealthy family. However, using the resources given by his father, he could be considered to have developed. He could be considered a promising young man, but he himself wasn't all that glorious. But people couldn't choose where they came from. Fei Wen and Jianluo were a perfect match in terms of status and ideology. The male side did not have any elders to interfere. As for Jianluo's past, Fei Wen was also very clear about it and tolerated her. Logically speaking, the two of them should be together to warm each other up and heal each other. The past was not important. What was important was the future. However, Jianluo's heart could not let go of her first love. Ningxu got up from the bed and took a shower. His head felt better. Jianluo scooped a bowl of porridge for Ningxu and stirred it with a spoon. Seeing Ningxu come out, she said, "Eat something, your body will feel better." Ningxu sat down and drank the porridge slowly. The porridge was sticky and had a sweet taste. Ningxu frowned and drank it slowly. Jianluo saw Ningxu frown and asked, "Does it not taste good?" "Not bad, just so, barely passable." Ningxu said 3 words in a row that were not praises. Jianluo was stunned. Fei Wen was a bit strange. Logically speaking, he was a gentle person. Even if the porridge was not good, he would not say that. Jianluo said, "It's not that good." "It's not that good." Ningxu said, "Indeed." Jianluo thought that Ningxu was drunk and was in a bad mood. She asked, "Did something happen at work that made you drink so much?" Ningxu said, "Of course not, there's something else." Jianluo nodded and did not say anything else. Seeing that Ningxu had finished eating, she scooped another bowl for Ningxu. Jianluo's expression was melancholy. She looked like she had a lot on her mind. It made people feel sad when they saw her. Ningxu said, "Am I going to die? Why are you always frowning like this?" "What the hell?" A person's energy field was a magical thing. After staying with such a person for a long time, one would feel depressed. Jianluo could not help but laugh. "What are you talking about? Don't talk about dying." Even if she was smiling, it was not a carefree and bright smile. Ningxu felt that this kind of insincere smile hurt her eyes. He really did not know what the client liked about her. Maybe it was because they were in the same boat. Jianluo wanted to say something but stopped. Ningxu looked at her and asked, "Do you have something to tell me?" Jianluo hesitated and shook her head. Ningxu chuckled. "Can you be honest about your relationship with your first love?" That man was actually his nephew. When he thought of that family and the relationship between his fiancée and his nephew, he felt terrible. The client was drowning his sorrows in alcohol because he knew. Jianluo, on the other hand, had good intentions. She did not want to hurt the client. She did not acknowledge her first love and did not tell her fiancé. What a kind-hearted person. In order not to hurt others, she endured it silently. Ningxu, damn it, he hated wasting other people's time and lives the most. You've already fallen in love with someone else and you still don't say it. Do you think I'm a fool? You can't control your feelings for your first love and can't bear to hurt your fiancé. Haha, you're the most miserable person in the world. Luo was probably still a little guilty and felt that she had no conscience. These years, she did not have to worry about food and clothing because of Fei Wen. Because of Fei Wen, she became a designer. She could be considered a successful person. She was no longer the gloomy and helpless little girl who had to bear the malice of people around her because of her murderer father. Fei Wen had done so much for her. For so many years, her first love did not do anything for her except regret. With material assurance, there would be spiritual pursuit. If Luo did not have to worry about food and clothing these years, the first thing she thought about was survival, not love. Being good to her became a matter of course. Now Ningxu wanted to take back everything. If it was not because of love, but because you're my fiancé, there would be these benefits. There was no such thing as inexplicable love and hatred in the world. There was no such thing as inexplicable sacrifice. Even if it was material sacrifice, it was also for the enjoyment of the spiritual joy brought by love. Even love was a process of both parties giving and then getting something from each other. Mutual exchange, mutual gain. Ningxu said coldly, "You really don't have anything to say to me?" A trace of pain flashed across Luo's face. She shook her head. "No." "Oh," Ningxu replied. "Since we're already engaged, let's get married soon." A look of resistance flashed across Luo's face. Perhaps even she herself did not notice the leakage of her emotions. "We have just returned to the country. Let's get married when we settle down a little." Luo let out a long sigh. Perhaps it was really time to say goodbye to the past. She saw him. He had not been living well these years. She wanted to tell him to let it go. She did not blame him. Ningxu snorted. Why did she regard this kind of indecisiveness as an advantage? She treated him as a safe haven here. Everyone had a soft heart. They would all get hurt. How could they withstand such repeated kneading and torture? Ningxu had no feelings for Luo. Seeing Luo's worried face, he only felt annoyed. What a shame. Under Ningxu's gaze, Luo felt that her internal organs and the things hidden in her heart were exposed under the sun. She felt embarrassed. Especially when she met his bright eyes, Luo wanted to run away. She felt guilty and uneasy. Luo touched her bag and held it tightly, as if she wanted to draw strength from it. She pretended that nothing had happened. She said a few words of concern and then ran away. Ningxu finished all the porridge in the bowl. He asked her to confess. Materially, Luo still could not leave him for the time being. He changed his clothes and went to the company. The first thing Ningxu did when he arrived was to remove Luo's design. Generally speaking, the client would use her design first. In fact, there were other designers in the company. Luo learned that the design was removed. She immediately came to Ningxu and asked, "What's wrong with the design?" "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that it doesn't fit the theme this time." Luo frowned. It was clearly designed for the theme this time, but Fei Wen had found the worst excuse. Luo, Ningxu asked, "Are you angry?" "No, I used to use your designs. Now, I have to give other designers in the company a chance. Otherwise, these designers will take my money and do nothing," Ningxu said directly. "You're not the only designer in the company. Besides, you're an ambitious person. You can't always stay in a small company like mine." Luo looked seriously at Ningxu's face and finally said, "What's not good about it? I can change it." "Then take it back and change it. Maybe it can be used after some changes." Even if he tried to change it, he wouldn't pass it. Luo took the folder and left. When she reached the door, she looked back at Ningxu, pursed her lips, went out, and closed the office door. At noon, Ningxu went to find Luo for lunch. He found that Luo's seat was empty. It seemed that she had already left. Ningxu went out of the company and was going to find a restaurant for lunch. If there was no accident, Luo should have been invited by her first love. It was probably because the green hat on his head kept flashing that he bumped into two people. In the coffee shop next to the company, the two were sitting by the window. At a glance, it was quite obvious. If there was a downpour at this time, she would look even more miserable. Right next to the company, and sitting by the window. Sigh, could they hide a little? Now, everyone in the company knew that Jian Luo was Fei Wen's fiancé. Were they not afraid of being seen by the company's people? Gossip was a fearful thing. Maybe they were open and had nothing to hide. Ningxu pushed the door into the coffee shop and walked in front of the two. He bent down and put his hand on Jian Luo's shoulder, and said softly, "Are you meeting a friend?" Jiang Yingyao frowned and looked at Ningxu's hand on Jian Luo's shoulder. He looked unhappy and asked, "Who are you?" Oh, obviously Jian Luo hadn't told Jiang Yingyao that she had a fiancé. Ningxu said, "I am her fiancé." Jiang Yingyao's face was shocked and sad. Obviously, Jiang Yingyao had feelings for Jian Luo. Jiang Yingyao's face was very pale. He stood up awkwardly and said in a trembling voice, "I'll go first." Jian Luo bit her lips and watched Jiang Yingyao leave in a daze. She forced a smile and said to Ningxu, "Former classmate." So ugly, it was a fake smile again. It was so bitter that water could be run out of it. She was speechless. She probably had such a bitter look in front of the client and her. She smiled sweetly in front of Jiang Yingyao. Ningxu pushed Jiang Yingyao's coffee aside and said to Jian Luo, "You know Jiang Yingyao? You know him too? I'm his uncle." His grandfather was the client's father. Jian Luo obviously didn't expect that her first love had such a relationship with her fiancé. This relationship made Jian Luo even more painful. "I won't go to the Jiang family. The Jiang family won't accept me." "You don't have to worry." Jian Luo showed a crying smile again. Ningxu couldn't bear to look at her. Jian Luo began to speak again. She looked like she was constipated. Ningxu said, "You seem to have something on your mind. What do you want to tell me?" Jian Luo shook her head again and didn't say anything. Ningxu was furious. He wanted to strangle Jian Luo's neck. Damn it. She wasn't afraid of hurting anyone at all. She just chose to be afraid. She swayed left and right, wanting love and a sense of security. "In that case, I'll stimulate you." Ningxu said, "I've thought about it. I want to get married in a month." Choosing between the two, no matter who you choose, you have to give up the other. It was enough to make you feel distressed. Especially when this person originally belonged to you. Even if you didn't love him that much, after so many years of relationship, you would have feelings even if you raised a pet. Especially when this man gave her a lot of things. After so many years of care and love, Jian Luo was already used to it. To give up familiar things and form a habit in 28 days, some of Jian Luo's habits must have been deeply ingrained in her bones. Jian Luo looked at Ningxu in surprise. "Why so fast? There are many things that I can't prepare in time." Ningxu said, "1 month is enough. It will be ready soon. Get ready to be the bride." Ningxu smiled. "Have you eaten? Let's eat." Jian Luo was not in the mood to eat at all. But she was dragged to eat by Ningxu. The food on the table was tasteless. Her bitter face looked like she had been constipated for more than 10 years. Looking at Jian Luo's constipated face, Ningxu felt that he couldn't eat anymore. Could she live a good life? Why was she so miserable every day? To put it bluntly, being happy was a day, being unhappy was another day. Why couldn't she be happy? Why did she have to make herself suffer? Did she hate herself, or did she hate the people around her? Why did she have to emit negative energy all the time to affect other people's mood? Ningxu put down his chopsticks and asked, "It's not good." Jian Luo shook her head. Ningxu asked, "You don't have money?" Jian Luo still shook her head. Now Jian Luo didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and she had a stable job. Her monthly salary was actually quite high, not to mention that she had a client. Ningxu asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Jian Luo hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Ningxu asked, "Then why do you look unhappy?" Jian Luo apologized, "I'm sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry about. It seems that you're in a bad mood. You're about to get married. Just be happy." At the mention of marriage, Jian Luo's face became even more depressed. Ningxu paid the bill and said to Jian Luo, "I see that you're not in a good state recently. You can't even look at the things you design. Can you tell me what happened?" Could she be honest? Jian Luo said, "Maybe it's because I'm back in China." A lot of things have come back to my mind. Ningxu said directly, if you don't want to stay in China, then let's go back and live abroad. Jianluo shook her head. Ningxu was furious. She couldn't do this and couldn't do that. She didn't know what Jianluo was thinking. Ningxu immediately put on a constipated face and looked at Jianluo. He was emitting negative energy all over his body, as if he was very unhappy, very unhappy. The client rarely got angry with Jianluo. Maybe he knew that Jianluo had a sad past in her heart and didn't want to add to Jianluo's pain. It was easy to accept and forget when people were good to others. But one bad thing was enough to leave a deep impression and not be forgotten for a long time. She was also a person with a temper. When Ningxu lost his temper, Jianluo calmed down and said, "You are still angry. Okay, don't be angry." Ningxu snorted, stood up, and walked out of the room. Jianluo hurriedly caught up with Ningxu. She looked up at Ningxu's expression and couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and held Ningxu's hand. Her fingers intertwined with Ningxu's. Jianluo's hand was a bit cold. Even though it was summer, when she suddenly put her hand in Ningxu's, Ningxu felt a chill in his palm, as if he was holding an ice cube. Heh, you want to keep warm? Dream on. Ningxu let go of Jianluo's hand. He was only bribing her with such ambiguous intimacy. He was using this kind of behavior to stop her from getting to the bottom of the matter. In the end, he was just feeling guilty. Jianluo frowned and held Ningxu's hand again. Ningxu shook it off again. Jianluo stubbornly held Ningxu's hand and suddenly laughed. You look really cute when you are angry. All these years, I have seen you sulking and not saying anything. I am very happy to see you like this. Ningxu, what kind of behavior is this? You don't cherish you and think it is cool to be angry at you. Okay, there will be many days where I will be angry at you and act cool in the future. Ningxu and Jianluo walked to the door of the restaurant, but were told that they couldn't go out. The outside had been blocked by the police. As for the reason, it was that the gangsters had entered the restaurant. Now it was blocked to prevent the gangsters from going out. Ningxu, gangsters, then the people in the restaurant were in danger. There were so many hostages, but the restaurant staff did not directly say that there were bad guys in the restaurant. Instead, they said that the restaurant was doing activities. Now there were free desserts and participation in the lottery. In short, it would not cause panic. With such a big spending, Jiang Yingyao would probably be the one to pay the bill in the end. Ningxu saw Jiang Yingyao talking to his subordinates outside through the glass of the restaurant. Jiang Yingyao was an elite police officer. His family was so rich, but he became a police officer because of his first love. He was kidnapped when he was young and implicated his first love. His heart was in pain, and he relied on catching all kinds of gangsters to vent the regret and pain in his heart. There was also the guilt for his first love. Ningxu curled his lips. The gangsters just had to run to this restaurant and let these two have a chance to meet. Ningxu was very unhappy. Jiang Yingyao took his subordinates to look for the gangsters in the restaurant. When he saw Ningxu and Jianluo, his face was a little ugly, but he still said to Jianluo with concern, "Be careful." Jianluo just nodded. It seemed that she was not familiar with Jiang Yingyao at all. Jiang Yingyao had no time to be disappointed now. It was more important to catch the gangsters, especially when Jianluo was still here. The tragedy of more than 10 years ago could not happen again. Ningxu sat on the chair and saw the dessert that the waiter brought. He glanced at the waiter and asked, "What dessert is this?" The waiter glanced at the crystal-clear dessert and stammered, "I'm new here. I'm not familiar with the things in the restaurant." Ningxu nodded and looked at the waiter's fingers again. "Your nails are so dirty. You're really a waiter." The waiter's fingers were rough, and there was some black mud under his nails. Most importantly, he was not good-looking. As a waiter in a high-end restaurant, he should at least look clean. He was particularly pleasing to the eye when he wore a uniform. When the waiter heard Ningxu's words, he immediately showed a dangerous expression and used his arm to strangle Jianluo, who was closest to him. A sharp knife was pressed against Jianluo's neck. If it moved forward a little, it would pierce the skin on her neck. The waiter was sweating and shouted in a bluff, "Don't come over, or I'll kill her." Ningshu pretended to be panicked. Let go of her. Xianxia rushed over and immediately appeased the bad guy and agreed to the bad guy's demands. Xianxia was not an ordinary policeman. Even if the bad guy asked for 5 million, Xianxia could do it. The bad guy was emotional and did not believe Xianxia's promises. His face was red with excitement. Unknowingly, the blade cut Jianluo's neck. Let go of her first. Let go of her. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. Even his body bent a lot and looked a lot weaker. He was probably thinking of more than 10 years ago, especially when there was the shadow of his first love on this woman. The tragic scene repeated itself. Xianxia covered his head and had a splitting headache. Boss, how are you? The subordinate saw Xianxia's painful look and thought he was not feeling well. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, find a way to rescue the hostage. Xianxia calmed down. While talking to the bad guy to distract him, he let the surrounding police slowly approach. The commotion here made the customers in the restaurant disperse. The bad guy had shown up, so it was better to let the customers go. Xianxia was nervous and fearful, so was Jianluo. Smelling the man's sweat and his breath when he spoke, Jianluo could not help but think of the things she tried to forget. Those men were on top of her, and her ears were filled with rampant and disgusting laughter. That was a nightmarish memory. Her back was pressed tightly against a man's body, causing Jianluo to tremble uncontrollably, and her face was extremely pale. He was so frightened that he stood there in a daze, like a dead duck that was about to be strangled by someone. Jianluo's gaze fell on Xianxia. At that time, such an unbearable thing happened in front of Xianxia. It really made people want to die. This criminal did not know what crime he had committed, and was especially afraid of being caught by the police. Ningshu was tempting the criminal, saying that he would give the criminal money or hire a lawyer. If he was really wronged, if he really killed someone, then the crime would be confirmed. As Jianluo's fiancé, he definitely couldn't just stand by the side and do nothing or say anything. The criminal looked at Ningshu and was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to ask something, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Ningshu rushed over and grabbed the criminal's wrist. With a twist of his hand, he kicked the criminal's stomach. The criminal could not control his body and fell to the ground. Jianluo would definitely be saved, so he might as well do it himself. When he confessed, Jianluo would be in more pain. Did she hate him because of love? No, she did not even love him, so how could she hate him? Jianluo sat softly on the ground. Xianxia rushed over and asked about Jianluo's situation with concern. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood on Jianluo's neck. Jianluo's tears flowed down, and she threw herself into Xianxia's arms and cried. Xianxia patted Jianluo's back gently and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. Jianluo cried for a while before she realized something. She quickly pushed out of Xianxia's arms and said gratefully, thank you, police uncle. Jianluo tried to use this to cover up the situation just now. Ningshu reached out and helped Jianluo up from the ground and asked, are you okay? Jianluo said, I'm fine. Xianxia called the emergency number and said to Ningshu and Jianluo, his neck is injured. Go to the hospital and have a look. I'll see you when I'm done. Ningshu immediately refused. No need. You guys go ahead. Don't delay. Walking to the door, Jianluo looked back and saw Xianxia looking at her, his eyes filled with sorrow. Jianluo's heart ached. She hurriedly turned around and followed Ningshu into the ambulance. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor disinfected Jianluo's wound. It was not a big deal. Jianluo touched the gauze on her neck. Thinking of Ningshu rushing up to save her, she could not help but say, but it was so dangerous. Why did you rush up? Ningshu just said, we have to give it a try, but the gangster is so agitated that he might hurt you. Jianluo was a little touched, but that was all. Being moved was passive, but being moved was active. Loving is different from being loved. Ningshu said to Jianluo, since you're injured, don't work for the time being. You're also frightened. Ningshu hesitated and asked, do you want to ask Dr. Steve to come and see you? Steve was Jianluo's psychiatrist. He had been counseling Jianluo all these years. Jian Luo was now like a normal person, but she could not leave the counseling. Jian Luo had encountered such a thing in the past. When the client met Jian Luo was cold, like a living dead, and closed her heart. Although Jian Luo was often autistic and looked constipated, she was much better than before. It could be seen that the client had spent a lot of effort on Jian Luo over the years. He had accompanied Jian Luo through the most painful moment of her life. Jian Luo's face was very pale. She shook her head. "No, I'm fine." Since she said no, Ningxu would not ask Dr. Steve to come. The salary of this kind of psychiatrist was expensive. He had spent a lot of money on Jian Luo. In addition to counseling, he had also trained Jian Luo. He had used money and connections to train Jian Luo into a designer. Jian Luo was finally like a normal person. She had emotions like a normal person. In the end, Xianxia did nothing and went to pick the peaches. "Oh, sh*t," Ningxu looked at Jian Luo and said, "I see that you're very close to Xianxia. Are you just friends?" Jian Luo bit her lips and said, "I have a story with her." Jian Luo was not called Jian Luo in the past. Jian Luo was a name later. So Xianxia felt that Jian Luo was very similar to his first love, but the name was different. Jian Luo had not met Xianxia yet. She did not want to hurt Fei Wen. Secondly, she did not know what entanglements would happen after they met. Jian Luo was forced to reopen her scars and tell him everything that had happened. In the past, when the client knew that Jian Luo had been raped, he did not ask the details to avoid causing Jian Luo's inner pain. Especially at that time, Jian Luo was simply a walking corpse. Ningxu said, "So Xianxia is your first love?" Jian Luo carefully looked at Ningxu. "I did not meet him. He does not know me." Ningxu shook his head. "I don't think so. He seems to have fallen in love with you again. How do you want to deal with this?" Jian Luo denied Ningxu's words. "It's not like that. He just feels guilty and treats me as the original me." Ningxu stared at Jian Luo. "You have feelings for him too?" Jian Luo awkwardly avoided Ningxu's eyes. Then her eyes became firm. "I just want to live a peaceful life with you. You are my choice." Ningxu smiled. "Okay, let's bring forward the wedding half a month. The sudden appearance of a love rival makes me feel very urgent. I have to marry you quickly." Jian Luo touched her neck and looked at Ningxu reproachfully. "How can I get married like this? I can't get married with a scar on my neck. It will be fine in half a month. And there is concealer. It's not a big deal." Jian Luo's expression looked more relaxed. "It's a lot easier to say it out loud. I feel very uneasy hiding it from you." Ningxu just smiled. She had no qualms about dealing with the person who entrusted her with the task. Perhaps the client was too tolerant. Ningxu and the two arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Fortunately, they met Xianxia. Xianxia asked Jian Luo, "Is the wound serious?" Jian Luo first looked at Ningxu and then said to Xianxia, "It's okay. It's just a scratch." Xianxia looked at Jian Luo as if he wanted to say something. Ningxu almost rolled his eyes. In a way, Xianxia and Jian Luo were quite similar. They looked constipated and couldn't say anything even if they wanted to. Probably people who hid and suppressed their feelings were all like this. It was very painful to hide one's inner feelings and make a choice against one's heart. Xianxia still opened his mouth and said to Jian Luo, "Can I talk to you?" Jian Luo looked at Ningxu. She had just told her fiancé about her relationship with Xianxia, and now Xianxia wanted to talk to him alone. What should she do? Seeing the pleading look in Xianxia's eyes, Jian Luo didn't know what to do. Ningxu said generously, "Go ahead." Jian Luo nodded and followed Xianxia to the side. She didn't deliberately avoid Ningxu, but Ningxu couldn't hear what they were talking about. Jian Luo asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Xianxia looked at Jian Luo's face carefully. "I'm sorry to have implicated you this time. You know, you really look like someone, very much. I've always thought of you as her." Xianxia said sadly, "I don't know if you'd like to hear a story." Jian Luo knew what Xianxia was going to say, but she didn't want to hear it. She said, this is between you and her. You don't have to tell me. I don't think she will hate you. Xianxia shook his head. You don't understand. You don't understand at all. I can't forget her, but when I see you, I'm sorry for her. I swore to squeeze her in my heart for the rest of my life. But I don't know when. Her face when she was young gradually blurred in my mind and was replaced by your face. I keep telling myself that you are not her, you are not her. But he couldn't control himself. Xianxia glanced at the man over there. He was a handsome and tall man, and his identity was not simple. She would definitely be happy if she was with him. And he was a person with scars in his heart. He was not qualified. He was sorry to the person in his memory, and also sorry to the person in front of him. Xianxia apologized. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Such things still happened. In the end, it still happened. Jianluo couldn't tell what she was feeling. It was 70% pain and 30% indescribable joy. It was a joy that suddenly rose from her heart. Jianluo understood that Xianxia had fallen in love with her. This joy was probably because Xianxia had fallen in love with her without knowing her identity. She probably really liked him. He didn't know her identity, which was very contradictory. He liked her because there was a shadow of the past on her. But because of this shadow, Xianxia fell in love with her. This feeling was really strange and subtle. Jianluo sighed and said, she must want you to live well and not indulge in the past. I look like the one in your heart. You will think of her when you see me. It will bring back your painful memories. Let's not meet again. Xianxia shook his head. It's not a painful memory. She's the best in my heart. Jianluo chuckled. You're saying that she's beautiful in front of me. What should I think if I hear that? Jianluo wanted to ask, do you like her, or me? But this kind of words shouldn't be said. With their relationship, she couldn't say such things. Jianluo said, I'm going to get married. He's a very good person. I hope you can find your own happiness. Xianxia was stunned. His throat was slowly filled with bitterness. It was so bitter that his tongue was numb. After a while, he said with trembling lips, then I wish you happiness. Jianluo's heart suddenly hurt. She forced a smile and said, thank you. When the time comes, come to the wedding. Jianluo couldn't say such words. Both of them were suppressing the pain in their hearts. They looked at each other with eyes full of affection. But because of reality, Jianluo's eyes turned red. She was afraid that Xianxia would see it, so she turned and left. She returned to Ningxu's side. Ningxu deliberately asked, what happened to your eyes? He asked while knowing the answer. Jianluo said, it's nothing. It's just a flying insect that hit my eyes. Oh, Ningxu replied. She bumped into two eyes. He opened the door for Jianluo. Jianluo sat in the car. The car slowly drove past Xianxia, as if it was in slow motion. Jianluo turned to look out of the window. She looked at Xianxia, who was like a sculpture. Her heart hurt so much that her breathing was a little messy. She turned her head. She couldn't bear to look, but she couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror. Xianxia was motionless. He had been in that position all the time. He seemed to have recovered and suddenly chased after the car. But how could a person's two legs compare to a car with four wheels? The car entered the traffic and directly left Xianxia behind. Ningxu glanced at the rearview mirror and curled the corner of his mouth. His expression was normal. But Jianluo's tears couldn't be controlled. They flowed down at once. She hurriedly wiped them. Ningxu handed the handkerchief to Jianluo. Although I don't know what you two talked about, I believe you. Although you have good memories before, there are also painful memories. These painful memories are between you two. It's better not to meet again in the future. We're going to get married. Then we have to clean up the past and start a new life. That's why I tolerated you two talking alone today. Promise me that we won't meet again in the future. People had a rebellious mentality. The more they were not allowed to do something, the more they wanted to do it. Ningxu's current attitude was tyrannical, which made Jianluo feel pressured. At the same time, there was an undetectable dissatisfaction in her heart. After returning from the hospital, Ningxu began to busy himself with the wedding. Ningxu was busy with the invitations and gifts. Jianluo was not in the mood. She didn't feel happy from the beginning to the end. It was as if this was Ningxu's wedding. Jianluo's face was full of melancholy. She didn't look like someone who was going to get married. If someone had a face, they would feel that they shouldn't get married and stop the wedding preparations. But Ningxu seemed to be a person who didn't know how to look. Not only did he not stop the wedding, but he also reported the progress to Jianluo from time to time. For example, the invitations had been written and the people he planned to invite. There was also the brand of the wedding candy gift box, which made Jianluo even more worried. Ningxu also liked to talk about these things at the dinner table. Ningxu talked with great enthusiasm. His face was full of anticipation for the wedding. This made Jianluo feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. She couldn't eat. Every day, facing Jianluo's face, she couldn't eat. Ningxu also deliberately talked about it during the meal so that she couldn't eat. Come on, let's hurt each other. As the wedding approached, Jianluo became more and more absent-minded and out of sorts. Her heart was filled with worries. Once a person worried too much, they would easily become haggard. If her appetite was not good, she would look even more haggard. Contrary to Jianluo, Ningxu was in high spirits. She was in high spirits. Ningxu wanted to let the whole world know that he was getting married. He sent invitations to all the employees in the company, even to Xianxia. As for Xianxia's expression when he received the invitation, Ningxu did not care at all. In short, for this wedding, as long as they knew the client, they knew that he was getting married and they all congratulated him. There were also some close friends who asked Ningxu if she really wanted to marry Jianluo. Jianluo looked like she had a lot on her mind. No one knew what was on her mind. Looking at her expression, it was as if the sky was going to fall in the next second. Was he really happy living with such a woman? Ningxu smiled like a fool. He was happy, very happy. His friends shook their heads and looked at Ningxu as if he was a fool. In short, Ningxu looked very smug and told everyone. If he could not get married, the bride would be with someone else. He would be the pitiful person who was abandoned, the weak party. Even if the two of them were together, they would have to bear the strange gazes of others. Those who knew Fei Wen basically knew Jianluo. Jianluo's life had been smooth all these years. The client's connections had also helped a lot. Moreover, the Jiang family was also part of the upper class. Everyone saw each other frequently. Although Jiang Yingyao was now a civil servant, he was still a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Yingyao was doing very well because of the Jiang family. He was not short of money. When he was free, he would treat his subordinates to delicious food and give them small gifts. Ningxu wanted to make it known to everyone, and Jianluo had no way to back down. The more she delayed, the more troublesome it would be. But if she really got married, she would probably be unwilling. But did Ningxu do anything wrong? No, they had been together all these years. They were also engaged. Marriage was a matter of course. The client did not betray Jianluo, cheat on her, or have any other bad habits. Wasn't it good for Jianluo? Of course. Therefore, it was Jianluo's fault that Fei Wen was abandoned. You say you don't love me, then why didn't you say you didn't love her earlier? You had already eaten her dry, used her money, used her resources, and achieved success. Then, you said you didn't love her? Ningxu smiled. Perfect. Ningxu's footsteps were light as if he was about to fly into the sky. Jianluo wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing Ningxu's happy expression, she couldn't open her mouth in the end. He couldn't bear to hurt Ningxu, but he couldn't go against his heart. The more Ningxu pressured her, the stronger the resistance in Jianluo's heart. The more uncomfortable it was. Ningxu had heard Jianluo sobbing in the room more than once, but she still pretended not to hear it. Oh, Jianluo could not open her mouth. She felt guilty. Did she have to wait for her to speak? What do you mean by seeing you in pain? I'm in pain too, so I'll let you go and be with the person you like, the wedding will be cancelled. Ningxu, haha, did you want her to say that? Then, you can be with someone else without any psychological burden. Not only did you let the abandoned person suffer, But you also let the hurt person be understanding and say things that you didn't want to say. You let me go yourself. I didn't want to go. TSK, couldn't people be more kind? He had spent so much money to marry Jian Luo. Even if she was a scary doll, he could still put her at home as a decoration. The flower that he had spent so much effort to water was taken away just like that. Furthermore, he had to be shamelessly given up. What kind of joke was that? What? Love was to fulfill their wish, then why couldn't Xianxia fulfill their wish? Why did Fei Wen have to fulfill their wish? He even had the nerve to let someone else speak first. What kind of daydream was that? In these 10 days, Jian Luo's face had become skinny. Her cheekbones had become much higher, and the chubbier that she had grown before was gone. She obviously looked dispirited and was about to become autistic again. But Ningxu still didn't cancel the wedding. Sometimes, Jian Luo would put on makeup for herself and come back with swollen eyes. As for who she went to see, Ningxu knew very well. Ningxu said to Jian Luo with concern, "The wedding will be in a few days. Don't go out for a while. Take care of yourself." "Oh right, let's go get the certificate tomorrow," Ningxu said with a smile. Jian Luo moved her lips and said, "We can wait for a while. There's no need to rush. Let's wait until after the wedding." Ningxu sneered in her heart. She frowned slightly and said, "It's the same. Let's get the certificate first. Then we'll officially be husband and wife. As for the wedding, it's just a ceremony to let others know that you're my wife." Jian Luo could only nod. At night, she paced around Ningxu's door and finally knocked on Ningxu's door. Ningxu ignored her. He covered his head with the quilt and pretended not to hear. Jian Luo finally mustered up the courage to knock on Ningxu's door, but Ningxu did not open the door. Her strength that she had mustered up with much difficulty dissipated. She couldn't knock on Ningxu's door anymore. After standing at the door for a long time, Jian Luo returned to her room. Ningxu slept very well that night, but Jian Luo looked like she didn't sleep at all. There were dark circles under her eyes and she looked haggard. People would believe that someone died at home. She didn't look like someone who was about to get married. Ningxu asked, "Did you not sleep well last night? Were you too excited?" Jian Luo wanted to ask Ningxu why he didn't open the door, but she didn't seem to be in a position to question him. Ningxu put the breakfast on the table and said, "We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau after eating." Jian Luo clutched the glass of milk and almost cried. Jian Luo raised her head and took a deep breath. She said to Ningxu, "Fei Wen, I have something to tell you." "Oh, go ahead." Ningxu bit into his sandwich and said carelessly. He wanted to force Jian Luo to say it, not force her to back out. "Come on, accept the interrogation of your soul." If Jian Luo was completely shameless and kicked the client away without any psychological burden, it would be fine. If she was a complete scum, it would be fine. But Jian Luo seemed to be kind. Conscience or heart, make your choice. Jian Luo was a little scared when Ningxu looked at her. She swallowed nervously and said, "Fei Wen, can we get married later?" "I'm not ready yet." Ningxu asked faintly, "When will you be ready? It's been so many years. Are you still not ready?" The client had been with Jian Luo for so many years. Shouldn't Jian Luo be ready to be his wife? When it came to marriage, all kinds of problems would come out. Ningxu said to Jian Luo, "Can you give me a reason for postponing the marriage certificate? A suitable reason for me to face such a blow when I am about to get married. Or you don't want to marry me?" Jian Luo hesitated for a while. "It's not like that." "Ningxu, then what is it? Tell me. You know that all my friends, company partners, and employees in the company all know that I am going to get married. Even the date has been set. If I suddenly have to postpone it, how can I face others?" Jian Luo said, "We are the ones who are living our lives, not for them to see. Why should we listen to what outsiders say about our matters?" Ningxu raised his handsome eyebrows. "That's true, but humans are social animals. They want to obtain all kinds of glory and psychological satisfaction in the group, and they also care about their reputation in the group. Don't care what others think. How do I make money and run the company? Our marriage is not just a matter between the two of us. Ningxu, you are in a dilemma." Jian Luo exhaled and decided to tell Ningxu the truth. I haven't thought about marrying you yet. When I saw Jiang Yingyao again, I found that I still have feelings for him. There were feelings of love, sadness, and all kinds of emotions. Jian Luo felt like she was a living person. Ningxu looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. He put down the half-eaten sandwich, took a sip of milk and said, Jian Luo, I found that you are floating. Jiang Yingyao is your first love, but do you know what happened between the two of you? It is a scar that can't be healed. Jian Luo said, but he is a ray of light in my life. Shining through the gap, she had lived for more than 10 years, and had been living in the malicious words of the people around her. He walked in. Pain is one thing, but more than that, it is warmth. Ningxu sighed. There was nothing he could do about it. People would only remember the first person. Over the years, the person who entrusted her was also a ray of light into Jian Luo's life. Moreover, it was shining in all directions, but she only remembered Jiang Yingyao. Moreover, the two of them hadn't been together for long. Jian Luo had encountered this because of Jiang Yingyao. If she hadn't met Jiang Yingyao, she wouldn't have been captured because of saving Jiang Yingyao. Jiang Yingyao had brought her harm, but the person who had entrusted her with it hadn't. Ningxu smirked and said with a malicious tone, do you think that you won't be affected by that matter when you're together? When the two of you sleep on the same bed, Jiang Yingyao won't remember the scene of you being raped. But when the two of you are intimate, will you remember the scene of Jiang Yingyao watching you from the side when you were hurt? Your sex life will not be harmonious. Ningxu's words were rough and unpleasant. Jian Luo's face immediately turned red, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Let's not talk about the problems between the two of you first. Do you think the Jiang family will accept you? When you were stranded in a foreign country, it was the Jiang family's elders who did it. Do you think they will accept you and let a tainted woman become the wife of the Jiang family? When the two of you are together, not only do you have to bear the pain brought by the memories, but you also have to face the strange eyes of the Jiang family. They may even use this matter to mock you. You have too many flaws. Your father is a ferocious murderer, and you yourself had an accident because of saving someone. Although you were trying to save Jiang Yingyao, you were still hurt by the bad guys. Understanding is one thing, but whether they accept it or not is another. Your scars have been exposed again and again. You are the one who is in pain, and others will only clap their hands and cheer because your existence will stain the Jiang family. They are mocked, and then they will turn to mock you. Can you bear it? You have been receiving psychological counseling all these years. It seems that the counseling is too good, so you still have such thoughts. Moreover, you were my fiancé before, and the Jiang family has to bear the joke of stealing someone else's wife. Don't say that your love can conquer everything. On the contrary, these external factors will only wear down the love between the two of you. You will think that it would have been better if you had not married him. He will think that it would have been better if he had not married you. Marriage is a matter between two families. Your family is very unbearable. Even if you have the title of a designer now, there are some things that can't be erased. I am different. I am an illegitimate child, and the Jiang family will not care about me. If I marry you, they will only be happy. And the two of us are people who have no elders. We can close the door and live our own lives comfortably. Ningxu said a lot of things, and his mouth was dry. He picked up the milk and gulped down half a cup, and said, think about it yourself. No matter who you marry, it will be better than being with Jiang Yingyao. If you really insist on being with Jiang Yingyao, you will what? Jian Luo looked at Ningxu expectantly, and her eyes burst out a bright light. She felt that she had said so much in vain. If Jian Luo had thought it through, it would have been fine. But she insisted on doing this, which made Ningxu very unhappy. They were both women. Ningxu said everything he wanted to say, but Jian Luo did not listen at all. The Jiang family could tolerate Jiang Yingyao becoming a public official because of what happened in the past. Jiang Yingyao and the elders of the Jiang family quarreled, and the elders tolerated it. However, if Jiang Yingyao wanted to marry Jian Luo, the Jiang family would have to be stupid to agree to it. There was shit in the hole, and there was poison in the shit. Ningxu said, I will never let you have an easy time. Ningxu's harsh words made Jian Luo a little surprised. Because Fei Wen was a gentle person, when he said such harsh words, it made people feel that he was throwing a tantrum. Ning Shu said, I am serious. All these years, I have been with you. I have poured all my efforts and resources into you. If it were not for me, you would be living like a beggar in a foreign country. How could you have such a good life? Jian Luo bit her lips. She was very embarrassed because what he said was the truth, and Jian Luo could not deny it. Are you going to settle the score with me? He said he liked her, but now he was being so calculative, and Jian Luo did not like it. Ning Shu said, do you think I am a philanthropist? I spent so much effort on you because I like you. Are you going to tell me that I am not calculating well, and that love is selfless? If it was not selfless, then it was not true love. What kind of concept was it that there was such an empty and rootless true love? Love that could not be based on material things was like an attic in the sky. Where did this concept of selflessness come from? Even if parents raised and nurtured their children, it was just to prepare for their retirement. Otherwise, why would some people try so hard to give birth to boys? Because the girl would belong to someone else's family in the future, and only boys could be relied on in their old age. Even family members needed each other and cared about each other. This relationship between strangers, and it had a very short duration, actually required selflessness. Selflessness for your whole family. Ning Shu stood up, leaned forward, reached out his hand to lift Jian Luo's chin, smiled and said, you said selfless, then can you love me selflessly? Jian Luo was stunned for a moment, but you don't love me. Selfless dedication to the person you like is happiness. Dedication to the person you don't love is torture. Ning Shu said lightly. From now on, then I will stop my dedication. All your design proposals in the company will not be approved, and you used my connections to become a student of a well-known designer. From now on, you don't need to use my connections and name to participate in various design exchanges. Use your own name. You don't need to go to the company. You will be suspended without pay, but you will keep your position as a designer in the company. Also, please move out and find a house on your own. Why, you look very surprised? Ning Shu smiled, you told me very clearly that you don't want to marry me, and you don't love me. Do you want me to be selfless for you? You are wasting other people's lives and time. I have to stop the loss immediately, find someone who loves me again, and get out of this rotten swamp. Jian Luo was extremely embarrassed. She was shocked and sad by Ning Shu's heartlessness. Of course, if you decide to marry me, you can continue to enjoy these privileges. Jian Luo was speechless. She was angry, but she was in no position to blame Ning Shu. This was the most infuriating thing. Jian Luo was full of guilt towards him. She did not recognize Jiang Yingyao before because she did not want Fei Wen to be sad, so she endured it. Seeing him like this, the guilt in Jian Luo's heart was reduced by a lot. You keep saying that, I keep saying that I love you, but I'm calculating these things. I can't selflessly dedicate myself to you and made you so angry. I'm sorry. Ning Shu spread out his hands and leaned back in his chair. Jian Luo said helplessly, I know you're angry, but you don't have to be like this. If I were to betray you today and get together with another woman before our wedding, I'm afraid you would jump into the sky and call me a big scumbag. It's already like this. If I still ask you to selflessly contribute to me and eat your food, I'm afraid you're spitting on my face. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were me, how would you feel? Ning Shu's face was covered with frost. Scram, Jian Luo was shocked, and humiliation flashed across her face. Being told to scram in such a blatant manner, with a strong sense of humiliation, Jian Luo could not stand it. Jian Luo was used to Fei Wen's kindness, and such a big contrast made Jian Luo extremely angry. The previous good feelings had disappeared, and now there was only Ning Shu's bad treatment of her in her heart. Jian Luo covered her mouth and rushed upstairs. She went to the room to pack her things. She stuffed the things into the box in a mess, and the clothes and jewelry were rolled into a ball. Jian Luo carried the box downstairs and did not even look at Ning Shu. She walked straight away. Ning Shu said, wait. Jian Luo turned around and looked at Ning Shu. She asked sarcastically, do you have anything else to say? Ning Shu said coldly, open the box. Some things are given to you by me. You're not allowed to take away my things. Actually, speaking of which, I bought all the clothes you're wearing for you. I got someone to tailor them for you. If I were a little more heartless, you would have gone out naked. You. Jianluo was helpless. Do you have to be like this? Of course. You seem to have forgotten that you cheated on me. I should be ashamed. I'm too good to you. If I'm not good to you, you still throw a tantrum. Who are you to me now? Who the hell spoils you? Open the box. Don't make me say it a second time. Jianluo put down the box and opened it. Look. There's something for you in here. Ningxu glanced at it. Leave the jewelry. As for the clothes, leave them too. Jianluo had been living a quiet life all these years. The clothes were the latest style sent home and directly put on Fei Wen's account. She was also given some jewelry from time to time. He just hoped that Jianluo would be happy. Every time Jianluo received something, she would be indifferent and thank the sender. Therefore, Jianluo only had the right to use these things, but not the right to own them. Jianluo looked at Ningxu, dumbfounded. How can you be like this? What about me? Didn't I buy these things? I paid for them. You can find out where these clothes came from. Are these yours? Did you pay for them? Jianluo was speechless and left the box. She was a little suspicious why Ningxu was suddenly so heartless. She couldn't help but wonder. Did you want to break up with me long ago? That was why such a thing happened. She couldn't stand it, so that she would take the initiative to leave. This was a typical girl's mind. Ningxu laughed. Not everyone is like you. I'm very angry now. I didn't kill you. I controlled myself. I'm already very calm. If you were betrayed by me now, you would probably want to kill me. I feel the same way now. I'm doing this to tell you that everything I gave you, everything you enjoyed, you can only enjoy it with me. If you're not with me, don't think about enjoying it anymore. You're too. Jianluo was very embarrassed, as if she had been slapped in the face. Ningxu said, I said it too straightforwardly and did it too directly. You can't stand it, right? You don't want to admit that you've been relying on me all these years. You think that it's just your own hard work. Hard work. Without resources, without the guidance of a famous teacher, you'd still be serving tea and washing dishes in some restaurant. Ningxu said, you can go now. Jianluo turned and left. Her footsteps were slow. Ningxu glanced at her and didn't call out to her. I don't love you. What does your mood have to do with me, since you're willing to be abused with Xianxia, then be together? It's a virtue to help others. He finally drove Jianluo out. He didn't have to face her constipated face. In front of Jianluo, he couldn't even eat well. Now he was relaxed, Ningxu stretched. Once Jianluo left, the energy in the house became relaxed and cheerful. Negative energy was transmitted much faster than positive energy. For example, if you're happy and smiling, then the person you're talking to looks at you with a displeased expression. At this time, no matter how happy you were, you couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with this person. Then you would have all kinds of guesses. Your happy mood has been spoiled. Ningxu felt that the only lucky thing about Fei Wen was that he was rich and had more resources. If Fei Wen was an ordinary man, with an ordinary appearance and an ordinary salary, he would have spent all his money on Jianluo. In the end, Fei Wen chose another man. He would lose both his money and his wife. Just like the males in the natural world, in order to compete for a mate, they didn't rely on money, but their strong bodies. Defeating the opponent was extremely risky. It was very likely that they would be killed by the opponent. In order to obtain the right to mate with a female that belonged directly to him, he would strive for the female to give birth to offspring with his genes. This was a natural selection process. Even if you snatched the female, there were still many males eyeing you. Females were born with the right to choose. They could choose to be with a strong male to ensure that their offspring would have strong genes. It could be said that in order to reproduce, males had to pay the price of their lives. Humans had emotions. They were not so cruel, but the essence was the same. However, Fei Wen's ending was not good. In this way, Fei Wen was a loser. A loser in the battle for a mate, but he was unwilling to accept it. She had to act early to stop the damage. As for Jian Luo choosing someone else, he would be an idiot if he gave up without any regrets. It didn't make sense. If he wanted to get back after giving up so much, he would rush up and snatch her back. If he didn't want to snatch her back, he would just cut off the connection. Jian Luo left Ningxu's house and didn't know where to go for a while. Jian Luo's life was arranged clearly by Fei Wen. Travel, choice of place, hotel, etc., were all arranged by Fei Wen. Moreover, Fei Wen had many subordinates. With just a word from Fei Wen, his subordinates would do the job properly. Jian Luo did not need to do anything at all. It was very convenient. But now, Jian Luo was alone and had no friends around her. She had to find a house by herself, find a place to eat by herself, and do all the miscellaneous chores by herself. Jian Luo looked at the heavy traffic and was at a loss for a moment. She did not know where to go or where to go. Dependence was a habit. Jian Luo had already gotten used to Fei Wen's existence. Even though she liked Jiang Yingyao, she had to leave a comfortable environment. First, he felt uncomfortable physically. Then, he felt uncomfortable psychologically. Giving up something that one was used to would be very uncomfortable. Jian Luo immediately took out her phone. She swiped her thumb across the screen and looked at the name on the screen. Her finger immediately tapped on Fei Wen's name. This had been a habit for many years, and Fei Wen's name was always at the top of Jian Luo's phone book. But just as he was about to click on it, Jian Luo's thumb stopped. Humph, they had just quarreled. If he called her now, wouldn't he seem weak, and Fei Wen had already asked her to leave. If she went back with her tail between her legs, it would be really embarrassing. Jian Luo scrolled down until she saw Jiang Yingyao's name. She stopped when she was about to tap on it. She did not want Jiang Yingyao to see her in such a sorry state. And Jian Luo had almost no such awareness in the face of scandals. She probably thought that Fei Wen had seen her in her worst state. No matter what she was like, Fei Wen should like her. But facing Jiang Yingyao, Jian Luo was not sure if he really liked her or loved her. She had to maintain her best state in front of him. Jian Luo had no place to stay. She could not find an apartment quickly, so she found a hotel to stay in. These years, Jian Luo's material life was very good. She basically had the best and never had to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She found the best hotel to stay in and then began to look for an apartment. Jian Luo thought that it was too troublesome to find an apartment, so she prepared to buy one. When she asked about the price, she was shocked. Although Jian Luo lived a good life, it was Fei Wen who paid for it. Jian Luo had only started to earn money in the last 2 or 3 years. She only became a professional designer 2 or 3 years ago. She started to work and earn money in Fei Wen's company. The salary was not high or low. This was also because Fei Wen opened the back door and often used her design concept. In 2 or 3 years, it was still impossible for Jian Luo to buy an apartment in the city center of a first-tier city on her own. At least she would have to struggle for a long time. When Jian Luo heard the price, she waved her hand and left. The salesperson also rolled her eyes. Jian Luo was very embarrassed. It had been a long time since someone rolled their eyes at her. Since she could not afford an apartment, Jian Luo could only rent an apartment, a better one. Besides, even if she bought an apartment, she had to renovate it. She still did not live in it. In short, she still had to rent an apartment. For the whole day, Jian Luo ran around the real estate agency. The apartments she saw were either too small, too far from the city center, or too ugly. After all these years of living like a princess, Jian Luo did not like messy apartments. Annoyed by these trivial matters, Jian Luo's heart was incomparably stuffy, and she was also a little resentful towards Ningxu. Jian Luo took out her mobile phone and called Jiang Yingyao. Jiang Yingyao, who received the call, appeared in front of Jian Luo as fast as he could. Seeing that Jian Luo was in a bad mood and looked tired, he asked what happened. Jian Luo sighed and told him about the conflict between her and her fiancé. She was kicked out. Jiang Yingyao endured the sadness and said angrily, "No matter what happened, he should not kick a girl like you out of the house. What if something dangerous happened?" Jiang Yingyao could not imagine that if something happened to Jian Luo, he would go crazy. More than 10 years ago, that incident had already caused him great pain. If something happened to Jian Luo, who was very similar to her, Jiang Yingyao felt that he would go crazy. As for the next thing, Jiang Yingyao and Jian Luo looked for an apartment together. With the person they liked by their side, it was much easier to do things together. Jiang Yingyao hesitated and asked, "What happened to make him kick you out?" This was a matter between lovers. Jiang Yingyao felt that he should not ask. But he couldn't help but want to ask. Jiang Yingyao had hope in his heart. Jian Luo stared at him. "Because I said that I suddenly don't want to marry him." Jiang Yingyao couldn't believe it. His eyes were filled with great surprise. He forced himself to calm down. "Why?" "Because I'm Lu Jing," Jian Luo said. Lu Jing, Jiang Yingyao felt as if an arrow had pierced through his heart. His mind was filled with Lu Jing's name, making him unable to react normally. He stood there in a daze. "Sorry, I changed my name," Jian Luo said. Jiang Yingyao suddenly squatted down and buried his head between his arms. His body trembled slightly as if he was crying. Jian Luo didn't expect his reaction. She had thought of many possibilities. Jiang Yingyao might question her, or he might be happy, but he was crying. Jiang Yingyao calmed himself down and wiped his tears. "Now that you're in front of me, I only feel happy and lucky." "I'm sorry." Jiang Yingyao breathed a sigh of relief. The burden that had been on him all these years seemed to have lightened a little. Jiang Yingyao reached out and hugged her. "Thank God that I can still meet you." Jian Luo leaned into Jiang Yingyao's arms and listened to his heartbeat. She had never felt so peaceful before. Ningxu was very busy. He was busy calling everyone to tell them that his wedding was cancelled and he didn't have to come to the wedding. Because there was no bride. Before the wedding, the bride had to know her own feelings. She loved someone else. The people who received the call were speechless. This was too much. How could they comfort this miserable man? They could only persuade Ningxu that it was better to be clear with you before the wedding than to mess around behind your back after the wedding. "You're so good, you'll definitely meet someone better. A man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife." Ningxu was speechless as he listened to these people's comforting words. Was he still thanking Jian Luo for telling him before the wedding? As an abandoned person, Ningxu was the perfect example of decadence. He was too lazy to go to work. Anyway, it was fine if he wasn't in the company for a few days. At the same time, he turned off his phone. As a missing person, he had to cut off all contact with the outside world. Of course, a secretary ran to Ningxu's villa and said to Ningxu in a very sad tone, "President Fei, Jian Luo came to the company to resign." She packed her things and left. "I think the person waiting for her is a man." Above Boss Fei's head was a patch of lush green grass, and there were many alpacas on it. The secretary looked at Ningxu with pity. She handed in her resignation letter. "I said that Boss Fei was not around and it was not easy to approve it. Then Jian Luo said that she would not come to the company whether you approved it or not." Ningxu was very dispirited. His eyes were bloodshot. He had smoked a lot of onions. The secretary didn't know how to comfort him. Ningxu said, "Then send her a lawyer's letter. Ask the company's lawyer to send her one. According to the labor law, she can be investigated in her current situation." It was fine if he didn't take this matter seriously. Even if he did, there was evidence to back it up. The secretary looked at Ningxu with even more pity. She felt that Ningxu was doing this to keep Jian Luo. However, seeing that Jian Luo looked relaxed and happy as she left with another man, Boss Fei felt that his efforts were useless. Ningxu didn't care what Jian Luo wanted to do. He wanted to use this opportunity to get something back from Jian Luo. He wanted her to pay a price. Although he might not get much back, and Jiang Yingyao might pay for him, it was good that he could annoy Jian Luo. Although it looked like she was doing this out of love and could not get what she wanted. Jian Luo would probably be with Jiang Yingyao with a clear conscience. Instead of giving without complaints, Jian Luo was still with Jiang Yingyao. It was better to make Jian Luo give something back. The secretary went to do it. Before she left, she encouraged Ning-Shu and told him to pull himself together. There were still so many people waiting for Ning-Shu in the company. These subordinates wanted Ning-Shu to be well more than Jianluo so that they could have a foothold. Ning-Shu said, "I know. I'll go back to the company after I'm done." The secretary patted Ning-Shu's shoulder. As a man, the secretary understood this feeling very well. He had been feeding dogs for so many years. Even if he fed dogs, the dogs would still get close to the person who fed them. Humans had emotions, but they were also much crueler. Under the secretary's pitiful gaze, Ning-Shu felt that his acting was not good enough. He should go to the company tomorrow. Let the rumors and gossip spread further. Ning-Shu stayed up all night and made himself look more haggard. He tossed and turned in bed and forced himself not to sleep. It was not easy for him to stay up until dawn. Ning-Shu quickly got up. Although he was tidy, the haggard look on his face could not be hidden. As soon as Ning-Shu arrived at the company, from the security guards at the company's gate to the company's top management, they all looked at Ning-Shu with pity. Their eyes were full of pity, but they had to pretend that they did not care. They treated Ning-Shu as usual, but this was even more awkward. They talked behind her back, but when they saw her coming, they pretended to be very normal. They looked like they wanted to comfort her, but they were afraid that they would hurt her heart. Ning-Shu directly locked himself in the office. He was too lazy to look at these people. He felt tired for them. Ning-Shu looked at the document. Suddenly the door was opened. Someone broke in without knocking first. Ning-Shu looked at the intruder very unhappily. It was Jianluo. Jianluo walked to the desk in high heels. She slammed the lawyer's letter on the table and asked, "What's going on?" Ning-Shu said, "Can't you read? If you can't understand the content, then hire a lawyer and let the lawyer explain it to you." Jianluo said, "You know what I'm talking about. I'm asking you, why did you do this?" Ning-Shu said, "Because you violated the labor contract. Although you were suspended, you were not fired, so the labor relationship still exists. You handed in your resignation letter, but I did not reply. You resigned unilaterally. And you have been in the company for a while, and you have come into contact with some of the company's confidential designs and ideas. I don't know if you will leak it and affect my company." Jianluo was a little angry. "You know what kind of person I am. How can I leak the company's secrets?" Ning-Shu shrugged. "How would I know? People change at will. For example, between us, it's been so many years. It's been almost 10 years. It really changes at will. You're telling me this? Find a lawyer." Ning-Shu looked at her coldly. "Get out. You broke in without knocking. You are very unscrupulous to me. Do you think I will tolerate you no matter what?" Jianluo bit her lip and turned to leave with the lawyer's letter. When she walked to the door, she looked back at Ning-Shu. "Feiwen, I'm sorry. P.S. Readers, I am very pretentious. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Dear readers, please pay attention to this matter." A simple apology could cancel out all the things that had happened between them. Apologies did not have that much power. Stabbing someone and putting on a band-aid would make the scars disappear. People who apologized generously were bearing their own pain and magnanimous. But if others did not choose to forgive, it was because the pain was too much. They did not know how painful it was to be stabbed with a knife. Ning-Shu said lightly, "I accept your apology, but I will not forgive you." Saying sorry was just to make herself feel better. "I have repented and apologized." Jianluo pursed her lips and sniffed. "Feiwen, I know that no matter what I do, I can't make up for the harm I've done to you." Ning-Shu was really annoyed with Jianluo. "Since you've decided to hurt me, you're doing everything you can to repent. You want to have a clear conscience and want to be with the person you like. There's no such thing as having the best of both worlds. In a threesome, one person is destined to be hurt. The damage has already been done. What's the point of saying these words? You're saying that you're kind, but you didn't mean it. You've already made your choice. Don't be so hypocritical. If I were the one who ran away with another woman, you'd be the one who got hurt. Why would I say these words in front of you? I'm afraid you'll think that I still have ulterior motives towards you and treat you as a spare tire. Are you doing this to leave yourself a way out? Since you've already hurt me, why don't you be a little more ruthless? Don't be so wishy-washy. Xianxia was speechless. Why didn't she realize that this guy's words were so harsh? It was so direct that it was hard to accept. She just wanted Fei Wen to be less hurt, but it seemed that Fei Wen was hurt even more. Xianxia was at a loss. She just didn't want him to be hurt and tried her best to do something. Xianxia used her own way of thinking. She wanted everyone to be happy, that would be the best. She was actually standing on the side of the winner, as if she was showing pity for the injured loser. But this kind of care was more uncomfortable than no care at all. This kind of seeming right and wrong, as well as being neither close nor distant, simply leaving, directly abandoning, although it was painful and hateful, it also directly cut off the hope of others. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, Fei Wen, I've decided to be with Jiang Yingyao. Ningshu, oh, I won't give you my blessings. Xianxia did not expect to receive Ningshu's blessings, so she turned and left. Being able to be friends after being separated was basically a legend. Unless they reconciled. Ningshu rolled his eyes and snorted. Who cares what you guys do? If you want to be together, then be together. However, now that the two of them were together, every time they saw each other, they would be reminded of what had happened more than 10 years ago. Looking at the other party was like looking at pain. What was the point? Jiang Yingyao and Xianxia broke through the window paper and got together. His speed was very fast, causing those who knew about this matter to look at Ningshu with even more pity. They got together so quickly. How long had Fei Wen been cuckolded? What a pity, what a pity. Some of the friends who felt injustice for Ningshu, when they saw Xianxia, they sneered and ridiculed her, making Xianxia speechless. Moreover, the things that these people said, one by one, were things that Xianxia could not deny. His girlfriend was being ridiculed, so Jiang Yingyao naturally had to defend her. When Jiang Yingyao spoke, although the people around him were a little hesitant, their expressions were still vague and disdainful. Although Jiang Yingyao was not in the business world, the Jiang family was still very famous in the business world. Because of the Jiang family, they gave Jiang Yingyao some face and did not say anything unpleasant. However, in their hearts, they were still cursing this adulterous couple. This woman was also not a good thing, she still wanted to climb up the Jiang family. Xianxia felt as if she had been engraved with Fei Wen's mark. Wherever she went, those who knew her and those who knew Fei Wen would look at her with condemnation. It was as if she was some kind of rebellious person. She felt guilty towards Fei Wen, she felt that she owed him, but this feeling was very uncomfortable and even became an inner demon. She felt that only when the inner demon disappeared would this feeling disappear. In order to avoid meeting acquaintances, Xianxia did not like to go out. Even if she went on dates with Jiang Yingyao, they would go to mid-range restaurants and not those who went to high-end restaurants. Although she had already left Fei Wen, she felt that Fei Wen's shackles were so strong that she was not free. At this time, Xianxia faintly felt that all these years, Fei Wen had weaved a kind of gentle cage for her. He introduced her to all his friends and used his own resources to pave the way for her. Unless she left this level and did not associate with people of this level, she could feel it. However, Jiang Yingyao was at this level, she could not avoid it. After choosing Jiang Yingyao, everyone knew that she had left Fei Wen. It was impossible for her to abandon Jiang Yingyao and be with Fei Wen. How did things become like this? Xianxia had changed her name. Her past had been buried and no one knew about it. Therefore, these people did not know about Xianluo's past. However, others did not know, but those who were interested would investigate, such as the Jiang family. Old Madame Jiang said to her grandson, I heard that you have a girlfriend. Bring her home. Jiang Yingyao was a little hesitant. If he brought Xianluo back, the past would be mentioned again. It would be difficult for his family to accept Xianluo. More than 10 years ago, it was them who caused him to be separated from Xianluo for so many years. They caused him to bear the guilt and pain for so many years. Jiang Yingyao said, after a while. She is the daughter of an ordinary family. She does not know my identity. Old Madame Jiang's stern face was full of wrinkles. She looked ferocious. Then are you going to be like your grandfather and father, sneaking around like this? The men of the Jiang family are all like this. They are all old and shameless. When old Madame Jiang talked about the men of the Jiang family, her face was full of resentment. Jiang Yingyao had no choice but to choose a time to bring Jian Luo back to meet his parents. Sooner or later, they would have to meet. He would definitely marry Jian Luo. The men of the Jiang family seemed to be a little presumptuous when it came to women. For example, Jiang Yingyao's grandfather, in his 60s, had Fei Wen with his mistress. It was enough to show how shameless he was. Jiang Yingyao's father was a man of average ability. He was suppressed by his father to the point that he could not raise his head. He loved to show off his power on women and enjoy their worship. After his father died, he was controlled by his mother and could not raise his head. He became more and more unscrupulous when it came to women. However, when it came to Jiang Yingyao's generation, there seemed to be another type of lover. Jiang Yingyao was a lover. He just hoped that Jian Luo's identity would not be exposed. There was hope and luck in his heart. After all, Jian Luo's identity was perfect. Everything in the past had been erased. Jian Luo's current identity was a child adopted by a foreign couple. Everything in the country had been erased. Jiang Yingyao felt that Fei Wen had done a perfect job. He had to admit. But Jiang Yingyao was unhappy. When Jian Luo was in the most pain, someone else was by her side. Actually, Jiang Yingyao also knew that Jian Luo's identity was not glorious. If she found out, the chances of them being together would be even smaller. Grandma was a strict woman. She would never allow him to marry Jian Luo. Jiang Yingyao hid Jian Luo's identity and did not dare to tell his family. He subconsciously felt that Jian Luo's background was not good. But he told himself that he was doing this to be with Jian Luo. In fact, the more he hid it, the more he cared. The darker the corner, the more moist and the easier it was to grow. It was sticky, greasy, and dirty. It spread out, and unknowingly, it had taken root in his body. Jiang Yingyao told Jian Luo that he would bring her home. Jian Luo's face turned pale. She remembered that she was saved after being hurt by bad people. The Jiang family looked at her as if she was dirty. They thanked her and said that they would reward her. But the condition was not to appear in front of Jiang Yingyao. There was no dirty person in the Jiang family. Dirty person? The scar in Jian Luo's heart was torn open violently. She was in so much pain that she trembled. She was afraid to see the Jiang family. She was afraid to see the Jiang family's eyes. Jian Luo timidly said that she wanted to wait. Jiang Yingyao knew what Jian Luo was afraid of. But if they wanted to get married, the old madam had to say it. Chapter 3643, Going home. This meant that their fate was in the hands of Grandma. Jiang Yingyao held Jian Luo's cold hands and said, "Grandma wants to see you. She has arranged for this weekend." Jian Luo was still hesitant. Jiang Yingyao said, "If we want to be together, we have to go through Grandma. I'm sorry that you've been wronged. For me, for our future, let's meet our family. If anything happens, I will take you away immediately. I won't let you be wronged." Hearing Jiang Yingyao's words, Jian Luo's heart was filled with sweetness and courage. She nodded. These few days, Jian Luo had been busy with her appearance. What should she wear to meet Jiang Yingyao's family? She could not be too revealing. She had to dress modestly and gracefully. There was the problem of going back and forth to determine the style, and also the problem of choosing a gift. After going back and forth to choose, it wasn't that the price was not satisfactory, but that the gift was too ordinary. But if it was something too expensive, if Jian Luo paid for it herself, she might have to spend all her money. After all, the members of the Jiang family were all rich. They had never seen anything before. If it was something too ordinary, what would others think? Jian Luo gritted her teeth and accepted the more expensive gift. Even if it was for herself and Jiang Yingyao, it was worth it. Jiang Yingyao was shocked when he saw the gift Jian Luo bought. He asked her why she bought such an expensive gift. Jian Luo did not say anything. If it was not an expensive gift, the Jiang family would not accept it. Jian Luo's heart was filled with apprehension and uneasiness towards the Jiang family members she was about to meet. She felt that the Jiang family would not accept her at all. Her fate with Jiang Yingyao was full of misfortune. On Sunday, Jian Luo dressed herself up beautifully and went to Jiang Yingyao's house with gifts. As soon as she arrived at the castle-like villa, Jian Luo felt that it was difficult to breathe. Her entire body was trembling, and she could not sit still. When he entered the living room, he saw a stern-looking old lady sitting on the sofa. Jian Luo recognized her at a glance. She was much older in the past. Jiang Yingyao held Jian Luo's hand and walked in front of old Madame Jiang. He introduced Jian Luo to her. Old Madame Jiang looked at Jian Luo and said lightly, "You look just like when you were young." As soon as old Madame Jiang said this, Jian Luo's face turned pale. Her body was on the verge of collapsing, and she almost fell to the ground. Jiang Yingyao supported her. Jiang Yingyao sighed. Sure enough, Grandma knew. He was hoping for a fluke, but he forgot that Grandma would investigate the people he was dating. It was the same 10 years ago, and it was the same 10 years later. Old Madame Jiang. Jian Luo shouted with a trembling voice. Jiang Yingyao said to Grandma in a pleading tone, "Grandma, I want to marry her. I want to be with her. I have been in pain for so many years. Only by being with her will I not be in pain." The heavy sense of guilt made him unable to bear it. Old Madame Jiang shook her head coldly. "No, she was raped by criminals. Her father is a cruel murderer. He is still in prison and will not be able to get out in this lifetime. Do you want to be laughed at for the rest of your life? She is a pile of shit. Once you touch her, it stinks." Old Madame Jiang used the coldest metaphor to describe Jian Luo. Jian Luo's face was not only pale, but also green and white. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. "Grandma." Jiang Yingyao covered his head and groaned, "Don't say that. Old Madam, there is a guest outside." The maid walked in and said to old Madame Jiang. "Who is it?" Old Madame Jiang asked without hesitation. Her face was cold, making her look even fiercer. "It's me." Ningxu walked into the hall in his shiny black leather shoes. Old Madame Jiang saw Ningxu and showed a deep disgust. "What are you doing here?" Ningxu ignored old Madame Jiang's expression. He sat on the sofa and said, "Although you don't admit it, the blood of the Jiang family runs in my body. I heard that my nephew brought his niece-in-law to meet the parents, so I came to see." Old Madame Jiang sneered, "Get lost. What does everything in the Jiang family have to do with you? Your father died a long time ago." Ningxu shrugged his shoulders. It was karma. Old Master Jiang indulged in women and as a result, his wife died many years ago. When the mother of the client, Fei Wen, saw the old man kneel down, she directly abandoned the young Fei Wen and found another way out. Fortunately, the old man saved a fund for the client and there was a professional to take care of it. In fact, if the client's mother stayed, she would not have to worry about food and clothing. However, she did not know. It seemed that old Master Jiang hid something from his mistress. Old Madame Jiang endured her husband and the old man died. Now that she had the Jiang family in her hands, it was a happy ending. As for the illegitimate son of the client, as long as he did not return to the Jiang family, old Madame Jiang did not kill him. Of course, she also despised him. If the son of a mistress could not marry into the family, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven if he wanted to inherit the Jiang family. This was also the reason why the client was able to develop smoothly abroad. Ningxu was not here to deal with old Madame Jiang, and he did not have any designs on the Jiang family's assets. BK Ningxu came over to add bricks and tiles to the two's love story, building a thick barrier. At the same time, he came to find out Madame Jiang's opinion of Jian Luo. Looking at Jian Luo's tottering appearance, as if she was about to faint, this harsh and strict old Madame Jiang must have said some harsh and ear-piercing words. Madame Jiang's gaze was fixed on the sofa under Ningxu's, but her face was full of disdain and disgust. She was afraid that after Ningxu left, the sofa that Ningxu sat on would be thrown away by Madame Jiang. It was indeed so. Madame Jiang especially hated Ningxu, the child of that damned old man outside with another woman. A bastard with filthy blood flowing through his body had actually entered the house of his master. She even let her grandson marry such a woman. It was really shameful. Madame Jiang was a very strict person. She looked at everyone like this, except for her own child. However, even her own son could not raise his head under her pressure. She was not a gentle woman. But she seemed to like such an iron fist and did not like to be disobeyed. You have the blood of the Jiang family flowing in your body. Who has admitted it? Don't be wishful thinking. Otherwise, even what you have now, I can destroy for you. Madame Zhang's face was full of wrinkles. She was such an evil mother-in-law who scared children. Ningxu sighed. I really want to be recognized by the Jiang family. Unfortunately, the Jiang family does not recognize me. I don't want my birth to be unknown. The client really did not want to return to the Jiang family. After all, he knew that returning to the Jiang family was a thankless task. So what if he was recognized by the Jiang family? So what if he was not recognized by the Jiang family? Why not be more carefree? Even his own mother could abandon him. How could the Jiang family, who regarded him as a thorn in their side, get a little bit of expectation from them? You have some self-awareness in your heart. You can go now. You casually break into other people's house. Sure enough, you are a bastard with a mother but no mother to teach you. Madame Jiang had always been unscrupulous in speaking to people she disliked. She would say whatever was unpleasant to hear. She had the power to kill her opponent with her words. She was temperamental, and others had to endure it. Her power in the Jiang family allowed her to not have to care about other people's feelings. It was probably because he had endured too much when he was young. Now that this damned old man was kneeling, he could no longer endure. Ningxu's face darkened. He wasn't unhappy, but he wasn't happy either. The more old Madame Jiang acted like this, the more difficult it would be for Jian Luo. If old Madame Jiang knew that Jian Luo had such a past with him. Ningxu stood up. Actually, I'm here today to see someone for the last time. In the end, my status is lower than others. Since nephew likes her, even if she is my fiancée, I will still give her to you. Ningxu said with a sorrowful expression. I wish you all happiness. Were they here to give their blessings? Jiang Yingyao didn't expect Fei Wen to have such a relationship with him. Fei Wen was obviously here to mess things up. His grandfather's son, therefore, the uncle and nephew fell in love with the same woman. The hostility between rivals in love and the rejection of the son of the mistress made Jiang Yingyao hate Ningxu even more. Jiang Yingyao said, it's not that you gave her, it's that Jian Luo doesn't love you. Ningxu sighed heavily again. Doesn't love her? If she doesn't love me, why did she become my fiancé? Do you know how long we've been together? It's been more than 10 years. Jiang Yingyao saw old Madame Zhang's expression and had a bad feeling. He immediately said, then we met first. We've known each other since we were 10 years old. Ningxu said directly, but you only brought her harm. The Jiang family only brought her harm. I don't understand. They hurt you so much, but you still choose them. Ningxu looked at Jian Luo sadly. Jian Luo couldn't say a word. Her mind was in a mess. Her heart was at a loss. Ningxu finally said, I wish you all the best. I quit. Ningxu turned and left. Old Madame Jiang frowned as she looked at her back. Her sparse eyebrows were knitted together. She looked very fierce. Old Madame Jiang looked back and forth between Jian Luo, Ningxu, and Jiang Yingyao. She seemed to be thinking about something, and then her expression became more and more ugly. Ningxu walked to the door and looked back at old Madame Zhang's constipated face. He knew that the old lady was imagining things. She was imagining things. It could only be said that imagination saved the world. Ningxu left happily. As soon as Ningxu left, old Madame Jiang said to her grandson with a pale face, come upstairs with me. I have something to say to you. Jiang Yingyao looked at Jian Luo. Jian Luo nodded thoughtfully and said, go ahead. But this made old Madame Zhang's expression even worse. She looked at Jian Luo even more unhappily. If she wanted to talk to her son, she had to get Jian Luo's permission. Her grandson was her. She didn't like an outsider controlling her grandson. Jian Luo was stared at by old Madame Jiang. She didn't know how she had offended her. Jian Luo couldn't help but feel sad. If she hadn't been hurt by bad people, if her father wasn't a murderer, and she was the daughter of a rich family. Today, she wouldn't have been humiliated for no reason. When she was young, she had lived a sad life. After meeting Fei Wen, although she was sad, she had never been humiliated like this and couldn't fight back. In those years, the people who were in contact with Fei Wen and her didn't know about her life. Jian Luo's body was cold. It was as if she had returned to when she was young. She was pointed at by people, whispered, and looked at with strange laughter. This feeling was really bad. It was very bad. She couldn't bear it. It was really painful. Jiang Yingyao held Jian Luo's hand and comforted her silently. He asked the maid to pour a glass of water for Jian Luo, and then followed old Madame Jiang upstairs. Old Madame Jiang raised the crutch in her hand and hit Jiang Yingyao hard. Jiang Yingyao grimaced in pain. He smiled and said, "Grandma, don't be angry. Let me massage your shoulders." Old Madame Jiang sneered, "Don't try to curry favor. I won't let you marry her. Grandma, listen to me first. This is no longer a matter between the two of you. If you marry her, the entire Jiang family will be humiliated." Jiang Yingyao said with a headache, "Grandma, what era are we in now? A person's body is made of skin and organs. Why label some organs as clean and clean, or dirty and unclean? If the heart was hurt, then the heart would be dirty." Old Madame Jiang said, "Don't tell me this. You can't marry her. You don't care at all." "I don't care. She didn't want to be hurt. Moreover, she did it to save me. It was stupid to save you, but in that situation, what could a child like her do? What would the consequences be if she rushed up? Brainless." Old Madame Jiang saw her grandson's expression and softened her voice, but it was still very stiff. "Besides, I made it up to her afterwards, but she ran away as if she was insulted." Jiang Yingyao covered his head and said with some pain, "Stop talking." He could completely imagine the pain Jian Luo suffered at that time. She was hurt and had to face the arrogant faces of the Jiang family. Old Madame Jiang was disappointed. "Don't you think this is a conspiracy?" Jiang Yingyao wiped his face and asked expressionlessly, "What conspiracy?" Old Madame Jiang was extremely disappointed with the men of the Jiang family. They were all obsessed with women, and all 3 generations were like this. If it weren't for the sake of carrying on the family line, old Madame Jiang would have castrated these men one by one. Women were all like this. Old Madame Jiang said, "This woman is soft and weak, but she is very scheming. First, she used that bastard as a springboard. Knowing that he had no chance to inherit the Jiang family, she kicked him away and targeted you." Jiang Yingyao, I am just a small police officer now." Jiang Yingyao felt that his grandmother was really sick. She was too suspicious. It seemed that everyone in the world came for the Jiang family's money. Old Madame Jiang said, "Even if you are a public servant now, you are still a member of the Jiang family. You will definitely inherit the Jiang family in the future. Hurry up and resign and come back to manage the family. Otherwise, according to your father's temper, a group of bastards will come to snatch the Jiang family from you. Don't say that you don't care about the Jiang family. When those people take over the family, you will have no way to survive. Do you think you can survive with a small salary as a public servant?" Jiang Yingyao, don't make people so anxious. Deliberately make people anxious. Old Madame Jiang said, and Jiang Yingyao asked with some pain, "And what?" He felt that he was getting farther and farther away from Jian Luo. Should he consider leaving the Jiang family to be with Jian Luo? If he chose the Jiang family, he would not be able to be with Jian Luo, because his grandmother would not agree. The entire Jiang family, including the company's directors, would not agree. At this time, his marriage was no longer his own choice, but a community of interests. He felt like an ancient emperor. If he chose the Jiang family, he would have to give up Jian Luo. "Madame Jiang, of course it has something to do with that bastard just now. Don't you think that Jian Luo and Fei Wen are conspiring against the Jiang family?" Old Madame Jiang's face was serious. Jiang Yingyao felt even more pained. Where did that come from? He could not keep up with his grandmother's thoughts at all. Jian Luo hates the Jiang family, and that bastard Fei Wen wants to take back the Jiang family. The two of them will work together and use your feelings and guilt to take back the Jiang family. Old Madame Jiang could already predict what would happen in the future. Jiang Yingyao. That's not possible. What's impossible? Old Madame Jiang tapped her walking stick on the ground. Her grandson's nonchalant look made it seem as if he didn't notice the impending crisis at all. How foolish, then why are the two of them together? Fei Wen must have investigated the Jiang family and found out about Jian Luo's relationship with you. That's why he got together with Jian Luo. These two have been together for more than 10 years. I don't know what they are plotting. They are really ambitious. Whether it was because Jian Luo was vain and chose Jiang Yingyao and abandoned Fei Wen, or because there was a conspiracy between the two of them, old Madame Jiang would never agree to Jian Luo marrying into the Jiang family. Marrying her into the Jiang family would be marrying a scourge with evil intentions. Jiang Yingyao, he could not wake up his grandmother who was immersed in her fantasy. She insisted that Jian Luo was not good. Things had become more troublesome. It seemed that his grandmother would never agree to the two of them being together. What should he do? Jiang Yingyao now understood why that bastard Fei Wen was here. He was here to add fuel to the fire. As for the encounter between Jian Luo and Fei Wen, Jian Luo had already told him the whole story. Jian Luo and Fei Wen were definitely not together like what his grandmother thought. Their encounter should be completely accidental. It could only be said that it was a tangle of fate. Jian Luo was someone that his grandmother hated. Fei Wen was also someone that his grandmother hated. These two people were still in contact with each other, which would only make his grandmother hate them even more. Jiang Yingyao felt that he had not had a good day for more than 10 years after that incident. He finally met Jian Luo again. It was the same result again. It was so painful. Madame Jiang saw the struggle and choice on her grandson's face and was shocked. She said in shock, "That bastard is so vicious." Jiang Yingyao, what's wrong now? Madame Jiang looked at her ignorant grandson and was very anxious. Fei Wen deliberately sent that woman to the Jiang family and let me know about his relationship with Jian Luo. He knew that I would not agree to the two of you being together. But if you insist on being with her, you will definitely make trouble with me. Maybe you will even leave the Jiang family in order to choose Jian Luo. This way, the board of directors will be very dissatisfied with you. The board of directors may object to you being the successor if he loves the beauty but not the country. This will give him an opportunity to take advantage of you. If you don't choose Jian Luo, you will be in pain for the rest of your life and live in guilt. Madame Jiang's face became uglier as she spoke. Anyway, the hole in her brain had already broken through the sky. In short, that bastard wants us to not have a peaceful life. So vicious, he was indeed a bastard with a vicious and dirty heart. Jiang Yingyao, he had nothing to say. Jiang Yingyao said with some anticipation, "Then Grandma, you will agree to let me marry Jian Luo and I won't have to leave the Jiang family. Isn't that good?" Madame Jiang immediately said, "That's impossible. How can I be willing to marry her when I know that she is a scourge?" Dream on. Jiang Yingyao spread out his hands. "See, you fell into their trap." He was in a dilemma. Madame Jiang said, "Then it's good that you don't marry Jian Luo. Their conspiracy will not succeed." Jiang Yingyao, he could not continue this topic. He could not help but say, "Grandma, they are not what you think. You are silly. You may know a person for a long time but not his heart. Can you guarantee that Jian Luo still loves you after so many years? She hates the Jiang family and wants to take revenge on the Jiang family? It was because of the Jiang family that she left home." Jiang Yingyao took a deep breath. "Grandma, I don't want to talk." He turned and left the study and went downstairs. Jian Luo was sitting on the sofa downstairs, holding a teacup in her hand and drinking it. Very desolate, very lonely, and also very distressing. "Grandma, what did you say? Do you not agree to us being together?" Jian Luo asked. Carefully. Jiang Yingyao forced a smile. "Don't worry, I will solve it." Although Jiang Yingyao had not found a solution, he would not give up on Jian Luo. The worst result would be to leave the Jiang family. All these years, he had survived without the Jiang family. The glory he had was not given to him by the Jiang family. The Jiang family gave him too much pressure. In this family, there was no loyalty. Money had become the capital of these people. His grandfather and father did not care about their wives at home and went to find women outside. His grandfather had an illegitimate son at his age. Jiang Yingyao felt annoyed when he thought of Fei Wen. He deliberately misled his grandmother to think that Jianluo had bad intentions. Jiang Yingyao said to Jianluo, "You don't have to feel guilty about Fei Wen anymore. Because of him, my grandmother has a bad impression of you. She thinks that you are colluding with each other to steal the Jiang family's property." Jianluo quickly waved her hand and explained, "No, I have never thought of stealing the Jiang family's property. Fei Wen did not ask me to do so." She had never told Fei Wen about her past with the Jiang family. Fei Wen, on the other hand, was very secretive about her background. Only a few words were heard. Fei Wen said that her father had passed away, and her mother had remarried. When she learned that Fei Wen was Jiang Yingyao's uncle, she was also shocked and a little speechless. Why was her relationship with the Jiang family so messy? If they met again, it would be even more awkward. If Fei Wen returned to the Jiang family, they would meet frequently. However, according to the old lady's attitude, the chances of Fei Wen returning to the Jiang family were very small. The old lady hated him very much. Similarly, the old lady hated her very much. Jianluo was a little tired. What should she do? She felt that the possibility of them being together was very small. There were too many obstacles. Jiang Yingyao held Jianluo's hand and said firmly, "Don't worry, I will not let go of your hand this time." Jianluo looked up and smiled at Jiang Yingyao. She nodded heavily, "I believe in you." Old Lady Jiang stood on the stairs and looked at Jianluo and Jiang Yingyao. She gripped her walking stick tightly and her expression was very ugly. Jianluo was like a rat that spoiled a pot of porridge. Whether he married her or not, there would be a disturbance for a while. In the end, who knew what would happen? Right now, Jiang Yingyao's feelings for Jianluo were the strongest. Guilt and deep affection could make Jiang Yingyao make any decision. Old Madame Jiang also knew that she was going to die eventually. She was in control of the Jiang family now, but the Jiang family would eventually be handed over to the Jiang family. Of course, he would hand it over to his own grandson. As for that bastard son, he was just a useless good-for-nothing who was blinded by lust. When the time came, he would be sucked dry by other women. Old Madame Jiang cursed the men of the Jiang family in her heart. Although Jiang Yingyao seemed to be very affectionate, he was still blinded by lust. The difference between these three men was whether they were blinded by lust for one woman or multiple women. They were essentially the same. The genes of the Jiang family were really powerful. Was the Jiang family going to be finished? All of them used their lower bodies as their heads. As long as he agreed to the marriage between these two people, Jiang Yingyao naturally wouldn't cause any trouble. But old Madame Jiang couldn't bear it. She hated Jianluo and felt that Jianluo was plotting something. She had endured for most of her life, enduring her husband fooling around outside. In the end, when she was old, she had to move an annoying person back home. She couldn't bear it. Old Madame Jiang went downstairs with her walking stick. Jianluo quickly let go of Jiang Yingyao's hand. She didn't dare to be too intimate with Jiang Yingyao in front of old Madame Jiang. It would make old Madame Jiang unhappy. There was no other way. Jianluo now had to listen to old Madame Jiang. Old Madame Jiang said to Jianluo, "Come here, I have something to say to you." Jiang Yingyao stood in front of Jianluo and said directly, "Grandma, if you have something to say, just say it in front of me." Old Madame Jiang was very unhappy. It's a conversation between women. "Do you want to listen?" Jiang Yingyao said directly, "Why don't I listen?" "Grandma, don't tell me you want to give her a sum of money to send her away." "Grandma, this is such an old trick. You've used this trick more than 10 years ago." Old Madame Jiang's old face blushed, but she kept a straight face. "Do you think the Jiang family's money grows on trees? Do you think it's easy to give?" Jiang Yingyao was relieved. This was to remind Jianluo, lest she couldn't deal with such a situation calmly and feel humiliated. He reminded her that if old Madame Jiang did this again, it would be a bit ridiculous. Old Madame Jiang would definitely not do something like throwing money at people again. Jiang Yingyao had been a public official for so long. He had faced many vicious criminals, but he still had a way to deal with old Madame Jiang. Besides, even if old Madame Jiang really did this, Jianluo was already mentally prepared. Jianluo followed old Madame Jiang upstairs. Old Madame Jiang was old and a little tired going up and down the stairs. She would stop to rest halfway. Jian Luo hesitated for a moment and reached out to help old Madame Jiang. Old Madame Jiang glanced at her and reached out to press her hand. She was like an arrogant empress dowager, accepting Jian Luo's flattery. She was willing to serve others as a maid, why wouldn't she accept it? Jian Luo was a little flattered. She thought that old Madame Jiang would ignore her, but she didn't expect her to help her up. Was this an improvement? She was really petty. Old Madame Jiang rolled her eyes in her heart. She served others, flattered others, and looked proud, as if it was a kindness. She was really a bitch. Of course, old Madame Jiang didn't treat Jian Luo well. It could even be regarded as contempt. Because she knew her place, seeing this woman still holding back her anger and flattering her, she must have some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would she be bullied for no reason? As for her love for Jiang Yingyao, even if she loved him, she should have some brains. It was impossible for her to be so humble. At this moment, old Madame Jiang's mind thought a lot. Her children and grandchildren didn't live up to her expectations, so she could only put in more effort. Of course, Jian Luo didn't know that her simple action made old Madame Jiang's mind filled with all kinds of imagination. She did this and let herself be wronged for Jiang Yingyao, for the future of the two of them. Jian Luo seemed to be self-hypnotizing and was very touched. However, this kind of flattery was very unfamiliar and superficial. It let people know what she was thinking at a glance. After entering the study, Jian Luo carefully helped old Madame Jiang to sit down, and then she stood obediently. Old Madame Jiang pointed to the chair, "You sit down too." Did she have to raise her head and talk to her? Her neck was tired. Jian Luo's face was full of gratitude. She sat down, but half of her butt was on the chair. Her back was straight, like an obedient primary school student. Old Madame Jiang rolled her eyes in her heart. What kind of person was this? She just let her sit down and she was grateful. Speaking of which, Jian Luo was a bit contradictory. People were all cheap and bullied the weak and feared the strong. For example, old Madame Jiang treated her badly and treated her like a servant, but she was still grateful. Fei Wen, the one who entrusted her, was so good to Jian Luo, but she only got an apology. Then she left with someone else with a clear conscience. Those who were good to her were cruel, but those who were bad to her, she was very forgiving. She was really drunk. Old Madame Jiang looked down on Jian Luo more and more. She was really petty, exuding a coy and petty aura. As the wife of the Jiang family, she could deal with all kinds of situations when she went out. Looking at her, what could she deal with? She looked for men when she had nothing to do. Men also had to work. If everything was waiting for men to deal with, then what was the point of men marrying women? It would increase their own burden. Men had responsibilities, and so did women. Everyone had their own duties and responsibilities. At this time, old Madame Jiang would rather Jiang Yingyao, her grandson, be like his grandfather and father, look for women outside than be so persistent with a woman. Old Madame Jiang looked at Jian Luo, making Jian Luo very nervous. She felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles, and her back was covered with dense fine sweat. After a while, old Madame Jiang said, "I heard that you lived abroad with Fei Wen." Jian Luo nodded. Old Madame Jiang asked again, "Since you are engaged to him, why don't you get together naturally?" Jian Luo was speechless. She really couldn't answer this question. Old Madame Jiang also did not expect her to give a damned answer. If she had to admit that she had taken advantage of him and then abandoned him, anyone with a bit of shame would not be able to say anything. But Jian Luo said, "I love Jiang Yingyao." Old Madame Jiang. How shameless, love, old Madame Jiang felt that this kind of thing was very distant and empty. Hearing Jian Luo's words, her heart was full of ridicule. Old Madame Jiang said, "Since you love him so much, are you willing to do anything for him, as long as it's good for him?" Jian Luo hesitated and nodded, "Of course I want him to be well. But because of you, he can't be well. Your father is a murderer. The daughter-in-law of the Jiang family can't be a girl from such a family. And because of what happened to you before, it was the Jiang family who paid to block the news, so your name didn't appear. However, just because it wasn't widely publicized doesn't mean that this matter doesn't exist. You know it in your heart, and so does the Jiang family." Jian Luo's face became extremely pale. Old Madam's words meant that she did not agree to them being together. Jian Luo said with a pained expression, but we really love each other. Old Madam, are you going to deny a person just because of their past? I also don't want to be hurt. I didn't mess around. I've always kept myself clean. Could it be that I was raped? Could it be that I'm worse than those girls who were willing to mess around? It was the same behavior. Should she be despised? Jian Luo felt that the world was gloomy. Her father was heartless and unscrupulous. He was a murderer and had even killed her own mother. And now, he had encountered such a thing. All the unbearable and tragic things in the world had happened to her. Madame Jiang said, since none of us want to face these things, why don't you separate from him? Why do you have to face it head-on and make everyone feel pain? What was there that couldn't be separated? Wasn't it better to choose someone else? Old Madame Jiang felt that not only was this woman's brain lacking, but she was also so despicable that she insisted on making herself and others feel uncomfortable. What was she trying to do? Was she plotting against the Jiang family? Jian Luo pleaded, Old Madam, can you let us be together? Old Madame Jiang shook her head. No. Do you think that I don't want you to be together simply because I don't like you? No, it's not. It's for his future. He became a public official. I let him be for a period of time. He's angry, but it's impossible for him not to inherit the Jiang family. But because of you, he may not be recognized by the board of directors. He will lose the right to inherit. Since you love him, you can see that he has nothing. Didn't you say that you can do anything for him? Can you do this? If you don't say or do, I doubt your feelings for him. Old Madame Jiang was attacking her with her own words. She didn't say that she loved him. She could do anything for his good. Why don't you do it? If you can't do it, it's not true love. It's fake and empty. Jian Luo was confused by old Madame Jiang's words, as if it was a big mistake for her not to break up with Jiang Yingyao. Being with Jiang Yingyao made her a bad person who harmed him. Can you do it? Old Madame Jiang looked at her. Jian Luo's mouth opened, but she couldn't say a word. She looked at Jian Luo in a daze. Old Madame Jiang said lightly, of course, as a reward, I will still give you some money. Jian Luo's face turned red. She was angry. She was insulted. Old Madam, my feelings for him have nothing to do with money. Jian Luo raised her chin slightly and said stubbornly. Old Madame Jiang was speechless. She rolled her eyes and said directly, I won't agree to the two of you getting married. Letting you leave him is to give you some humanitarian compensation. Logically speaking, it's fine if I don't give you money. As for whether you want the money or not, I won't let you enter the Jiang family. Why did she pretend to be righteous in front of her? Forget it. Jian Luo couldn't help but cry. Old Madam, why can't you help us? Old Madame Jiang snorted. I can help you, but as long as you don't get married, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Yingyao's wife is not you. And I'll find a suitable wife for him. Jian Luo was petrified. What was the meaning of this? Was he going to make her an illegitimate mistress? It was really disgusting. Jian Luo couldn't help but say, Old Madam, you're also a woman who was betrayed by your husband. How can you let him marry a woman he doesn't love and find another woman outside? We're all women. Why do we have to make things difficult for each other and make all three of us suffer? She dragged another woman into the water. Of course, with Jian Luo's self-esteem, she definitely didn't want to be a mistress. If she was content to be a mistress who couldn't see the light of day, why did she bother to apologize to old Madam and curry favor with her? Wasn't it because she wanted to be together with Jiang Yingyao openly? Old Madame Jiang's face turned green. Her old face trembled. Obviously, Jian Luo had hit her sore spot. Besides, the pain of other women had nothing to do with her. As long as Jiang Yingyao's wife was a suitable wife for him, it was fine. Anyway, in the end, whoever compromised and who suffered had nothing to do with him. She was completely out of it. She watched this group of people fight. Whether they were tired, bored, angry, loved or hated, it had nothing to do with her. The feeling of watching the fire burning across the river was wonderful. From Ningxu's understanding of old Madame Jiang, this was a woman with a strong desire for control. Probably because of her husband's betrayal, she only trusted herself. Presumably, she would use all kinds of means to force Jiang Yingyao to compromise. Jiang Yingyao would probably have to go through both soft and hard methods. If Jiang Yingyao was a copper pea, he would naturally not compromise. But if it was a real pea, then it would definitely be soft. And just Jiang Yingyao being a copper pea was not enough. Jian Luo was also a copper pea. If one of the two compromised, this relationship would be in danger. It would not be able to last. Ningxu shrugged and spread his hands. I'll quit. I wish you a happy life. Ningxu was now busy with work, and the focus of his work was still overseas. The two decided to return to China because this country was their hometown. Even if something unpleasant happened here, they still wanted to come back. They wanted to come back and take a look. Their hometown was probably really ominous. So many things happened as soon as they came back. Besides, Ningxu went to the Jiang family and poked old Madame Jiang's eyes. According to old Madame Jiang's personality, it would not be right if she did not do something to her. It was very likely that she would use the Jiang family's power and resources to trip her up. This was also a very normal thing. If she did not poke the old Madame's eyes, the old Madame would not care about her at all. Ningxu did not care about this loss. His voice in the country was just a small matter. Previously, he planned to gradually transfer his business to the country if he wanted to settle down in the country. But looking at the situation, he should focus on overseas. Oh right, it was time to ask for Jian Luo's liquidated damages. If Jiang Yingyao really planned to leave the Jiang family and not rely on the Jiang family at all, it would be a burden for the two of them if they had to pay the liquidated damages. Jiang Yingyao had been a police officer all these years. Although his salary was not low, he did not make money from business. He did not know how much money he had accumulated. As for Jian Luo's money, after working for 2 or 3 years, she would at most have more than the average person, but it was impossible for her to have a lot more. When Jian Luo first joined the company, in order to prevent others from saying that she got in through the back door, she took the initiative to ask for the same salary as the other designers in the company. If her ideas and designs were adopted by the company, she would receive a bonus. Ningxu didn't believe that he had a lot of money. If that was the case, then she would be the first to hit him when he was down. Money wasn't everything. You couldn't do anything without money. A single penny stumped a hero. Ningxu asked his secretary to urge the lawyer to hurry up and get the liquidated damages back as soon as possible. The secretary looked at Ningxu with pity. She felt that Ningxu was in such a hurry because he wanted to see his fiancée and win her back. Ningxu was speechless. Could this joke ever pass? She really, purely, just wanted to get some money from Jian Luo to make up for her previous losses. Ningxu said to the secretary with a cold face, "Don't call her over. I don't want to see her. Just send the money over." Ningxu looked at the secretary's subtle expression and said with a headache, "Don't try to be smart." Did she think that she would use this method just to see Jian Luo? She was thinking too much. The secretary nodded. I see. But Ningxu was still relieved too early. A few days later, when Jian Luo appeared in front of Ningxu, Ningxu couldn't help but cover his head. Ningxu was too lazy to argue with Jian Luo. He had argued too much before and now he had nothing to say to Jian Luo. Ningxu said, "Put down the money and leave." Jian Luo asked Ningxu with resentment, "When did you do it on purpose?" "That day." "Oh, you mean the day I met your parents. I just wanted you to know that what I told you before was true. It's not that easy between you and Jiang Yingyao. It turns out that I was right." Jian Luo was also mentally and physically exhausted. She was touched by what Jiang Yingyao had done for her, but she also knew that it was unfair to Jiang Yingyao if the stalemate continued. The two returned to the hotel and Jian Luo moved to Jiang Yingyao's house. This house was rented by Jiang Yingyao. Logically speaking, if Jiang Yingyao took the Jiang family's money, he could buy more than 10 houses like this in minutes without blinking an eye. But after Jiang Yingyao started working, he didn't take the Jiang family's money. This bachelor apartment was a little crowded with one more person. And Jiang Yingyao was usually very busy with work. When he was busy, he would directly rest at the station. The two of them tidied up the house properly and decorated it very warmly. At this time, she suddenly received a message from the company's lawyer, asking her to pay the liquidated damages or go to court. Jian Luo saw this amount. If it was normal times, she could pay it, but she braced herself to buy an expensive gift for Madame Jiang and spent a lot of money. At this time another bill came, which really made Jian Luo feel a little strained. When Jiang Yingyao heard this news, he frowned. In a situation like this, it could be considered a big deal, but it could also be considered a small matter. In this case, if the other party insisted on pursuing her, he couldn't outlast the company. Moreover, he could just withdraw his resignation letter and say that he wouldn't resign. The problem would be solved. Jiang Yingyao and Jian Luo both agreed that this was Ning Shu's way of keeping Jian Luo. Jiang Yingyao decided on the spot that he would give the money and use this money to end things completely. For Jiang Yingyao, it was good for his love rival to do this. It was best to use money to end things. He was afraid that the other party's attitude would be sticky and distant, which would make him unhappy. Since the other party was so ruthless, it was better for them to end things completely. And Jian Luo wouldn't have to feel guilty. Jian Luo didn't have much money. Jiang Yingyao gave all the money he had saved over the years to Jian Luo. He directly gave the passbook to Jian Luo and said that all the money in the house would be given to Jian Luo in the future. Jian Luo had a shy smile on her face. When she arrived at the company, Jian Luo thought that she would see a gloomy or decadent Fei Wen. But she didn't expect that he didn't seem to be affected at all. He was still the same as before. And when he looked at her, he had a faint smile on his face. The only thing missing was the words "watching a show" written on his face. Jian Luo was angry. What was this? How could he be so sure that there was no future between her and Jiang Yingyao? She would definitely live a good life with Jiang Yingyao. The more others wanted to laugh at her, the better she would live. Jian Luo put the card on the table. The money is here. The password is your birthday. Ningxu nodded and casually threw the card into the drawer. You can go now. The password should have been 1234567889. Why did he have to use a birthday number? What was he trying to do? Some of Jian Luo's actions made people speechless, and there was a vague hint. If it was the client, who knew how they would feel when they heard something like "the password is your birthday," he would probably be hurt again. Jian Luo frowned when she saw Ningxu deal with the bank card so casually. She and Jiang Yingyao pulled the money together. But it was thrown away so casually and carelessly, which made Jian Luo's heart hurt. The money was Jiang Yingyao's salary. He had saved it. Jian Luo was very unhappy to be looked down upon. You, Ningxu looked at Jian Luo's expression and understood her thoughts. He said directly, the money is mine now. I can do whatever I want with it. Did he want to carry it with him or put it on the altar and burn 3 incense sticks a day? Maybe Jian Luo thought that others should cherish her things. Especially a man like him who loved Jian Luo so much, he had to be careful. Jian Luo didn't know that she had such a secret thought, but Ningxu pointed it out. She was so embarrassed that she turned and left. Ningxu wrote agree on her resignation letter and stopped Jian Luo. Jian Luo turned around and asked coldly, what else? Ningxu pushed the resignation letter. This is yours. Take it away. Jian Luo walked back and saw the resignation letter. She was angry and regretful. She had spent so much money to buy such a piece of paper. No, to be precise, she had bought it. Jian Luo's values were a little shaky at this moment. Since you paid, then it's settled. Also, don't leak the company's design ideas. Otherwise, there will be lawyers coming. Jian Luo took the resignation letter and took a deep breath. Don't worry. I won't do such a thing. Such a despicable thing, copying the company's design, was not something she would do. Moreover, Jian Luo was very confident in her talent. Many of the company's ideas were designed by her. There was no need for her to copy. When she went to work in other companies in the future, she must design her own unique style. Ningxu nodded. As long as you understand. Jian Luo took the resignation letter and returned to the company. She raised the resignation letter in her hand. Her bright eyes shone through the paper with a yellow luster, and the handwriting on it was also dyed yellow. For some reason, he felt incomparably relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Furthermore, his relationship with Fei Wen could be severed. A new Jianluo was born, and there was no need for her to be with another man with guilt. Ningshu stood at the window of the office. Through the window, he saw Jianluo standing at the door of the company. He snorted. The money and effort he had spent for more than 10 years could be understood by a mere few tens of thousands of yuan. Wasn't Jianluo too optimistic? He felt that other people's money was not money, and other people's time was not time. It was probably because the psychological counseling was too successful that Jianluo exposed her own scars and got together with Jiang Yingyao. Jiang Yingyao had witnessed Jianluo's tragic times. When she was young, she was ostracized by others. Jiang Yingyao had witnessed it all and was the only one who had gotten close to her. Jiang Yingyao was also the one who had witnessed her being hurt by bad people. So many dark histories had been witnessed by Jiang Yingyao. In front of him, it was as if she had been stripped naked, and her most unbearable side was exposed. Didn't Jianluo feel uncomfortable? Normal people would avoid people who knew about their dark histories. They would rather kill them to silence them, but Jianluo took the initiative to get close to him. He couldn't figure it out. Jianluo tore the resignation letter and threw it directly into the trash can by the roadside. She stepped lightly into the taxi. Next, Jianluo would start to look for a job. The two of them had to work hard for this small family. When Jiang Yingyao heard that Jianluo was going out to look for a job, he did not object and was very supportive. After being a police officer for so many years, he did not have the habits of those rich young masters. It was definitely a shameful thing to let his wife go out to work. Moreover, Jianluo was lucky to have studied design. Her talent could not be wasted. Moreover, Jiang Yingyao felt that his working hours were very uncertain. It was very likely that he would have to work in the middle of the night. If there was a major case, he might not be home for a few days. If Jianluo had her own job, she would not have to stay at home and feel lonely. With Jiang Yingyao's support, Jianluo was very happy. Jiang Yingyao was definitely different from other men. Now the two of them had to worry about daily necessities. Jianluo took her resume and started to interview with the company. Her resume was very beautiful, including the years of design and learning design from a certain master. There was also a design competition won. Looking at this resume, it made people feel that this was a rising star in the design world. However, she was rejected by the company's interviewer, saying that Miss Jian's ability was very good, but the company had already recruited the person they wanted. There were also interviewers with extraordinary backgrounds, saying that she was not a student of a certain master. At least, that master did not admit it. Jianluo felt that she was insulted, but suddenly thought of what Fei Wen said. From today onwards, she could not use his connections and resources. However, it was a fact that she had learned from a master. Did she have to deny this? The interviewer's impression of Jianluo was not very good. She used other people's names to swindle others. After interviewing for several companies, they were all like this. They did not want her for various reasons. After a few days of job hunting, Jianluo was very tired, but she did not tell Jiang Yingyao. In Jianluo's heart, she was a talented designer. There was no situation where she could not find a job. If she told Jiang Yingyao, it would be a very embarrassing thing. Although Jianluo hid it very well, when Jiang Yingyao asked at the dinner table, Jianluo said that she was still looking and was not very satisfied with the salary. Or she was not satisfied with the work environment. Jiang Yingyao was a police officer. The work of investigating a case required enough observation. When dealing with criminals, a slight expression could betray one's true feelings. Jianluo's various actions told Jiang Yingyao that she was lying. She desperately wanted to change the topic. Jiang Yingyao put down his chopsticks and asked, "What's the matter? Did something happen?" Jianluo looked at his gaze and could not go on. She told him what happened and finally leaned on the chair wearily. "I think I'm very useless." Jianluo had never encountered such a thing. Even when she was mocked when she was young, she was not so frustrated. That was because of her father. This time, it was indeed because of her own strength. The strength that she was proud of was questioned and ignored. Her self-esteem could not stand it. The interviewer's suspicion and ruthless rejection. Jianluo was confused and angry. What was wrong with her? Why did she have to be rejected? Jian Luo felt that she had lost all her face and was in a bad mood. She was even more embarrassed in front of Jiang Yingyao. Jian Luo, who had been going smoothly, encountered a setback, which made her extremely angry. Jiang Yingyao frowned and said, "This matter is not only caused by Fei Wen, but also by the Jiang family." Fei Wen had just returned to the country and could not reach so far. Then it was the Jiang family who had interfered. When Jian Luo heard Jiang Yingyao's words, the resentment and anger in her heart dissipated a lot. It was not that she was not capable, but because of the Jiang family and Fei Wen. Jian Luo felt much better. Jiang Yingyao was not as optimistic as Jian Luo. In the country, the Jiang family had a great influence. If Jian Luo wanted to find a job, it would not be easy. Most companies would give face to the Jiang family, but not hiring a designer was nothing compared to offending the Jiang family. What's more, they did not even know Jian Luo. Even a fool would not offend the Jiang family for a stranger. Jiang Yingyao did not expect Madame Jiang to act so quickly. However, Jiang Yingyao would not show his worries in front of Jian Luo. He just said that she would definitely find a job. Jiang Yingyao returned to the Jiang family while he was free from work. Madame Jiang was sitting on the sofa, holding a walking stick. Her back was straight, and her face was serious and mean. Seeing that Jiang Yingyao had returned without Jian Luo, she smiled, but it was not a nice smile. Her drooping skin seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand, which deeply explained what a fake smile meant. It gave people a bad feeling. Jiang Yingyao saw the smile on Madame Jiang's face and felt that it was the smile of a winner. Jiang Yingyao said directly, "Please don't do such a childish thing. Even if you do, I will not come back." The smile on Madame Jiang's face suddenly froze. That horrifying smile was frozen. Madame Jiang was a great beauty when she was young, but there was also a time when a beauty was past her prime. However, Madame Jiang was old, and her face was particularly fierce after her skin sagged. She was not as peaceful as some old ladies. Perhaps it was because he had endured too much when he was young and had accumulated too much unwillingness, resentment, and pain. These things had all been memorized by his skin, body, and muscles. Madame Jiang slowly restrained the expression on her face and said coldly, "So, you came back to send me a letter of challenge to express your unyielding might?" Jiang Yingyao said, "Grandma, don't you think it's boring to deal with a little girl?" Old Madame Jiang said, "She's not an ordinary little girl. She's someone who seduced you so much that you even abandoned the Jiang family. This has nothing to do with her. Besides, I never thought of inheriting the Jiang family." He didn't want such a rotten Jiang family at all. Old Madame Jiang was so angry that she almost had a stroke. "You don't want to inherit the Jiang family? Do you want to be a police officer for the rest of your life? Do you know how powerful the Jiang family is? That woman can't even find a job in the country, unless she goes abroad or works in an unknown company. But you have to know that it's easy to buy over a small company and get rid of her. If someone else inherits the Jiang family, you, the rightful heir, will be a bomb. Will they let you go? Can a police officer like you compete with a financial group? They can turn your life into a tragedy in an instant. Yes, you're noble. You don't like money, but you can't deny the power of money. Money moves people's hearts. Can you guarantee that those people won't do anything to you? If something happens to you that day, I won't be surprised at all, especially when you're doing such a dangerous thing. It's possible that you'll die in the line of duty." Jiang Yingyao groaned weakly. Why are these people so dirty? Old Madame Jiang's old face was full of fatigue, but she was still holding on. It made her look mean and domineering. She didn't give in at all and was aggressive. "Let's see if that woman can endure this. If she can't, she'll leave you. No, that woman should suffer for you. It was like this more than 10 years ago, and it's still like this more than 10 years later. You've only brought this woman pain. Don't you know it in your heart?" Jiang Yingyao was very helpless. "Grandma, do you have to do this?" Old Madame Jiang nodded. "Yes." Jiang Yingyao took a deep breath and used his firm back view to tell old Madame Jiang that he wouldn't compromise. Old Madame Jiang had a headache and her mood was up and down. When she saw Jiang Yingyao come back alone, she was quite happy. But in the end, he came back with harsh words. Old Madame Jiang was also angry, very angry. The consequence of being angry was that Jian Luo couldn't find a job. After submitting her resume, the company didn't even notify her for an interview. She didn't even need to go for an interview. She had no chance. Jian Luo was a little crazy. She felt that she was going to get moldy if she stayed at home every day. Moreover, without a job, the feeling of boredom and emptiness with nothing to do was very frightening. The family's money had been used to pay the penalty fee, and now Jian Luo had to worry about the family's expenses. How many years had it been? Jian Luo had never worried about the daily necessities like this. Usually, she didn't need to cook, but now she still had to cook. Even if she used a range hood, after cooking a meal, there would be bits of putty on her hair. It was greasy and very unpleasant. Moreover, when cooking, she couldn't wear clothes that were decent and good-looking but not resistant to dirt. Without a job, Jian Luo was really afraid that she would have to deal with the kitchen for the rest of her life. Jian Luo was so worried that she couldn't sleep at night. In the dead of the night, she couldn't help but think about her previous life. When she thought of her previous life, she couldn't help but think of Fei Wen. She couldn't help but sigh. Old Madame Jiang was really too cruel. But she was also Jiang Yingyao's relative. She couldn't complain about her dissatisfaction with old Madame Jiang in front of him. Jian Luo was the kind of person who had a dull personality. She would keep everything in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Now Jian Luo didn't have a psychiatrist to counsel her, and no psychiatrist to listen to her. Jiang Yingyao saw this and was anxious in his heart. He had been thinking of ways to solve the predicament in front of him, but the Jiang family was getting tighter and tighter. What Jiang Yingyao couldn't stand the most was that old Madame Jiang had begun to interfere with his work. His boss even vaguely joked that he was going back to inherit the Jiang family. Don't forget everyone at that time. Jiang Yingyao argued that he wanted to be a policeman for the rest of his life, but no one believed him. Jiang Yingyao was going crazy. Why did everyone tell him not to forget his old colleagues? On the phone. It was as if he was leaving the police station. Jiang Yingyao didn't want to lose his job. Jian Luo hadn't found a job yet. If he didn't have a job, he might have to sleep on the street. Besides, he liked this job very much and had never thought of quitting. Jiang Yingyao asked, "Why do you think I will go back to inherit the family property?" Xi said, "The Jiang family has sent someone to say that they will resign on your behalf." I agreed. Jiang Yingyao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision turned black. What the hell was this? Had he lost his job without him knowing? Besides, he didn't even know that the Jiang family had made the decision to resign on his behalf. He was speechless. Jiang Yingyao's lungs were about to explode. He couldn't help but complain, "Why didn't you inform me? This is my job. I should resign on my own." The Jiang family's overreaching made Jiang Yingyao even more determined to get rid of the Jiang family's control. His role was nothing more than to inherit the Jiang family. He was a descendant of the Jiang family and had the blood of the Jiang family. His own wishes and personality didn't matter at all. The Jiang family could control him at will and didn't have to worry about him. However, he was a human being with his own emotions, his own work, and his own loved ones. He was born as a human being, but he didn't even have these basic things. Xi was a little embarrassed and said, "The Jiang family has added a lot of equipment and various facilities to the bureau over the years. Moreover, the Jiang family was donating in a charitable manner. They had donated a lot of advanced things that were indeed needed. These things were used for work. There was no shady deal." Jiang Yingyao wiped his face. Even if he was doing such a job, the Jiang family was always there to remind him of their existence. They always reminded him that he was a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Yingyao felt very tired. He wiped his face and said, "Boss, I don't want to resign. It's not my resignation. No one else has the right to decide for me. I understand the logic, but I agree," Xi said helplessly. Jiang Yingyao was speechless. Now he really wanted to grab Xi's throat and beat him up. Jiang Yingyao paused and clenched his fist dispiritedly. His entire body was filled with the word powerlessness. Xi was also helpless. He naturally cherished this hardworking subordinate. Moreover, it was Madame Jiang who personally came to resign for Jiang Yingyao. You're going home to inherit the Jiang family. Why does it sound like you're going to hell? He really couldn't understand the thoughts of the rich. It would be great if he could go back and inherit the Jiang family. He would be rich and would not need to be a small police officer. He would have to deal with the wind and rain, and it would be very dangerous. Nowadays, criminals were so arrogant that they dared to provoke the police even in the interrogation room. They couldn't wait for the police to beat them up and then shout that the police beat them up. In short, work was tough. After inheriting the Jiang family, she could have meetings in a spotless studio. She did not need to stay in the car for a few days without taking a shower or eating well. It was still fine in winter, but if it was summer, it would be unbearable. In short, she couldn't understand Xianxia. This was probably the true portrayal of having to go back and inherit hundreds of millions of assets if one did not work hard. Xianxia was very dispirited. He hadn't even solved Jian Luo's problem and now his own problem had come. Grandma was really ruthless. Even so, he still didn't plan to go back to the Jiang family. The more it was like this, the more cold-hearted he was and the more he wanted to fight against old Madame Jiang. In this situation, the more they fought, the more unwilling they were to lower their heads. They held their breath in their hearts. This situation was what Ningxu liked to see. Although Ningxu didn't hang around in front of Jiang Yingyao and Jian Luo, he still had spies lingering around them. He knew that old Madame Jiang had actually taken the initiative to fire Jiang Yingyao. This was probably stepping on Jiang Yingyao's reverse scale. Although Jiang Yingyao was not very honest emotionally, he was absolutely serious about his work and was a good police officer. He was also conscientious in his work. Obviously, he loved this job. Now that he didn't even have this job, Jiang Yingyao would probably die. Old Madame Jiang was used to being domineering. She was obviously a person who would not lower her head. Jiang Yingyao had lost his job and was holding his anger in. There would be a good show to watch. Jian Luo would definitely be affected by the aftermath of this battle between the grandfather and the grandson. They were still relatives, but what about Jian Luo? Ningxu wanted the task to end quickly so that he could go back and teach Fatian. However, he still had to wait for the task to be completed, and he had to complete the task beautifully before he could leave. This time, she basically wouldn't do anything. She would just watch the fire burn across the river. Since she didn't need to do anything, it didn't matter if she waited a little longer. She was very happy. No matter what kind of relationship, friends, family, lovers, these relationships and people had to be managed. If they weren't managed, they would soon be wiped out. It was easier to destroy and build. Old Madame Jiang was like a tsunami or a tornado. Her destructive power was extremely great. Wherever she went, there would be a mess. Let's see how Jian Luo and Jiang Yingyao would deal with it. Ningxu's company's business had been transferred overseas. He left a small company in the country as a branch company. The focus was still on the overseas stronghold. Jiang Yingyao dragged his tired body back home. After returning, he hugged Jian Luo tightly and said in a muffled voice, "Jian Luo, I only have you. Only you." Jian Luo felt Jiang Yingyao's sad and powerless emotions. She also hugged him and let him lean his head in her arms. She patted him gently and comforted him silently. Jiang Yingyao was weak for a while, then he recovered his usual calm appearance and told her everything. Jian Luo frowned more and more. Her face was full of worry. The Jiang family was really ruthless. They didn't even let go of their own grandson. They were so ruthless even to their own family, let alone an outsider like her. Jian Luo was very worried. If this continued, they would really have to sleep on the street. She felt very insecure and panicked. In the past, she never needed to worry about these things. If she needed anything, she only needed to say a word and there would be someone to prepare it. When she wanted to eat, someone would prepare the meal and send it to her. Unlike now, she had to buy vegetables and wash them. It was very troublesome to prepare a meal. Every time she stepped on the dirty water of the market, Jian Luo's heart would inevitably be frightened. She was frightened that she would drown in such a life for the rest of her life. The things she learned, the things she cared about, the things she was proud of, all turned into nothing. It was like a dream. Only when she picked up a pen and paper and drew a smooth line on it did she feel that the previous days were not a dream. /BK. Of course, Jian Luo was just reminiscing about such days and never thought of leaving Jiang Yingyao. What's more, Jiang Yingyao had become like this because of her. She couldn't let go of Jiang Yingyao. Jian Luo took a colored pencil and drew on the snow-white paper, making a rustling sound. As she drew, Jian Luo's tears fell on the paper, wetting it. Jiang Yingyao loved his job, and so did Jian Luo. During this period of time without work, she didn't have to hold a pen. Her hands were no longer her own. Nothing could make up for the blank emptiness in her heart. Without a job, without feelings, without money, there was no way to survive. Eating, drinking, going to the toilet, which one didn't need money. Now that she was hugging Jiang Yingyao and hearing that he had lost his job, she understood Jiang Yingyao's feelings very well. She was a little afraid that Jiang Yingyao would compromise, so she said in a trembling voice, "Why don't you go back to the Jiang family?" After she finished speaking, she covered her face and tears seeped through her fingers. Jiang Yingyao shook his head firmly. "I won't go back. They quit my job without permission. In their eyes, I'm just a tool to inherit the Jiang family, a tool to prevent the Jiang family from falling into the hands of others." And he couldn't let this tool be covered in dust. When the kidnapping happened, they sent Jian Luo far away, completely ignoring his feelings. They were afraid that he would be involved with Jian Luo. He didn't want to be a tool. Even if he was just a small policeman, he had to live like a person and earn money to support himself. Jian Luo's floating heart calmed down a little. In addition to this matter, Jiang Yingyao naturally had to negotiate with the Jiang family and ask them why they quit his job for him. In this case, Jian Luo wouldn't go with him. After all, no matter how stupid she was, she knew that Madame Jiang didn't like her. If she went, the situation would become more complicated. And Jiang Yingyao didn't want Jian Luo to face the Jiang family. It was better for him to go by himself. Jian Luo, who was alone at home, wrote and drew every day. She didn't know where to go when she went out. She felt that there was no place for her in this big world. She had no value at all. She was at a loss and had no goals. She was so decadent that she seemed to have been abandoned by the whole world. Without winning the Jiang family, she and Jiang Yingyao were in this state. On the other hand, the Jiang family was a colossus, and the two of them were as weak as ants. They were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. Dreaming at home, Jian Luo felt uncomfortable. She went out for a walk and unknowingly walked to Ningxu's company. Only when he stood at the entrance of the company did he realize where he was. In the past, he had also worked here, so he didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, working here was a very happy thing. At this moment, Fei Wen came out with his secretary. He was in high spirits. Wearing a striped suit, he looked like a fashion model. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. His shiny black leather shoes made friction sounds as he walked. His thick hair was combed to the back, revealing his full and fair forehead. His well-shaped hairline made him look even more handsome. This was a successful man. His aura and temperament were incomparable. He walked towards the car with his long legs. Jian Luo felt her heart thumping loudly. She could not move her feet. She was afraid that he would discover her, but she was also afraid that he would not discover her. Seeing the man who had lived with her for more than 10 years again, Jian Luo's heart was filled with bitterness and grievance. It was as if she had seen her family. She could not help but feel wronged and wanted to cry. Ningxu turned to look at Jian Luo. He had noticed Jian Luo a long time ago. She was standing at the entrance of the company. He did not know what she was going to do. She looked at him with red eyes and tightly pursed lips. It was as if she was going to cry in the next second. Ningxu, to be honest, seeing Jian Luo so miserable now, he wanted to laugh in his heart. "Since you chose to go with Jiang Yingyao, why are you crying now?" Ningxu walked over to her. Jian Luo was so nervous that she felt as if her heart was being squeezed. She was a little out of breath. She stared blankly at him approaching, her eyes sour. As soon as he got closer, she smelled his scent. She had smelled this scent for more than 10 years. It was an elegant and warm scent that warmed her heart. Even if Jian Luo loved Jiang Yingyao now, her body had already gotten used to this scent and temperature. She instinctively relaxed. She had been used to this person for more than 10 years. Whether it was mentally or physically, she was very dependent on this person. Jian Luo's eyes became even more sour. Her vision became blurred. She could not hold back her tears and they flowed down. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at her. He asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Jian Luo was like a child. She wiped her tears on her face with both hands. She shook her head like a rattle drum. She could not speak as if there was cotton in her throat. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Ningxu turned and left. Jian Luo's body moved faster than her brain. She reached out and grabbed Ningxu's hand. Ningxu suddenly felt that his hand was sticky. Jian Luo wiped her tears with her hand. Who knew if she wiped her nose? Ningxu quickly pulled his hand out and wiped his hand with a handkerchief from his pocket. Really, he did not love Jian Luo. He did not think that Jian Luo's fart was fragrant. It was disgusting to see tears and snot. Jian Luo was stunned for a moment. She withdrew her hand embarrassedly and suppressed the grievance in her heart. For so many years, even if it was not love, it was still family. Seeing Fei Wen was like returning home. Ningxu casually threw the handkerchief into the trash can by the roadside, just like how Jian Luo tore her resignation letter into pieces and threw it into the trash can. Jian Luo's heart twitched. She felt wronged and resentful. Her voice was nasal. "I just walked here." Ningxu nodded and asked, "When are you getting married?" "We were together before." "Since you are married, I should give you my blessings and give you a gift," Ningxu said very calmly. He was so calm that Jian Luo did not hear a trace of dissatisfaction or unwillingness in his voice. Did he really let go? Jian Luo even suspected that Fei Wen's feelings for her for so many years were fake if he let go so easily. Jian Luo's mood was actually very contradictory. If Fei Wen refused to give up, she would be very distressed and guilty. But Fei Wen let go so easily, which made Jian Luo feel very uncomfortable. Jian Luo was the one who was unreconciled. Ningxu rolled his eyes. "Do you really think that I am your father? If you are wronged outside, come to me. I will forgive you unconditionally and comfort you. When you are in a good mood, you will run away. How shameless are you? Who wants to be your father?" BK Ningxu knew that Jiang Yingyao and Jian Luo were not having a good time now. Jiang Yingyao's life was not easy, but Jian Luo seemed to have a spare tire like a family member. But this spare tire did not want to play with him now. Mom said not to play with idiots. Ningxu said to Jian Luo, "Don't come to me in the future. You've already left, but you still come to me like this, to see me, and to do such an ambiguous thing. It's not fair to me or Jiang Yingyao." Jian Luo was like the females in the animal world, sitting on the fence and planning to choose one. The competition for a spouse was so cruel. It was normal to want to use resources from both sides. He did not know if Jiang Yingyao knew that Jian Luo had come to this place. Jiang Yingyao lost his job for Jian Luo and did not go back to the Jiang family. Jian Luo shook her head. "I'm not like this." She had never thought of doing anything intimate. She had hugged or even kissed Fei Wen. How could that be considered intimate? The current Fei Wen gave Jian Luo the feeling of indifference and indifference. It was too different from the Fei Wen of the past. He could control his emotions freely and said that he did not love her. He was very heartless. Even if Jian Luo chose another man, she could not completely let go of her heart. There were too many things to remember in the past 10 years. The two of them depended on each other. How could they completely break up? But he was so heartless. Jian Luo was so wrong that she almost cried. She was not afraid of being favored. Jian Luo thought that she had some weight in his heart and used all kinds of tests to measure this weight. But the result was too disappointing. He was too angry, so he was so cold to her. Jian Luo apologized honestly. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause you so much harm." Ningxu was confused. "Why are you saying this?" "I didn't think about it, I didn't think about it. I didn't mean it." "What's the meaning of these words? Are you going back to my side?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked. Jian Luo's eyebrows were full of struggle. Ningxu sneered in his heart. Her hesitation meant that her heart was wavering. If she was not wavering, he should have rejected her decisively. "So what if you're hesitating?" so what if you're struggling? What do you think in your heart have to do with me? It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Jianluo's quality of life was probably very different from before. In the past, Jianluo was a truly melancholic girl who had nothing to worry about. A melancholy woman who had money and leisure. Now that Jianluo did not have a job, her value was not reflected. When I see that you're not doing well, I feel like a sunny day. Ningxu felt that the mission was almost complete. If Jianluo wavered, no matter how determined Jiang Yingyao was, it was useless. Jianluo felt uncomfortable being stared at by Ningxu's penetrating gaze. Especially the other party's knowing gaze, it made her even more uncomfortable. Jianluo probably didn't expect Fei Wen to treat her so coldly when she came back, and he didn't even soften. She knew that Fei Wen was angry, but she didn't expect him to be so cold, without the warmth and comfort she had expected. She couldn't stop feeling wronged. Even though he knew that he had no right to feel aggrieved, he couldn't control his emotions. He really couldn't control it. Jianluo's voice was nasal. Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. Ningxu nodded. Yes, don't come to me if you don't have anything. There's nothing between us. If you keep coming here, people will misunderstand and affect me looking for a girlfriend. Jianluo tried to maintain her composure and said, Congratulations on starting a new life. Have you found? Her tongue spun. A girlfriend? Ningxu, of course I will find one. There were many men and women in the world. No one could stop the earth from spinning after leaving someone. Of course, it was very painful to part with someone, so there were so many people who did not hesitate to commit suicide for love. Jianluo's heart was filled with anger. This change was too fast. He said he would find a girlfriend, but he walked out too quickly. Was he still angry and deliberately said such words to anger her? Jianluo still wanted to say something, but Ningxu turned around and got into the car. He was too lazy to talk to Jianluo. Jianluo. The secretary glanced at Jianluo, who was standing on the side of the road, and said to Ningxu, I think Miss Jian is regretting it. Ningxu, what does it have to do with me if she regrets it? She came to ask for warmth, but when she was warm, she kicked her away. Perhaps it wasn't that painful anymore, or perhaps it wasn't that unbearable anymore, or perhaps the matter had been resolved and the weather outside had warmed up. They would leave the warm nest and start running around, foraging for food, mating. Her nest was a temporary transition for her. The secretary's face said, You're so stubborn. How much did the client love Jianluo that he gave the people around him such an illusion that Fei Wen could not leave Jianluo? Ningxu laughed in his heart. I'm so stubborn. I'm always so stubborn. Jianluo originally came out for a walk, but now her heart was in a mess. Her mood was not good at all, but gloomier. The weather was originally bright and sunny, but Jianluo's mood was not good at all. Her heart was always filled with anger. Even her heart was a little painful, and the world she saw was turning black and white. Jianluo knew that she was under too much pressure recently, and there was no way to relieve it. In the past, she had a psychiatrist, but now, not to mention a psychiatrist, even eating, drinking, and sleeping was a problem. Previously, she spent a lot of money to buy gifts for Mrs. Jiang, and now she did not have a job. Now, Jiang Yingyao also did not have a job. The rent was going to be a problem. Jianluo did not want to worry about these problems at all. She felt that a lot of beautiful things were suddenly broken. The difference between what he had dreamed of and what he had expected was too great. This was also the root cause of Jianluo's pain. The difference between her dream and reality was too big. Originally, being with the person she loved was a very happy thing, but there were too many bitterness mixed in, making the taste of happiness a little less. She could not even taste it. Jianluo originally thought that she was cut off from Fei Wen, who was like a family member for more than 10 years, both physically and mentally. She did not expect to see bodyguards in black suits and black sunglasses blocking the house when she returned home. There were several bodyguards standing outside the door. Jianluo suddenly had a bad feeling and wanted to enter the house, but she was stopped by the bodyguards. Jianluo could not help but shout into the house, Jiang Yingyao, are you back? Jiang Yingyao heard Jianluo's voice and walked out. Behind him was a bodyguard carrying a box, which was obviously Xianxia's luggage. Jianluo looked like she was struck by lightning. She looked at Xianxia in a daze, and tears came out of her eyes. She asked with difficulty, "Are you going back to the Jiang family? BK Did he give up? They had agreed to be together." If Xianxia returned to the Jiang family, it meant that he had given up on her. On the phone. Between the Jiang family and her, Xianxia chose the Jiang family. Jianluo's vision turned black. She was stunned. She never thought that Xianxia would give up on her. Didn't they love each other? Why? Jianluo almost couldn't hold it anymore. The two men in her life were like grass to her. Xianxia felt tears stinging his eyes, but he was a man. He held it back. He walked over and hugged Jianluo. "Trust me." Jianluo let him hug her. "How can I trust you? You're going back to the Jiang family. Are you going to break up with me?" "No, I don't want to break up with you." Jianluo's heart was stabbed. "If you don't break up with me, I'll always be a shameful woman?" Jianluo didn't forget what Madame Jiang said. Madame Jiang didn't mind her being a shameful mistress, but she couldn't be the madam of the Jiang family. She didn't have a proper status, and it was still a threesome. How could Jianluo bear it? Xianxia hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. I will definitely marry you. You are my wife. We can't do this with the Jiang family. If I have the controlling stake in the Jiang family, I want to marry you." Xianxia thought of what Grandma said. "Since you want to marry Jianluo so much, then control the Jiang family. Suppress the board of directors so that they can't raise their heads and send their daughters to you. Then you can marry whoever you want. Instead of hiding, it's better to control your own power and money. You won't be at the mercy of others. Do you know why you're in such a difficult situation now? Because you're the fish on the chopping board. Everyone can manipulate you without any room to retaliate. And I'm only using the tip of the iceberg of the Jiang family's power. You can't hold on anymore. Your struggle and resistance are weak and useless. If you control the Jiang family, Grandma won't have any opinions on who you marry." Xianxia certainly knew that this was a trap. He could marry Jianluo, but he would follow Grandma's wishes and control the Jiang family. His only advantage was that he was the heir of the Jiang family. Grandma needed to use his identity. He knew about the Jiang family's situation. Even though his grandmother was in charge of the Jiang family, his grandfather had passed away, and his father, who was addicted to wine and women, had done nothing. As a result, the Jiang family's control over the entire consortium became weaker and weaker. If it weren't for the majority of the shares in their hands, the management rights would have been taken away by others. There were many people who were eyeing them covetously. However, he had to pick this trap. Jianluo did not understand Xianxia's difficulties. She only knew that Xianxia was going back to the Jiang family. Then he would marry the woman arranged by old Madame Jiang. As a result, she didn't believe Xianxia at all. Even after Xianxia told her the whole story, Jianluo asked expressionlessly, "You want to control the Jiang family, so you need power and support, right? The most effective way to win people over is through marriage." What was the difference? There was no difference at all. First, she was provoked by Ning Shu, and then she was attacked by Xianxia. Jianluo was already numb and could even ask Xianxia calmly. Xianxia immediately said, "Don't worry about that. Grandma has promised that she won't let me get married." His condition was that he couldn't marry a strange woman during this period. And old Madame Jiang's condition was that Xianxia couldn't marry Jianluo before he completely controlled the Jiang family. In short, both sides used Jianluo as a bargaining chip. Jianluo chuckled, opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "You can go." Xianxia hugged her tightly. "You must wait for me, wait for me." Jianluo didn't speak, and her eyes were dim. The bodyguard next to him reminded, "Young master, it's time to go. Old Madam is waiting at home." There were so many people today because they wanted to bring Xianxia home safely. They didn't dare to underestimate the young master. After all, he was a very skilled police officer and had a strong awareness of anti-tracking. If he slipped away, they wouldn't be able to find him. Xianxia let go of Jianluo and planted a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. "Wait for me." As soon as Jiang Yingyao left, Jian Luo slid down the wall and sat on the ground weakly. She cried softly and finally burst into heart-wrenching tears. She got up from the ground and watched the limousine drive away from the window. In the end, it turned into a small black dot and disappeared in the traffic. Ningshu was enjoying his lunch when he received a call from the hospital. It was a nurse who called to ask if he knew the patient. She said that the patient had committed suicide by cutting her wrists and was now in a coma. She asked Ningshu to go to the hospital. Ningshu? Patient? Who? Jian Luo, suicide, she said a few words. Jian Luo wouldn't be so heartbroken that she would commit suicide. She still had Jiang Yingyao. Something must have happened between Jiang Yingyao and Jian Luo couldn't take it. At this time, the nurse should be calling Jiang Yingyao, not her. The nurse said that since she knew the patient and came to the hospital, the patient's condition was very bad. Because Fei Wen's name was first, the nurse looked through Jian Luo's phone and naturally called Fei Wen. Ningshu directly replied that he didn't know and that she should call someone else. He wasn't Jian Luo's guardian. Secondly, he had broken up with Jian Luo. Thirdly, why should she run over when Jian Luo was in trouble? Should she send her warmth? When the nurse heard Ningshu's words, she guessed that it wasn't a family member, so she looked through her phone and called someone else. Patients without family members were the most annoying. If there was a problem without a family member's signature, the hospital would be unlucky. In the end, she called Ningshu again. He either turned off his phone or said that he didn't know him. The nurse was also tired. Ningshu didn't care. He went to the hospital, paid the money, and put away the receipt. When the time came, he would ask Jian Luo for medical expenses. Why should he pay for her medical expenses for no reason? Before Jian Luo woke up, Ningshu left. She was not a heating pad that emitted her own heat to warm others. He asked about the situation and the nurse said that it was an emergency call from a neighbor. When Jiang Yingyao left, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, it was a stretch limousine and a long line of bodyguards. It was normal for people to watch. The neighbor witnessed everything that happened and heard the girl next door crying and screaming. He was scared and had goosebumps. After a while, there was no sound. Feeling that something was wrong, he opened the door. The door was not locked. He saw the woman lying on the ground in the living room. Her wrist was bleeding, and the fruit knife scattered on the side was stained with blood. The flesh of the wound was turned up. It was too scary. She was already unconscious. The neighbor hurriedly called the emergency number, but did not dare to touch Jian Luo at all. He was afraid that he would be accused of murder. Jian Luo was sent to the hospital. She had lost too much blood and her vital signs were not obvious, but she was still rescued and had not woken up. He didn't know what the sequelae were. /BK Ningshu felt that Jian Luo's suicide was reasonable. She had suffered a lot of setbacks these days. Something must have happened between her and Jiang Yingyao. She could not see any hope from Jiang Yingyao, so she committed suicide. Ningshu made a phone call and asked the person on the other end to investigate. This matter was found out after a little investigation. When Jiang Yingyao left, it was with great fanfare, with a row of bodyguards. Ningshu received a reply and could not help but be surprised. Jiang Yingyao gave up and returned to the Jiang family. This was not Jiang Yingyao's usual behavior. There was no doubt that they loved each other deeply. However, this had nothing to do with Ningshu. Jiang Yingyao's return would not affect him, but it would hurt Jian Luo greatly. No wonder she could commit suicide. Jian Luo had some psychological problems. She had encountered too many things and she instinctively suppressed it. There used to be a psychiatrist, but not anymore. The client could tolerate Jian Luo and asked a psychiatrist to guide her. Now that Jian Luo was with Jiang Yingyao, even if there was a psychiatrist, Jian Luo would not see him. Both of them tried their best to avoid this matter, to avoid embarrassment and to avoid pain. Until now, Jiang Yingyao had not come. Was it because he was not informed or because he was heartless? Ningshu asked the nurse, "Did you inform Jiang Yingyao?" "He is the patient's boyfriend. Jian Luo should have Jiang Yingyao's phone number." The nurse said bitterly, "We called, but the other party did not pick up and hung up. He was probably busy with something and it was not a familiar phone number, so he hung up." However, if Jian Luo woke up alone, she would be sad again. The nurse asked Ningxu if he wanted to accompany the patient. Ningxu refused directly, saying that he had nothing to do with the patient and that it was better to inform Jiang Yingyao. Why did she do Jiang Yingyao's work? If she did it, what would Jiang Yingyao do? She did not remember anyone else but Jiang Yingyao. Ningxu suspected that for so many years, the client was just taking care of Jian Luo on behalf of Jiang Yingyao so that Jian Luo would not suffer. But why? Did she not need money to eat, drink, and defecate? Therefore, she was determined not to do things like accompany the patient in bed. It was not like she was his mother or father. It was probably because Ningxu had rejected her so firmly that the nurse felt that there was really nothing between the two of them. The nurse took Jian Luo's phone and called Jiang Yingyao, but he didn't pick up. The nurse felt helpless. At this time, the nurse came out of the ward and ran into the office to look for the doctor. The doctor hurried to the ward to check if the patient had any sequelae. Patients who had lost too much blood like this were prone to lack of oxygen to the brain, which would cause serious consequences to the brain. Ningxu also went to take a look. Jian Luo woke up and stared at the ceiling. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes into her hair. The doctor beside the bed was extremely anxious. She was in a daze with her eyes staring blankly and only knew how to cry. Did she really hurt her brain? Ningxu knew that Jian Luo was unable to extricate herself from her grief and had no time to pay attention to others. Nothing is more important than your own sorrow, doctor. The doctors were speechless. Was he deaf? The doctor asked. Are his family members here yet? Let's do a brain scan. The nurse shook her head. No, but someone came to the hospital, but he's not familiar with the patient. It doesn't matter if he's familiar with her or not. I want him to take care of her. The doctor had no choice. The nurse dragged Ningxu directly to the ward and asked Ningxu to send Jian Luo for a checkup. She was in a daze. She might be a fool. Ningxu was speechless. Why did she have to do these things? She really couldn't just watch. Ningxu reached out and patted Jian Luo's face. Come back to your senses. The doctor and nurse were speechless. Jian Luo seemed to have really come back to her senses. She slowly turned her head and looked at Ningxu. Tears flowed down her face. She said with difficulty, "Why am I not dead?" Ningxu said to the doctor and nurse, "Your brain is very clear. There's no need for a brain scan." Although he felt a little speechless, it was good that the patient had a reaction. The patient woke up. The doctor asked Jian Luo to quickly inform her family to come and take care of her. Jian Luo didn't say anything. She just looked at Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. What kind of family do you think I am? Therefore, she was Jian Luo's family, and Jiang Yingyao was Jian Luo's lover. At this time, it should be her family taking care of Jian Luo, not her lover. Keep on dreaming. Ningxu said directly, I'm busy with work. Besides, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Jian Luo looked at Ningxu numbly. She closed her eyes to hide the sadness in them and said, Jiang Yingyao, Jiang. Yingyao doesn't want me anymore. You don't want me anymore? Ningxu said, I can't afford it. Jian Luo's heart stopped. She felt that she was the only one left in the world. Loneliness seeped into her bones. Ningxu left the hospital and did what he needed to do. When he needed someone to serve him, he thought of her. He went to find Jiang Yingyao. The next day, Ningxu attended a business summit. He saw Jiang Yingyao at the summit. Jiang Yingyao was wearing a neat suit. His face was cold and his whole body was covered with coldness. Unlike the lively police officer before, Jiang Yingyao now looked very domineering. When Jiang Yingyao saw Ningxu, he could even talk to Ningxu calmly about some business matters. It didn't seem like they were love rivals at all. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He had entered the state of inheritance so quickly. He didn't know if Jiang Yingyao knew that Jian Luo was lying in the hospital now. He probably didn't know. If he knew, according to Jiang Yingyao's personality, he would stay by Jian Luo's side instead of attending the business summit. Ningxu wondered if he should tell Jiang Yingyao that the person he loved had committed suicide. Did Jian Luo not inform Jiang Yingyao yet? This was completely in line with Jian Luo's personality. She would rather endure it and not speak, or take the initiative to wait for others to care about her. Since Jian Luo was willing to suffer, she naturally wouldn't be nosy enough to tell Jiang Yingyao about Jian Luo. She just looked at Jiang Yingyao meaningfully. Jiang Yingyao? Jiang Yingyao still knew about Jian Luo, but that was 2 or 3 days later. Jiang Yingyao called Jian Luo but couldn't get through. He went to the apartment. When he opened the door, he found blood in the room. Jiang Yingyao immediately realized that something was wrong. Jian Luo might have committed suicide and didn't believe him. He asked the neighbor what happened and went to the hospital. Jian Luo's skin was so pale that it was almost transparent. She looked like she could disappear at any time, which terrified Jiang Yingyao. Jian Luo wanted to cry when she saw Jiang Yingyao, but she held back her tears. Jiang Yingyao was distressed and anxious. Why don't you believe me? I told you, I returned to the Jiang family for our future. What was she doing? Jiang Yingyao was very tired/BK in order to have a good future with Jian Luo. Jiang Yingyao endured his disgust and dealt with all kinds of people who were blinded by their own interests. He was not free at all and was not as happy as when he was a police officer. In the eyes of others, inheriting the Jiang family was a very glorious thing, but Jiang Yingyao had no sense of honor at all. He still liked being a police officer, sitting in a clean office every day with endless information and documents. There was also a group of bastards who were eyeing him covetously and wanted to take money from his pocket. In order to deal with these people, Jiang Yingyao was already exhausted. But these people were not criminals and could be treated in a simple and violent way. When dealing with criminals, once they were caught and had evidence, they could be sent directly to the court and then be punished according to the law. But dealing with these people, Jiang Yingyao felt aggrieved and helpless. It was very suffocating. But these suffocations were all because of Jian Luo. Jian Luo had suffered so much because of him before, no matter what he did. But when he was suffering in the Jiang family, Jian Luo actually committed suicide, hurting her own body to commit suicide. Jiang Yingyao could not figure it out and was very angry. Why didn't Jian Luo understand? Jian Luo did not want to understand and was too lazy to understand. She just looked at Jiang Yingyao indifferently, causing Jiang Yingyao to deflate like a balloon that had been pierced by a needle. What do you want? Jiang Yingyao said helplessly. What I said is true. When I'm discharged, find a job. I'm back in the Jiang family now, and the previous situation won't happen again, Jiang Yingyao said carefully. He was afraid that his words would stimulate Jian Luo's fragile heart. Jian Luo said, I know. Don't worry, I won't do anything impulsive again. She looked at Jiang Yingyao steadily. Is what you said true? Should I believe you? Believe me, I won't let you down. Jiang Yingyao held her hand tightly. Jian Luo was not as optimistic as Jiang Yingyao. I'm afraid it's not up to you when the time comes. Jiang Yingyao also knew that he was in a difficult situation, but he had an agreement with old Madame Jiang. Old Madame Jiang was interfering in his life. Jiang Yingyao went to the hospital every day, but when it was time to get off work, old Madame Jiang was very dissatisfied. You just took office and you left so early. What would the people in the company think? She told Jiang Yingyao not to get off work so early and to stay in the company for a while. Jiang Yingyao could only stay in the company. He had nothing to do, so he just sat there. It was so painful. Jian Luo was alone in the hospital. She was lonely and had no family members around her. Some things were not very convenient. After all, one of her hands was injured. If Jian Luo had used a little more strength, her tendons would have been severed. When the doctor said that she could leave the hospital, Jian Luo packed up her things and left the hospital, returning to her apartment. Jian Luo also felt that she should go to work. She couldn't be so idle. When people were idle, it was easy for their thoughts to wander. Jian Luo was worried that she would do something rash again. As for Jiang Yingyao, since things had already turned out this way, what else could he do other than believe? Jian Luo drew some design drafts. When she went to a company for an interview, she passed the interview directly. She was very straightforward, completely different from the previous situation where she refused to accept. This was also good. Both of them were working hard for the future. Ningshu didn't pay much attention to the two of them. He planned to go abroad to sort out his overseas assets. The client's connections were all overseas. It was better to do business overseas. However, she received an invitation to attend the engagement ceremony of Xianxia and the daughter of a tycoon. Moreover, the invitation specifically stated that she had to bring Jianluo with her. Bring Jianluo? What was wrong with her? Was she doing it on purpose? Xianxia was going to get engaged, and she brought Jianluo to the engagement ceremony. Would these two misunderstand? From then on, they would go their separate ways. The Jiang family probably didn't want her to attend, but they asked her to bring Jianluo. Ningxu curled her lips and threw the invitation aside. She wouldn't get involved if she wanted to. She wasn't willing to use her to create a misunderstanding between Jianluo and Jiang Yingyao. She only liked to watch the show. She didn't like to be watched by others. Even if she wanted to attend, she would attend alone and not bring Jianluo. She didn't want to be involved with Jianluo. Ningxu thought about it and called Jianluo. He told her that Jiang Yingyao was going to get engaged to the daughter of a tycoon. There was an invitation. Jianluo obviously didn't know. She didn't receive an invitation and didn't get any news. After hearing Ningxu's words, he was blown out of his mind. Jianluo didn't have an invitation. She begged Ningxu, "Can you bring me along?" Ningxu asked, "Even if you attend, what can you change? What you should do now is to ask Jiang Yingyao. She should ask before the engagement ceremony." Did she have to ask at the engagement ceremony? What kind of brain was this? Jianluo hung up the phone and called Jiang Yingyao, but no one answered. Again and again, Jiang Yingyao's credibility in Jianluo's heart kept decreasing. In the face of this situation, Jianluo didn't cry. She was very calm, so calm that it was a little abnormal. She didn't know that the Jiang family was about to be turned upside down. Jiang Yingyao almost shouted himself hoarse and asked old Madame Jiang why she made the decision without informing him. When did he get engaged to the daughter of a tycoon? It was completely old Madame Jiang who made the decision. You violated the agreement between us. I won't care about the Jiang family anymore, Jiang Yingyao said bitterly. Old Madame Jiang said calmly, if you get engaged with her, it will give you more power to control the Jiang family. Jiang Yingyao said painfully, the reason why I want to control the Jiang family is to be with Jianluo. I put the cart before the horse. But now, in order to control the Jiang family, he got engaged to another woman. What was this? It went against his original intention. Old Madame Jiang said indifferently, now is a difficult time for you. After this period of time, you can find a suitable reason to break off the engagement. It's just borrowing power. Jiang Yingyao didn't want to speak anymore. He didn't believe a word. Old Madame Jiang was stepping on his bottom line step by step. Before, she said that she only wanted to control the Jiang family and not interfere with his marriage. Now, she said that the engagement was just an act. Haha, he was really stupid to believe her. He should have insisted on not returning to the Jiang family and just left with Jianluo. Why would he care about the Jiang family? Or he was too greedy. He wanted Jianluo to be with him openly and accept other people's blessings. No matter how unbearable the Jiang family was, no matter how unwilling they were, as a member of the Jiang family, he couldn't just watch the Jiang family be taken over by others. Indeed, greed didn't have a good ending. Old Madame Jiang said, now that the invitations have been sent out, if you are not willing, you will offend the girl. You haven't completely controlled the Jiang family yet. If you don't get engaged, you'll lose the chance to control the Jiang family. When you control the Jiang family, everything will be settled. Madame Jiang comforted Jiang Yingyao. Jiang Yingyao had no way to deal with the situation now. He didn't know what Jianluo would do if she knew. She committed suicide when she went back to the Jiang family. Now she knew that he was going to get engaged. Jianluo was sensitive. If she knew about this, Jiang Yingyao was terrified because he felt that he was getting closer and closer to Jianluo. Jiang Yingyao ignored Madame Jiang and rushed out of the Jiang family to find Jianluo. Madame Jiang curled her lips and looked at Jiang Yingyao's back. It wasn't easy to get off a pirate ship. No matter what, everything was going according to her plan. The two young people could still escape from her. She didn't like Jianluo, but she would never let Jianluo marry into the Jiang family. She had to take advantage of the fact that she was alive to make these two completely hopeless. It didn't matter whether Jiang Yingyao understood or not. She didn't care what Jiang Yingyao thought when she was alive, let alone after she died. She couldn't feel his hatred for her. Jiang Yingyao came to the apartment and found that it was empty. Jian Luo had moved away. He couldn't find her anywhere. Jiang Yingyao squatted by the roadside and covered his head in confusion. He didn't want to cry. He had lost the most important person in his life. Jian Luo, who Jiang Yingyao couldn't find, carried her suitcase and came to find Ning Shu. She found the villa directly and stood in front of Ning Shu. She said to Ning Shu in an extremely calm tone, "Fei Wen, take me away, please." Ning Shu moved his lips and spat out a word, "Get lost." "Take you away, get hurt, and then let me take you away to escape." Jian Luo took a deep breath and her face trembled. She said tiredly, "Are you still angry?" "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Now I'm making 3 people suffer." Jian Luo now found that the Jiang family's prejudice against her was deeply rooted and couldn't be changed. The reason why she was in so much pain was because she forced it. Now she was really tired, very tired. She had no energy to tangle with Jiang Yingyao anymore. She just wanted to leave this country and never come back. Ning Shu's heart was slightly moved. His heart was beating a little faster. He couldn't help but stroke his chest. This body was too disappointing. It was moved by such a sentence. Suppressing the throbbing of his heart, Ning Shu calmly shook his head. "We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Don't make me take you away. F***ck off, how shameless are you, you come back and I'll take it." Jian Luo covered her face and cried, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I won't ask you to forgive me. Please take me away. This is the last time I'm begging you." Ning Shu was speechless. F***ck, are you threatening me? Beg me for the last time. Do I not want your charity? Ning Shu waved his fingers. I don't love you now, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. By the way, I paid for your emergency treatment at the hospital this time. Remember to give me the money. Now Jian Luo was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Being mocked by Ning Shu like this, her heart hurt. "I'm already in so much pain. Please don't mock me anymore. I'll give you the money. Can you give me a place to stay?" It felt like there was no place for her in the world. "I promise to marry you, and I won't go back to China." Jian Luo promised Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. "Are you pregnant?" She was in such a hurry to find someone to take care of her child. In the future, the father and son would be reunited and the family of 3 would be happy together. He was going to be abandoned again. This was too pitiful. Taking care of someone else's wife and child, he received 3 good person cards. Female lead, you are a good person. Male lead, you are a good person. Child, you are a good person. God, it was a tragedy in the world. Men were silent when they heard it, and daughters cried when they heard it. Their value was squeezed dry. Ning Shu couldn't help but be immersed in his imagination. He stared at Jian Luo's stomach with a strange expression. "Oh, you guys killed someone, and now you want someone else to take the blame. That's immoral and unkind. As a human, please be kind." Jian Luo quickly denied. "No, I'm not pregnant." Her face was a little red. "Jiang Yingyao and I haven't reached that step." At most, they would kiss, hug, and raise each other up high. They hadn't reached the final step. Ning Shu nodded. That was because Jian Luo was angry with Jiang Yingyao. In a fit of anger, she agreed to marry him. "You want to marry me, but I don't want to." Ning Shu refused directly. "You're not a candidate for my wife, so I won't marry you. You can find whoever you want. You were about to get married before, but you ran away with someone else. Now you're angry and want to marry him again. Then you guys got lovey-dovey and ran away again. There should be a limit to how much you want to play with people." Where did Jian Luo get the confidence to think that she could do whatever she wanted in front of Fei Wen? She thought that Fei Wen liked her, loved her, and tolerated her, so she looked down on Fei Wen and thought that Fei Wen came back like a pug. What a waste. Jian Luo said, "I'm serious, Fei Wen, I'm sorry." Ning Shu shook his head. "Stop it. When you run away again, Do you dare say that you've let go of Xianxia now and not find someone to marry to spite Xianxia? Jian Luo said, I've thought about it clearly. I've never thought about it so clearly. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with me? You want to eat the grass that turns back, but I don't want to eat the grass that turns back. Get out. Don't come to me in the future. You can marry whoever you want, but don't come to me. I'm really scared of you. You've sucked my blood for more than 10 years. I can't take it anymore. Ningxu waved his hand. Jian Luo felt wronged. She hated herself for not being firm enough and hurting Fei Wen. She liked Xianxia, but Fei Wen was the warmest light in her life. She was also the one that she couldn't let go of. She trusted and relied on. Jian Luo didn't blame Ningxu for being angry. She bit her lips and said, no matter what, you're the most important person in my life. I'll make it up to you. Ningxu was speechless. How did she become the warmest and brightest color again? Wasn't this light Xianxia just now? This light can change back and forth. Make it up, please get the hell out of here. Where did this confidence come from? Ningxu was a little confused. What did Jian Luo mean? Did she really want to go back to him? Ningxu took out his phone and called Xianxia. Your girlfriend is with me. Hurry up and take her away. She wants to blackmail me and wants to marry me. Jian Luo was speechless. She wasn't blackmailing him. She was serious, but Fei Wen didn't seem to believe her. BK Ningxu hung up the phone and said to Jian Luo, hurry up and leave. I'm afraid you'll fight in my house. Pulling and pulling would break her things in her house. She would be heartbroken. If she wanted to fight or smash things, she would go back to her house. Jian Luo sighed. It was her obsession that caused the three of them to suffer. After experiencing some things, she realized that some things were really not important. So what if she loved Xianxia? Xianxia's family did not accept her. Now, Xianxia found a rich man's daughter to be his fiancée. She was not a rich man's daughter, and her father was a murderer who was hurt by criminals. All kinds of obstacles prevented her from being with Xianxia. So what if she loved him? These obstacles were really too big. Fei Wen had said these words to her before, but she was blinded at that time. She wanted to be with Xianxia, but reality slapped him hard in the face. She believed that she would be able to forget Xianxia. She and Xianxia were not from the same world. It was too tiring. If he wanted to please the Jiang family, he would have to suffer all the time. He might as well forget about them and let them go when they had the best memories. It would be better for him to let them go when he hated them to the core. After being with Xianxia, Jian Luo's heart was uneasy and unconfident. She did not believe that they could really be together, but she always had a fluke mentality. But the more worried she was, the more worried she was. Being with Xianxia, it was as if the sweetness only lasted for a moment, but it was bitter for many years. Jian Luo's tears fell. She let go of the box in her hand and rushed into Ningxu's arms. Even if Fei Wen was always saying mean and heart-wrenching things to her, she just wanted to hold him now. There had never been a moment when she was full of heartache for this man. Heartache for him. Ningxu raised his hands and pushed Jian Luo with disgust. Let go. Jian Luo hugged Ningxu tightly. Smelling the man's scent, her heart was at ease. Ningxu used her strength to push Jian Luo away from her body. After seeking excitement, he needed to be at ease. Now that he was at ease, he felt that such days were so boring. Ningxu did not doubt Jian Luo's sincerity. She truly wanted to return to Fei Wen's embrace because Fei Wen had given her too many things. The two of them had relied on each other for more than 10 years. Fei Wen had never hurt them as much as Xianxia had. After the ups and downs and the psychological trauma, one would need to heal. At this time, hospitals were a necessity. Why would she go to the hospital for no reason? Xianxia stood at the door and looked at the two people hugging. He was silent and just stared blankly. When Ningxu saw this scene, he knew that a misunderstanding was about to erupt. Jian Luo followed Ningxu's gaze and saw Xianxia at the door. Guilt flashed across her face, but she thought of something and became confident again. Xianxia did not fly into a rage. It was hard to tell whether he was angry or not. He walked over and held Jian Luo's hand. Let's go home. Even if he wanted to deal with things, he would not do it in front of outsiders. Xianxia was a mature man. He would not fly into a rage and force Jian Luo. After all, Xianxia used to be a police officer. However, Jian Luo had already decided to give up on Xianxia. She shook off his hand and said, "Let's break up. You are going to be engaged to someone else." Xianxia frowned and glanced at Ningxu. "Let's go back and talk. I will explain it to you clearly." Jian Luo shook her head. "I don't want to listen to your explanation. I don't want to be with you. Your family will not accept me. I don't have to marry you." Jiang Yingyao explained, "Whether you believe it or not, I didn't know about the engagement beforehand. Grandma did it behind my back. What was done could not be undone." She would tell him later. Jiang Yingyao hoped that Jian Luo could believe him and get through it together. At most, he would just leave. "How about I leave the Jiang family? I will go with you. You should believe me now. Go with me. You can let go of the Jiang family and your family. Jiang Yingyao, we are not suitable for each other. Let's break up. Let the past be the past." Jiang Yingyao was very sad. He begged, "Let's go back and talk about it. Don't worry. I will not get engaged. They can't force me." However, Jian Luo seemed to be determined to break up with Jiang Yingyao. She was as determined as when she left Fei Wen. Ningxu felt a little sympathetic for these two men. Girls were born with the right to choose. This situation was really painful. Jian Luo loved Jiang Yingyao more than she loved Fei Wen. However, the reality was really too heavy. Jiang Yingyao asked bitterly, "Are you going to marry him?" Standing at the door, he heard a lot. Jian Luo nodded. "Even if I don't marry him, I won't be with you. I really don't want to see you in a dilemma. If you have to choose between the Jiang family and me, then let me make the decision for you. You choose the Jiang family. I have my own choice." Jiang Yingyao looked at Jian Luo. "Are you serious? Do you really want to see me get engaged to someone else?" Jian Luo nodded. "Yes." Jiang Yingyao looked deeply at Jian Luo and walked away in a daze. His back was extremely lonely. He was hunched over and had lost his spirit. He was abandoned by the whole world. Jian Luo called out to Jiang Yingyao. Jiang Yingyao turned around and looked at her with eyes full of expectation. Jian Luo said, "Start over and find a suitable wife. That rich lady can help you." Jiang Yingyao's eyes dimmed. "She is suitable for me, but she is not the person I love." He turned and left. Ningxu curled his lips. He didn't expect that one day the male lead would be treated like a supporting male lead. This was completely for the supporting male lead to hear. Who was the male lead and who was the supporting male lead completely depended on who the female lead chose. As for Ningxu, who was about to become the male lead, she was not happy at all. She just wanted to watch the show and didn't want to have anything to do with Jian Luo. What if one day Jian Luo had a sudden impulse and couldn't stand such a torment? Jian Luo's heart was fragile, but she was more resolute than both men, especially when it came to making a decision. After hurting both men, she had to make a choice between the two men. Normal people wouldn't choose between these two men, but Jian Luo didn't. She was nostalgic. After Jiang Yingyao left, Jian Luo looked at Ningxu. Ningxu said, "Why are you looking at me?" What was wrong with her? Jian Luo smiled and reached out to hold Ningxu's hand. Ningxu had goosebumps and dodged Jian Luo's hand. "Can you please get out?" Jian Luo knew that Ningxu was angry, so she didn't take his words to heart. Instead, she tolerated Ningxu with the intention of making it up to him. Ningxu was speechless. Humans were all lowly hooligans after all. She ignored him when he was nice to her, but now she couldn't even kick him away. What was wrong with her? Jian Luo asked the servant to bring the suitcase to her old room. Back here, looking at the spacious and clean house, Jian Luo felt as if she had let go of all her anger. People should still live happily. The servant was speechless. How shameless was she? She ran away from the marriage, and now she came back. She even wanted to stay in her old room. Of course, the servant wouldn't listen to Jian Luo, so she looked at Ningxu. Ningxu said directly, your old room has become a utility room. There is no room for you. Jian Luo looked at Ningxu with some resentment. Other rooms are fine too. Ningxu shook his head. I have nothing to do with you. You want to live in my house, eat my food, and use my things. Get out. You're relying on me. I don't care if you live on the bridge or in a hotel. Just don't live in my house. Jian Luo thought too highly of herself. She thought that she was angry, but she would be fine after a while. Jian Luo's face turned pale. Seeing that Ningxu didn't seem to be faking it, she could only leave with the suitcase. Before leaving, she bit her lip and said to Ningxu, Fei Wen, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me this time? Ningxu said, no, get out. Jian Luo's face turned blue. Such straightforward words hurt her self-esteem, but she thought of something and her eyes were full of determination. She turned and left with the suitcase. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Jian Luo probably thought that it was easier to win him over than Jiang Yingyao. Jiang Yingyao himself was easy to win over, but Jiang Yingyao had the Jiang family behind him, so Jian Luo couldn't do anything. It was much easier to win her over. They had been friends for more than 10 years, and Fei Wen didn't have any elders. Fei Wen could make her own decisions. Fei Wen had a car and a house, but her parents were dead. The best conditions for choosing a mate. Ningxu felt that Jian Luo was probably going to lose both ends. If Jiang Yingyao couldn't do it, then she definitely wouldn't be able to do it either. It didn't take long for the media to spread the news that the heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Yingyao, was going to be engaged to the daughter of a tycoon. This was the combination of the two consortiums. It was a huge commotion. Since the news had been released, this matter was more or less set in stone. If Jiang Yingyao refused to admit it and didn't want to get engaged, the Jiang family wouldn't have reported it so widely. Otherwise, the Jiang family would be the one to lose face in the end, and they would also offend their future in-laws. No matter how much Jiang Yingyao disliked the Jiang family, he would not joke about the Jiang family's affairs. It was probably because Jiang Yingyao's heart was as dead as ashes. Just like Jian Luo, he decided to get engaged. Ningxu curled his lips. If that was the case, then this love triangle would become a four-sided love triangle. Everyone would gather at the table to play mahjong. The Jiang family was about to ask her to bring Jian Luo to the wedding. That was good. Ningxu immediately informed Jian Luo that he would bring her to Jiang Yingyao's engagement ceremony. He asked her if she would go. Jian Luo hesitated for a while and agreed to go with Ningxu that day. Since she was going to attend the engagement ceremony, she had to get styled. Ningxu brought Jian Luo to the styling room. Jian Luo looked at Ningxu with a smile on her face. In the past, she had always been cold and indifferent. Now, she could actually smile like a blooming flower. Of course, Jian Luo was happy. She used to do these things with Fei Wen. She didn't feel anything special in the past. But now that she thought about it again, there was a different kind of warmth. It made her feel touched. Life was like this. Little things were connected one by one. It was incomparably warm. Jian Luo seemed to be addicted to reminiscing. Ningxu looked indifferent. He didn't care about what Jian Luo was saying or thinking. Ningxu wanted to bring Jian Luo to get to know Jiang Yingyao better. She had no future with him. Although Jian Luo didn't seem to care much about Jiang Yingyao's engagement, she occasionally looked melancholic. She didn't realize it now, but she would realize it after a while. If Jian Luo wanted to be with Jiang Yingyao again, she would not only have to face the Jiang family, but also another conglomerate. At that time, when she left, Jian Luo would lose both sides. Since it was the engagement ceremony of the Jiang family's heir, it was also very grand. All the political and business celebrities attended. It was colorful. Both sides didn't lack money. They could be as grand and extravagant as possible. Jian Luo held Ningxu's arm and attended the ceremony dressed up. Her clothes were extremely luxurious, and she wore a bright diamond necklace around her neck. She looked like she was going to compete with others. Was she also going to outshine the bride? Ningxu thought, a woman's mind. He didn't bring Jian Luo here to cause trouble. The engagement process was very smooth. There were no problems. Jiang Yingyao was like a marionette the whole time. When he saw Ning Shu and Jian Luo attending together, his eyes were dim. He seemed to have let go of something, but he was struggling in his heart. Jiang Yingyao's wife was a beautiful woman. She was elegant and had the superiority and competence of a rich family's daughter. She handled all kinds of situations appropriately. She had a smile on her face the whole time. Sometimes, she would hold Jiang Yingyao's arm and lean her head on it. It was very sweet and beautiful. At least in the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were very loving. They were a perfect match. Jian Luo looked at Jian Luo and his fiancée with a complicated expression. After all, they had walked on different paths. The first love in her memory had really become a memory. Madame Jiang was very happy to see Ning Shu attend with Jian Luo. Her wish was fulfilled. Jian Luo had no chance with Jiang Yingyao. She even got together with that illegitimate son. What kind of pot was matched with what kind of lid? That illegitimate son deserved such a woman. Great. Some people were happy, while some people's hearts were dead. The engagement ceremony came to an end just like that. After attending the engagement ceremony, Ning Shu went abroad. He left Ning Shu to live abroad. The company and the country had been arranged. It was time to go back. Fei Wen lived abroad. When Jian Luo came to find Ning Shu, the whole villa was empty. The furniture in the house was covered with dust-proof cloth. Jian Luo was extremely shocked. She was terrified. The fear of being abandoned filled her heart. She called Ning Shu and asked where Ning Shu was while sobbing. Why wasn't he at home? Where did he go? Ning Shu said directly, I think I'm still not suitable for life in the country. I went abroad and won't go back in the future. Jian Luo covered her mouth and cried, then what should I do? Ning Shu said, do whatever you want. We have nothing to do with each other. You can live well on your own in the future. Jian Luo was dumbstruck as if she was struck by lightning. Jian Luo really cried and panicked. She did not expect Ning Shu to just leave like this. Although this was their hometown, she was unfamiliar with the people and the place. She felt especially scared and panicked. She could not help but ask, why didn't you tell me? Ning Shu said indifferently, I have nothing to do with you. Even if we were, we have broken up now. Why should I tell you? I go wherever I want to go. Although she said this, Jian Luo still felt a little angry. Even if we are friends, you should tell me. I don't think of you as a friend. Why should I tell you? Jian Luo was speechless. Look at your personality now. Ning Shu said, what's wrong with my personality? I am so rich and handsome. How can I have a good temper? Jian Luo softened her tone and said to Ning Shu, I know you are angry. Don't be angry, okay? It was my fault before. Can you really not forgive me this time? Ning Shu said, no, I don't like you now. It doesn't matter if I forgive you or not. Jian Luo did not give up and said, you are angry now. You were not like this before. I know you want to punish me. Where are you now? Ning Shu said, don't come looking for me. It wasn't easy for me to draw the line between us. As for the past, I treated it as a pet and spent some money on it. Now, you're not in my good graces. She also had to change this phone number. Otherwise, Jian Luo would harass her every day. I plan to start over and find a new girlfriend. You should start over too. Jian Luo cried and even said shamelessly, no, Fei Wen, no, I miss you. I just want to be by your side. You will let it go, just like how you let go of Jiang Yingyao. Good girl, don't come to me, or I will make you suffer. She had already given a warning. If Fei Wen insisted, she would really do it. To be honest, Jian Luo had an unfortunate childhood and her father was a murderer. Even an ordinary man would have to think about it. Fei Wen and Jiang Yingyao treated him like a treasure. Of course, they couldn't deny a person just because of these things. But over the years, Jian Luo's high standards were not just for show. Her spare tires were all like Fei Wen, young, handsome, and rich. Although Jiang Yingyao was a policeman, he was the heir of the Jiang family and had already inherited the Jiang family. Even if Jiang Yingyao didn't do anything for the rest of his life, he would still have endless money to spend. She had asked Jian Luo to choose one out of the two of them. An ordinary man would not even care about it. In short, Ningxu liked Jian Luo's taste. She looked at the man who was handsome, but he was not sure if the other party would look at him. However, with Jian Luo's appearance, it was certain that she would attract some rich people. As for whether they were sincere or lustful towards Jian Luo, no one knew. Ningxu hung up the phone and asked his men to keep an eye on Jian Luo. On the other end of the phone, Jian Luo stared at the phone in a daze, squatting and crying. Fear, loneliness flooded Jian Luo's heart. It was as if she was the only one left in the world. She had no family, no lover, no friends. Over the years, she was used to relying on Fei Wen. She absorbed warmth and nourishment from Fei Wen. Without Fei Wen, she seemed to be unable to do anything. Just like the giant baby, Jian Luo only wanted to find Fei Wen without hesitation. If Jian Luo had someone to rely on now, she would not miss Fei Wen so much. Because she did not, she became more dependent on Fei Wen. Jian Luo cried for a while, packed her things, and bought a plane ticket to go abroad to find Fei Wen. She really did not believe that Fei Wen would be so heartless. He really did not care about her. Fei Wen was the most important person in her life. Jian Luo quit her job. Speaking of which, this job was because of Xianxia. Previously, no company was willing to hire her. When Xianxia returned to the Jiang family, no company found a reason to reject her. But when she entered the company did not use her designs at all, but still paid her. They looked at her design drafts and said that they were good, very good, but they did not use them. They must have hired her as an idler for the sake of the Jiang family. There was no point in doing this kind of work. She could not feel her own value and only received a little salary like a beggar. It was completely different from when she was in Fei Wen's company. The previous environment was too good, and she was fully respected. Why was the last job so torturous? Jian Luo rushed off the plane and went directly to the manor to find Ningxu. This manor was where they used to live. It was a rather large manor. The garden was very big and filled with all kinds of flowers. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The sunlight was very good, and it reflected on the flowers, giving them a faint glow. There were gardeners trimming the lawn and branches. They were busy and full of fun. There was a tea and coffee shed next to the lawn. It was open air with a white umbrella and an exquisite table below. Jian Luo's eyes were fixed on this place because two people were having afternoon tea. It was a man and a woman. The man was Fei Wen. Jian Luo did not know the woman, but the woman was very good-looking. She was wearing a fresh dress and had a particularly good temperament. She held a cup of coffee, took a sip, and said something to Fei Wen. Fei Wen's face showed a very dazzling smile, which made Jian Luo very unhappy. She felt like her things were being stolen. In the past, Fei Wen only smiled at her and she did not feel anything. But to smile at another woman, Jian Luo's heart was scratching. What was the relationship between the two? Was Fei Wen going to marry this woman? Jian Luo's heart was filled with fear. Fei Wen was going to marry someone else? This was something Jian Luo had never thought of. If Jian Luo and Xianxia were together, and Fei Wen married another woman, she would not feel much. But now, she felt that it was a big deal. Bitterness, grievance, and anger filled her heart. Jian Luo dragged the box and walked over. She said to Ningxu, "Who is this lady?" Ningxu looked at her. He had already known that Jian Luo was here. Jian Luo would come over, which was within Ningxu's expectations. But to ask who she was in the tone of a female lead, it was also a joke. Ningxu frowned and looked unhappy. "Why are you here? Didn't I say not to look for me?" Jian Luo did not expect Ningxu to not give her any face in front of others. She was so embarrassed that she almost cried. The woman looked at the embarrassed Jian Luo and said, "President Fei, I will look for you next time." Next time? /BK What was the relationship between the two? What stage had it developed to? Were they in a relationship or getting married? Jian Luo's mind was in a storm as she looked at the woman's beautiful back. On the phone, Ningxu asked the servant to put away the coffee cup. Jian Luo suddenly jumped out on such a sunny day. It was really annoying. Jian Luo followed behind Ningxu and asked, "Who is that woman?" What does it have to do with you, Pacific Police? You're so nosy. Also, I told you, don't come to me. Jian Luo reached out and tugged at Ning Shu's sleeve pitifully. Fei Wen, Ning Shu said, are you calling my soul? I don't want to be with you at all. From the moment you decided to be with Jiang Yingyao, I saw through your nature. Also, I like men. Even if I want to marry a woman, it won't be you. I used to be nice to you because I was raising a pet. Fei Wen doted on Jian Luo in a more popular way now. She spoiled Jian Luo to the point that she couldn't tell the difference between the 5 grains and 4 limbs. She was spoiled to the point that she became disabled and was raised like a daughter. Then she successfully raised a person who relied on her. Jian Luo's life with Jiang Yingyao was no different from Fei Wen's. They were both rich and had servants to serve them. A giant baby was transferred from one person to another. There was no difference. But now this giant baby was not accepted by anyone. The giant baby panicked and found the most suitable person to raise it. This person was undoubtedly Fei Wen. Ning Shu asked someone to send Jian Luo out and told the servant not to open the door for Jian Luo in the future. Jian Luo was no longer the owner of this matter. The servants looked at each other and didn't know whether Ning Shu was telling the truth or not. After all, they had worked in the manor for a long time and knew clearly how good the male owner was to Jian Luo. Maybe the two of them were at odds. If they went too far, when the two of them got back together, their position would be a bit awkward. It would be very awkward. Ning Shu reassured these people. Don't worry, Jian Luo had no chance to become the female owner of this manor and planned to find someone else to marry. He also said that Jian Luo had cheated on him and said that he would not be with Jian Luo anymore. Hearing that Jian Luo had cheated on him, these servants were very angry, but they were also relieved. They could keep Jian Luo at the door with a clear conscience. Jian Luo was chased out of the manor and the box was thrown beside her. Aunt Zhang, why are you like this? Jian Luo looked at Auntie Zhang in shock. This woman had worked in the manor for a long time. For more than 10 years, they had been together day and night. He didn't expect her to be so heartless. Auntie Zhang spat, you've done such a thing, and you still expect Fei Wen to let bygones be bygones? Where's your brain? Auntie Zhang was good to Jian Luo because Jian Luo was going to marry Fei Wen in the future. In terms of closeness, of course, she was closer to Fei Wen. Fei Wen was her boss, he gave her a salary and supported her. What was Jian Luo? The fact that she didn't call him shameless was already out of consideration for their past relationship. She didn't want to make things too unpleasant. The gate of the manor closed with a bang. Jian Luo stood alone at the gate. She wanted to cry but had no tears. However, she was unwilling to give up and kept waiting at the gate. She knew that there were surveillance cameras at the gate. Fei Wen must be able to see it. However, she waited until night fell. Fei Wen didn't come out, but he didn't let her in either. Although it wasn't cold now, the night was cold. Jian Luo couldn't help but rub her arms. She opened the suitcase and took out her clothes to put on. She had been guarding him all along. Ning Shu finished his dinner happily and said to Auntie Zhang, don't send food to outsiders. If you do, she will think that I have forgiven her. She will want a yard after taking an inch. If she sent dinner, Jian Luo would definitely misunderstand and think that she was soft-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't send food to her. Seeing that there was hope, Jian Luo would continue to harass her. You can keep waiting and see if your stomach is hungry. I won't send you a grain of rice or a drop of water. People were so strange. In the past, she would send whatever was expensive, but they didn't care at all. Now, she didn't give anything and couldn't be driven away. Auntie Zhang wanted to send some food to Jian Luo, even if it was just bread. However, after hearing Ning Shu's words, she naturally listened to her boss. There was no need to offend her parents for someone who had nothing to do with her. Jian Luo held on to the gate and looked at the brightly lit manor. Her heart was very sour. She didn't feel anything when she was in the manor before. Now, she felt that the manor was so warm. It was so safe to have a place to stay. Until now, Jian Luo realized that she didn't even have a house, whether it was in the country or abroad. She was driven out and she was homeless. She was hungry. The last time she ate was on the plane. She ate some in-flight food. The food on the plane didn't taste very good. Jian Luo had something on her mind and didn't have much appetite. She was already hungry. It wasn't easy to endure until morning. She thought that Fei Wen would be soft-hearted, but he was still indifferent. At noon, she was already hypoglycemic. Her face was pale and she didn't have much energy. She leaned against the suitcase listlessly. However, Jian Luo was still enduring. She used herself as a bargaining chip to gamble with Ningxu. Ningxu was still indifferent. However, Auntie Zhang was a little uneasy. She asked Ningxu what they should do. They couldn't really let Jian Luo starve to death outside. Ningxu said, "Call the ambulance when she faints from hunger." The body belonged to Jian Luo. It was none of her business if she got sick from hunger. Jian Luo was the one suffering. Jian Luo really liked to torture herself. First, she cut her wrists to commit suicide. Now, she was starving herself to death. She didn't really want to starve herself to death. She just wanted to make Fei Wen, who liked her, give in. Jian Luo had no other bargaining chip. She only had this body. This was the only body she could use. "Auntie Zhang. Why did you wait until she fainted to call?" Ningxu asked back, "Is she willing to leave when she's conscious?" "Auntie Zhang," Jian Luo persisted for another night. She persisted for a day and a night without drinking. Her stomach was cramping and her mouth was dry. Jian Luo was dizzy. She had caught a cold and her body was in danger. However, she still gritted her teeth and persisted. She hoped that the door would open and Fei Wen would walk out. Jian Luo wanted to cry. She felt wronged. Was Fei Wen really going to leave her alone? However, she heard the sound of the ambulance. It was getting closer and closer. She was already hallucinating. In the end, Jian Luo couldn't hold on any longer. She fainted and was carried into the ambulance. Ningxu saw from the surveillance that Jian Luo was taken away. He smiled. The medical treatment abroad was quite expensive. When Jian Luo woke up in the hospital, all the money in her pocket would be used to pay for the medical expenses. He hadn't even paid her the medical expenses this time. Now, he wanted to take money from her pocket. He was living in a dream. /BK From the beginning to the end, Ningxu did not go out to check on Jian Luo. Jian Luo was just a little hypoglycemia, plus she did not rest well, so she caught a cold. She just needed some glucose to lower her temperature. It was not a big problem. When she woke up, the first thing the nurse did was to ask Jian Luo to pay the medical fees and get some cold medicine before she could leave. Jian Luo used all the money she had to pay the medical fees. It was not easy to get the money. The medical fees overseas were really expensive. Jian Luo dragged her tired body out of the hospital, not knowing where to go. She had no money and no place to stay. The only person she could find was Fei Wen. But Fian refused to see her. Jian Luo wiped her eyes and could not help but cry. The most important thing now was to find a place to stay. She did not have that much money, so she could only find a cheap place to stay. It was really unsafe for a single woman like her, especially in a place like overseas where it was legal to carry a gun. Jian Luo was scared. She found a small hotel. It was dirty, and there were some people speaking in a rough language. She hugged her female companion and entered the room. There were also some men looking at her up and down. Jian Luo was very scared. She dragged her suitcase into the room. The room was filled with an inexplicable smell. There were some marks on the bed sheet. She did not know what someone had done on the bed before. The problem was why the hotel did not change the bed sheets. Jian Luo had a good life. She was poor when she was young, but she had been with Fei Wen for more than 10 years. The soundproofing of the hotel was not very good. It was not dark yet, but the next room was already noisy. The voices of men and women were mixed together. Jian Luo only felt disgusted. She did not blush or have a heartbeat. She even wanted to cry. The feeling of being poor was not good. There was no high bed or soft pillow, no comfortable environment, only cramped and depressed. Being ordinary was not good at all. Jian Luo did not like money, but she had to worry about money because she could not afford to stay for more than a few days. so now she had to find a job. But it was not easy to get a job. She needed to submit her resume one by one, and there was a gap in between. What should she do during this period? Even if she worked, she would not get paid immediately. Jianluo did not expect to live so poorly. Now she just wanted to go back to her previous life. The fastest way to earn money was to work as a waiter in a fast food restaurant, which was paid by the hour. First, he had to ensure his own survival before he could talk about the matter with Fei Wen. Jianluo knew that if she went to Fei Wen now, Fei Wen was still angry and would not care about her. After some time, he would look for Li Wen. Jianluo applied for a job as a waitress in a fast food restaurant. Her job was to serve the dishes to the guests and clean up the table after the guests left. It was a relatively simple job. He could definitely support himself by doing this. Jianluo started to work. In the beginning, she was not used to this kind of work. She had to pour tea for people, and because her hand slipped, she knocked over the food and made a mess. The customer was not satisfied, and the store manager was not satisfied either. He said that if he really could not do this job, he would look for another one. Jianluo humbly promised that she would do it well. If he didn't have a job, he wouldn't have the money to pay the rent. Although the room wasn't good and was full of mildew, at least he had a place to rest. It wasn't like they didn't even have a place to rest. It was safer than walking on the streets. Every time she returned to the hotel, she would be looked at by a group of people. Probably because she was a single woman, there was always a hint of meaning in their eyes. Jianluo was afraid that a man would rush in and hurt her. Jianluo was scared just thinking about being hurt like this when she was a young girl. In Fei Wen's manner, she never thought about safety, and she would not have anything to do with these people who had nothing to do at the lower levels. There were only luxurious clothes and luxurious luxuries. Everywhere she went, the floor was filled with fragrance, whether it was the fragrance of wine or perfume. Everything was so beautiful that the tip of her nose would not smell the stench. Jianluo did not dare to sleep too deeply at night. There were always men and women next door who were tirelessly making all kinds of noises. It was endless. If she did not sleep well, she would not be energetic. Jianluo wanted to change places, but she did not have extra money. She ate the cheapest fast food for 3 meals a day. When she ate it, it was greasy and not refreshing at all. Jianluo thought of the food she used to eat, but now it was an extravagant hope. Jianluo always thought that when she had time, she would go and find Fei Wen. But the longer she lived like this, the lower her value was. She felt more and more that she was not worthy of Fei Wen. She was just a woman who did not even have a formal job and dealt with all kinds of customers every day. Some customers even entertained the waiters. Every time Jianluo was teased, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to cry. She did not find it interesting at all. Sometimes, when she was slapped on the butt, she could only endure it because she had no money. No money meant no food, shelter, and transportation. Jianluo felt that she was struggling in a whirlpool. This whirlpool would swallow her sooner or later. She tried to break free, but she could not. But if she let this whirlpool swallow her, then she would really be depraved. Jianluo felt that she was getting further and further away from Fei Wen. She was getting lower and lower, and Fei Wen was getting higher and higher. She did not have the confidence to be worthy of Fei Wen. She paced back and forth at the gate of the manor, looking at the iron gate. She did not have the confidence to ring the doorbell and see Fei Wen. Fei Wen touched her face. Was she beautiful now? In the modeled mirror, there was a pale and tired face. Her skin was not as white as before, and her eyes were not bright. The mentality determined her youth. But food, shelter, and transportation, when survival took up all one's time and life, there was no good mentality at all. A person who was tired and in a hurry would not be able to relax. Those who lived elegantly and comfortably were all supported by a rich material foundation. There was no fear, no need to worry about not having food to eat or a house to live in. Unlike those who had no money, they were full of insecurity. Jianluo wanted to change, but she did not know how to change. Her resume was like a stone sinking into the sea. People did not want a designer like her. Jianluo had a clear understanding that she would not be able to apply for a designer job. Designer seemed to be a job for the rich. With resources, designers could use their talents well. What was she going to do without money and power? Was she going to stay like this, doing temporary jobs? This kind of life was really terrible. Jian Luo shuddered just thinking about it. If she had not seen the scenery at the top, it would have been fine. But after seeing it, she was not willing to stay in the mud. End of chapter 35-39. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.